Chapter 1. Pain. 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 Wang Zhen struggled to shift his body, writhing in agony. He could hardly comprehend, let alone believe, what had transpired. Could it truly be his beloved wife? Why would she insist on opening the door against his wishes? Why? Wang Zhen shifted painfully, yearning to escape the confines of the room. Why? San sneered. Because she has already betrayed you. She became mine 2 months ago. He held Wang Zhen's wife, Lu Ruiyun, in his embrace. Lu Ruiyun. Wang Zhen turned his head with great difficulty, locking eyes with her beside San. Upon meeting Wang Zhen's gaze, she appeared flustered yet defiantly declared, "You are a good person and have treated me well, but I crave excitement and a life filled with passion qualities you cannot provide." The more she spoke, the more self-righteous she became. Moreover, you are exceedingly selfish, lacking any compassion. With so much food at home, what harm would it do to share a little with everyone? I like Brother Qian. You wouldn't even let me open the door. He was nearly starving, and I could not ignore him. You forced my hand. Wang Zhen understood everything. During the day, Lu Ruiyun had used the plight of many hungry people to persuade him to share their food, a plea he had rejected. In truth, her intent was to provide for San, not the others. That night, Lu Ruiyun had unusually clung to him for 2 hours. Seizing the moment when he had relaxed due to exhaustion, she moved aside the cabinet and sofa blocking the door and opened it. Then, the nightmare began. San planted his foot on Wang Zhen's face, grinning malevolently. "Do you know why I didn't let Lu Ruiyun leave you? Haha, on one hand, it's thrilling. On the other, it's because of this enormous insurance policy." The hefty insurance policy was one Lu Ruiyun had taken out for Wang Zhen, with her named as the primary beneficiary. If Wang Zhen were to die unexpectedly, Lu Ruiyun would reap a significant payout. At that moment, Wang Zhen's heart, once pure and valiant, shattered into a million pieces. Stop wasting time with him. First, let's divide the food. There are enough compressed biscuits, instant noodles, and vegetable packs to last all of us a month. Brother Qian, what if he seeks revenge? Lu Ruiyun fretted. Ha ha ha. Then we'll break his hands and feet. Let's see how he retaliates. San's expression twisted with malice. With a baseball bat, San struck Wang Zhen's leg. Wang Zhen endured unimaginable agony, his heart wrenched. Bang! A fitness instructor hoisted him up and cast him into the corridor, leaving him to await death. For days passed in an instant, and Wang Zhen, fueled by sheer will, remained alive. During those 4 days, a mischievous child next door had urinated on his face. A hefty woman in the hallway had struck and kicked him, driven by panic and hunger. As hunger and cold enveloped him once more, his consciousness began to fade, an endless darkness consuming him. Suddenly, a peculiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Binding doomsday malevolence system. Ding! Binding successful. Assessing host's current physical state, enhancing physical attributes, enhancement in progress. Basic copper skin and iron bones, immense strength enhancement completed. Now issuing the Doomsday Beginner's gift pack. System space is infinite, time is frozen. Basic survival tools and weapons have been issued to the system space. Note, due to the limitations of the host world, all weapons and survival tools are from Blue Star. Beginner comprehensive enhancement of the Doomsday Shelter 3 times. System note, engaging in malevolent acts recognized by the system will yield malevolence points. These points can be used to further enhance the body, purchase supernatural abilities, upgrade the shelter, or exchange for weapons. Please indulge in evil deeds, murder, arson, and bridge repairs with no corpses. As Wang Zhen's consciousness returned with the completion of his physical enhancement, he listened to the gradually silencing mechanical voice, narrowing his eyes slightly. All his injuries had healed, even the broken limbs had returned to their original state. He had never felt better, his body brimming with explosive power. With a thought, a handgun appeared in his hand. Return. The handgun vanished from his grasp. His mind entered the system space. Within the space lay an array of weapons. Handguns, submachine guns, automatic rifles, sniper rifles, rocket launchers, grenades, flashbangs, smoke bombs, bulletproof vests, and mountains of various ammunition, more than enough to last a lifetime. Survival tools included RVs, off-road vehicles, jet skis, assault boats, diving suits, rubber boats, and other equipment. Excellent. Excellent. Wang Zhen's eyes narrowed, glinting with cold light. Fate has a way of balancing the heavens, spare no one. 10 days prior, Blue Star was beset by relentless storms. The sky appeared to have been punctured, unleashing torrential rains that caused water levels to rise rapidly, with winds tearing everything apart. This was an unprecedented storm affecting the entire globe. Tianhai City swiftly transformed into a waterlogged metropolis, with communication severed. Higher ground was submerged to the second floor, while lower areas were inundated up to the seventh floor. Along with the torrential rains came fierce winds, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to venture outdoors. As the storm raged on, water levels continued to rise, forcing residents from lower floors to seek refuge above, with living space and resources dwindling. Everyone was trapped within their apartments, with food supplies dwindling. The storm had become a breeding ground for malevolence. And Wang Zhen, now fortified with copper skin and iron bones, was impervious to blades and bullets. A military knife materialized in his hand. Hesitating for a moment, he decisively swung it toward his left arm. Something felt amiss. He would halt at any moment and would not genuinely sever his arm. Bang! As the military knife struck his arm, sparks flew. The sharp blade barely grazed his skin, yet he still felt excruciating pain. Seeing this, Wang Zhen laughed heartily, oblivious to those around him. In this apocalyptic world, he faced no challenges whatsoever. From this day forth, whether or not to consume beef was solely his decision. At this moment, in the early hours of the morning, the corridor on the 20th floor was packed with people, those who had fled from the lower levels. Wang Zhen had been left in the corridor, exposed to the wind and rain, after having his limbs broken. What's with the ghostly laughter at this late hour? What madness is this? A stout, fierce-looking woman stirred awake, her brow furrowing in irritation. Wang Zhen squinted at the woman before him, named Ding Wan, who had once knocked on his door seeking refuge, only to be turned away. Later, when his home was looted, Ding Wan had opportunistically seized 5 packs of instant noodles amidst the chaos. She was also the one who had taken pleasure in his misfortune, slapping him and trampling his face, humiliating him with remarks such as, "You wouldn't let me in, now you're reaping what you sow. You deserve to wear a green hat." The day after the storm, the power grid collapsed. In the absence of electricity, the world was engulfed in darkness. However, Wang Zhen's vision remained unaffected, having undergone physical enhancement. He now possessed night vision capabilities. "Wang Zhen, was it you laughing like a ghost just now?" Ding Wen's voice rose in pitch, piercing and grating to the ears. "Have you become so brazen that you've forgotten your place?" With that, Ding Wen rose, rolling up her sleeves, advancing toward him with a menacing demeanor. Others turned their attention to the corridor, eager to witness the spectacle. Wang Zhen, severely injured, was on the brink of death, and Ding Wan, a burly woman stronger than most men, often vented her fear by assaulting him. Yet, slap! Wang Zhen struck Ding Wan across the face, leaving a clear imprint from his hand. "Fat pig, do you think it made of clay?" Ding. The system detected that you dealt a resounding slap to your enemy and spoke ill of them, awarding you 200 malevolence points. You have received a system reward of 1 ton of supplies deposited into the system space. In this apocalyptic civilization, the strong must act as they please. Wang Zhen felt a surge of joy, his eyes sparkling. What was he waiting for? With his left hand, he struck again, coldly taunting, "Why don't you hit me now? What's stopping you?" 200 malevolence points awarded. 1 ton of supplies rewarded. "Ah," Ding Wen screeched, "if you dare strike me, we'll make you pay, ill throw you down." Slap. In response, he delivered another slap. Now empowered by the system's rewards, Wang Zhen grew increasingly vigorous. Merely killing this fat pig would be pointless. Better to repay her 100-fold and accumulate supplies. "Wang Zhen, I admit my mistakes, I apologize. What do you say?" Slap. Ding Wen's teeth flew from her mouth. "Brother Wang, please stop, I was wrong, truly wrong." Slap. Slap. The rhythmic sound of slapping echoed down the corridor of the 20th floor. After the slapping ceased, the sound of kicks followed. Wang Zhen's malevolence points surged, and soon the system rewards reached an astounding 200 tons. When Wang Zhen finally ceased his assault, Ding Wen's head had swollen considerably, resembling a pig's head, and her body lay broken, reduced to a helpless mass. Others fell silent, their breaths echoing in the stillness. Before me stood not Wang Zhen, but a madman. Wang Zhen grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. Did you really think you could cast me aside? Ding Wen emitted a whimper, her face a mask of terror, shaking her head repeatedly. Unmoved, Wang Zhen lifted Ding Wen's corpulent form as if she were a mere pig, grasped her neck, and hurled her into the raging flood. Ding, elimination of the nemesis Ding Wen, awarded 10,000 points of malevolence, and a bounty of 100 tons of supplies. Current malevolence points, 12,400. The 2,300 points stem from his previous encounters with Ding Wen and his assaults upon her. As he pummeled her, he could no longer accrue malevolence points, prompting him to send her on her way. Wang Zhen's gaze flickered. It seemed the system imposed limitations on the malevolence points obtained from a single individual, preventing continuous accumulation. Seeking bookshelves, yearning for continued reading, imploring for updates, craving comments, she sought it all. Have you lost your mind, daring to shine a flashlight at me? Wang Zhen turned to confront a figure in the corridor. To his adversary, Zhou Wen, he spat venomous words, gaining an additional 300 points of malevolence, rewarded with 1 ton of supplies. The onlookers in the corridor gazed at Wang Zhen, swallowing hard. Was this truly Wang Zhen standing there? He should have been on the brink of death. Hadn't his limbs been shattered? How could he suddenly rise, striking Ding Wen as if he were a paragon of strength? He had lost count of how many slaps he had dealt her. He had even cast her into the flood. This was public execution. Did he truly dare to kill? Since the torrential rain began, no one in the Jinlan community's Building 11 had ever committed murder in plain sight. Wang Zhen could be considered the first. At this moment, he stood there in silence, yet the crowd felt an icy dread, as if he were not a man, but a ferocious beast of the flood. Wang Zhen's lips curled into a smirk as he gazed at the downpour outside. My adversaries, are you prepared? The hunt has commenced. Now let's collect some interest first. Wang Zhen slowly approached one individual. What are you going to do? Zhou Wen stammered nervously, glancing at Wang Zhen. The latter had just unleashed countless blows upon Ding Wen and had thrown her into the flood. Wang Zhen replied coolly, robbery. Hand over all your food. You can't do this. Zhou Wen mustered the courage to protest. You're threatening my life. Slap. Wang Zhen raised his hand and delivered a stinging blow, a cold smile gracing his lips. Double standards, are we? Did you not think of this when you plundered my home? Striking his nemesis while hurling insults, he gained an additional 500 points of malevolence, rewarded with 1 ton of supplies. Wang Zhen found that inflicting malevolence upon men yielded greater rewards than upon women, which pleased him greatly. 2 wasn't the only one, Zhou Wen retorted defiantly. Many others raided your home back then. I didn't take much. I've already consumed all the food. I have nothing left to give, only my life. Fool! Challenging your father? Wang Zhen scoffed coldly, slapping Zhou Wen to the ground. As Zhou Wen dared to raise his head, Wang Zhen pressed his hand down, unleashing a forceful blow that smashed his head against the ground. Zhou Wen's face was bloodied as he struggled in vain. Publicly beating his adversary, he gained another 500 points of malevolence, rewarded with 2 tons of premium supplies. Bang, 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 bang. With the system's delightful chimes ringing in his ears, Wang Zhen's strikes grew increasingly ferocious. Upon detecting Zhou Wen's hopelessness, a longing for death, the system awarded him an additional 1,000 points of malevolence and 5 tons of premium supplies. Only when the system ceased its notifications did Wang Zhen finally halt, snapping Zhou Wen's neck and casting him into the tumultuous waters. Zhou Wen's provisions had all become his OWN. In truth, there was little to speak of. 2 bottles of mineral water, 2 sausages, and a pound of rice. Ding! Successful robbery. Evil deeds value increased by 1,000. Reward, 10 tons of quality supplies. Eliminate the enemy Zhou Wen. Evil deeds value increased by 20,000. Reward, 100 tons of supplies. Current evil deeds value, 39,300 points. In this apocalyptic world, food equates to life. It is everything. When others rob him, he robs others. It is a fair and just exchange. This scene rendered everyone speechless. Faced with the ferocity of Wang Zhen, none of the residents in the corridor dared to utter a word, fearing that disaster would befall them. All were indifferent, as if the situation did not concern them. Among those remaining, although there were no enemies present, Wang Zhen harbored grievances against them and could not help but feel disdain. As a villain, when he feels contempt for others, he prefers to act rather than speak. Wang Zhen approached one individual, dispensing with any idle chatter. Slap. A resounding slap sent 2 teeth flying. Then on to the next. Wang Zhen, are you insane? We have no enmity, a man shouted in anger. Without a word, Wang Zhen continued to strike. Slap, slap, slap. In no time, Wang Zhen had delivered a slap to everyone on the 20th floor. Those who dared to insult him would find themselves at the receiving end of his wrath. Now, even a passing dog would receive a blow from him. Oh, what a thrill! A sense of comfort enveloped him. A smirk danced at the corner of Wang Zhen's mouth as he turned to head towards room 2006. This was his domain, currently occupied by a fitness instructor named Li Yongsheng and his goddess. After Wang Zhen left, the survivors began to whisper among themselves, covering their faces. What gives him the right to strike us? Don't you find it strange? Why has a dying man suddenly become so fierce? Damn it, I nearly wet myself. It was too brutal. My teeth were knocked out. Keep your voice down, or he'll hear you and come kill you. I feel he resents us for not helping him when he was in dire straits. Not even giving him a sip of water. If I had his strength and speed, I would also explode. Bang, bang, bang. Damn it, seeking death are we. Who dares knock on my door? Are you tired of living? After a pause, an enraged voice erupted from within the room. Moments later, the door was yanked open violently. Li Yongsheng, clad in a black tank top, muscles rippling, brandished a baseball bat and bellowed fiercely. Today, I will teach you a lesson. What? Li Yongsheng, perplexed, noted that the man before him had broken arms and legs. How was he standing? He peered outside and around Wang Zhen, recalling that the man had been robbed, limbs shattered, lying on the corridor floor for 4 days without a drop of water or a morsel of food. He should have perished by now. In the living room. Lu Yin relaxed upon seeing Wang Zhen outside, settling into the sofa with her legs crossed. Compared to Lu Riyun, Lu Yin was far more beautiful, possessing a delicate and attractive visage that stirred the imagination. Her voluptuous curves, a waist that could be grasped with a single hand, a full posterior, and well-toned thighs made her physique truly captivating. As a yoga instructor, her form was unparalleled. Wang Zhen had encountered Lu Yin a few times downstairs, but had only admired her from afar. Now, however, feeling his predatory gaze, Lu Yin instinctively tugged at her clothing. Her brow furrowed in distaste. I want to know. Let her accompany me for the night, Wang Zhen declared, pointing at Lu Yin with a smile. Lu Yin thought to herself, this fool is doomed. You're seeking death. Li Yongsheng swung the baseball bat directly at Wang Zhen. Yet, Wang Zhen caught the bat with one hand, swiftly snatching it for himself. The next moment, bang! Wang Zhen wielded the bat with both hands, relentlessly striking Li Yongsheng, brutally beating the enemy fitness instructor. Evil deeds value increased by 600. Reward, 3 tons of supplies. The more formidable the target, the greater the evil deeds value earned. The system's notifications rang ceaselessly, fueling Wang Zhen's fervor. Li Yongsheng was soon left battered and bloodied, multiple bones fractured, curled on the ground, teetering between life and death. Lu Yin on the sofa was taken aback. In her estimation, even 10 Wang Zhens could not match Li Yongsheng. Yet now, the reality was starkly different. Wang Zhen chose not to end Li Yongsheng's life in one blow. He spared him, as he still had matters to attend to. He kicked Li Yongsheng aside, closed the door, and turned his attention to the alluring yoga instructor before him. Indeed, she was enchanting. No wonder so many men in Building 11 were captivated by her. In the past, he had been far too reserved, failing to even steal a few glances at such a stunning beauty. What do you want? Lu Yin asked, her voice somewhat unsteady. What do you think? Wang Zhen inquired with a smile. What you're doing is illegal. Lu Yin protested. Wang Zhen chuckled. In this apocalypse, everyone is in the same boat. Don't you find your words rather ridiculous? Wang Zhen removed his bloodstained shirt, causing Lu Yin to panic. Wang Zhen. There are people outside. Don't do anything reckless. If I scream, they want you to stand by. Wang Zhen shrugged. Go ahead, scream until your throat is raw. No one will come to your aid, of course. You could resist, but it would be futile. Lu Yin seemed to recall something, and her resolve deflated instantly. Wang Zhen lamented. After 5 days of torrential rain, societal order had unraveled. Incidents of forced entry and lockpicking occurred daily in Building 11, escalating into robbery and assault, with no one daring to intervene, let alone offer a helping hand in the apocalypse. Power is everything. Wang Zhen approached Lu Yin. Remove your stockings. Lu Yin instinctively prepared to refuse. But upon meeting Wang Zhen's unyielding gaze, the words caught in her throat. With Li Yongcheng having been subdued, resistance would only lead to further suffering. Wang Zhen smiled, binding Lu Yan's hands behind her back and pressing her head against the door. Humiliating Li Yongcheng's goddess, evil deeds value increased by 200. Reward, 1 ton of supplies. Wang Zhen's eyes sparkled. This could also earn him evil deeds value. The accumulation of evil deeds is built upon the suffering of others. What are you doing? Nothing, just a little test. Wang Zhen pocketed the detector and headed toward the bathroom. Since the onset of the heavy rain, he had become quite foul, the stench unbearable. What do you take me for? Lu Yin challenged. For everyone's safety, let us keep it civil, came Wang Zhen's indifferent voice from the bathroom. Lu Yin was incensed. She was an exceedingly traditional woman, unwilling to allow anyone to touch her before marriage. Even her devoted admirer Li Yongcheng had only been granted permission to date her after the apocalypse, and he had never even held her hand. And now, a filthy lowlife like Wang Zhen was effectively humiliating her, implying that she was a loose woman. Evil deeds value increased by 200. System reward, 1 ton of supplies. Since the torrential rains began, water and electricity had been cut off, and people had to collect rainwater to drink. Wang Zhen filled a bathtub with bottled water and commenced his bathing ritual. Half an hour later, he emerged from the bathroom, glanced at the detector, and pressed Lu Yin against the door. Just then, Li Yongcheng regained consciousness. That moment. He was finally experiencing the pain he had once inflicted upon others. Wang Zhen, I beg you, stop, stop. Li Yongcheng shrieked from outside. He realized that he could hear Lu Yan's voice so clearly, implying she was just on the other side of the door. The thought filled him with rage. Wang Zhen had deliberately spared his life. Then, with a piercing scream from within the room, if at first Lu Yin had resisted, with a high-pitched cry, Li Yongcheng spat blood, truly dying from the fury. Evil deeds value increased by 50,000. Reward, 100 tons of quality supplies. Afterwards, Wang Zhen lit a cigarette. Embrace your true self. Follow your heart's desires. And savor the joys of life. Unexpectedly, there comes an unforeseen delight. Lu Yin has been with Li Yongcheng for so long, yet remains untouched by the complexities of intimacy. In a sense, she has benefited herself. As the apocalypse looms, a woman is likened to mere bread or a packet of instant noodles. Meanwhile, Wang Zhen, burdened with an abundance of resources, finds himself indulging excessively. He has cast aside morality, relishing a life devoid of ethics. After 4 days without sustenance, he hastens to indulge in a lavish feast to quell his hunger. Lu Yin, already faint from deprivation, witnesses him conjuring an array of exquisite delicacies, filling the table to the brim before he devours it heartily. As for Lu Yin, this yoga beauty likely harbors vengeful thoughts. After all, Li Yongcheng was her boyfriend, grievously injured by him and left to perish outside. She would not meekly accept her role as a servant, but rather plot her revenge. Starve her for a few days, and perhaps she might become compliant. If not, drastic measures may be required. Wang Zhen's heart chilled as he shook his head, deciding to set aside these matters for the time being. After all, forcing submission is not an overnight endeavor. For now, he would explore his newfound abilities. Current evil value, 102, 320. The stronger the target of malevolence, the greater the evil value acquired, upon accumulating 100,000 evil points. The system shop shall be unlocked. Space type abilities, 1 million evil points. Time type abilities, 1 million evil points. Mental type abilities, 500,000 evil points. Geomagnetic attraction abilities, 500,000 evil points. Note, Abilities purchased from the system are at their initial level and can be upgraded using evil points. Speed can be enhanced for the cost of 100,000 evil points. Strength can be increased for the same cost. Defense can also be fortified for 100,000 evil points. As his gaze swept across the system store, Wang Zhen's mind raced. The most basic strength and elemental abilities require merely 300,000 evil points for awakening. However, he would naturally opt for the most expensive acquisitions, time and space. The evil points were insufficient. He would need to strive harder. Ding, 100,000 evil points expended. Speed enhancement initiated. The system had already bolstered his strength and defense, which were adequate for now. Speed was a shortcoming, so he focused on that. The sensation of power surging within him was akin to being launched into the cosmos. Remarkably, it was also cost-effective. Wang Zhen's speed doubled from the system's enhancement, soaring past 50 meters per second. In other words, even the explosive speed of a cheetah could not rival his. This was merely the result of the evil points he had accrued overnight. After his meal, he opened the door and disposed of Li Yongqing's remains into the floodwaters. Throughout the entire process, he did not shy away from any witnesses, garnering an additional 1,000 evil points from the onlookers in the corridor. Even the tiniest mosquito is still a morsel. The neighbors in the hallway were silent, not daring to meet his gaze. Upon returning home, Wang Zhen placed his hand on the door, contemplating the fortification of his dwelling. In an instant, a voice resonated in his mind. Would you like to enhance the house, including the door, walls, floor, roof, windows, and all essential facilities? As the cold voice echoed, numbers appeared before Wang Zhen's eyes. 1 day. 18 hours, 6 hours, half an hour. Was this the time required for enhancement? Yes, he fervently affirmed in his mind. The next moment, the entire room began to transform. The enhancement of the bathroom shower system required the least time. Merely half an hour. The half hour passed swiftly. Once complete, Wang Zhen eagerly entered the bathroom to find it transformed. An enormous water tank had appeared, filled with pristine water, equipped with a pump to funnel water into the heater, which was now powered by a battery and transformer rather than the municipal grid. He turned on the shower, experiencing the perfect temperature and absence of any foul odor. It was evident that the system had significantly upgraded the bathroom's water supply. He was utterly astonished. Lu Yin slowly regained consciousness, her attire absent, and with a limp, she pointed accusingly at Wang Zhen, shouting, "Wang Zhen, you are a beast!" Slap. Wang Zhen struck her right cheek, leaving a stark imprint. "How dare you insult me? Can you not discern the difference between high and low?" Wang Zhen's expression was icy. Lu Yin whirled around, her face contorted with resentment as she glared at him. "Don't look at me like that. You weren't so bold a moment ago. Not even a word of thanks, yet you dare to insult me? You have the audacity!" Wang Zhen scoffed. "You vile creature, I will fight you." Lu Yin seethed, rising to confront him with flailing arms. Slap. Wang Zhen struck her left cheek, sending her flying backward at an even greater speed, leaving another clear mark on her face. "I am not one to coddle the delicate. Cease your provocations, or you shall meet the same fate as Li Yongqing. Additionally, do not claim that Li Yongqing has not exchanged food for the company of other women in recent days." Wang Zhen regarded Lu Yin with disdain. "How can you dare to despise me? You and Li Yongqing have been surviving on plundered resources. Without theft, you would have starved long ago. Did I advise you to clear your mind? My strength prevails now, and if you anger me, I will strip you bare and cast you out. You should anticipate what fate awaits you." Wang Zhen continued to extract evil points and resources from Lu Yin. To date, he had amassed over 1,000 tons of supplies. Faced with the cold, unfeeling gaze of Wang Zhen, Lu Yin lowered her head. Since the deluge began, everything she had consumed, drunk, and the shelter she had found were all obtained through Li Yongqing's theft. Wang Zhen had previously suffered 2 broken legs at the hands of Li Yongqing and had even been involved with Lu Rian, Wang Zhen's former girlfriend. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly doomed Wang Zhen not only survived but also emerged victorious, rendering Li Yongqing incapacitated? Now, devoid of compassion, he acted without hesitation, striking those who displeased him. Lu Yin dared not speak out, for that would spell her own demise. Had she possessed such resolve, she would not have allowed Li Yongqing, a mere sycophant, to be her boyfriend, feasting on the spoils of his theft while residing in Wang Zhen's home. By the way, Li Yongsheng is dead, Wang Zhen remarked casually. You killed him? Lu Yin initially thought Wang Zhen was merely jesting, but she soon realized he was indeed capable of murder. Wang Zhen shook his head. It was not I. You drove him to his demise during that moment. Lu Yan's complexion shifted, her body drained of strength. As her mental collapse was detected, evil points increased by 300. Rewards. Wang Zhen reveled in humiliating Lu Yan further. Only when he could extract no more evil points did he transfer all edible provisions to his room. Securing the bedroom door, the lock, enhanced by the system, could only be opened by Wang Zhen. Forcible entry was out of the question. For 4 days, he had been cast aside in the corridor, exposed to the elements. Experiencing the harshness of human nature while remaining in a stupor. Although the system had fortified his body, he still felt overwhelmingly fatigued. Lying on the bed, Wang Zhen slipped into a deep slumber in an instant. When he awoke, it was midday of the following day. He immediately checked the door and surveillance as anticipated. No one could breach the system-enhanced door, that a product of the system is guaranteed to be of superior quality. Wang Zhen exited, preparing to wash up. Upon seeing him emerge, Lu Yan's gaze shot up. Her face had returned to its usual beauty, having recovered from the swelling. Wang Zhen cast a glance her way, but ignored her. Proceeding to the bathroom. Now was the critical moment. After washing, Wang Zhen settled onto the sofa in the living room, unearthing barbecued delicacies and beer, still neglecting Lu Yan, and indulging himself. Suddenly, he recalled the survival tools provided by the system, which included a satellite phone. While ordinary phones had lost signal, the satellite phone remained functional. Retrieving the device, he successfully connected to the satellite and accessed the latest news. China Central Television reported, the torrential rain disaster has impacted regions worldwide. With severe flooding, the government will undertake necessary actions for rescue. We ask the public to be patient. Attention to the public. Do not enter the water unless absolutely necessary. Please remain elevated and await rescue. Important. Fish have evolved dangerously within the floodwaters, exhibiting bloodthirsty and highly aggressive behavior. This crucial information is reiterated thrice. Family, who understands? I went diving down to the supermarket for some food and ended up losing a chunk of flesh from my backside. Now I can't even sit, only lie down, alas. After a decade of fishing without ever catching a 5-pound fish, a torrential downpour arrived, and while seated on my balcony, I managed to reel in a colossal 30-pound creature. Attached are the images that is there a benefactor nearby? I am in dire need of supplies and am willing to offer a handsome reward. I reside in Tianhai Building. Will come to my aid? I shall repay the life-saving grace with my utmost devotion. Comment. Dear poster, your appearance is not your fault, but terrifying others is certainly your misdeed. Comment. You owe me bread. Just a glance at you makes me nauseous. Wang Zhen observed for a while, noting that most of the messages were cries for help. With only a few boasting about food, he scrutinized the image of the fish caught by the angler. It was a carp. Normally, carp lack teeth, yet this one was adorned with sharp fangs. How peculiar! Indeed, Lu Yin had been hungry all day, and upon seeing Wang Zhen grilling and drinking beer, she could not help but salivate. If he were to invite me for barbecue right now, I would acquiesce. Lu Yin thought to herself, but her hopes were in vain. Detecting Lu Yan's crumbling resolve, her malevolence value increased by 200. Wang Zhen silently noted the rising malevolence value, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The moment of Lu Yan's submission was drawing near. Throughout Wang Zhen's meal, he did not cast a glance away. After dining, Wang Zhen ignored Lu Yin and returned to his room. He was unperturbed by the thought of her escaping. Without him opening the door, she could not flee. The following morning, just half an hour after Wang Zhen returned to his room post-breakfast, there was a knock on the bedroom door. The corners of Wang Zhen's mouth lifted slightly. He had thought she might endure hunger for 2 or 3 days. What? No longer harboring hatred for me? Wang Zhen inquired nonchalantly, taking a bite of a spicy snack. Before him stood Lu Yin, having meticulously adorned herself in a sweet and spicy lowly-style dress. Lu Yin gazed at Wang Zhen with longing. Wang Zhen, you have taken away my most precious possession. I am willing to be your woman. Could you spare me some food? I have not eaten for 2 days, and if I don't eat soon, I truly might perish. Ever since Wang Zhen reclaimed his house, Lu Yin had not consumed anything to be why now. It had been 36 hours since her last meal, and with the events of yesterday, she was feeling dizzy. To wish to be my woman, you are still unworthy. Wang Zhen shook his head. I would be content to be your lover. Lu Yin quickly replied, showing no signs of anger, willing to do anything for a morsel of food. Wang Zhen, chewing with a faint smile, remarked, I currently require a maid. I am willing to be your maid. Lu Yin capitulated, looking beseechingly at Wang Zhen, hoping for a morsel, successful in taming Lu Yin as a maid. Her malevolence value increased by 1,000. After finishing a piece of bread, Lu Yin had just stood up. Did I tell you to rise? Wang Zhen looked at her indifferently. Lu Yin, Wang Zhen mused as he walked. So it turns out, he discarded the remaining bread. Oh, you still wish to eat? Lu Yin nodded yes. At that moment, all notions of dignity, shame, and moral values were cast aside by Lu Yin. Once a person comes to terms with reality, shedding their pride, the rest becomes inconsequential. What does it matter to serve as Wang Zhen's maid? It is far better than falling into the hands of those outside. After 36 hours of hunger, Lu Yin had come to a realization that in this apocalyptic world, strength is paramount, and self-respect is utterly trivial. With power, Wang Zhen could incapacitate Li Yongqing and reclaim everything that was rightfully his, including her. Li Yongqing's woman asked for food. With formidable strength, what was there to fear about acquiring it? Very well. Go take a shower, change into clean clothes, and accompany me outside. Lu Yin obediently agreed. During her bath, she left the door ajar. A day later, Wang Zhen tossed Lu Yin a bag of bread and a box of milk, stating, This is your reward for your service. Eat and then accompany me. Thank you, master, Lu Yin replied obediently. Wang Zhen was quite pleased, watching Lu Yin dress before he knocked on the door of the neighboring residence. The wicked child family. I have come for vengeance. The sinister smile curled at the corners of Wang Zhen's mouth. As for Zhao Chang's family of 5, they had been unable to eat or sleep well for days, ever since they learned that Wang Zhen was alive and had mercilessly beaten Dingwen, that repugnant woman, and cast her into the flood. They had been in a state of unease. Moreover, Wang Zhen had retaliated against Zhou Wen and Li Yongqing, a fitness trainer with an impressive physique, had been thoroughly defeated by Wang Zhen. That if Wang Zhen were to come knocking, could they withstand him? Zhao Chang sat restlessly, only able to calm himself slightly by smoking. Zhao Chang's wife, Li Yin, reclined on the sofa, her feet propped on the coffee table, her brow furrowed deeply. Zhao's father and mother sat nearby, sighing heavily. What if Wang Zhen comes to our door? Zhao Chang lamented. We simply want answer. I refuse to believe he can break through our security door. Li Meng retorted defiantly, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. After all, we only took a little food from him, didn't we? If he drives us to desperation, he should not expect to survive either. Zhao's father nodded in agreement. Indeed, if we are pushed too far, we will eliminate him. Rather than waiting for death, we should take the initiative. 4 adults should be able to subdue one, Zhao's mother added. Zhao Chang nodded vigorously. Then let us kill him, erasing any future threats. Zhao Chang's son, Xiao Hu, shouted, beat him to death. The family united in their animosity. Wang Zhen possessed a vast array of food and compressed biscuits. Yet he showed them no compassion. Xiao Hu had knocked on the door multiple times, seeking food, only to be met with cold rejection. They merely wished to obtain more food. What was wrong with that? It was Wang Zhen's indifference that drove them to such lengths. Even Lu Riyun, unable to tolerate it any longer, opened the door, sacrificing one to save many. That if they dared to seek revenge, they would face dire consequences. Zhao Chang, Li Meng, Zhao's father, and Zhao's mother, armed with kitchen knives, fruit knives, frying pans, and cooking pots, sat in the living room, exuding an air of menace and readiness. Xiao Hu, the little fiend, wore a fierce expression, scissors in hand. A series of knocks echoed at the door, causing the 5 inside to tense up, exchanging glances, their breaths heavy. Zhao Chang approached the door, peering through the peephole to see Wang Zhen and Lu Yin. In his heart, he thought maliciously, well, you've come to your demise, and you've brought a beautiful woman with you. Once I deal with you, she will be mine. He exchanged a knowing glance with his father. Zhao's father stealthily positioned himself behind the door, gripping the frying pan tightly. Once the door opened, Zhao Chong would invite Wang Zhen inside, and then he would unleash all his strength to smash the frying pan against Wang Zhen's head, ensuring he would be knocked unconscious immediately. Following that, Zhao's mother and Li Meng would either place a cooking pot over Wang Zhen's head or stab in the side with a knife. Zhao Chong would then slash at Wang Zhen's body with a kitchen knife, ensuring a gruesome end for him. The fantasy ended as Zhao's father tightened his grip on the frying pan. "Open the door, don't force me to act violently," Wang Zhen called from outside. Suddenly, the door swung open. Zhao Chong smiled at Wang Zhen. "Brother Wang has arrived. Please come in." Wang Zhen sneered, anticipating their futile attempt at retaliation, and decided to entertain their play. Enhanced by his physical prowess, his senses were exceptionally sharp. He could not be fooled by Zhao's father's heavy breathing. Wang Zhen then pulled Lu Yin into the house. "I will kill you," Zhao's father shouted as Wang Zhen stepped inside, swinging the frying pan towards the back of Wang Zhen's head. Wang Zhen coldly chuckled, vanishing from his spot. In an instant, he appeared right before the bewildered Zhao's father. In that fleeting moment, Wang Zhen delivered a swift kick, sending Zhao's father flying. Simultaneously, he yanked Lu Yin into the house and shut the door behind them. Zhao's father found himself airborne, his face turning a deep shade of purple, his expression one of agony. After colliding with the ceiling, he crashed heavily onto the floor, blood gushing forth. Detected. "One kick has incapacitated your enemy." Zhao's father. Malevolence value increased by 200. Zhao's family of four stood in stunned silence, utterly flabbergasted. Why was this so different from their expectations? How could he possess such strength, such speed? Zhao Chong, clutching a kitchen knife, glared at Wang Zhen and shouted, "Why are you so vicious in your attacks? I implore you to consider my words with utmost seriousness. Should any misfortune befall my father, I assure you that I will not spare you." Wang Zhen found this amusing. "You all conspire against my life, and when I dare to resist, I am branded as ruthless. Is there no mercy for me? Alas, it is true. One cannot expect reason from the unreasonable Zhao Chong and his family." Witnessing Wang Zhen's nonchalance, Zhao Gang was consumed by rage and lunged at him with a knife. Wang Zhen seized Zhao Chong's arm and snapped it with brutal force. "Spare my life? I was wrong. Please do not kill us," Zhao Chong pleaded in agony. "Now you seek mercy. It is too late." Wang Zhen grinned, striking Zhao Chong down to the ground with a resounding slap, then pressed his shoe on Zhao Chong's face. Twisting with ferocity to this moment, Li Meng, Zhao's mother, and Zhao Xiao, who were gripped by fear, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. The fear levels of Zhao Chong and Li Meng soared to their limits, their malevolent points increasing by 400. At first, Zhao's father was knocked unconscious. Then Zhao Chong's arm was broken, and now he lay there, unable to move, with a foot pressing down on his face. 5 against 1. And yet they had the advantage. So why had it come to this? Wang Zhen, forgive me, I apologize. I beg you, spare my husband, Li Meng implored, her face a mask of grievance, accustomed to her previous dominance. Li Meng naively believed that a mere apology would suffice to save her family. Little did she know, if apologies were truly effective, the cost of wrongdoing would be far too trivial. Wang Zhen scoffed. With a crack, Wang Zhen crushed Zhao Chong's weapon beneath his foot. Zhao Chong let out a chilling scream before losing consciousness. For rendering Zhao Chong incapable of being a man, his malevolent points increased by 200. How can you be so cruel? Zhao's mother shouted, her anger barely contained. We are all neighbors. One must show mercy. We have apologized. What more do you want? Li Meng glared at Wang Zhen with venomous resentment, setting aside the facts. Do you believe you are without fault? Wang Zhen cast a cold glance at the two, causing them to fall silent, their bodies trembling in terror, losing control of their bladders. I will kill you. Devil, Zhao Xiao, who charged at Wang Zhen with a fruit knife. However, bang! Wang Zhen merely lifted his foot, sending the reckless child flying backward, crashing to the ground, unconscious. This child was an accomplice. Wang Zhen would not show mercy simply because of his youth. He believed in eradicating threats at their roots. Assaulting the child added 50 malevolent points. Continued demand for updates, for continued reading, for encouragement, all is sought. Swiftly, the clock struck the afternoon of the following day. The events instigated by Wang Zhen had spread throughout Building 11. The murder of Ding Wan, the robbery of Zhou Wan, the reclamation of his home, and the slaying of Li Yongcheng, the domination of Lu Yin, and the violent assault on the Zhao family of 5. Particularly the Zhao family, who, under generous reward, were tormented by Lu Gang and his men for an entire day and night, their care thorough and meticulous. The harrowing incidents of that day were witnessed by many in the corridor. An utterly distressing sight. How monstrous! All ages were affected. With no entertainment in this apocalyptic world, people began to gossip, some describing events vividly to alleviate their own fears. Was Wang Zhen cruel? Indeed, but did the Zhao family not reap what they had sown? Did anyone dare to condemn Wang Zhen? No. The fates of others mattered little to them. Instead, some began to form cliques, banding together for warmth, establishing small factions to seize others' resources for survival. If Wang Zhen, that worthless wretch, dared to kill, what was stopping them? Everyone was merely fighting to live. Among those who had participated in robbing Wang Zhen's home, 11 individuals, now fearful, gathered to hold a meeting with the obvious intent of eliminating Wang Zhen and eradicating the threat. Qian San stepped forward. Dear neighbors, I am Qian San. That scoundrel Wang Zhen still lives and has begun to retaliate. We must unite and strike first. Uniting was not the issue, but someone must take the lead. Sun Lei raised an eyebrow, introducing himself. I previously held an executive position at a corporation. I believe I possess the capability to lead us to survival. Just you. Qian San scoffed, glaring at Sun Lei, slamming a knife onto the table. If you go out now and kill someone, I will acknowledge you as our leader. If not, then cease your empty chatter. Sun Lei, undeterred, replied. Are you capable? Watch closely. Brat. Qian San's eyes gleamed with malice as he brandished the knife and stepped outside. Within minutes, a piercing scream echoed through the corridor, followed by Qian San dragging a bloodied corpse into the room. His face contorted with rage. He glanced at the others before pulling a strikingly beautiful woman inside. The 10 individuals within fell silent, terror-stricken by Qian San's actions. Thinking him ruthless, he killed a man and seized his wife. Was Qian San attempting to establish his dominance? I shall become your leader. Who agrees? Who opposes? Qian San's gaze was cold and merciless as he surveyed the crowd. Before anyone could voice dissent, Qian San declared, Well then, since no one opposes, I am your leader from this moment forth. The torrential rain continued, having poured for 14 days, transforming Tianhai City into a swamp. Rescue seemed a distant hope, perhaps never to arrive. Since others could not be relied upon, they would have to depend on themselves. Only through unity and mutual assistance could they seize resources from others and find hope for survival. Would they wait to starve? Or would they take a chance? The atmosphere was charged with fervor. Qian San, establishing his authority through murder, became the leader of the 10. After the meeting, he presented the stolen woman to the others. Brothers, I, Qian San, am a man of honor. This woman is remarkable and shall not be hoarded. That I shall take the first turn, and you may line up behind me. Lu Riyun watched in horror as Qian San dragged the woman into the room, only to be met with screams from within. You are inhuman. Help! Lu Riyun realized, after being with Qian San, that he was not the person she had imagined. Unlike Wang Zhen, who had lavished her with affection, Qian San showed her no respect, resorting to violence and coercing her to barter her body for food. Should she refuse, she faced beatings and starvation. Regret consumed her. She truly regretted her choices. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would never have pursued a relationship with Qian San, nor would she have opened the door. Wang Zhen would not have discovered her infidelity. He would have continued to love and cherish her. She would have remained blissful and carefree, occasionally going out with Wang Zhen to watch movies. Unlike now, where, under Qian San's coercion, she had become a mere shadow of her former self. She longed not for excitement anymore. She yearned to return to Wang Zhen's side, to be his precious treasure once more. But how could she earn his forgiveness? In the past, Lu Riyun had absolute confidence in her ability to sway Wang Zhen. Even if she made mistakes, she would never admit it. A little pout or display of anger would suffice to compel Wang Zhen to apologize and make amends. But now, that confidence had evaporated, especially with Lu Yin now in Wang Zhen's life. Lu Yin was more beautiful, her figure more alluring. Would Wang Zhen still accept her? Surely he would. They were not divorced yet, and she remained his wife. He had treated her so well and loved her deeply. If she returned to him, he would surely be as kind as before. Lurian reassured herself. Even now, she did not believe she had erred. At this moment, however, a man had set his sights on Lurian, seizing her hand. "Treat my brothers well. Dare to resist, and I will kill you." Qian San's icy voice rang out, sending a shiver down Lu Riyun's spine. Lu Riyun had no thoughts of resistance. Building 11 had descended into chaos, with everyone resorting to theft and murder. In times of plenty, desires awaken. In times of deprivation, thievery arises. When life becomes unbearable and hope fades, individuals resort to their own means of survival. In the corridor, some began to loot, smash doors, occupy others' homes, and seize food, while residents on higher floors lived in constant fear, barricading their doors against intruders. The brutal law of the jungle and bloody slaughter unfolded at every moment. Meanwhile, Liu Gang and his associates, having unleashed their inner demons, set their sights on the tightly shut door of room 2001. Room 2001 housed a kind-hearted middle-aged couple. Ever since the incident with Wang Zhen, they had refrained from opening their door to this moment. Bang, bang, bang. Liu Gang pounded on the door of room 2001, shaking it violently, while the middle-aged couple inside trembled, scarcely daring to breathe. Hearing the commotion, the occupants, recognizing the situation, decided to open the door, hoping to avoid death as long as they surrendered their supplies. Otherwise, if we were to force our way in, Liu Gang menaced from behind the door. A cold smile playing on his lips, that moment. Who would dare to open the door? Opening it would be tantamount to death. Wang Zhen drew back the curtains for a glance, but chose to disregard it. He was no saint after all. Neighbors? Did he even know them? Building 11, room 2106. Zhang Jing resided there. Not only was she a teacher, but also an exquisite beauty, drawing a full house every time she taught, with students earnestly listening. Whether they were genuinely paying attention or merely entranced by her beauty remained a mystery. That day, she was startled by the heart-wrenching screams from downstairs, echoing endlessly, prompting her to barricade the door with her sofa and cabinets. Clad in comfortable home attire, she nestled on the couch, nibbling on potato chips while sipping rainwater collected on her balcony. Suddenly, a violent knocking resounded, accompanied by shouts from outside. "Open the door. Let me in. Please, I have no food left, and I'm starving. Did I want to open the door? Just leave." Zhang Jing feigned weakness in her voice. "Whether there's food or not is not for you to decide." Seeing Zhang Jing's refusal to open the door, Go Qianba outside grabbed a tool to break in, determined to force the door open. With a shattered lock, the door would inevitably yield. Go Qianba, a man steeped in the lending business, bore tattoos of flowers on his arms and had an intimidating appearance. Upon hearing of Wang Zhen's deeds, and before the security could intervene, he began to unleash his malevolence, stealing countless supplies. Bang! Bang! The repeated thud struck Zhang Jing's heart, sending shivers coursing through her body. What to do? What to do? The door would eventually give way, and if they got their hands on her, she and T ventured outside for days but was acutely aware of the chaos that reigned. Robberies, brawls, people bleeding for the slightest morsel of food. Women had become mere objects of contention for men, and if she were to fall into the hands of those men outside, it would be a fate worse than death. A chill ran down Zhang Jing's spine, her face paling as she trembled and stammered, "I will not open the door. Please stop banging. Breaking into a private residence is against the law. Do you not fear the reckoning once the rain ceases?" "Against the law? I'm on the brink of starvation. This is a matter of emergency." Go Tianba snarled, his face a mask of fury as he continued to assault the door. "Yes, we're in a state of emergency." A follower chimed in. Go, the woman inside is a real catch. Once the door is breached, we can all enjoy her." He smirked. If she fell into their clutches, it would truly be a nightmare. In that moment, a thought ignited in Zhang Jing's mind. She must not be captured. She swiftly packed her food into a backpack and tied all the bed sheets and curtains together, securing them to the balcony's glass door. Click! The lock shattered. Zhang Jing glanced back one last time and began to descend the makeshift rope she had created from the curtains. The torrential rain lashed against her face and body. And as she looked down at the surging waters below, a grim realization struck her. If there were no other options, then perhaps death would be her release. Reaching the balcony of room 2006, she peered inside and spotted Wang Zhen enjoying hot pot, while Lu Yin knelt beside him. Wang Zhen had already heard the commotion and, upon seeing the beauty descending via the bedsheets, offered a warm smile. "Hello there. Are you practicing rock climbing?" Lu Yin glanced up, recognizing her as the beautiful teacher Zhang Jing. "What on earth are you doing climbing down like that? Aren't you afraid of falling?" In the next instant, Wang Zhen picked up a hot pot sausage and placed it in front of her bowl. She quickly stuffed it into her mouth, savoring the flavor, being a beauty herself. Zhang Jing knew Lu Yin. "Hey, you're just going to stand there. They'll drag you back up." Wang Zhen kindly warned Zhang Jing. She exclaimed, her face draining of color as she turned to Wang Zhen, pleading, "Can I come in and hide? I found that filthy bitch. She climbed down through the window. Pull her back up. If she dares to flee, I will torment her day and night until she wishes for death." As the voices drew nearer, two distorted faces appeared at the window, beginning to tug at the curtains. Zhang Jing quickly let go of the curtains and lay flat on the balcony. Wang Zhen glanced at Zhang Jing's backpack before turning to Lu Yin. "Open the window. Let us pull her in." Once Zhang Jing squeezed through the window, her entire body went limp as she collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. Observing her rapid breathing, Wang Zhen couldn't help but marvel at the hidden depths of this woman. She possessed a breathtaking face, a figure to die for, long, slender legs, and a waist that could be clasped with a single hand. Her flawless physique and visage were a sight to behold. Had this been the world before the apocalypse, Wang Zhen could only have dreamed of encountering such a woman. But now, whether to indulge in beef or not lay entirely in his hands, he wanted her, feeling Wang Zhen's gaze upon her. Zhang Jing felt a flush of embarrassment and irritation, her blood pressure rising. "Go downstairs." She went downstairs. "Capture her." A commanding voice rang out, sending Zhang Jing's face pale. "Quick, shut the door tight. Block it with everything you can. If they break in, we're done for." Wang Zhen remained unfazed, continuing to enjoy his hot pot, and even began to sing. His house had been fortified, and breaking through his security door was simply impossible. After a moment, the door was met with a series of loud bangs. Wang Zhen shook his head, set down his chopsticks, and slowly approached the door. Zhang Jing's face went pale as she dashed forward to block Wang Zhen. "Do not open the door. If you do, Lu Yin and I will become their playthings, and you will die." Wang Zhen frowned. "Step aside." Lu Yin quickly pulled Zhang Jing away. Life in the apocalypse had its dull moments, and since someone had come knocking, it would be far more entertaining to toy with them rather than simply kill them, thereby accumulating some evil points. Wang Zhen opened the door with a calm demeanor, asking, "Who are you looking for?" "You must be Wang Zhen." Go Qianba, brimming with arrogance, replied, "I am Go Qianba. You may call me Go Good. I have some business with you that I don't know you." Bang! Just as Go Qianba attempted to step inside, Wang Zhen violently slammed the door shut, leaving him on the outside. Wang Zhen's dismissal left Go Qianba taken aback, his blood pressure rising. The followers beside him were equally astonished at Wang Zhen's blatant disregard, casting bewildered glances at Go Qianba. This only served to further humiliate Go Qianba, who fancied himself a significant figure in Building 11, adopting a demeanor befitting a boss. In his view, Wang Zhen would surely recognize his status and graciously invite them in. Never did he expect that upon opening the door, Wang Zhen would not even glance at him before shutting the door again. Go Qianba's expression darkened. A burly man beside him fanned the flames. He probably killed a few people and thinks he is invincible, getting all cocky. Upon hearing this, Go Qianba's face darkened like stormy waters as he gestured for the hefty man to knock on the door again. Once more, the door opened, and Go Qianba frowned. "Wang Zhen, I know Zhang Jing is inside your house. Hand her over, and we can all be on good terms." "What if I refuse?" Wang Zhen replied, a mocking smile on his face. "That means you're refusing to show me respect. Those who do not offer me face rarely end up well." Go Tianbai's voice lowered, laced with menace. Before he could finish, Wang Zhen interrupted him, scoffing, "You're the first self-important fool I've encountered. You think I owe you respect? Go look in a mirror and see what kind of worthless thing you are." At his words, Go Tianbai's lips twitched, his face turning crimson. "Say that again." It was over. It was truly over. He had enraged the other party. Zhang Jing felt a surge of despair. Had she known, she would have jumped from the building to end it all. Detecting Go Qianba's rising fury. Evil points 300. What a peculiar demand. I called you a fool. Go look in the mirror. Wang Zhen teased, digging his ears. Go Qianba's face flushed with rage, and he cursed. You recording death. Who gave you the audacity to insult me? Daring to provoke me. Go Qianba. You clearly seek death. Brothers, take him out. The host detected a series of provocations directed at Go Qianba, resulting in an increase of 300 in the malevolent value. Infuriated to an extreme, Go Qianba spat fierce threats while swinging a fire axe at Wang Zhen, aiming to cleave him in half. Behind Go, a stout man, broad-shouldered and rotund, raised his foot to deliver a devastating kick to Wang Zhen's groin, intent on crippling him. With a sharp crack, the scene before Go blurred as the fire axe found its way into Wang Zhen's grasp, leaving Go's arm grotesquely twisted and broken. Simultaneously, the hefty man let out a pained shriek as Wang Zhen's kick obliterated his lower body. Following this, with a resounding slap, Wang Zhen sent Go crashing to the ground, a cascade of teeth spilling forth as he made intimate contact with the floor. The three onlookers stood frozen in terror, their faces ashen. The system registered Go Qianba's shift from rage to dread, adding 500 to the malevolent value. The stout man's deep-seated resentment contributed an additional 300 points, while Zhang Jing's astonished state added 100 at inside. Zhang Jing was momentarily stunned. She hadn't anticipated that Wang Zhen, appearing rather slight, possessed such formidable strength. The speed at which the axe had transferred to Wang Zhen's hands eluded her comprehension. Swift and powerful, her earlier concern for her safety had evaporated, replaced by a burgeoning desire to remain within Wang Zhen's abode. You kick me? I dare you to try. I won't let you off easily. Wang Zhen roared, delivering a fierce kick to the stout and in the blink of an eye, the man was reduced to a gruesome heap. The system noted the host's violent actions that instilled fear among the bystanders, granting an additional 1,000 malevolent points. You three, relinquish all your supplies. Do not compel me to resort to violence. Wang Zhen grinned, showcasing a mouthful of white teeth as he swung the fire axe down upon the stout man's arm, crimson blood bubbling forth. The three standing men were on the verge of wetting themselves, obediently retreating to the 21st floor to retrieve all the food. With the supplies in hand and the malevolent value accrued, Wang Zhen decisively severed the stout man's head from his body. Splatter! Blood sprayed forth like a garden hose, drenching the three men in the process. Silence fell over the 20th floor as all present averted their gazes, not daring to meet Wang Zhen's eyes. The system recorded the host's act of slaying 5 individuals, instilling terror in the crowd, adding a staggering 50,000 to the malevolent value. Wang Zhen tossed the fire axe onto the ground and gestured towards the room, stating coolly, "Come out and bring all the food inside." Lu Yin emerged to carry the supplies into the room as Zhang Jing stepped outside. The stench of blood overwhelmed her, prompting an uncontrollable wave of nausea. Leaving her pale and trembling, did I continue to seek requests for bookshelves, for ongoing reads, for updates, for comments, everything I can ask for. The trio of underlings, sensing Wang Zhen's disregard, attempted to flee. Halt! Do you treat my space as a lavatory? You come and go as you please. Wang Zhen's voice boomed, causing the three to immediately drop to their knees, tears streaming down their faces. Brother, we were blind. It was all Go's fault. Please spare us. Their desperate pleas for mercy intensified the malevolent value by increments of 500, 500, and 600. Alas, I've always been soft-hearted. Wang Zhen sighed. I end this apocalyptic era. I cannot bear to see you starve, so I've decided to end your suffering. You want to kill us? Let us fight. Cornered, the three felt their courage surge, one of them bellowing as the other two lunged at Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen smirked, delivering a lightning-fast punch that sent one man's face into his skull, ensuring he would never rise again. Malevolent value increased by 21,000. Witnessing this scene, everyone present wondered, is this a human? Wang Zhen unleashed another punch. Bang! Since they had come to challenge him, he resolved to leave none alive. Assessing that the accumulation of malevolent points would depend on circumstances, Wang Zhen preferred to cut through the chaos swiftly and decisively. Another punch dispatched another assailant, and yet another, devoid of any extravagant maneuvers. One punch, one resolution, current malevolent value. 117000 to slaying a woman yields 10,000 malevolent points. Killing a man grants 20,000 unconventional slayings of men promise substantial malevolent rewards. For instance, Li Yongcheng, who was driven to despair, earned 50,000 malevolent points. Wang Zhen mused, if Zhao Chang's family were to be tortured to death, the resulting malevolent value would surely be greater. Lu Yin, having witnessed Wang Zhen's lethal prowess before, remained unfazed. Zhang Jing, however, was pale with fear, grappling with the realization that the man before her was a monstrous figure, so ruthless and violently bloodthirsty. Curiously, rather than dread, she felt a flicker of excitement within her. In the corridor, Sun Lei observed Wang Zhen's merciless slaughter, his own complexion drained of color. The fear ignited within him added 200 to the malevolent value. Passerby Lu Jie trembled in fear of the host, contributing another 200 points. Passerby Zhang Yong, too, was gripped by fear, adding yet another 200. Sun Lei had been dispatched by Qian San to monitor Wang Zhen, but found himself witnessing a gruesome spectacle. Scrambling away in terror, third brother, Wang Zhen single-handedly killed 5 men and even decapitated 3. Their corpses lie below. Sun Lei hastily retreated to the 15th floor. Qian San, gathering his men, arrived at the corridor to find the bodies of Go Tianba's group. His expression darkening. Third brother, while he hasn't yet sought revenge, let us send someone to apologize, returning a portion of the supplies we initially seized, offering him a way out that he wouldn't dare refuse such an offer. Indeed, maintaining amicable relations fosters prosperity. One of his underlings chimed in. Though reluctant to bow down, Qian San acknowledged Sun Lei's astute observation. If Wang Zhen came seeking retribution, 5 men would be insufficient, and he was unsure if even 10 would suffice. However, as the instigator of Wang Zhen's earlier torment, he was certain he would be the first to die. For now, it was prudent to avoid direct confrontation with Wang Zhen. Reconciliation would be preferable. Should he refuse, they must be prepared to strike first. Qian San immediately instructed his men to gather supplies and advised Lu Riyun to rest for the night, planning to make amends the following day. After disposing of the corpses outside, Lu Yin and Zhang Jing returned to their room, securing the door. Zhang Jing, smoothing her hair, approached Wang Zhen, extending her fair, smooth hand. Thank you immensely. Without your intervention, I would have faced dire consequences. Wang Zhen clasped her hand firmly, refusing to let go. That I suppose I have saved your life. Is a mere thank you sufficient? Lu Yan's hand was warm and supple, radiating a passionate heat, while Zhang Jing's was cool and smooth, exuding a different sensation altogether. Held captive by Wang Zhen's grip, Zhang Jing hesitated to withdraw her hand, fearful of the repercussions, and forced a smile, saying, "Of course not, that I can offer you food, money. I will never forget your life-saving grace." Wang Zhen scoffed, shaking his head. "Oh, you truly think I lack food? And does money hold any value now? Spare me the platitudes. I am a practical man, that if you wish to express your gratitude, do so meaningfully. A life saved should be repaid with a life devoted." Wang Zhen's meaning was unmistakable, and Zhang Jing could hardly ignore it, especially with him still holding her hand. Simultaneously, she felt a twinge of shock. Wang Zhen already had Lu Yin, but was brazenly suggesting she repay him with her body in front of her. Did he not fear Lu Yan's ire? Would it result in chaos? Did he wish to embrace both women, reveling in shared pleasures? Zhang Jing found it difficult to accept that this appropriate. You already have Lu Yin. She dared not outright refuse. She is my maid. Your role is merely that of maid as well. Wang Zhen stated earnestly. Lu Yin promptly knelt, resembling a submissive child at Wang Zhen's feet, murmuring, "Master, may I massage your legs?" Zhang Jing stood agape, her mouth wide enough to fit an egg. She felt her worldview shatter. Lu Yin, a woman of her caliber, was willingly degrading herself to serve Wang Zhen. The thought was incomprehensible. Of course, you may refuse. You can choose to be my maid or leave. The decision lies with you. Wang Zhen, having finished speaking, released Zhang Jing's hand. Upon exiting that door, Given her appearance and physique, it was inevitable that she would become something of a commodity. She might not even be able to secure food and drink. Facing the grim possibility of 3 meals a day in scarcity, and ultimately, perhaps, even being tormented to death. Accompanying Wang Zhen, though her dignity was compromised, she belonged solely to him, guaranteed ample sustenance, free from the fear of losing her life. Coming to this realization, Zhang Jing resolutely declared, "Master, I am willing to be your maid." Wang Zhen, having cleared his ears, replied, "What did you say? I didn't catch that." With determination, Zhang Jing raised her voice, "Master, I am willing to be your maid." Evil points increased by 200 to first. "Let's conduct a checkup, then take a bath." Wang Zhen suppressed his excitement. Regardless of circumstances, personal safety remained paramount. In this apocalyptic world, to survive, one must maintain absolute rationality and avoid any carelessness. Half an hour later, Zhang Jing's examination results were in, confirming no issues. After her bath, Wang Zhen also entered for a wash. "Sister Yin, when did you become involved with the master?" Zhang Jing casually inquired while seated beside Lu Yin. 3 days ago, Lu Yin candidly recounted her experiences. "Wang Zhen killed your boyfriend. Don't you hate him? Don't you want revenge?" Zhang Jing questioned. "Revenge?" Lu Yin scoffed coldly. "I never considered it. Li Yongcheng was merely a temporary measure. He was nothing more than a lapdog. Besides, in comparison to the master, he pales in both strength and capability." Zhang Jing's face flushed. She had never had a boyfriend. Lu Yin, desiring companionship and conversation, continued to encourage Zhang Jing. "Dear sister, once you've made your choice, do not waver. In these times, simply surviving is a blessing." Zhang Jing nodded gently. "Sister Yin, I understand." After a while, Wang Zhen emerged from the bathroom, observing the freshly bathed Zhang Jing. With her long, black hair damply cascading over her delicate shoulders, she appeared exceptionally alluring. What man has not fantasized about such beauty? Now, she belonged to him. Zhang Jing nervously approached Wang Zhen. "Zhang Jing, regain your composure. I prefer your serious demeanor that keeps others at bay." A day later, everything had settled. Wang Zhen opened his eyes, cradling the beauty in his arms, his heart tumultuous. Just conversing with stunning women like Zhang Jing or Lu Yin before the impending storm could excite him for an entire night. Yet now, the two exquisite beauties of Building 11, goddesses among numerous men, had become his possessions. Today marked the 15th day since the deluge began. Wang Zhen checked his evil points. 119,000. He had quite a distance to go before reaching 1 million. He needed to actively seek opportunities to accrue more evil points. With a sigh, Wang Zhen rose to wash his face and brush his teeth. He overheard that Xian San had formed a force, and Lu Riyun had become a public girlfriend. Currently, the opposing team consisted of 14 members. Eliminating them would only yield 280,000 evil points. Should he allow them to grow for a few more days? Wait for a larger group to reap the rewards all at once? Just as Wang Zhen pondered, someone knocked at the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Husband, I'm back. Open the door." Lu Riyun, her hands bound, shouted from outside. Learning that Xian San intended to return her to Wang Zhen filled her heart with joy. As she felt she had finally escaped her suffering, simultaneously, her heart brimmed with resentment. None of those who had humiliated her would be spared. She would ensure they begged for life and death. Only by tormenting them could she alleviate her hatred. Thus, regardless of the price, she sought Wang Zhen's forgiveness, even if it meant following a path she had previously despised. Wang Zhen activated his fully charged advanced phone and checked the surveillance outside. Even in ashes, he would recognize the 3 individuals. 2 men had previously robbed his home, and the other woman was naturally his malevolent wife, Lu Rin. However, her current state was abysmal, appearing worse than a beggar from before the apocalypse. Her exposed skin marred with bruises, clearly having been beaten by someone. The word miserable could not encapsulate her plight. Since she had come seeking him, there was no reason to let her go. Wang Zhen felt invigorated and roused Lu Yin and Zhang Jing from slumber. "Wake up, no more sleeping." "Master, let's sleep a little longer," Lu Yin protested, clinging to Wang Zhen's waist. "I've been working all night, and my back can't handle it." "Get up quickly, my enemies are here." "Dress nicely," Wang Zhen commanded, his tone leaving no room for dissent. retrieving 2 sets of pristine clothing for them that we promise not to embarrass you. Master, Lu Yin cheered, swiftly rising, and quietly explained to Zhang Jing, that's the saintly BTCH who drove the master out of the house. After Lu Yin and Zhang Jing got ready, they began to wash up and apply makeup. Half an hour later, as Lu Riyun and her companions grew impatient, the door of room 2006 opened, and a faint voice emerged. Come in, Sun Lei bowed outside. Brother Zhen, I apologize for the grievances of the past few days. I hope you can overlook my shortcomings and forgive me that I've brought back the food I took from you. And oh, hard feelings. Please bring in the items, Wang Zhen replied with a generous smile. Feigning magnanimity, having stolen his supplies and broken multiple bones in the process, now seeking reconciliation seemed like a futile endeavor. Sun Lei and another person began to move items into the room. Lu Riyun strutted in like the lady of the house. Upon seeing Lu Yin and Zhang Jing, she momentarily froze. After a while, she turned to Wang Zhen, her expression mournful. Wang Zhen, it's all my fault. I couldn't foresee another outcome. I regret listening to Qian San's sweet words and betraying you. Please, can we return to how we once were? Perhaps such eloquence was reserved for someone like Lu Riyun, who could twist death into life. She seemed to believe she and Wang Zhen were a couple lost to time. Wang Zhen chuckled, beckoning Lu Yin and Zhang Jing to sit beside him. Gently stroking their hair, he then turned to Lu Riyun, smiling. Do you think these two are beautiful? Lu Riyun's face turned ashen. After a moment, she forced herself to respond, Beautiful, but what does it matter? I am your wife. I'm the one who truly loves you. Lu Yin, with her years of yoga training, possessed a supple, flawless physique, her skin radiant and glowing. After applying delicate makeup, she resembled a mesmerizing enchantress. Zhang Jing, with her stunning visage and striking figure, her long legs exuding an air of scholarly grace, would leave any man spellbound. Lu Riyun, observing the two women, felt a sense of inadequacy wash over her. With Wang Zhen now possessing such exceptional women, would he still accept her? She asked herself. He would. Surely he would. He had vowed to love her for a lifetime. I will earn his forgiveness. Resolving herself, Lu Riyun suddenly knelt before him, her expression pleading. Darling, please give me a chance. There are too many misunderstandings between us. Ha! Wang Zhen burst into laughter, then with a mocking gaze, turned to Lu Riyun. Tell me, how many boyfriends have you had during this time? Just looking at you makes me feel filthy and disgusted. With that, his evil points increased by 500. No, I'm not filthy. Lu Riyun hastily defended herself. I was coerced by them. You can't look down on me. I will obey you from now on, whatever you say. I won't be willful anymore. Wang Zhen was taken aback. Lu Yin and Zhang Jing were equally stunned. The three of them felt as though their worldviews had been shattered once more. As Lu Riyun prepared to speak again, Wang Zhen frowned. Silence her. Yes, master. Lu Yin approached Lu Riyun, wielding a baseball bat. What are you going to do? Lu Riyun stuttered. Lu Yin swung the baseball bat with all her might, striking Lu Riyun squarely in the face, instantly silencing the entire room. Lu Riyun's body convulsed as her teeth were shattered, some even swallowed, serving as a rather macabre form of calcium supplement. The brutal assault on Lu Riyun incited a deep-seated hatred, adding 1,000 to her malevolence score. She glared at Lu Yin and Wang Zhen with venomous eyes, having already lowered her head in submission, wondering why Wang Zhen refused to forgive her. Brother Zhen, we've finished moving the items. We're leaving now. Visit us at 1803 when you have time. Sun Lei said respectfully. I'm afraid you cannot leave just yet. Wang Zhen replied, shaking his head. Brother Zhen, we would never dare to oppose you again. You are magnanimous. Would you let us go this once? Sun Lei pleaded, bowing deeply. Wang Zhen remained silent, pulling a handgun from his pocket, grinning as he looked at the two men, asking with a grin, if I were to give you this gun, would you shoot me? No. Sun Lei chuckled awkwardly, though he did not believe the weapon was real. In China, firearms are strictly prohibited. How could an ordinary person possess one? Yet, intimidated by Wang Zhen's evident strength, he dared not voice his true thoughts. You dare to lie and deceive me? Die. Wang Zhen pressed the gun against Sun Lei's forehead. Bang! The act of shooting someone added 21,000 to his malevolence score. Wang Zhen then glanced at the bespectacled man kneeling on the ground, wiping the gun with a towel. and squinting, asked, "If I handed you the gun, would you shoot me?" The bespectacled man was taken aback. The gun was indeed real. Upon hearing the question, his eyes darted around, and he muttered, "Perhaps." Wang Zhen sneered, still harboring thoughts of murder. "You will die." With that, the bespectacled man collapsed. Lifeless, he could not comprehend why there was no other answer to this question, why both answers led to death. Lu Ruiyun could not fathom why Wang Zhen possessed a gun. His unpredictable temper had claimed 2 lives in the blink of an eye. Was she next? She did not wish to die. The system detected that Lu Ruiyun's fear reached a threshold, adding 1,000 to her malevolence score. Why? She had apologized. Why would he not forgive her? Indeed, a man's words can be deceitful. The vows of eternal love were nothing but lies. Bah, what a scoundrel. The system noted Lu Ruiyun's rising resentment, adding 1,000 to her malevolence score. Wang Zhen, however, mused that when he loved her, she was his prized possession. But when he no longer loved her, she became merely a nuisance, repulsive to behold. Wang Zhen looked down at Lu Ruiyun, grinning widely, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "Are you afraid? Do you resent me? Hold on, the show I have prepared for you is far from over." He then retreated to the kitchen, returning with 2 bowls of fragrant spicy hot pot, placing them before Lu Yin and Zhang Jing. "A treat for you both. Enjoy." "Thank you, Master," Lu Yin exclaimed joyfully, knowing that Wang Zhen's food was always exceptionally delectable. This bowl of hot pot, which she would have scoffed at before the apocalypse, now made her want to kneel and sing his praises. Lu Yin devoured her meal heartily, while Zhang Jing cast a disdainful glance at Lu Ruiyun before hastily eating to replenish her energy from the previous night. They referred to Wang Zhen as Master. Lu Ruiyun was utterly shocked, struggling to believe her eyes. How could 2 stunning beauties be calling Wang Zhen their master? Moreover, there was hot food here, and it smelled divine, far beyond anything self-heating. Outside, floods raged, and the days were harsh without water, electricity, or gas. Even with rice and flour, one could not cook. Some resorted to using liquor as fuel, while others burned furniture for warmth, and some even ate raw rice and drank rainwater. Since following Qian San, Lu Ruiyun had not even had a sip of hot water. Yet here was Wang Zhen, with a spicy hot pot, exuding such tempting aromas. All of this should rightfully belong to her. Yet it had turned into a feast for these 2 wretched women. Lu Ruiyun's jealousy was driving her to madness. The system detected Lu Ruiyun's jealousy reaching a threshold, adding 1,000 to her malevolence score. It was indeed effective. Wang Zhen's eyes sparkled as he made another trip to the kitchen, returning with an array of delectable dishes. Bird's nest chicken soup, sea cucumber with pig tendons, Buddha jumps over the wall. Soul-stirring rice, boiled cabbage, sauerkraut fish, twice-cooked pork, spicy crayfish, spicy rabbit heads, chestnut chicken, chives with kidney. There was even more. Lu Ruiyun was left dumbfounded. Why, what right did Wang Zhen indulge in such lavish meals? Why was she not the one dining at the table? "Would you like to eat?" Wang Zhen asked with a smile. Lu Ruiyun was rendered speechless, frantically nodding, her eyes brimming with desired. "Ha. Still want to eat? I fear you might suffer from indigestion." Wang Zhen feigned regret. Lu Ruiyun glared at Wang Zhen, wishing she could consume him, tear his muscles, and drink his blood, reducing him to ashes. Her growing resentment added 1,300 to her malevolence score. The more miserable Lu Ruiyun became, the happier he felt, his thoughts growing clearer, and his appetite improving. After finishing his meal, looking at the leftover dishes, Wang Zhen turned to Lu Yin and Zhang Jing, noting that they needed nourishment as well. He couldn't allow them to grow too thin, or the bumpy ride would be unpleasant. "The leftovers are for you." "Thank you, Master," Lu Yin and Zhang Jing chorused, delighting in their feast, their mouths smeared with grease. After they finished eating, Wang Zhen instructed them to take a shower. Do you think with these 2 lovely ladies, I would still look at you?" Wang Zhen gazed at Lu Ruiyun with derision in his eyes. "Do you even look in a mirror? What gave you the confidence to think I would ever forgive you? Is it the T0 version that bolstered your confidence? What a self-inflicted humiliation." Lu Yin and Zhang Jing were the epitome of beauty, grace, and physique. Before the apocalypse, had Lu Ruiyun found herself in the same bathhouse as these 2, witnessing their bath, she would have felt utterly inferior. Yet now, these 2 beauties were doing everything to please Wang Zhen, shattering her worldview. Lu Riyun's temper flared. Scoundrel, you wretched man, you treat me this way, and may you meet a terrible fate. Lu Riyun's continuous hatred added 1,000 to her malevolence score. Wang Zhen shook his head with a light chuckle. I am not fated to perish. But you are about to suffer. Are you prepared? Lu Riyun was filled with dread. She realized what Wang Zhen intended to do and shook her head violently, making muffled sounds. No, no, please don't. Lu Riyun's jealousy and fear surged, adding 2,000 to her malevolence score. Wang Zhen remained unmoved, opening the door and tossing Lu Riyun outside, landing her before Lu Gang and his associates. Take good care of her, better than those brats. Understood, understood. You can rest assured. We will ensure she begs for life but cannot die. Lu Gang and his crew nodded vigorously in assurance. Lu Riyun, witnessing the fate of Zhao Chong's family and the distorted face of Lu Gang, shook her head repeatedly, attempting to cling to Wang Zhen's leg. Wang Zhen, I beg you, please, I was wrong. I truly was wrong, and I'd rather die than fall into their hands. Weren't you the one who hated me? Go ahead and kill me. Kill me. I beg you. Wang Zhen feigned ignorance, returning to his room, muttering, Lu Riyun, enjoy yourself. The suffering they inflict upon you, I too have once endured. Current malevolence score, 181. 300. That you too. Dispose of the bodies and clean the room. Wang Zhen instructed as he observed the two women waking. Understood. The two women, exhausted, struggled to drag the bodies to the balcony, tossing them into the floodwaters. Lu Yin first used a floor scrubber to clean the ground, then switched to another machine for a second round, thanks to the electricity in Wang Zhen's home. What would others do? They would have to resort to mops and cloths. Scrubbing tirelessly. In the aftermath of the storm, water was plentiful. After several minutes, Lu Yin and Zhang Jing had tidied up the room, while Wang Zhen stored the supplies in space, then instructed the two women to take a shower. Preparing to take them out, several hours earlier, when Sun Lei had brought supplies to apologize, Qian San had also begun to act, expanding his influence. Clear the building. See supplies and women. Ah! A scream echoed from 1505. The security door swung wide, and the room was filled with grotesque, frenzied faces. I've plundered plenty from the other residents. Qiao Yang, you're the first to dare resist, to challenge my underlings. How bold of you. Qian San wore a mask of indifference, wielding an iron rod as he gazed upon Qiao Yang, who lay on the ground, bloodied and defeated. To end your life now would be a favor to you. Your wife is quite pleasing to the eye. I intend for you to witness her joy before your very eyes. If you have the courage, come at me. Let each man bear his own consequences. Kill me, and spare my wife. Qiao Yang, sprawled on the ground, summoned all his strength to open his eyes upon hearing Qian San's words. He yearned to kill Qian San to save his wife. Yet even rising proved impossible. His fingers had been shattered one by Qian San's iron rod, and his body bore the scars of severe injury that I will undoubtedly claim your life. Yet your wife I shall not release. I end this apocalyptic age. Women have become a form of currency, capable of exchanging for vital resources. However, before that, I shall ensure you wear a green hat. Qian San approached Han Miao Miao, who had already been subdued by his underlings. Qian San anticipated her fierce resistance, yet to his surprise, she capitulated. I will do as you say. Just release my husband. I will comply with all your demands. I beg you. I implore you. Qian San shook his head. No. Continue to resist. I thrive on a bit of perversion. Han Miao Miao's anguished cries echoed like a lament of the damned. Qiao Yang's face flushed red. His teeth ground to dust. 2 hours later, Han Miao Miao met a tragic end, while Qiao Yang and his son were dismembered. Qian San and his cohorts laughed without restraint. 3. Not good. Xiao Lu has discovered the corpses of Sun Lei and the others downstairs. It seems they were shot dead. One of the underlings reported as he entered. What an absurdity! Wang Zhen shows no respect for Brother San, daring to kill our men that a newly joined underling fanned the flames. Guns? So, that was the sound of gunfire. Wang Zhen still possesses a firearm. This is troublesome. Qian San's brow furrowed. Boss, what is there to fear? Wang Zhen is but one man with a single gun. If he dares to disrespect you today, he'll surely try to dominate you tomorrow. An underling chimed in. We currently have 17 men, 17 against 1, and he possesses only one gun. The advantage is ours. Qiansan raised an eyebrow at this remark. Well said. He is but one man, that if we charge him all at once, how many can he possibly kill? Naturally, he will not be at the forefront when we rush him at any moment. One's own life must take precedence, especially with a gun in Wang Zhen's grasp. Indeed, if we kill Wang Zhen and seize his gun, then we shall dominate the neighborhood, an underling exclaimed. Just as these words fell, a gunshot rang out. Wang Zhen had shot and injured one of the men, blowing away the smoke from the barrel as he leisurely walked in. I believe I just heard someone wishing to end my life. A single shot to end it all. How does one accrue evil points? Qiansan gazed at the handgun in Wang Zhen's grasp, swallowing hard, gripped by apprehension. The others exchanged looks, their gazes ultimately landing on Qiansan. In such a moment, the one who stands out first shall surely be the first to fall. Qiansan perceived the fear in their eyes. If he cowered now, even if he survived this encounter, his underlings would no longer follow him, that he had no choice but to brace himself. Fortunate that Wang Zhen was a master of the outline. His aim was so poor that he hadn't killed anyone at such a short distance. Wait, am I seeing things? Why are there two women following Wang Zhen? One wore a form-fitting skirt, sheer black stockings and high heels. The other donned a JK uniform, white stockings and playful short boots, accentuating her long legs. So these are Wang Zhen's women? Truly, they are breathtaking. Qiansan's throat constricted, detecting the envy and greed of the 17 men. Evil points surged by 3,400 after averting his gaze from the two women. Qiansan retreated slowly, a mocking smile gracing his lips. I never imagined you could be so foolish. You dare bring two burdens along. Qiansan smirked. Do you truly believe you can protect them alone? Today, I shall demonstrate that having a gun does not render one invincible, especially in close quarters. A handgun is far less effective than a knife. It is merely a trinket. I shall claim your women for myself. Having spoken these words, Qiansan's underlings erupted in laughter. Charge! Eliminate him! With a command, 10 men rushed towards Wang Zhen, while the remaining 6 scrambled to seize Lu Yin and Zhang Jing. Qiansan sneered at Wang Zhen. Convinced that bringing 2 burdens would seal his fate, he sought to glimpse a flicker of panic on Wang Zhen's face. Yet to his astonishment, Wang Zhen wore a look of disdain. Enraged, Qiansan's evil points increased by 200. Let fists replace thought as we charge ahead. Though he lacked fists, he wielded butcher knives and moved with the speed of a cheetah. Wang Zhen drew 2 butcher knives from behind his waist, his figure blurring as he dashed towards the 6 men lunging for Lu Yin and Zhang Jing. The blades flashed. Swish, swish, swish. 6 filthy hands fell neatly to the ground. The 6 men, now disarmed, gazed into Wang Zhen's cold, unfeeling eyes, a bone-chilling dread coursing through them, inexplicably drawing forth a need to urinate, and one anticipated Wang Zhen's speed to be so formidable, leaving behind 6 afterimages, just as Qiansan thought Wang Zhen would charge at him with knives in hand. The next moment, Wang Zhen revealed 2 guns, dual gunfire. The dark muzzles erupted with flames. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, both handguns emptied their magazines. The knees and arms of 10 men were all pierced, blood gushing forth. At a distance of 10 paces, the gun was quick. Within 10 paces, it was both swift and precise. Wang Zhen, within 3 steps of those attacking him, matched their speed, ensuring his shots were both rapid and accurate. By severing the hands of 6 men with butcher knives, he accrued 3,000 evil points. By incapacitating 10 men with firearms, he amassed 7,000 evil points, detecting the fear of death in 16 individuals. He gained an additional 3,200 evil points. Qiansan trembled in terror, his faith shattered, earning him 600 evil points. The rewards were substantial, yet still insufficient. Wang Zhen smirked, his smile broadening as he spoke. So you're Qiansan. I suggest you take a page from the Teletubbies and install an antenna on your head to constantly check your position. Tell me, is the gun still a mere trinket? Evil points surged by 5,100 as Qiansan's regret. Resentment, fury, frustration, and despair mingled, leading to an increase of 1,500 evil points. Wang Zhen's eyes narrowed as he regarded Qiansan, raising his gun. Take a guess. Are there any bullets left in here? Guess correctly, and I shall spare your life. Guess incorrectly, and I shall sever one of your hands. That a profound desire to survive flickered in Qiansan's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he stated. "I guess there are no bullets." "Alas, you are mistaken." Wang Zhen shook his head in disappointment, extracting the magazine to reveal 2 remaining bullets. Qian San collapsed to the ground, a warm stream trickling down his leg. "Brother, I was wrong. Please spare me this once, and I shall serve you as a loyal dog." Detecting Qian San's terror, evil points surged by 2,000. "I'm a man of my word," Wang Zhen declared solemnly, his blade descending. "Ah!" Qian San writhed in agony, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. "I also have a revolver, with but 1 bullet remaining. Guess whether will fire. If you guess correctly, I will spare you." Wang Zhen thrived on evil points, employing fear as his weapon. Qian San fixated on the gun in Wang Zhen's hand, desperate to discern the truth. Wang Zhen smiled. "Take a guess." "It won't." The next moment, bam! A bullet pierced through Qian San's other hand. Utilizing the death game, Wang Zhen won a round against Qian San, instilling a profound fear within him, rendering him unable to confront Wang Zhen, and accruing 1,000 evil points. "Guess again." Wang Zhen this time loaded 3 bullets. "It won't." Qian San gambled on luck and probability. Wang Zhen smiled faintly. "Congratulations, you guessed correctly. This time, I shall spare you." Qian San's face lit up with joy as he wriggled his way outward. "Ah!" Wang Zhen turned around and took 2 steps before bursting into laughter, exclaiming, "What a coincidence, we meet again." Qian San was taken aback, his face paling as he prostrated himself fervently. "Brother Zhen, Master Zhen, no, please don't." Whoosh! A bullet soared through the eye in an instant. The bodies sprawled on the ground became cold. Lifeless corpses and blood splattered across Wang Zhen's clothes and face. The My master is formidable. Lu Yin and Zhang Jing were left in a state of shock, overwhelmed by the pungent scent of blood that invaded their nostrils, yet they managed to suppress their nausea, unwilling to betray their discomfort. Women often gravitate towards strength, especially when encountering men at the pinnacle of power. Their emotions become difficult to control. Wang Zhen stood as the man atop the apex in this apocalyptic world. With him, they need not fear danger. Their sense of security was overwhelming, and their needs would be met without worry. Truly, their wisest choice. Thus, they were determined not to appear useless in his eyes. Observing the other women, they felt fortunate to have encountered Wang Zhen early on. Current malevolence value: 610300. After eliminating Qian San and his gang, Wang Zhen realized that the greater the evil committed by his foes, the more malevolence value he accrued upon their demise. From Qian San alone, he had amassed over 60,000 points. The other lackeys ranged between 21 to 23,000. Should he eradicate another force of over 20 individuals, he would gain 100,000 malevolence points, enough to acquire spatial abilities from the system's marketplace. Spatial abilities, the epitome of power. They were merely the starting point, not the destination. With the malevolence system at his disposal, he yearned for it all. Time is revered, space reigns supreme, fate unfolds, and causality prevails. Fate is unparalleled, and the cycle is infinite, based on the 5 elements. The interplay of yin and yang yields the utmost strength. All of this requires malevolence points to sustain it. "Come out." Wang Zhen frowned as he gazed towards the bedroom. 6 women tremulously emerged, their clothing scant and pitiful. Though not as beautiful as Lu Yin and Zhang Jing, they were passable, barely acceptable to the team. Must be noted that those who survive in Qian San's clutches were not unattractive. "Thank you for saving us. Thank you for avenging my husband." One woman, clad in only 2 strips of cloth, looked at Wang Zhen, bowing repeatedly, showcasing her figure. Her name was Duan Hongxia, 31 years old, married, and somewhat attractive. Her husband had been killed by Qian San while protecting her, and avenging him? Suicide and devotion. That was out of the question. Secretly, she even cursed her husband for his ineptitude and foolishness. Duan Hongxia was a thorough harlot. While her husband was alive, she often dated multiple men. With the apocalypse upon them, she would ally with whoever was strongest, clinging to the powerful. Thus, when her husband was killed in his attempt to protect her, she felt no guilt. Instead, she immediately aligned herself with Qian San, becoming one of his women. Now that Qian San and his ilk had been slain by Wang Zhen, she began to entertain thoughts of attaching herself to him. She had never considered whether Wang Zhen would find her appealing. Wang Zhen regarded her expressionlessly, swatting his hand dismissively as if shooing away a fly. Get lost. Duan Hongxia tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing a gentle yet alluring demeanor. I cannot repay your immense kindness, so I wish to become your woman, dedicating my life to repay your grace. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhen couldn't help but chuckle, appraising her from head to toe. Just you. Forget it while I'm in a good mood. Hurry and leave. Duan Hongxia did not depart. Instead, she approached Wang Zhen, only to be blocked by Lu Yin and Zhang Jing. Are you out of your mind? Can't you understand human language? My master told you to leave. Shut up, both of you. After I take a shower, Brother Wang will definitely not send me away, Duan Hongxia boasted. Her confidence bizarre. Lu Yin and Zhang Jing were left speechless. Smack. Wang Zhen struck Duan Hongxia across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground. Duan Hongxia, stunned by the blow, felt a surge of resentment flash in her eyes. Lu Yin scoffed. Have you read too many novels? Do you think you're a foolish beauty? Ha ha ha. Zhang Jing laughed heartily. I thought it was a case of the domineering CEO falling in love with me. But instead, it's the domineering CEO slapping my face. Zhang Jing smirked. No, no. It should be the domineering CEO falling for a woman who has borne several children. Huh. Lu Yin and Zhang Jing doubled over in laughter. Duan Hongxia, subjected to their mockery, felt her face alternating between red and white. Detecting the slap delivered to Duan Hongxia, the malevolence value increased by 500 up master. I also want to slap her. Is that okay? Lu Yin giggled. Go ahead. Put some strength into it. She can take it. Wang Zhen replied. And me. Zhang Jing added eagerly. Lu Yin and Zhang Jing approached Duan Hongxia, swinging their arms widely as they began to strike. One delivering a blow to the left side of her face, the other to the right. Each slap rang out sharply, detecting the maids exerting their full strength against Duan Hongxia in utter humiliation. The malevolence value rose by 500. After several minutes, Lu Yin and Zhang Jing grew weary. Wang Zhen observed the surge of 10,000 malevolence points and felt a stirring in his heart. He could cultivate the two into wicked women, thereby accumulating more malevolence points. Wang Zhen instructed the two to take a brief rest and ordered, bring all the food to the living room. We will take everything. The other women, witnessing this, immediately protested. What are you doing? That food belongs to us. If you take it, what will we eat? Moreover, you've killed Qian San and his gang. No one will provide for us anymore. How are we supposed to live? You must take responsibility and support us. Yes, support us. The 5 women chimed in, completely disregarding Wang Zhen's earlier display of violence. What do you mean, your food? That food was stolen by Qian San. Now that my master has killed him, it rightfully belongs to him. You should be thanking him for saving you from your plight. Instead, you dare to steal? Who gave you the audacity? Lu Yin scolded fiercely. Why do you lack any sympathy? There are 6 of us women, and he is a man. That can't he be generous? He is so powerful. What harm is there in giving us this food? Exactly. Wang Zhen grinned. You've successfully provoked my anger. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Zhen approached one of the women, kicking her away with force. He then advanced, stepping on her face and twisting his foot. In short, none of the 6 women escaped unscathed, each receiving a brutal beatdown. As for Lu Yin and Zhang Jing, their strength to strike was somewhat regrettable. The brutal assault on the 6 female fighters increased the malevolence value by 300. The 6 female fighters now regarded him with fear, adding another 3,000 to the malevolence value. Don't you dare fight me. Let me tell you, do not use morality to bind me. I have no morals. Wang Zhen declared, I am indifferent to how you survived. However, if you seek your own demise, I shall gladly assist you on your journey. Wang Zhen drew his gun, aiming it at Duan Hongxia's head, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A bright blood hole appeared in Duan Hongxia's skull, her lifeless eyes reflecting sheer resentment. The remaining 5 women were paralyzed with fear, detecting the profound terror emanating from the 5. The malevolence value surged by 2,500. Whoosh! 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 The sound of gunfire echoed as 6 more corpses littered room 1505. The elimination of the 6 female fighters added 150,000 to the malevolence value. Wang Zhen surveyed the scene with a sense of calm. Had these 6 women not attempted to morally bind him, seeking to latch onto him, they might have been saved. He was uninterested in how they had survived Qian San and his gang. Their betrayal of husbands and children, or their willingness to align with the strong, was of no concern to him. Everyone has the right to pursue life. Sadly, they were foolish, deluding themselves into thinking they could manipulate him through moral coercion. He was no saint. Instead, he was a villain. Anything that posed a threat to him would be eradicated without exception. Even words held weight in this apocalypse. He would not indulge anyone. Qian San had amassed a considerable stockpile of provisions, including cured meats, sausages, bags of rice, flour, oil, salt, instant noodles, river snail rice noodles, various seasonings, and an array of spices. However, in comparison to his own hoard, it was merely a drop in the ocean, with each increment of his malevolence. The system rewarded him with no less than a ton of supplies, and at times, hundreds or even thousands of tons. The quantities were beyond counting. While others fretted over their dwindling resources, his provisions had accumulated to an extent that could sustain countless lifetimes. With his enemies vanquished, Wang Zhen was in high spirits as he returned home with Hermé, ready to indulge in a lavish feast to celebrate. Which of you can perform the squat dance? I wish to see it, Wang Zhen declared, lounging on the sofa, casting his gaze upon Lu Yin and Zhang Jing. Master, Lu Yin beamed sweetly. I can put on this outfit. Wang Zhen conjured a garment from thin air. Lu Yin took the clothing and, in the presence of Wang Zhen, seductively shed her own attire, exuding allure and temptation. Master, I can dance the belly dance, Zhang Jing chimed in, refusing to be outdone. You both should dance together. Wang Zhen watched as Zhang Jing and Lu Yin approached him, his finger playfully lifting Lu Yan's chin. You are truly beautiful. Thank you for your compliment, Master, Lu Yin replied, her heart swelling with joy. Zhang Jing, feeling a twinge of jealousy, lifted her gaze. Master, am I not beautiful? Beautiful. Both of you are beautiful. Wang Zhen laughed heartily, in the blink of an eye. Before Lu Yin could react, Wang Zhen suddenly pulled her down. Observing the heavy breathing and dangerous glint in Wang Zhen's eyes, Lu Yin feigned a stern expression, curling her lips. Master, you are so fierce. I am so frightened. Wang Zhen leaned down. Do you like it? Without waiting for Lu Yan's response, he descended upon her, enunciating deliberately. Isn't this what you desire, little enchantress? 2 days later, in the corridor of Building 11 on the 10th floor. Have you heard? That scoundrel Qian San has been killed. A ragged man whispered, his excitement barely contained, tinged with a sense of schadenfreude. After all, Qian San had previously led a ruthless sweep through 4 floors, where men either joined him or faced death. Women were reduced to mere playthings, and children were ruthlessly eliminated. Just yesterday, Qian San's enemies had come knocking. Despite having firearms, he still dared to issue threats. Can you believe it? 6 men had their hands severed, and 10 more had their limbs broken, ultimately leading to their demise. What a tragic fate. When I sneaked a peek at midnight, I was utterly terrified, one voice chimed in. Moreover, the women Qian San had abducted were also slaughtered by that merciless individual. A total of 23 people. In such a cramped space, even with guns, they couldn't maneuver. One inquired, but how come I didn't hear any gunshots? The initial speaker replied, oh, come on. When Qian San was raiding the 15th floor, you had already fled to the 10th floor. Even from the 14th, I couldn't hear clearly. They likely used silencers. It's fortunate that Qian San is dead. At least we were temporarily safe. Not necessarily. Another voice interjected. Worry etched on his face. By the way, who is that ruthless person? Is he recruiting followers? A young man asked. His name is Wang Zhen, residing on the 20th floor. His methods are extremely ruthless, killing without mercy. No one who has crossed him has lived to tell the tale. If you dare, go confront him. A middle-aged man suddenly spotted a gigantic cockroach, his eyes lighting up as he swiftly caught it. So, as long as we don't provoke Wang Zhen, we should be fine. That seems to be the case, haha. I caught one too, a bald man chuckled, perplexed. Why is this cockroach so large? The bald man scrutinized the palm-sized insect, frowning, hesitant to take a bite. Big head. Are you going to eat it? If not, it's mine. Eat, eat, eat. Simultaneously, the residents of Building 11 grew increasingly cautious. Lu Gang, upon learning of Wang Zhen's deeds, felt a sense of trepidation on the 20th floor, caught in a dilemma of whether to leave or stay. This was because Wang Zhen had instructed them to properly entertain Zhao Chang's family of 5 and Lu Run. Subsequently, Zhao Chang's family and Lu Run found themselves in dire straits. Having offended the formidable Wang Zhen, to his surprise, Wang Zhen's malevolence value had begun to rise once more. The following day at 11 in the morning, Wang Zhen awoke. Beside him, Lu Yan's arm was draped over him. Her breathing steady. Outside, the rain had diminished significantly, and Wang Zhen squinted slightly. Rising from the bed, he peered outside, observing the storm had abated from a downpour to a moderate rain in the floodwaters. People were paddling small boats away from the community, presumably heading to the supermarket outside in search of supplies. The nearby supermarket, despite its sealed packaging of bread, ham, marinated eggs, snacks, and beverages, had likely become contaminated after prolonged exposure to the floodwaters, posing a risk if consumed. Yet, with hunger gnawing at them, few cared about hygiene in bed. Zhang Jing opened her eyes and, like a clingy child, climbed down to wrap her arms around him. "Master, let us sleep a little longer." Wang Zhen's gaze burned brightly. All right. When Wang Zhen finally rose from bed again, the afternoon had already arrived. After freshening up, he retrieved ingredients from his space, while Lu Yan and Zhang Jing busied themselves preparing breakfast. Who wouldn't adore such charming little spirits? Soon, the two women completed their meal preparations, and after dining, Wang Zhen began to teach them how to shoot. Their misdeeds could also earn him malevolence value, and cultivating their skills would be a significant boon for him. The truth, after all, was the most effective tool for wrongdoing at this stage. While the two practiced shooting, Wang Zhen remained nearby, unconcerned as he scrolled through information on his satellite phone. He was impervious to harm, unafraid of a surprise attack from either woman, should they aim their guns at him. The next moment, they would become cold corpses. He only desired obedient women. Those who disobeyed would meet their end without a second thought. Wang Zhen felt gratified that neither had developed any inappropriate thoughts. "Dear friends, I can't control water. This is my ability in the water. I am a god." Comments flowed. "I request the Great One to share methods for awakening supernatural abilities. Haha, I too have awakened my powers. From now on, please call me the Wood God." The original poster showcases abilities in a video, his right arm visibly transforming into a vine, which swiftly peers through a wooden piece of furniture. "Ha, you supernatural beings are all worthless. My power is strength. With one punch, I can crush your skulls, while you can't even break through my defenses." In the video, a strength-type supernatural user bent a rebar in his hands. Many had awakened their abilities. After all, with China's vast population of over 1 billion, some fortunate souls were bound to emerge. Wang Zhen felt no envy towards these individuals. His body, enhanced by the system, was immensely powerful, with skin as tough as iron and impervious to blades and bullets. Far beyond their capabilities to him, rebar was as malleable as clay. He could shape it as he pleased. Although he lacked supernatural powers, he possessed the system, which allowed him to purchase abilities. Wang Zhen scoured the internet for any methods to awaken supernatural abilities, but found nothing. It must be said that those who had awakened their powers were exceptionally tight-lipped. "Oh, I hear commotion. Lu Gang's group is tormenting Zhao Chang's family. Why hasn't my malevolence value increased? Could it be that Zhao Chang's family no longer provided any malevolence value? If so, it was time to send this family of 5 on their way, reaping one last bounty of malevolence." With this thought, Wang Zhen exited his room and personally dealt with Zhao Chang's family, garnering 80,000 points of malevolence. As for Lu Run, he decided to let her enjoy her time a bit longer. Wang Zhen observed the growing throngs of people setting out in an assortment of strange boats and rafts, scouring for supplies. What could the method for awakening supernatural abilities be? He could not fathom it. Yet countless individuals on the satellite network were awakening their powers, and he could not afford to fall behind. Taking Lu Yan and Zhang Jing along for a stroll, he aimed to see how much malevolence value he could accumulate. So many survivors ventured out, and upon seeing me accompanied by 2 stunningly beautiful women, they must surely covet my life to take my place. Initially, they are unaware of my true capabilities, lacking the fear that would deter them from approaching me. However, next time I step outside, The number of challengers made dwindle. Wang Zhen, feeling a surge of determination, called upon Lu Yin and Zhang Jing to accompany him. He retrieved bulletproof vests and stab-resistant suits for the two women to wear. Since the massacre on the 15th floor, he had roamed freely in Building 11. Upon noticing Wang Zhen's departure, Lu Gang bowed slightly. A forced smile plastered on his face as he greeted, "Hello, Wang Gu." Wang Zhen merely cast a glance at Lu Gang, nodding slightly before continuing on his way. Enhanced by his newfound physicality, his senses were acute, allowing him to perceive the palpable fear and greed emanating from Lu Gang. In this post-apocalyptic world, where everyone appeared haggard and lived in conditions worse than those of pigs and dogs before the cataclysm, he stood out in his fine attire, flanked by the exquisite Lu Yin and Zhang Jing. Anyone who laid eyes on them would inevitably feel a surge of envy and greed. Team mattered little. Should Lu Gang dare to reach out, Wang Zhen would respond decisively. Everything was under his control. Wang Zhen descended the stairs slowly with the two women. Along the way, they encountered several fortunate survivors who had moved into the vacant apartments on the 14th to 19th floors after Wang Zhen had eliminated the Qian San gang. Some survivors, possessing remarkable physical prowess, were constructing makeshift rafts using furniture and tools from the buildings, preparing to venture out in search of supplies. Upon reaching the 10th floor, Wang Zhen retrieved an inflatable boat from his backpack and set on the ground. Lu Yin and Zhang Jing took out an electric air pump to inflate the boat. Once everything was in order, Wang Zhen inspected it thoroughly. Finding no leaks, they pushed the inflatable boat out onto the corridor, and the trio paddled slowly towards the exit of the community. Wang Zhen possessed a gasoline engine, but the speed it provided would only draw unwanted attention. Countless survivors were stirred, peering down from the buildings or their makeshift rafts to gaze at the trio, whispering amongst themselves, "Who are they? They actually have an inflatable boat. He looks quite healthy. Does he have enough food at home?" The two women are undeniably stunning. Such beauties are rarely seen even before the apocalypse. If only I could speak to one of them, I would gladly accept death in the next moment. What audacity for a man to venture out with two women. It's akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine. Inviting disaster. Let us kill him and reclaim the women. Several individuals in rafts or makeshift boats paddled fiercely towards Wang Zhen, intent on ending his life. Many on the upper floors looked down with pity at Wang Zhen. Sighing, with so many wanting him dead, he is surely walking a path to ruin. It's a pity for those two beauties. Wang Zhen pretended not to notice, leisurely paddling alongside Lu Yin and Zhang Jing. Jia Jingmao, a contractor known for his ruthless demeanor, had committed numerous atrocities before the apocalypse. Since then, with a few subordinates and his brutality, he had thrived, having killed 6 women and over 20 people. The makeshift boat he was on had been crafted by a carpenter among his men. The moment he laid eyes on Lu Yin and Zhang Jing, they became his targets, while Wang Zhen was selectively ignored. Jia Jingmao sneered, "You're quite bold, kid. If you don't want to die, you better paddle your boat over here obediently." Wang Zhen continued to row, casting a glance at Jia Jingmao without offering any response. The lack of acknowledgement infuriated Jia Jingmao, who barked harshly, "I'm giving you a chance. Jump off your boat and my men will take care of your women. If you're lucky, you might even swim back home. Look at him, he's well-groomed. He must have plenty of food at home. Why not let him take us there and hand over his supplies?" Others chimed in, their laughter growing bolder. Jia Jingmao, seeing that Wang Zhen remained unresponsive, cursed loudly, "You fools, stop laughing. The guy is getting away. Why aren't you pursuing him?" The makeshift raft was no match for Wang Zhen's inflatable boat. Even with all their might, the 5 could not catch up. Wang Zhen, aiming to ensnare them all, kept Jia Jingmao in his sights. "Damn it, don't let me catch you, or you'll know my methods." Jia Jingmao was furious, watching as the prize he had hoped for slipped through his fingers. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Zhen had steered the boat towards others who were pursuing. "Jiao Laoda, those 2 women are mine." Fan Xiongfeng arrived with his crew, his eyes filled with lust. "Fan Xiongfeng, who do you think you are to steal from me?" Jia Jingmao was enraged. "While I'm here, you want to take those women from me?" Fan Xiongfeng retorted through gritted teeth. "Gentlemen, fighting will only drain our strength. Let us settle this differently. The highest bidder wins," suggested Li Xiangpeng, who paddled over with his tea this moment. The 3 factions had encircled Wang Zhen and the women. That's a good idea. The leaders of the two boats that arrived chimed in. Yang Wei and Shang Jun, realizing the futility of their aggression, Jia Jingmao reluctantly agreed, and so did Fan Xiongfeng. Now, 5 factions surrounded Wang Zhen's inflatable boat. Jia Jingmao, seeing the situation, laughed maniacally. Hey kid, why aren't you running anymore? Li Xiangpeng drew a machete, pointing it threateningly at Wang Zhen. Paddle your boat over here and take us to your home. Maybe I'll be in a good mood and spare your life. As for the others, I can't guarantee their safety. Wang Zhen surveyed the 27 individuals encircling him, a smile creeping across his face. 27 people, at least 540,000 worth of malevolence. Quite impressive. Wang Zhen set down his paddle and pointed at Li Xiangpeng, declaring earnestly, I'm feeling quite generous myself. I could make your death a tad more comfortable. Not only was Jia Jingmao taken aback, but so were Fan Xiongfeng, Li Xiangpeng, Yang Wei, and Shang Jun. They suspected Wang Zhen had lost his mind. After all, which sane person would utter such word at a time like this? Li Xiangpeng roared in anger. Everyone attack! Kill him! Ha ha! Paddle over and take him down. 6 men yelled as they rowed furiously toward Wang Zhen. The other 4 leaders waved for their subordinates to charge as well. But in the next instant, bang! A gun appeared in Wang Zhen's hand. Smoke curling from the barrel, a bullet pierced through the forehead of one of Li Xiangpeng's lackeys, causing him to topple lifelessly into the flood. Li Xiangpeng wiped the blood from his face, his expression shifting drastically. The pupils of Jia Jingmao and the others dilated in shock. The smiles vanished from 26 faces, replaced by trepidation as they stared at the ominous black hole of the gun. A gun! This isn't how you play with people. Brother, why didn't you show it sooner? If you had, who would dare to trouble you in the water? The spectators on the upper floors, witnessing the first gunshot, exchanged glances of disbelief. China is notorious for its stringent gun laws. How could Wang Zhen possess a firearm? No wonder he dared to venture out with 2 stunning beauties. This was his confidence. If I had a gun too, I could thrive just as well. Bang! Li Xiangpeng was shot in the lung, staring incredulously at the gaping hole in his chest. What the hell? I didn't do anything. Why shoot me? Is it wrong to want to live? Wang Zhen beamed with a radiant smile. I mentioned before that I could make your death a bit more pleasant, but you declined with 1 shot. Li Xiangpeng was gravely injured, earning Wang Zhen an additional 1,000 malevolence points. As he detected Li Xiangpeng's agony, another 1,000 points were added. Noticing the overwhelming fear emanating from the remaining 26, he accrued an additional 26,000 points. Jia Jingmao, witnessing Wang Zhen's gaze directed at him, felt his blood run cold, warmth pooling in his trousers. He didn't realize he had been shot. He quickly plastered on a smile. Brother, I was wrong. Please afford me a chance. I'm willing to offer all my supplies and women. Bang! Wang Zhen shot Jia Jingmao as second in command, causing him to kneel in agony that he wanted to plead for mercy. But the excruciating pain rendered him unable to articulate anything beyond a pained scream. Endless regret surged within him. He had killed so many, stolen countless women and supplies, yet had not savored life before meeting his end. He was unwilling to accept this fate. With 1 shot, the humiliation was profound, and the injury was even more severe, netting Wang Zhen an additional 2,000 malevolence points. Why don't you all give it a try? In this apocalyptic world, survival hinges upon the relentless enhancement of one's abilities. Lu Yin and Zhang Jing, as his women, find that their misdeeds yield a dual amplification of consequences for him. Very well. Master, Lu Yin obediently retrieved a lightweight handgun from her thigh, finding it rather unburdensome. Casting a glance at Wang Zhen, she resolved never to disappoint him. The fear of becoming a useless ornament haunted her, as she dreaded the day she might be discarded. Turning her gaze to Zhang Jing, she noticed her firmly gripping a gun, aimed squarely at Fan Xiongfei. In a moment of panic, Fan Xiongfei shouted, "Why are we all so cowardly? They only have 3 guns. I refuse to believe they can eliminate us all. Rather than waiting passively for death," he argued, "it was better to fight back. What if they survived?" Bang! Jia Jingmao was shot in the abdomen once more, emitting a heart-wrenching scream that, I was wrong. Don't kill me, please. With a thud, Fan Xiongfei collapsed onto the boat, leaving a large wet patch on his trousers. Zhang Jing flashed a playful smile. Sorry, it's my first time. Next time, I promise to aim better. Jia Jingmao lamented. What sins have I committed to always be the one who suffers? Hitting Jia Jingmao in the abdomen. Evil points increased by 2,000. Instilling fear in Fan Xiongfei added another 1,000 points. Zhang Jing lifted her handgun again, aiming at Fan Xiongfei. Bang! She missed once more. This time, however, the bullet struck Fan Xiongfei's arm. Zhang Jing gasped, my apologies. I swear I'll get it right next time. After saying this, she raised her gun to aim at Fan Xiongfei yet again. Fan Xiongfei was already gasping for breath, barely managing to remain conscious while he was drenched in sweat, reduced to a quivering heap. No. Andy, please. I was wrong. Truly. He was terrified both of Zhang Jing hitting her mark and of her missing it. The sensation of dancing on the precipice of death was utterly overwhelming. Lu Yin shook her head. You don't truly understand your mistakes. You are merely afraid. As she spoke, she pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out simultaneously. This time, everyone instinctively shut their eyes, praying not to be hit. Upon opening his eyes, Fan Xiongfei discovered that it was one of his subordinates who had been injured. Zhang Jing remained a master of near misses, yet her aim was becoming increasingly precise. Fan Xiongfei's anxiety level increased incrementally, while evil points surged by 2,000. The others stood frozen, their CPUs seemingly frozen in place. They longed to flee, to leap into the floodwaters, yet Wang Zhen aimed his gun at them, ensuring that any movement would result in a bullet. The 2 stunning women beside him continued to fire, and the palpable sense of impending death rendered them utterly powerless. This scene mirrored the despicable acts they had committed against defenseless women, girls, and children that in those moments, their intended victims had lacked the strength to escape. Pleading for mercy, death itself was not fearsome. It was the agonizing wait for it that was truly terrifying. Bang! 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 The gunfire persisted, and Wang Zhen's evil points skyrocketed. In an instant, they surpassed 1 million, climbing towards 1,500,000. The survivors observing from the balconies and corridors were engulfed in a chilling silence, paralyzed by fear. Had Fan Xiongfei, the ruthless killer from Building 7, truly met his end, Jia Jingmao, Li Xiangpeng, Yang Wei, and Shang Jun, each a tyrant in their respective units, had been dispatched without mercy. Wang Zhen, with a warm smile, addressed the survivors above. I've eliminated them for you. You should be grateful. Now smile for me. The crowd exhibited expressions that were more grotesque than tears, most forced smiles onto their faces, earning Wang Zhen an additional 2,000 evil points. None had anticipated that Wang Zhen possessed not just 1 gun, but 3, and that he seemed to have an ample supply of ammunition, that he systematically eliminated anyone who posed a threat to him. While some were paralyzed by fear, others entertained unwarranted thoughts. On the 11th floor of Building 7, Song Yuding stood on her balcony, gazing below, her eyes suddenly lighting up. In this world of chaos, only ruthless individuals like Wang Zhen could survive. Safety lay in aligning oneself with such a man, for only a man of his caliber was worthy of her. Song Yuding aspired to have Wang Zhen as her boyfriend, envisioning a life devoid of hunger and worry for her safety. Perhaps her existence would surpass even that of the pre-apocalyptic era. With this thought, she cupped her hands and called out, Handsome, over here. Look this way. I want to be your girlfriend. I'm willing to do anything you desire. Even call you daddy. Wang Zhen glanced up at Song Yuding. Her rotund face, small eyes, and pig-like appearance were far from attractive. What gave her the audacity to seek his affection? Wang Zhen frowned. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in women with such unappealing features. This statement detonated like a nuclear bomb. Song Yuding's defenses crumbled in an instant, yet Wang Zhen's recent actions had genuinely frightened her. Suppressing her fury, she replied softly, Shallow, you only appreciate physical beauty and fail to recognize the depth of my intriguing soul. Give me a chance and I guarantee you'll fall for me. Say another word, and I'll shoot you. Wang Zhen growled threateningly. Song Yuding instantly transformed into a timid quail. Lu Yin, set course for home. Wait a moment. Song Yuding paused and waved her hand. I won't be your girlfriend, but I can be your lover, provided you supply me with food. As she shouted, she desperately tugged at her clothing, fearing Wang Zhen might overlook her. Throughout this exchange, Song Yuding had been performing a one-woman show. Wang Zhen didn't even glance back, shattering her misguided confidence. How dare he insult and reject her? The men she could not have. She would destroy. As she watched Wang Zhen's rubber boat recede, resentment welled up within her. Upon returning to the 20th floor, Wang Zhen entered his bedroom, shutting the door behind him. Finally, he could purchase supernatural abilities from the system. With only 120,000 evil points remaining, he had just amassed over 600,000 points by drawing in a wave of enmity. It wasn't that he couldn't buy while on the boat. He simply preferred the security of his fortified room. Seated on his bed, Wang Zhen summoned the system's marketplace interface. Current evil points: 1,523,000. The sensation of this bountiful acquisition was exhilarating. At that moment, a smile spread across his face, more satisfying than an AK-47's recoil. This was the most significant gain he had experienced since acquiring the evil system. Not only did he have enough points to purchase spatial abilities, but he could also acquire a secondary elemental power. Spatial abilities, here I come. With a focused thought, he clicked to purchase the spatial ability. S-rank spatial powers began to materialize, progressing from 1 to 10 to 15. Crack! The space around him quaked violently, as if an immense force sought to tear it asunder. Subsequently, countless streams of blue energy surged into his body through the fissures in space, and excruciating pain enveloped him, akin to thousands of ants gnawing at his insides. Dong! Each heartbeat resonated like a drum. Louder and more powerful. Simultaneously, a formidable force within his mind began to awaken, stirring from dormancy. Crackle! Crackle! Accompanied by the sounds of spatial rending, an infinite cascade of blue energy radiated from Wang Zhen, enveloping the entire room. Countless tiny spatial rifts manifested around him. The bed, wardrobe, windows, everything was torn asunder by the space itself, subsequently devoured. Yinjia, what on earth is the master doing in his room? The noise is tremendous. Is he all right? If something happens to him, how will we survive? Master, please be safe. Such an evident anomaly naturally drew the attention of other survivors within the building, many of whom watched curiously. Inside the room, Wang Zhen was acutely aware of everything transpiring around him. Yet it was beyond his control. Transformation. The process continued at a slow pace. Finally, a thunderous explosion echoed in his mind. Awakening talent. S-rank space. Immediately thereafter, a new attribute section appeared on the system panel. Name: Wang Zhen. Basic attributes: comprehensive physique integrated from strength, defense, and cellular vitality. Currently at 100, consuming 300,000 evil points can enhance it overall. Agility: 60, consuming 100,000 evil points can increase this attribute by 10 points. Note: the average for ordinary individuals is 10 in all attributes. Energy: 300. Skills: teleportation, absolute defense, spatial lockdown. Consuming 200,000 evil points can advance these skills. Current evil points: 523,000. How should he best utilize the remaining evil points? Gazing at the attribute panel, he fell into deep thought. First, he would increase his comprehensive physique by 10. With a mere thought, his physique attribute transformed from 100 to 110, 11 times that of an average person. At this stage, defeating anyone would be a mere formality. What of awakening extraordinary abilities? He had the system. This sensation was exhilarating. Not only that, the moment the points were allocated, Wang Zhen felt his endurance had notably strengthened, and his resistance to illness and temperature extremes had also seen corresponding improvements. If a normal person has a lifespan of about 100 years, he can now live for at least 200 years, having already improved it previously. Although Wang Zhen had mastered the 3 skills, he was not yet proficient. Hence, he opted to forego skill enhancements and decisively invested 200,000 evil points into agility. His agility attribute surged directly from 60 to 80. Though it was only a 20-point increase, it brought a qualitative change, and he felt a refreshing breeze underfoot. Moreover, the agility attribute not only manifested in movement speed, but also resulted in slight enhancements in his attack speed and reaction time. An ordinary person can barely achieve over 10 points in speed through rigorous training, meaning he could run at 8 times that speed while fully exerting himself, with his reaction speed also at 8 times that of an average person. While his defense was impervious to bullet attacks, he still feared pain. Even if several armed individuals shot at him, he could easily evade. Wang Zhen began familiarizing himself with the skills, teleportation, with a mere thought. One can instantly move to any location within a radius of 300 meters. This can be sustained until energy is depleted. Current level. 1. Consuming evil points can upgrade and extend teleportation distance. Absolute defense. One can construct an invisible spatial barrier around oneself to withstand any attack, including extraordinary abilities. The number of times it can withstand attacks depends on the strength of the attack and the size of the barrier. Once energy is depleted, it automatically shuts down. Current level. 1. Consuming evil points can upgrade, spatial lockdown. One can seal off a space, preventing enemies from using extraordinary abilities to escape. If the enemy's attack exceeds the strength of the spatial lockdown, it will be broken. Wang Zhen raised his palm. Channeling spatial energy, did a wisp of blue energy rapidly surge from his fingertips, tearing through the fabric of space, appearing as though he had punctured it with a mere finger. Teleportation. With a thought, Wang Zhen's body vanished from a room, reappearing high above, 300 meters away from building number 11. Below him, torrents of floodwater surged, and he fell into it. Whoosh, without any preparatory movements, he vanished once more from the spot. Although it was merely teleportation, it felt no different from flying, with even greater speed. Wang Zhen gazed at the swirling blue energy in his palm with a sense of wonder as he breathed. The spatial energy gradually replenished. Is this the advantage of a robust physique? Indeed, enhancing his comprehensive physique was the right choice, that a powerful physique equals the holy grail equals the art of breathing. Splendid, he continued to teleport. After a series of experimental confirmations, he found that under the condition of teleporting a distance of 300 meters, he could perform the feat 10 times. Upon returning home, Wang Zhen awaited the recovery of his energy before attempting to expend absolute defense. He expanded it around himself, just large enough to encompass his body. Shoot me. Lu Yin and Zhang Jing's expressions changed dramatically, believing Wang Zhen was testing them, shaking their heads in panic. Master, we dare not. Though they wielded guns and had seen blood, having killed before, they could not bring themselves to aim at Wang Zhen. A full meal and a mere taste are distinguishable even to a dog. Lu Yin and Zhang Jing were not oblivious to this. Most importantly, Wang Zhen had always treated them well. Wang Zhen conjured a handgun from thin air. Without further ado, aimed it at his own chest. Bang! After the bullet was fired, a miraculous scene unfolded. The bullet halted mid-air in front of Wang Zhen. Lu Yin and Zhang Jing were rendered speechless. Is this the true power of the master? Unafraid of bullet attacks. Is he even human? At that moment, a profound sense of security enveloped Lu Yin and Zhang Jing. After a moment of bewilderment, they asked in confusion, Master, is this your extraordinary ability? Wang Zhen chuckled, Indeed, this is absolute defense, a new skill I have mastered. You should have guessed by now. I possess an enormous space filled with endless food and various weapons and supplies. Lu Yin and Zhang Jing. No wonder. That explains everything. Wang Zhen also provided them with satellite phones. With the emergence of extraordinary abilities, the two were now aware. However, the details of how to awaken them had yet to be revealed on the satellite network. Wang Zhen turned to the two and commanded, Now shoot me. Empty the magazines. Yes. Bang, bang, bang. As the two fired 20 shots, only 10 energy points were consumed. This meant he could absolutely withstand an assault of 200 bullets simultaneously. Even if absolute defense were breached, he still had his physical defenses. Regardless of who the enemy was, charging forth was more than sufficient. Wang Zhen began meticulously testing his body's reaction speed. Lu Yin, continue shooting at me. This time, Lu Yin did not hesitate. Yes, master. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Wang Zhen observed the trajectory of the bullet, clearly capturing its path. Extending 2 fingers, he effortlessly pinched the bullet and crushed it with force. Ha ha! Firearms posed no real threat to me anymore. Wang Zhen was in high spirits, scooping Lu Yin into his arms. Having acquired extraordinary abilities today, he felt like a newlywed celebrating. 2 days later, Wang Zhen lay on the sofa, scrolling through videos and posts on his satellite phone. Lu Yin knelt before him, massaging his feet, while Zhang Jing leaned against him, peeling lychees and feeding them to him. Suddenly, a post titled "If You Don't Want to Be a Beast of Burden." Come here, appeared, before the apocalypse. We were all beasts of burden. In an uncertain world, we could all be dark horses, take a gamble, and a bicycle turns into a motorcycle if a beast of burden wishes to become a dark horse. It must undergo baptism in the floodwaters. Can a crow become a phoenix? The comments below the post were plentiful. Is the poster teaching methods to awaken extraordinary abilities? Is this for real? Everyone, don't believe him. The authorities have already announced that there are fish in the floodwaters, and they have undergone malignant evolution, being bloodthirsty and vicious. Just the other day, I donned a diving suit to scavenge supplies in the supermarket and was bitten by a 20-pound carp. My rear still hurts. Exactly. I spent an hour in the floodwaters searching for supplies. Doesn't tea that count as baptism? I was chased and bitten by 3 fish. How come I didn't awaken any abilities? This poster is a fraud. Everyone should not believe him. Baptism? Don't turn into a funeral procession. The carp in the floodwaters, though fierce, tastes quite good. Are you a fisherman upstairs? Now, I can fish every day. Reported, undergoing baptism in the floodwaters? Wang Zhen rose, carrying Zhang Jing to the balcony. After the rain subsided, numerous survivors ventured out on makeshift rafts to scavenge for supplies. Surely, some must have dived into the supermarket to retrieve contaminated goods. If the post is true, there should be individuals awakening extraordinary abilities. Is it true? Going out to sea will reveal all. 2 days prior on the 10th floor of building number 11 after the death of Zhao Chang's family of 5. Liu Gang's group had run out of food sources. Upon hearing of Wang Zhen's commendable deeds in the floodwaters, Liu Gang remarked, "In this lifetime, a man should act thus." After some contemplation, Liu Gang organized many men from building No. 11. The rain has lessened. I propose we construct rafts and venture out to scavenge for supplies. This proposal instantly garnered a response from a portion of the people, with elders above and young ones below in their households. And no provisions left, they felt compelled to act. Since the torrential rain had subsided to a moderate downpour, many had witnessed individuals setting out on makeshift wooden rafts, returning with supplies. Although these provisions were tainted by floodwaters, they were preferable to starvation. Yet, some remained in a state of indecision, hoping to enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Liu Gang scoffed coldly. "Those who venture out with me shall feast on meat and broth. Those who choose to stay behind shall not receive a single grain from me, regardless of gender." With Wang Zhen, the tyrant residing in building number 11, Liu Gang had no intention of gathering strength. How can one sleep soundly while a threat lies so close? He pondered, provoking Wang Zhen's ire. Was that not a fool's errand? That day, Liu Gang and a dozen others set forth on 3 bundled wooden rafts. Departing from building number 11, Liu Gang rode outward, encountering numerous fellow travelers whose odd gazes followed them as they emerged from the building. While searching for supplies in a large structure, Liu Gang overheard various rumors regarding Wang Zhen. It was said that within Wang Zhen's abode in building number 11 lay countless provisions. Those who could eliminate him would never again worry about food and drink. Wang Zhen was described as utterly malevolent, worse than a beast, with whispers of him even preying upon young girls. The 2 women accompanying Wang Zhen were merely ornamental, beautiful yet useless. I heard Wang Zhen had known of the apocalypse in advance, preparing and stockpiling both provisions and truths. Someone remarked, "Hey, I also heard that just 2 days ago he was running low on ammunition. Otherwise, how could he have a rubber boat, choosing not to seek supplies but to return instead?" Your information is outdated. I heard he had a falling out with those 2 women and sustained serious injuries. Did you not hear the continuous gunfire emanating from building number 11 2 days ago? As Liu Gang absorbed these tales, he recalled how Wang Zhen had not ventured outside for 2 consecutive days, and a flicker of cunning ignited within him. 2 days prior, he had indeed heard a barrage of gunfire. Furthermore, given China's gun control laws, even if Wang Zhen had acquired firearms, his ammunition would be limited. Could it be that the rumors held some truth? Did this mean that he could proclaim himself king in building No. 11? Liu Gang's group was fortunate enough to discover 2 pharmaceutical companies and 2 gourmet supply companies within the building. Medicines were equally vital in the apocalypse. In a critical moment, a single pill could save a life. And used medications could also be traded with other factions for supplies. The Gourmet Supply Company. They unearthed boxes of instant noodles, beef jerky, fizzy drinks, assorted nuts, and spicy noodles. A veritable bounty. They beheld a raft overflowing with food and water. Spirits soared. Brother Lu, from this day forth, you shall be our leader. You direct me east, and I shall not stray west. One man tore open a bag of beef jerky, laboriously chewing. Brother Lu, your prowess is unmatched. You led us to such plentiful supplies right from the start. I will follow you from now on. Lu Gang reveled in the adulation, feeling buoyant. However, on their return journey, Lu Gang's group encountered other survivors, leading to a fierce skirmish. Amidst the chaos, Lu Gang was struck by a knife from a scoundrel and fell into the water. The flood seeped through his clothing and into his skin. An intense pain surged through him, nearly rendering him unconscious. Just as Lu Gang believed his demise was inevitable, a powerful force awakened within him. A radiant green light burst forth from his being. His injuries visibly healed. I am formidable, Lu Gang mused, muscles taut as he strode upon the waves, effortlessly conjuring a water arrow that pierced through the scoundrel who had just attacked him. The scoundrel's body twisted and fell into the water. Bubbles rising as crimson stained the surface. The companions of the scoundrel stood frozen in shock. What had just transpired? Was that truly a water arrow? And was he standing upon the water? He had awakened an extraordinary ability. Lu Gang did not cease there. He conjured another water arrow, slender as a pinky finger, and shot it through the leader of the opposing group. With a triumphant and arrogant expression, Lu Gang surveyed the crowd. Who else dares challenge me? After 2 consecutive foes fell to his water arrows, the remaining individuals were too frightened to utter a word. Surrender or death. Lu Gang's gaze turned icy as he regarded the opposing team. With the awakening of his powers, his mindset shifted. What was the current state of the outside world? Floodwaters engulfed the globe, and with his newfound water abilities, he believed himself destined for greatness, the protagonist of this tale. He sought to eliminate Wang Zhen, claiming Lu Yin and Zhang Jing for himself. Moreover, he aimed to expand his influence, necessitating more supplies and additional manpower. He would seize others' provisions and women, ensuring his own comfortable existence in this apocalyptic world. Standing upon the water, he evoked envy among the onlookers, while the members of the opposing team looked upon him with newfound admiration. Apocalyptic, a neighbor of Lu Gang, felt no joy in witnessing Lu's awakening. Instead, he was consumed by discomfort. Why him? Why was it Lu, not himself, who awakened powers? Was he not the one organizing the survivors of Building Number 11 to seek supplies? Lu Gang's awakening forced Li Pengpeng to endure silently. His mind racing, he echoed, Brother Lu speaks true. Those who do not surrender shall perish. Who else wishes to test my water arrows? Lu Gang, brimming with pride, summoned yet another water arrow, threatening the crowd. In truth, he could only muster a single shot at this moment. He began to weave grand visions. With the downpour upon us, I have awakened my water abilities. Follow me, and I shall guide you through these chaotic times, helping you gather supplies to live more comfortably than before the apocalypse. Those who join me shall never go hungry. Women, if they were appealing, they would be seized. Food? Women, since the onset of the heavy rain, many had not had a satisfying meal. Initially, they believed the rain would last only a few days. Who could have imagined it would flood to 10 stories high after the floodwaters engulfed a level? Many had to ration their food, hoping for a day when the rain would abate and government aid would arrive. 20 days had passed. While the rain had lessened considerably, aid had yet to come. The people could only rely on themselves. Speak frankly, how many could truly eat their fill in this apocalypse? As for women, they were too weak from hunger to even think of such desires. Only when their bellies were full would such thoughts arise. The crowd's eyes began to gleam with anticipation. Brother Lu, you shall henceforth be my leader. Direct me east, and I will not stray west. A man with a buzz cut quickly declared. With the first declaration, the rest soon followed suit. Who would not wish to align with someone strong? Lu Gang was a water ability user, his water arrows capable of piercing flesh, far surpassing the previous leader, Xiao Fei. If they followed Lu Gang, they would be well fed and could enjoy the company of women. What was the harm in serving him? As for sacrificing their lives, that was out of the question. If circumstances grew dire, they would abandon him without hesitation. Lu Gang's group swiftly expanded from 15 to 32 individuals. With the increase in numbers, Lu Gang's ego swelled on the way back to the community. They even seized a small team of T.E.N.I.N. building number 11. On the 13th floor, Lu Gang's group gathered, laughter and excitement filling the air. Brother Lu, we owe our success to your water arrows. Without them, the battle would not have gone so smoothly. Though, it was a pity we let 3 escape. Li Pengpeng laughed heartily. Nonsense. I merely fired once. It was your courage and determination that led us to victory. Lu Gang replied with feigned modesty. Brother Lu, it is time to eliminate Wang Zhen, Li Pengpeng proposed. Indeed, once we deal with Wang Zhen, who else in building number 11 could stand against us? Dominating the Quanlan community would be within our grasp. One of the younger members rallied. Brother Lu, you clearly possess great fortune and wisdom. While Lu Gang understood that these praises were mere flattery, he also recognized that if he could awaken powers, so too could others. The Quanlan community, with its tens of thousands of residents, simply could not be controlled by a single water ability user in a ragtag group. Yet, hearing such words filled him with unbidden pride. He silently reflected. It is now certain that there are still survivors in 2006. I have seen sporadic lights flickering at night. What truly transpired with that gunfire? Was there indeed an internal conflict? One can only hope that Wang Zhen has been slain by those 2 women, saving me the trouble of dealing with him. After Lu Gang awakened his extraordinary abilities, he no longer feared Wang Zhen, resolutely deciding to first restore the energy within himself. During the time taken to regain this energy, he would deal with these good neighbors and simultaneously observe any reactions from Wang Zhen. Under the flickering lights of 2006 at night, the houses had been systematically reinforced, allowing them to be powered simply by removing the battery, i.e. the entire Guanlan community. Only his residents had electricity. With a swift motion, Wang Zhen adeptly employed his existing skills in combat. He unleashed 3 abilities simultaneously: spatial confinement, absolute defense, and teleportation. Everything within the confined space fell under his control in the blink of an eye. No one could survive under his assault. Within the realm of spatial confinement, he was akin to a deity, a sovereign. Through relentless energy consumption and skill familiarization, Wang Zhen discovered that as his proficiency increased, the energy expenditure for the 3 skills diminished. Moreover, upon depleting his energy and subsequently restoring it, he experienced a slight overall increase in energy. Current energy level, 310. With continuous practice, his energy was once again exhausted. Wang Zhen concluded his training. Feeling invigorated, he beckoned, and Lu Yin and Zhang Jing obediently approached him, offering massages. Master, it's late at night. Let us rest. Zhang Jing purred enticingly. Wang Zhen opened his eyes and grasped Zhang Jing's delicate hand. Before we rest, let us take a bath. As Wang Zhen reveled in the pleasure of his bath, Lu Gang commenced a methodical sweep of the building, leading his group floor by floor, proclaiming, "Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish." Bang, bang, bang. Li Pengpeng violently smashed the door. The occupants inside, hearing the commotion, counted to 3 before reluctantly opening the door. The man in the room peered through the window at the ominous crowd outside. Pleading, Lu Go, I truly have no food at home. I beg you, spare me. Please. Lu Gang spoke with undeniable authority. Join me, or die. Choose one. Lu Go, opposing Wang Zhen leads to a grim fate. Li Pengpeng interjected. What is Wang Zhen? He is not worthy of comparison with Lu Go. With but a flick of your finger, he could be crushed. Lu Gang enunciated each word. From this day forth, all residents of Building 11 must obey my command. With no exceptions, those who disobey shall face a singular fate. Death. Look closely. This is Lu Riyun, Wang Zhen's former wife. If I dare to kill her, what is Wang Zhen? With a swift motion, a water arrow pierced through the head of the now formless Lu Riyun. After being cared for over several days, she finally met her demise. The faces of those inside shifted dramatically. His wife and daughter possessed a hint of beauty. Should they open the door? What if Lu Gang took an interest? Not opening the door. Could the security door withstand a pack of wolves outside? As the occupants grappled with their thoughts, Lu Gang's deep voice began to count. 3, 2, 1. Lu Gang waved his hand dismissively, ordering, "Break the door. Kill the men. The women are for my brothers to share. Anyone who dares to harm my wife and children shall meet their end." The men inside turned pale, their teeth gritting in defiance. Crash! Li Peng Peng swung a hammer, smashing the door to pieces. "I'll fight you to the death," the man shouted, lunging at Li Peng Peng with a knife. "Fool! Who do you think you can kill? Who can you possibly defeat?" Before the man's blade could descend, Li Peng Peng kicked him in the stomach. Immediately, Lu Gang and his group charged forward, grinning malevolently, wielding kitchen knives, steel pipes, and fruit knives, mercilessly stabbing the man on the ground. "I have given you a chance, yet you squandered it," Lu Gang mocked, observing the man on the brink of death. Today, he intended to kill for authority, to instill fear in everyone. Those who disregarded his commands faced only one outcome: death. Subsequently, the man's wife and daughter were subjected to the vile deeds of the thugs. All other neighbors were left in terror. Lu Gang was even more ruthless than Qian San, continuing on to the next household. Lu Gang growled, "Open the door, or you shall share the same fate as the ones across the street." The occupants hurriedly opened the door, allowing Lu Gang's group to enter. Unable to fight back, they chose to join. "Lu Ge, I have joined you. She's my wife. Please, do not harm her. Damn, it's your good fortune that I've taken an interest in your wife. Stop whining, or I'll end you." Lu Gang's crew unleashed their inner malice. The sounds of smashing and desperate screams echoed continuously. Those who had followed Lu Gang for a long time ensured the safety of their wives and parents. However, those who joined that night, especially the somewhat attractive ones, faced humiliation at the hands of the crowd. Men whose wives were mistreated joined in the torment of others' wives. There was no turning back now. Seizing an opportunity when Lu Gang was distracted, Li Peng Peng ascended to the 10th floor, slashing open his arm, and without hesitation, leapt into the floodwaters. He believed this would awaken his extraordinary abilities. Having spent time with Lu Gang, he was acutely aware of whether the latter possessed any powers. After being wounded and plunging into the waters, he anticipated awakening his abilities. Thus, all secrets lay submerged within the flood. Yet after an hour in the water, Li Peng Peng remained devoid of any powers. Disheartened, he drank the water, only to find himself unable to pull up his trousers. "Why?" he lamented. "Why can Lu Gang awaken his abilities while I cannot?" The look of resentment marred Li Peng Peng's face. The apocalypse was not terrifying. Sharing hardships was bearable, but being overshadowed by someone else was profoundly frightening. In despair, he sought out a captive woman, inflicting torment upon her. Yet there was still no response. In the living room of 2203, Lu Gang listened with a smile as a subordinate reported before him. "Yes, Lu Ge, we observed throughout the night. No matter how loud the screams outside, 2006 showed no signs of life. Not even a curtain was drawn," the subordinate stated respectfully. Lu Gang's face lit up with joy as he slammed his hand on the table. "And gather the men. It is time to annihilate 2006. That fool Wang Zhen actually dared to arm the women he stole. It seems the rumors of him being cursed are indeed true." The thought of Lu Yin and Zhang Jing, those two breathtaking beauties, set Lu Gang's heart racing with anticipation. The other subordinates who had seen Lu Yin and Zhang Jing also had their eyes gleaming with excitement, shouting, "Lu Ge, if you feast, allow us to sip the broth." "Definitely, definitely," Lu Gang replied. "There's no time to waste. Let us act immediately. Haha, just the thought of obtaining a woman like Lu Yin makes me exhilarated. By the way, Lu Ge, Wang Zhen has been cursed. But those two women are armed as well." Lu Gang's rationality returned in an instant. Although he had awakened the water manipulation ability, he was still flesh and blood. A bullet would still kill him. They are merely two women with guns. There's nothing to fear. We shall divide into 3 teams to attack, and we will surely succeed with ease. One team would descend from 2106, another would climb from the balcony of 2005, and the last would stealthily pry open doors. The group's eyes lit up. This plan was excellent. With 3 simultaneous assaults, they would undoubtedly achieve victory. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Lu Gang's crew split into 3 teams. The door prying team was personally led by Lu Gang, minimizing danger. The other two teams faced significantly greater risks. One group stealthily approached 2106, securing 6 ropes, with 6 men in support and 6 beginning to climb towards 2006. Another group quietly arrived at 2005, similarly securing ropes, climbing out onto the balcony, and scaling the outer wall towards 2006. Liu Gang's team waited outside 2006, shining flashlights as they examined Wang Zhen's security door. They struck the lock with force, and with just a few blows, the door would yield. As Liu Gang led his men to the entrance of room 2006, the 3 individuals inside were working tirelessly throughout the night. Liu Yin and Zhang Jing were clearly under the arrangements made by Wang Zhen. He caressed Liu Yan's silky hair with one hand while frowning in the direction of the security door, the balcony, and the outer wall of room 2005. With his extraordinary hearing, he was aware of 3 groups approaching from those directions. Despite the lightness of their footsteps, they could not escape his acute auditory perception. He was cognizant of everything that transpired that night, though he chose to remain indifferent. Disrupted in his endeavors, Wang Zhen felt immense displeasure and fury, the consequences of which could be severe. "You are truly damned." Wang Zhen did not act immediately. Instead, he took a leisurely shower and dressed with unhurried grace. The house had undergone preliminary system reinforcement, making it impossible for Liu Gang's group to break in. "Smash it down," Liu Gang commanded, and 5 sturdy men wielding sledgehammers approached the door of room 2006. With a series of heavy thuds, they struck the door with all their might, their arms growing numb from the effort. A fully grown man, wielding a sledgehammer with all his strength, could typically breach an ordinary security door in a few strikes. However, the door before them remained unscathed. The group was perplexed. What sort of lock is this? How can it be so resilient? Cursing, Liu Gang snatched the sledgehammer from one of his men and swung it with all his might. At the moment of awakening his powers, his body was also enhanced. Thud! The sledgehammer struck the door without leaving a mark, bouncing back and nearly falling on his foot. Damn it! There is something peculiar about this door. It cannot possibly be this tough. Liu Gang's face flushed with anger, his expression darkening. Unable to breach the door, he scoffed at the notion of being thwarted by a mere wall. "Everyone, go smash the wall." The 5 men resumed their efforts against the wall. "Damn, this wall is strange too. We can't seem to make a dent." "Liu Ge, why not try using your powers to see if you can break through?" Li Peng gasped, struggling to catch his breath. Suddenly, a female voice emanated from within the security door. "There's no need to smash. I'll open the door for you," one of the younger men triumphantly exclaimed. "Damn, Liu Ge, the people inside heard about your powers and immediately backed down." "Ha, I bet their guns are unloaded." Liu Gang and his entourage erupted in laughter. "When we get inside, let Liu Ge go first, and then we can have our fun." With a click, the lock of the security door opened, and Liu Gang forcefully pushed the door, ready to charge inside. However, his hand suddenly froze mid-push. The younger men chuckled. "What is wrong, Liu Ge? Aren't you in a hurry now?" At that moment, Liu Gang's body tensed, his expression grave as he stared at the ominous black barrel pointed at his forehead. He had just been about to quip, "I bet your gun is unloaded," and was preparing to launch a surprise attack with his powers. But then, bang bang, Liu Gang looked down at his legs, where 2 bullets had pierced through his meniscus. What is happening? Why did you open the door if you had bullets?" Liu Gang collapsed to the ground, raising his gaze. Wang Zhen looked down at him with a face full of excitement. "You've awakened your powers?" The crowd was left dumbfounded. Wang Zhen was still alive. They had been misled by the rumors. "Why didn't you come out sooner? Why did you allow us to wreak havoc in Building 11? What kind of logic was that?" Wang Zhen scoffed. "The lives of others mean nothing to me. I am no saint. Not to mention, when the mischievous kids deceived him into opening the door. Qian San and his group stormed into his home, taking everything, while his neighbors merely looked on with indifference. He had been contemplating killing a few people to earn some infamy points and further enhance his overall abilities and skills. Now, fortune had knocked on his door. Just as he was about to doze off, a pillow was delivered to him, and additional bonus awaited. Inflicting injuries on the water-manipulating ability, user Liu Gang earned him 4,000 infamy points. Inflicting harm on a powered individual yielded higher infamy points than on an ordinary person. Thus, the infamy gained from killing a powered individual should be even greater. How thrilling! I'll give you one chance. Unleash your powers to the fullest. Lu Gang wasted no time. Knowing this was his final opportunity. In the next moment, he conjured a water arrow with his fingers. Wang Zhen watched curiously at the water arrow. Lu Gang had awakened a water manipulation ability. If I were to purchase water abilities from the system store, would it manifest similarly? Quite intriguing. Die. Lu Gang glared venomously at Wang Zhen, his finger twitching. The water arrow shot forth from his fingertip, aimed directly at Wang Zhen's head. The younger men rejoiced. This time, Wang Zhen was doomed. They had all witnessed Lu Gang use a water arrow to kill. Its speed rivaled that of a bullet, easily piercing through a person's body. However, the moment came. Bang! The water arrow reached within 10 centimeters of Wang Zhen before seemingly encountering an invisible wall of air, exploding into a spray. This was absolute defense, capable of withstanding all types of damage. Wang Zhen understood the water arrow's power with this strike. The water arrow had amassed tremendous energy, with a speed and damage potential comparable to that of a bullet. With such might, he could easily absorb the impact without using absolute defense. Lu Gang assumed it was his lack of strength and conjured a second water arrow. But the result was the same. Bang! The water arrow, swift as a bullet, was unexpectedly caught in Wang Zhen's hand and then crushed. Lu Gang stood there dumbfounded. The water arrow had been caught. Was that even possible? Wang Zhen looked at Lu Gang with disdain. Is this it? You pathetic fool? Your powers are utterly worthless. By humiliating the water ability user Lu Gang, Wang Zhen gained an additional 3,000 infamy points. Indeed, the infamy gained from humiliating a powered individual surpassed that of an ordinary person. A wave of humiliation surged through Lu Gang, flushing his face red as he summoned all the energy within him for a single powerful strike. Bang! The water arrow was once again crushed in an instant. Lu Gang's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? Could it be that he had exhausted himself too much during the night, causing his powers to malfunction? Wang Zhen stepped on Lu Gang's face. Now, tell me, how did your powers awaken? I'll make it quick for you. Lu Gang's powers were ineffective against Wang Zhen. Gulp. Li Pengpeng swallowed hard, realizing how well he understood Lu Gang's water arrow ability. Now, however, it was effortlessly countered by Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen must also possess powers, but why was he asking about how to awaken abilities? Could it be that there were multiple methods to awaken powers? Li Pengpeng's mind raced, and he quickly said, Brother Wang, I know about this. Let me explain, but you must promise to spare my life. Wang Zhen replied coolly, If what you say is useful, I will let you go this time. Pengpeng knelt down, detailing Lu Gang's process of awakening his powers. So, the post about not wanting to be a beast of burden is true. Bathing in floodwaters can indeed awaken powers. Then why didn't you awaken powers? Wang Zhen pressed. Pengpeng answered honestly. I don't know. Fine, you're spared this time. Wang Zhen waved him away, 10 years east of the river, 10 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. Li Pengpeng smiled, yet his heart brimmed with hatred for Wang Zhen. The humiliation of today would surely be repaid 100-fold in the future. When I gain strength, I will be the first to take you down. Suddenly, bang! Li Pengpeng glanced at the gaping hole in his chest in disbelief, staring at Wang Zhen. You didn't keep your word. Bang! A blood hole appeared in the back of Li Pengpeng's head, splattering red and white matter onto those nearby. Wang Zhen shook his head and said, What I meant was this time. But I blinked and saw you again. You can't blame me for that. The remaining underlings were paralyzed with fear. Wang Zhen was indeed as ruthless as the rumors claimed. Not a single one of the 20-odd men had the courage to resist. Had they known Wang Zhen was alive, they would never have come. Wang Zhen crushed Lu Gang's head beneath his foot, addressing the crowd. Will you take your own lives, or shall I take action? Don't be too arrogant. Do you really think a single gun can intimidate all of us? Who are you trying to scare? If you push us too far, you won't end up well. Wang Zhen shook his head in resignation. It seems I must take matters into my own hands and send you on your way. A man shouted frantically, brothers from the other two directions. Charge with me and slay him, or we shall all perish. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Indeed, they had reinforcements from two other groups. There were more than 50 of them. Surely, with such a multitude, They could not fail to vanquish a single adversary. As Liu Gang led the charge to smash the door, reinforcements from room 2106 arrived at the balcony of room 2006. Break the window, a massive iron hammer swung down with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, the wielder's arms were numbed from the impact, and the hammer fell directly into the floodwaters, their body swaying in midair. I cursed inwardly. Was this truly a window? Even steel plates could not compare. Undeterred, another individual swung mightily at the window, only to meet the same fate. How could it be impossible to break through? What should we do now? Let's retreat. The six were just about to withdraw when Liu Yin opened the door for Wang Zhen, slowly stepping into the bedroom. Drawing back the curtains, she gazed at the crowd. You are truly detestable, disrupting the good fortune of me and my master. You deserve to die. The six stood transfixed, captivated by Liu Yan's beauty, one even shamefully bleeding from the nose. This girl was too stunning. Damn, if I could just have her once, I would gladly welcome death. Hey, she is quite fierce. I like it rough. It sounds exhilarating. The six conversed without restraint. In this moment, they completely forgot about Wang Zhen, who was outside with Liu Yin and Zhang Jing, unleashing gunfire in a merciless slaughter, or perhaps, consumed by lust, they had conveniently overlooked the fact that Liu Yin and Zhang Jing were armed. Liu Yin approached the window and opened it. Brothers, this woman has opened the window. Let us enter. Bang! The sound of a gunshot shattered their fantasies. Point one fell instantly. The other five were left stunned, staring at Liu Yin in disbelief. They had thought the rumors were false, yet the woman before them was even more terrifying than they had imagined. She could kill without so much as a blink. How did Liu Gang muster the courage to attack room 2006? Even if Wang Zhen had been backstabbed by two women, those women were not to be trifled with. Liu Yin gripped her gun tightly, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. She aimed the gun back and forth, and the remaining five instinctively dodged. But where could they hide in midair? Who would be next? You. Or you. Perhaps you. The five waved their hands frantically. Sister, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please don't kill me. It was Liu Gang who urged me to come. I have a wife and children to support. I was forced into this. Bang. The one who spoke was shot dead. The remaining four were instantly alarmed, paralyzed by fear. Liu Yin raised her gun again, her aim steady. Wait. I know your master. If you kill me, he won't let you off? No, please, I don't want to die. One of the younger men broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Bang. The third person fell. You are so loud. You've driven me to the brink. Liu Yin furrowed her brows, clicking her tongue. Your dying expression is too ugly. Let me make it more presentable for you. Liu Yin emptied her magazine into the third victim. Unhurriedly, she removed the spent magazine and retrieved a fresh one from her pocket. One man saw his chance and attempted to escape upstairs. Bang! The fourth was shot dead. The remaining two were left in a state of utter shock, too terrified to cry or plead for mercy. The torturous wait for death drove them to the brink of insanity. Liu Yin had dispatched 4 men and felt a significant alleviation of her earlier frustration as she aimed at the 2 remaining, emptying her new magazine. Meanwhile, it was almost my turn. Did you know that? Zhang Jing, frowning, stood on the balcony, resentfully gazing at the 6 who had interrupted her plans. Bang, bang, bang. As Liu Yin fired, Zhang Jing joined in, emptying her own magazine before reloading and continuing until the 6 were reduced to mere riddled corpses. On Wang Zhen's side, the group had just completed their self-brainwashing, regaining their courage when they heard the gunfire. What followed was an unforgettable scene. Wang Zhen charged at them, wielding 2 butcher knives. His speed was so astonishing that the front line barely registered what was happening before they fell to sharp aim. Terrified, the front line fled in panic, while those behind frantically pushed forward, oblivious to the chaos. Swish, swish, swish. With Wang Zhen's strength and speed combined with 2 razor-sharp knives, no one could withstand a single strike. Moments later, there were no survivors outside room 2006. The floodwaters beneath Building 11 had turned to blood. The stench of carnage was overwhelming. Wang Zhen approached room 2005, where the 6 inside could barely stand. Their eyes wide with horror at the crimson torrent flowing in, Wang Zhen advanced slowly toward them. To be honest, I hadn't intended to kill you, but you came seeking death, and I have no choice. One man glanced back at Wang Zhen and suddenly leaped into the raging waters. Swish! Each flash of cold steel was accompanied by bursts of blood. The remaining 5 were paralyzed with fear. Trembling uncontrollably, one man, watching Wang Zhen approach, began to convulse uncontrollably, as if afflicted by epilepsy. Before Wang Zhen could reach him, his body tensed up, eyes bulging, neck twisting, and he was dead. Detected that you have scared an enemy to death. Evil value increased by 50,000. Wang Zhen did not rush to kill the 4 in room 2005, but the 6 from room 2106. He still had an experiment to conduct. It pertained to the awakening of superpowers. He wished to see whether everyone would awaken abilities after bathing in the flood, or if only some would. Wang Zhen, Lu Yin, and Zhang Jing, armed, escorted 10 individuals to the 10th floor. Wang Zhen raised his gun. Pointing at one, "You, get into the water. I want to see if bathing can truly awaken superpowers." One man plunged into the water with a splash, his body bound by steel wires, ensuring that even if he awakened powers, he could not escape. Wang Zhen observed the man's condition closely. After half an hour, the man's body began to convulse violently, seemingly in excruciating pain. This state persisted for 10 minutes, at which point a yellowish light exploded from within him. Wang Zhen took out a notebook and recorded. Half an hour, body underwent changes. 10 minutes later, awakened superpowers. After retrieving the man from the water, Wang Zhen noted a remarkable transformation. The previously frail figure now bore solid muscles, brimming with explosive strength. "All right, you can die now." Wang Zhen swiftly broke the man's neck. After conducting 10 experiments on the awakening of superpowers, Wang Zhen arrived at a conclusion. There existed a mysterious energy within the flood that could stimulate latent abilities within the human body. Of course, those who possessed no innate abilities would awaken nothing, even after a day in the flood. Among the 10, 2 had awakened abilities. His luck was quite favorable. Killing an ordinary man would increase his evil value by at least 20,000, while taking down a superpowered individual would yield a minimum of 80,000. Tonight had proven to be a bountiful night. Current evil value 1 for 60,000. Having tasted success, Wang Zhen's eyes gleamed with intensity. He wiped the blood from the butcher knife on his sleeve. Gazing at the sea of corpses around him, utterly unperturbed, Confucius said, "Having come, one must make peace with it. Since your family has enjoyed the fruits of your plunder, their demise is not unjust." He ascended the stairs, slowly. One must eradicate the root when cutting grass. Wang Zhen methodically swept through each floor, mercilessly slaughtering every living soul he encountered without a hint of restraint. Along the way, Lu Yin and Zhang Jing witnessed the horrific treatment Lu Gang and his group inflicted upon the women they had seized. Any woman possessing even a hint of beauty was subjected to appalling violence and abuse. Their necks were shackled with iron chains, and their hands and feet pierced with iron clamps. Some women even had their teeth violently knocked out. The scenes unfolding before them were akin to hellish nightmares, leaving Lu Yin and Zhang Jing trembling uncontrollably. Had they not been following Wang Zhen, their fate would have been little better than those women. Knowing the truth is one thing, but witnessing it is an entirely different experience. These women had already perished long before Lu Gang's assault in 2006. In room 2503, Wang Zhen kicked the door open, scanning the room for any signs of life. Finding none, he felt a twinge of regret. But suddenly, his gaze fell upon a half-eaten bowl of instant noodles on the table. He could assure himself that below the 25th floor, there were no survivors. But where had the occupants of this room vanished to? He had not heard anyone rushing upstairs moments ago, that if they wished to play a game of hide-and-seek, he would indulge them. 10-year-old Wu Zhe trembled as he hid in a concealed compartment beneath the tatami mat. Leaning against his mother, the two clung to one another, their breaths measured and cautious. Wu Zhe, precocious for his age, was a natural-born villain. Last year, he had personally taken the life of a 7-year-old girl. Upon hearing the barrage of gunfire, he instinctively understood that his father had been killed. Yet he did not weep. Upon witnessing the massacre below Building 11, he decisively urged his mother to hide. The compartment behind their tatami mat was empty, capable of concealing 2 people, completely undetectable from the outside. Wang Zhen was formidable. Even Lu Gang, who had awakened his powers, was no match for him. 52 had set out to kill him, only to meet their own demise. The families of those implicated also fell victim to his hand. Wang Zhen, Wu Zhe vowed to remember the grudge for his father's death. One day, he would exact his revenge. Wu Zhe had also awakened his powers. Fire-based. Just wait, he swore to himself. When my abilities fully develop, I will flay you alive and burn you to death. His face darkened, a solemn oath forming in his heart. Just then, he heard the sound of the front door being violently kicked open, followed by the rustling of footsteps. A man sighed. There's no one here. Let us move on to the next house. The sound of another door being kicked open echoed, followed by pleas for mercy and screams. Had that devil Wang Zhen left? Wu Zhe exhaled deeply, the tension in his body beginning to ease. His mother also patted her chest in relief. Both of them felt their bodies weaken, drenched in sweat as their hiding place grew stiflingly hot. Wu Zhe did not rush to emerge. Instead, he and his mother remained hidden for another half hour. Only when the external environment felt entirely safe did they push the cabinet aside and crawl out. Wu Zhe glanced at the door and said, "Mom, it's safe now that we need to leave quickly. That man is ruthless. He won't spare us." Xiao Zhe, wait a moment, let me grab some food. Without food, we won't survive even if we escape. His mother picked up a bag to fill with sausages, chocolates, instant noodles, and candies. Mom, we can only escape quickly. Every moment we delay increases our danger. Once we leave, with my abilities, I can get us whatever food we need at such a tender age. His thoughts surpassed those of most, truly a testament to his awakened powers. Suddenly, a voice came from outside, causing both faces to pale. Wu Zhe stared at the door, tense, as he saw Wang Zhen enter, wielding a butcher-esque knife, his expression calm and unhurried. The moment the woman saw Wang Zhen, her face turned ashen. "No, please don't kill us. We promise not to seek revenge. My husband went to kill you, and his demise was well-deserved. Xiao Zhe is just a child. In a few days, he will forget all about this." Wang Zhen realized that a child had awakened powers. Such a child could not be allowed to live. He was sharp of hearing and had clearly overheard the mother and son's conversation. "Don't worry. I have 2 rules. I do not kill women, and I do not kill children." The woman looked at Wang Zhen with surprise, her excitement palpable. "Really?" Wu Zhe found himself at a loss for words. Such assurances were hardly credible. Was it possible that this building contained only 1 woman and 1 child? What of all the others who had been killed? Wang Zhen regarded Wu Zhe with interest. "What is your name?" "Big brother. I am Wu Zhe." Wu Zhe dared not lie, knowing that Wang Zhen was in his home. His identity card and household registration could easily reveal the truth. "Did you not bury a 7-year-old girl last year?" Lu Yan suddenly interjected. Wang Zhen recalled a sensational news story from last year. The incident had created quite a stir, yet due to the minor's privacy, no information had surfaced online that he hadn't anticipated that this little wretch would be in the same building as him. This made it even more imperative that he could not be allowed to live. Wang Zhen suddenly recalled an old joke he had seen online. Feeling a mischievous urge, he waved his hand and produced a rubber dinghy and a pistol. "How about this? I see you're also a power wielder, ruthless and cunning, a character worth preserving. That I will give you a chance. Choose one of these 2 items. Choose correctly, and I will spare you." "Really?" Wu Zhe's mother beamed with J. "Oh, why I in this apocalyptic storm? A rubber dinghy was invaluable. With it, they could travel anywhere and scavenge for supplies. As for the pistol, it was not a necessity, especially given her son's fire abilities." Wang Zhen nodded. "I'm a man of my word. Choose wisely, and I will spare you and provide you with ample supplies. That we choose the rubber dinghy." Wu Zhe's mother declared. Wu Zhe looked at his mother in disbelief. "Mom, we are dead today. No matter what we choose, he will kill us. That's impossible." He said he is a man of his word. Wu Zhe's mother clearly did not believe her son. Wu Zhe had seen enough videos of this nature and even played along with his friends that he had even used it on that little girl. He had already predicted what Wang Zhen would say. So he laid it out. If we choose the rubber dinghy, he will surely say that such a child cannot be allowed to live, harboring intentions of revenge. That if we choose the pistol, he will undoubtedly say we have revenge in our hearts. Such a child cannot be allowed to live. That if we choose neither, he will claim we are too cunning. and thus, such a child cannot be allowed to live. If we choose both, he will say we are greedy and cannot be allowed to live. Wu Zhe looked at Wang Zhen, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Am I right? Indeed, you are correct. Wang Zhen sighed and shook his head. You've seen through my intentions. It's no fun now. I had originally thought to spare you and your mother, but it's your knowledge that seals your fate. Die. Wang Zhen sneered, drawing out a butcher-s knife that Wu Zhe's mother glared at Wang Zhen, demanding, Didn't you say you would spare women and children? I said I do not kill women and children. But unfortunately, you are neither in my eyes. To me, you are not human. The blade flashed. Wang Zhen departed with Lu Yin and Zhang Jing. Before leaving, he waved his hand, spilling a bucket of gasoline onto the ground. Igniting it with a lighter, which fell to the floor. Boom! In an instant, room 2503 was engulfed in flames. To kill. How could one not set fire to the evidence? Killing the fire-wielding Wu Zhe added 80,000 evil points. Burning everything to erase all traces added another 10,000 evil points. Lu Yin watched the flames consume Wu Zhe, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. This little demon had finally met his end. The searing heat made Zhang Jing, clad in stab-resistant gear, feel somewhat warm. Master, I'm feeling a bit hot. Zhang Jing gazed at Wang Zhen with her eyes glistening with tears. Wang Zhen lifted Zhang Jing's chin and said, If you're hot, then take off your coat. There are no outsiders in this building. Zhang Jing kissed Wang Zhen's fingers one by one, her voice sultry as she murmured, Master. Wang Zhen was momentarily taken aback, realizing her intentions, and then he chuckled, Little enchantress, you're quite the playful one. On the 11th floor of building number 7, Song Yuding was ravenous. Upon noticing a cockroach at her feet, she swallowed hard, seized it, and brought it to her mouth. Ugh, ugh. She fought to suppress the nausea roiling in her stomach, managing to keep the cockroach down, and in the next moment, she burst into tears, crying out, Why? Why doesn't he see me? My soul is so beautiful. Why can't he recognize it? Is he blind? If it weren't for his rejection, how could I be in such dire straits? As she wept, resentment began to brew within her, with all those rumors circulating. Why is he still alive? Why are those men so useless? Suddenly, a fire erupted on the 25th floor of building number 11. Song Yuding's expression brightened. I hope Wang Zhen has been killed. Ha ha, it must be him. He deserves to die for rejecting me. Currently, her evil deeds value stood an astonishing 2.12 million, and after a night of carnage, Wang Zhen's evil deeds value surged to an incredible figure, a full 12 million, surpassing even the growth he experienced while venturing out in a rubber boat to sow hatred. Gazing at the 2.12 million evil deeds value in the system shop, he contemplated briefly before making a decision. He decisively clicked to purchase the time manipulation abilities in the system shop. You have awakened the time manipulation abilities. Time acceleration and time deceleration. Time acceleration. Beginner, it has been detected that you have awakened spatial abilities. When activated, this skill can be fused with spatial abilities to form an accelerated time space, within which you could deplete your enemy's lifespan. Note, if the target is powerful, the accelerated time space may not be able to deplete their lifespan. Note, the duration of time acceleration is related to the target's and host's comprehensive physique and internal energy. Time deceleration. Beginner, you can slow down the flow of time for the target without affecting yourself. And it can also combine with spatial abilities to create a decelerated time dash space. As he read the descriptions on the panel, a smile crept onto his face. The fusion of space and time. What a divine skill. Unsurprisingly, the priority purchase of spatial and temporal abilities brought him great delight. Time acceleration not only enhances his own speed, but also accelerates bullets and attacks, as well as the pace of Lu Yin and Zhang Jing. Combined with spatial manipulation, it can even consume the lifespans of his enemies, akin to a reincarnation-type skill. Time deceleration allows him to reduce others' speeds, effectively enhancing his own pace. Perfection incarnate, having mastered spatial abilities. He now possessed 2 divine combat skills, absolute defense and spatial lockdown. Teleportation was a life-saving technique. The fusion of space and time did not merely enhance his combat power by a factor of 2. It multiplied it geometrically. Bang! A shot was fired as Wang Zhen activated time deceleration on the bullet. The bullet's rapid motion appeared to him in severe delay, its speed significantly reduced. Wang Zhen calculated that the energy within him could last for 1 minute before it would be depleted, leaving only his physical stamina. In truth, a few seconds would suffice. Given his current physique and speed, 1 second could accomplish much and take many lives. After a brief contemplation, he decided to increase his comprehensive physique attributes by 30 points, elevating his already impressive 110 points to a remarkable 140. The moment his comprehensive physique attributes broke through to 140, his bodily qualities, muscle density, bone density, skin strength, and metabolic rate saw substantial enhancement. These improvements translated to a longer lifespan, greater resilience, and faster wound healing capabilities. With 100 points in strength and defense, he was impervious to blades and bullets. He could only imagine the power of a comprehensive physique attribute at 140. He had a premonition that once his comprehensive physique attributes reached a certain level, he could unlock immortality. Following the enhancement of his attributes, he noticed the rate at which his internal energy recovered also increased. After boosting his comprehensive physique, he invested another 200,000 evil deeds value into his agility attribute, which instantly rose from 80 to 100. In that moment, his body felt as light as a helium balloon. As if a gentle leap could propel him into the heavens. Of course, it was merely an illusion. With 14 times the comprehensive physique of an ordinary person, coupled with his terrifying speed, any ability user would seem like a mere child before him. Uncertain if he could awaken abilities after being washed by floodwaters, he decided to test it. Wang Zhen teleported into the floodwaters, keenly sensing the changes it brought to his body. In his heightened perception, he detected a mysterious energy within the flood, infiltrating his body through every pore. Unlike Liu Gang, who endured excruciating pain, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Instead, he sensed something new awakening in his mind. Simultaneously, his attribute panel underwent a transformation. Name: Wang Zhen. Basic attributes: comprehensive physique 140, agility 100, evil deeds value can enhance attributes, energy 320, skills, teleportation level 1, absolute defense level 1, spatial lockdown level 1, consumes 200,000 evil deeds value to enhance skill level. Skills: time acceleration level 1, time deceleration level 1, consumes 200,000 evil deeds value to enhance skill level. Skill: mental intimidation level 1, intimidate the opponent, instilling fear in enemies and causing them to lose their fighting spirit. When conversing, using mental intimidation will prevent those with weak mental fortitude from lying. Consumes 200,000 evil deed value to enhance mental energy and advance this skill. Current evil deeds value: 20,000. To his surprise, his own ability turned out to be mental intimidation. Quite impressive, very impressive. Currently, all the skills he possessed were aimed at enhancing his combat power. This indeed aligned with the image of a villain. A villain, after all, must possess formidable strength to dominate. Otherwise, what is the point of being a villain? In building number 6, room 1603, Ouyang Yura, having consumed all the food in her home, began to scavenge for dog food. Fighting her pet Wang Kai for a meal, she drank rainwater collected on the balcony. The torrential rain had persisted for 20 days, flooding the building up to 10 stories high. The continuous downpour rendered her room damp. Wringing out her clothes yielded droplets of water. When would this ordeal come to an end? Ouyang Yura was truly at her wit's end. Why hasn't help arrived yet? When will the rain stop? I crave meat, fruits, vegetables, cake, and a hot shower. My stomach hurts. Woe is me. Wang Kai, what should I do? As she lamented, Ouyang Yura clutched Wang Kai and wept at a role-playing blogger. She relied on her stunning figure and exceptional makeup skills to earn a living through cosplay videos. Though there was plenty of dog food at home, her stomach could not adapt to a diet solely of dog food, leading to extreme constipation that rendered her nearly incapacitated. If she failed to relieve herself soon, she might very well be the first person to die from being backed up. The thought of such a scenario made her break into a cold sweat. She did not wish to die just yet. She had never experienced love, never held hands, never shared a kiss. She refused to perish in such a way. The idea of selling her body to engage in relations with a man for a morsel of food was utterly repugnant. She would rather die, unless it was with one person, ensuring 3 hearty meals a day with meat and vegetables, she would consider it. But in this apocalypse, where could she find such a man? Wang Kai, if I can't survive, I might just have to eat you, and then take my own life. Ouyang Yurua's words startled Wang Kai, causing him to shiver. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Neighbors, this is Sure Kong Kong from Building No. 25. We have established a free trade market in Building Number 25, welcoming everyone to come and exchange goods. For those interested, we will be waiting for you at noon tomorrow on the 11th floor of your building to take you aboard our ship from the Xiaoyao gang. Or you may choose to come on your own. Suddenly, a voice emanated from downstairs. Ouyang Yuro's expression brightened with delight as she rushed to the balcony to gaze into the floodwaters below. There, amidst the deluge, stood a man on a speedboat, clutching an electronic megaphone. Behind him loomed 6 robust figures, as imposing as iron towers, each adorned with intricate tattoos, the left embodying the azure dragon and the right the white tiger. A trading market? Is there a boat to ferry goods? Ouyang Yuro felt a surge of excitement. Back at home, she had 4 large bags of dog food, weighing a total of 200 pounds. Trading 30 pounds should surely yield a bottle of laxative, right? After all, before the apocalypse, a bottle of laxative cost merely a few coins. Meanwhile, in room 1403 of Building 33, Lin Yaozu excitedly leaned against the window, watching the departing speedboat with gleaming eyes. Turning to his mother, Lu Yumin, he exclaimed, Mom, there's a trading market being established at Building 25. Let us gather all the food we don't eat and head over to exchange for something delicious. Yes, yes, let us take those soaked rice and instant noodles to see if we can trade for cigarettes and good food. Lu Yumin, a female smoker with a penchant for tobacco, replied eagerly. Hey sis, can you ask Brother San to bring back more food today so we can trade tomorrow? Lin Yaozu called to his sister, Lin Yao, who was deep in thought and hadn't heard him. Recently graduated from university, Lin Yao was a standout in the dance department, a true beauty with long, slender legs, naturally gifted for dance, and possessing a graceful silhouette. Her hobby, diving. Lin Yao, are your ears deaf? Didn't you hear your brother speaking to you? Lu Yumin's voice boomed like a lioness. Lin Yao sighed, and, after a moment's pause, responded, All right, I'll ask Song Jiming to bring back more food today and accompany you tomorrow. Instantly, Lu Yumin's wailing ceased, replaced by a smile. Now that's more like it. Wang Zhen was also aware of the trading market's news that he had every intention of attending, and he planned to bring Lu Yin and Zhang Jing along. He aimed to instill fear. Anyone who dared to confront him would face dire consequences, transforming their actions into his malicious credits. With his abilities, he felt no need to fear anyone or any schemes. After awakening his powers through the flood's baptism, both Lu Yin and Zhang Jing had similarly emerged with newfound abilities. Lu Yin had awakened super flexibility and regenerative capabilities, an extraordinary gift, while Zhang Jing had obtained a state of fury, boosting her physical attributes by 300 for a minute, albeit leaving her weakened afterward. Looking at Lu Yin with envy, Zhang Jing remarked, Your flexibility ability is truly a divine skill. If utilized well, you could evade bullets, rendering ordinary assassination attempts futile. Lu Yin replied, I envy your fury ability. With a 300-point boost, who could possibly contend with you? Despite still facing challenges in gaming, she felt content as long as she was stronger than Zhang Jing. Winning Wang Zhen's favor would ensure her survival in this apocalyptic world. Having witnessed the brutalities of this new reality, she feared the day she might be abandoned by him. Wang Zhen smiled, realizing that exposing them to the harshness of the apocalypse would not only foster their growth, but also enhance their willingness to serve him better. The following day arrived swiftly. When Wang Zhen awoke, it was already 9 o'clock. Lu Yin lay draped over him, her legs resting on his like a koala clinging to a tree. He opened his eyes and gently urged her. Wake up, it's time to rise. Master, let me sleep for just 10 more minutes. I'm utterly exhausted. Lu Yin clung tightly to him, her head nuzzling against his chest. What shall we eat? I'm so hungry I feel dizzy after last night. I'll provide the ingredients. You just need to prepare the meal, Wang Zhen replied as he dressed and retrieved various food supplies. Each time he committed an act of wrongdoing, whether minor or grave. The system rewarded him with at least a ton of resources. Taking a life granted him a minimum of 100 tons. All these resources were system-generated, devoid of any pollutants or additives, making his meals more delectable than those before the apocalypse. His stockpile had grown so vast that it would last several lifetimes. Zhang Jing, who had taken charge of cooking in recent days, prepared the meals with Lu Yin assisting an hour later. The table was laden with an array of vegetables and meats, accompanied by 3 large pots of fragrant rice. Thanks to his enhanced physique, Wang Zhen's appetite had swelled tremendously, a necessity to meet his body's demands. After feasting, Lu Yin began washing the dishes while Zhang Jing offered him a massage. This is the life, he thought, reflecting on the grueling existence he had endured before the apocalypse, waking earlier than the roosters and sleeping later than the dogs. Returning home meant cooking for Lu Riyun and enduring her whimsical dramas, often filled with absurdities, especially when she was upset, even if she was in the wrong. He had to appease her. Sometimes he wished he could slap her, yet feared losing her as a source of stress relief. Now, however, life was good. Women, with endless resources and overwhelming strength, who could possibly lack companionship? The upcoming trading market presented the perfect opportunity to acquire a few lovely maidens to warm his noon. Lu Yin and Zhang Jing, both impeccably made up, accompanied Wang Zhen as they boarded an inflatable boat, departing from Building 11. Many others were also heading to the trading market, and soon they heard the shouts of an elderly woman. "How can you treat us this way?" Turning their heads, they spotted an elderly woman standing on a sightseeing boat outside Building 18, defiantly glaring at 3 knife-wielding men. "We're going to the trading fair. Why must we pay to ride your boat? Is this reasonable?" One of the knife-wielders brandished his weapon threateningly, warning, "Old hag, you must pay with resources to ride the boat, or you could just jump off, cause a ruckus, and I'll end you." Without a hint of fear, the elderly woman provocatively retorted, "What? Trying to scare me with a knife? Come on, my neck is here. Go ahead and cut it. Kill me." Her audacious words drew agreement from others. "Yes. How can you charge us for resources? This is utterly unreasonable. You set up a trading market and threaten us with knives? What's your intention? To kill us and seize our resources? You outsiders have no decency at all." With a swift motion, the knife-wielding man struck the elderly woman's neck and then continued to strike repeatedly. With a twisted grin, he exclaimed, "Old hag, I'm granting your wish, die." Covered in blood, the man raised his weapon, glaring at the crowd. Anyone else have a problem with the boat fair? The crowd shrank back in fear, resembling quail. The man licked the blood from his lips, revealing a deranged smile. "Since there are no objections, pay the fare. Those who refuse will take a dip in the water." Instantly, the passengers on the sightseeing boat tensed, hastily handing over their resources and obediently sitting down. Some fools inevitably sought their own doom. In times of peace, boat rides required payment. How much more so in the apocalypse? The world had changed, yet in many ways it remained the same. Song Yuding, at the cost of a sleepless night, boarded the sightseeing boat of the Xiaoyao gang, heading towards the trading market, prepared to barter her own self for sustenance. She could no longer endure her plight. For days, after consuming her last grain of rice, she had not tasted any food. All the misfortunes she suffered were attributed to Wang Zhen. Upon witnessing the flames engulfing Building 11, she believed that Wang Zhen had been slain by the inhabitants of that building or by others, and she basked in that malicious delight for quite some time. On the sightseeing boat, she engaged in another transaction, exchanging her services for 2 marinated eggs, which momentarily revived her spirits as she lifted her gaze towards the outside world. To her astonishment, her eyes fell upon Wang Zhen seated in a rubber dinghy. In an instant, Song Yuding was consumed by madness. "Damn it! Why are you still alive? Why?" Her heart was filled with loathing and fury as she fixed her gaze on Wang Zhen. Her teeth clenched so tightly it felt as if they might shatter. The trading market was located within Building 25, and Wang Zhen's dinghy, equipped with a gasoline engine, propelled him forward at a speed surpassing that of others. Arriving at a time when the market was still relatively sparse, he deflated the dinghy and stuffed the electric pump and gasoline motor into a burlap sack he had previously prepared, hoisting 2 large bags as he ascended the makeshift ladder to the 11th floor of Building 25. "Hey, handsome, care to have some fun? Just 1 or 2 meters." 5 women, clad in revealing attire and of decent appearance, stood along the corridor, eagerly calling out to Wang Zhen. Despite their modest beauty, their skin was sallow and rough, and they appeared filthy, reminiscent of beggars from the pre-apocalyptic world. Such a presentation would have gone unnoticed in the old world. Even if offered for free, Wang Zhen glanced at them, his brow furrowing. Before the short-skirted woman could approach, he coldly commanded, "Step aside." The woman, noticing Wang Zhen's clean attire and healthy complexion, understood that he either possessed abundant resources or harbored formidable strength. If she were to associate with him, even as a servant, it would undoubtedly be 1,000 times better than her current existence. Thus, the short-skirted woman persisted, "Big brother, why not give a try? I am quite skilled. Are you deaf? Get lost before I slap you." Wang Zhen's temper flared instantly. What did they take him for? He had never sought out such company before the apocalypse, let alone after. Moreover, Lu Yin and Zhang Jing, having been well-trained, were capable of handling anything. Witnessing Wang Zhen's fury, the short-skirted woman dared not press further, wearing a contrived smile as she stepped aside. The 11th floor was already bustling with individuals hawking their wares. Mink coats. Exquisite mink coats, only 10 packets of instant noodles. Ginger candy, 1 piece for a packet of noodles. Mooncakes in exchange for unsoaked rice, 10 pounds of unsoaked rice for a box of cigarettes. Negotiable. Compressed biscuits in exchange for unsoaked rice or lao gan ma. Soaked rice is cheap, only in exchange for medicine. Gas canisters for 50 pounds of unsoaked rice. Hurry. Live fish, 1 pound of fish for 10 pounds of unsoaked rice. Quick trade. Mao Dai in exchange for rice or flour. Noodles are also acceptable. Top quality jade bangles for any food or a rubber dinghy. Highest bidder wins. The market was teeming with various goods, and anything edible or essential for survival was being sold at exorbitant prices. Members of the Xiaoyao gang patrolled with knives to maintain order. The market, established by the Xiaoyao gang, required vendors to pay a stall fee in addition to ferrying people for resources. Wang Zhen wandered up to the 15th floor. The Xiaoyao gang sought individuals with special abilities, offering 3 hearty meals a day and distributing women, inviting interested parties to discuss further in private. At the entrance of one room, a sign was erected by the Xiaoyao gang. Wang Zhen glanced at it, shook his head, and moved on. With his abilities, working for someone else was utterly nonsensical. Come see. Women of exceptional beauty, look at their skin and figures. Bringing one home will guarantee endless pleasure. One stall occupied an entire room, shockingly selling women. Wang Zhen surveyed the scene and noted that the women, all around 25 to 30 years of age, were of ordinary appearance. Instantly losing interest, it made sense. Who would deign to auction off exquisite beauties like Lu Yin and Zhang Jing? They were kept secret for personal enjoyment. It was not impossible that some big brothers were involved in queuing and other such affairs. Moreover, what fate awaited these women in the hands of a group of men? After a cursory exploration, Wang Zhen discovered that the trading areas spanned from the 11th to the 20th floors of Building 25. The Xiaoyao gang's trading market was not small. If it were, it could not accommodate many people. After all, where there are humans, there are trading needs. The Qinlan community had once housed over 20,000 people before the apocalypse. Now, even if there were not 10,000, surely 8,000 remained. Other units could not possibly be as desolate as Building 11. With only him and 2 women left. Having completed his circuit, Wang Zhen did not find a single woman comparable to Lu Yin or Zhang Jing. It seemed that if he wished to increase his number of servants, he would have to recruit them himself. Upon reaching the 11th floor, Wang Zhen sought out the Xiaoyao gang's guard. Zhang Long's gaze was transfixed on Lu Yin and Zhang Jing, his throat dry as he swallowed nervously. From the moment Wang Zhen had appeared with the 2 women at Building 25, Zhang Long had reported everything he saw to the gang's leader, Shi Kongkong. Shi Kongkong had instructed him to be cautious, to ascertain Wang Zhen's background before acting. Zhang Long swallowed hard and addressed Wang Zhen. The stall fee is a packet of instant noodles or chocolate, or even a loaf of bread will suffice. Wang Zhen retrieved a loaf of bread and handed it over, leading the 2 women to the corridor on the 11th floor. His aim was to recruit beauties, spreading the word about his offer of food and accommodation through participants of the trading fair, ensuring maximum foot traffic. Wang Zhen took a small stool and seated himself. Lu Yin and Zhang Jing unfolded a waterproof cloth from one of the burlap sacks and laid it on the ground. Lu Yin then arranged various food items on the cloth, while Zhang Jing produced a blackboard and began to write. Don't miss this opportunity. Recruiting beauties, meals and accommodation guaranteed post-interview. Those providing information about beauties will receive material rewards upon verification. Before long, a large crowd began to gather in the corridor that I end this apocalypse. How many could truly fill their bellies? Such an offer, in the pre-apocalyptic world, would have earned one slaps or even a beating. Yet now, it was a dream for many that if meals and accommodation are guaranteed. Count me in. I'd even bear your children. I'm signing up. Can you see me? Does having given birth count? A middle-aged woman in her 40s pressed forward eagerly that I'm a model. I'm signing up. A gaunt woman exclaimed urgently that I'm a flight attendant. I'm signing up. Silence. Everyone, shut up. Wang Zhen bellowed, form a queue, or I swear I'll wipe you all out. He unleashed a mental intimidation. Simultaneously, a lecherous hand, seizing the moment of chaos, reached out to touch Lu Yin's calf, the owner of the hand wearing a perverse grin of excitement. What do you think you're doing? The sudden rebuke startled the perpetrator, freezing his hand in midair. Wang Zhen swiftly seized the offending hand, yanking the lecherous man forward and slamming him to the ground. His expression fierce. You dare lay a hand on my woman? You're courting death. In the next instant, a crisp crack echoed through the air. Wang Zhen grasped the lecherous man's arm, followed by the other arm, then the left leg, and finally the right leg. Host's misdeeds are deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. Evil deeds' value increased by 5,000. Publicly beating the lecherous man increased evil deeds' value by 30,000. The protagonist's actions instill psychological trauma in the crowd, increasing evil deeds' value by 20,000. The crowd fell silent, retreating in fear, their eyes filled with trepidation as they gazed upon Wang Zhen. Lu Yin looked at him with sparkling eyes, brimming with affection and adoration. This was her master, who would go to such lengths to protect her, dismembering their enemies. What did this signify? Although Wang Zhen referred to them as servants, it was clear he held them dear in his heart. Lu Yin silently vowed to serve Wang Zhen with utmost dedication, ensuring his happiness. If Wang Zhen were joyful, she would be delighted. Zhang Jing, wielding a knife, regarded the crowd with icy eyes, licking her lips. Oh, how I wish to slay you all. Wang Zhen surveyed the gathered masses, raising an eyebrow in warning. Do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts, nor extend hands that should not be moved. Whoever dares to act will meet their demise. I am the Reaper. Stand properly, all of you. As long as I can earn points for malevolence, what does it matter if I incur the wrath of the masses? A sweet smile graced Zhang Jing's face. Her eyes, seemingly magnetized, fixated on the imposing Wang Zhen. With a public threat to 25 individuals, malevolence points surged by 13,000. After delivering his proclamation, Wang Zhen settled onto a small stool, while Lu Yin hurriedly knelt on the ground. Her body pliant as if devoid of bones, pressing against Wang Zhen, her eyes shimmering with allure. Zhang Jing mirrored her actions from the other side. The two exquisite beauties vied for attention, leaving the male onlookers among the survivors feeling a pang of jealousy, their hearts heavy with bitterness. Here we are, struggling for mere sustenance, while you live a life of luxury that a fire of envy ignited within the observing men, yet they dared not express it, suppressing their frustration until it simmered. Successfully inciting anger among the crowd, Wang Zhen garnered an additional 5,000 malevolence points. Is this even possible? Upon hearing the notification, Wang Zhen's eyes lit up. It seemed he would need to become even more brazen, more domineering, and more ruthless in the future that he surveyed the lined-up women and began the interviews. Have you even looked in a mirror? Do you consider yourself a beauty, just here to frighten me? Leave. Then he pointed at another. You, a mother, dare to join the fray. What do you take me for? You, a mere cylinder, dare to intrude. Depart. Are you a model? Wang Zhen inquired of a tall beauty. The model nodded. A hint of pride in her voice, indeed. I'm a leg model. My legs are long, fair, and delicate. You will surely adore them. As she spoke, the model lifted her pants to flaunt her calves. What is your name? You know the consequences of deceiving me. Wang Zhen activated his mental intimidation. SUU, how many boyfriends have you had? For reasons unknown. So you felt a surge of fear, unable to hide the truth. 12 boyfriends. Wang Zhen chuckled. Wow, you're impressive. Leave. Next. After interviewing 25 women, none met his criteria. With so many people in the Qianlong community, it was hard to believe he couldn't find a few exceptional beauties. I am Zhonglong. A flight attendant, standing at 168 centimeters, weighing 98 pounds, with measurements of 89, 62, 91. Zhonglong introduced herself with a professional smile. Her eyes scanned the surroundings, noticing Wang Zhen's apparent interest. A smile crept upon her lips. Zhonglong possessed immense confidence, convinced that Wang Zhen would choose her. She feared no questions from him. She was certain her psychological acumen would see her through. How many boyfriends have you had? Have you been with any other men since the apocalypse? Speak truthfully. Wang Zhen unleashed his mental intimidation again. I've had 3 boyfriends, and I've been involved with all 3 since the apocalypse. I've been with 12 men, all of whom provided me with food. Otherwise, I couldn't maintain my appearance. After speaking, Zhonglong suddenly jolted awake. What on earth am I saying? I had mentally rehearsed my words beforehand. Why did I let the truth slip? Had her mind become muddled? Wang Zhen regarded Zhonglong with a shake of his head. You do not meet the criteria? Why not? I am a flight attendant. I am beautiful and have an excellent figure. What more do you want? Which woman hasn't slept with several men these days? As she spoke, Zhonglong's courage inexplicably surged. Wang Zhen coldly replied, Leave immediately. Do you have any idea how high your standards are? Can't you lower them a bit? What time is it? It's the apocalypse. How can you expect to find a woman with a clean past? I don't care. You either let me follow you today or give me 50 pounds of rice. Otherwise, this isn't over. Zhonglong glared at the rice on the ground, defiantly raising her chin. Wang Zhen was taken aback. Did he just kill someone for nothing? How dare she speak to him like that? Did she think she was untouchable, that he wouldn't dare harm her? Then perhaps he should slay a few more chickens. He rose slowly, squinting at the gathered women. Is there anyone else who shares her sentiments? Speak up. A few women cast a glance at the position of the lewd man's corpse, shivering involuntarily, too frightened to utter a sound. The male onlookers, however, regarded the scene with a sense of morbid fascination. The previously discontented Suyu stepped forward. I also believe your standards are too high. You should lower them. And for how you spoke to me earlier, you owe me an apology. You must give me 50 pounds, no, 100 pounds of rice, and then I might forgive you. Swish, swish. 2 gleaming blades flashed, blood erupted, and Zhonglong and Suyu fell to the ground, disbelief etched on their faces. The other women recoiled. Their eyes filled with terror. Wang Zhen nonchalantly wiped the blood from his cleaver, clicking his tongue. One dares to speak. One dares to demand. Truly brave. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Some murmured in disbelief. To kill such beautiful women. And 2 at that. What a waste. Wang Zhen, knife in hand and a smile on his face, asked, Is there anyone who has objections to my interview process? The crowd held their breath momentarily. Wang Zhen returned to his stool, leaning against Lu Yin, casually remarking, Women who do not meet the criteria of being fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged need not apply. Otherwise, death. The collective disdain from the women added an additional 20,000 malevolence points. Ouyang Yuru strolled through the trading market, despairing as no one was willing to exchange her laxative for dog food. In this apocalypse, most individuals suffered from malnutrition, and constipation was common. Those with laxatives either used them or traded them for superior food. Exchanging a laxative for dog food was utterly absurd. Ouyang Yuru felt that perhaps her current unattractiveness was a contributing factor. Upon seeing her, many would scowl in disgust or furrow their brows. Indeed, who would give a warm reception to a woman with 2 large black birthmarks on her face, a neck covered in pustules, a mouth full of crooked teeth, and a foul odor emanating from her? She was in dire straits, disheartened. Ouyang Yuru descended the stairs, sighing heavily when suddenly she overheard a conversation. That ruthless man has killed again. This time 2 women. Why provoke him? He is not someone to mess with. He can publicly tear people apart. Did you not see how the Xiaoyao gang didn't even react? Sigh, do you think that ruthless man can attract qualified, beautiful women? I highly doubt it. Even before the rain, those who met his standards were few and far between, let alone in this chaotic world. If only I had a beautiful daughter, I would provide for her completely. Just thinking about that life is so comforting. Hey, who knows if that provision is genuine or just a ruse to sell women off? I believe it's true. Just look at the two beautiful women beside him. Attracting beautiful women with full provisions, beasts will never be slaves, unless they are well-fed. Ouyang Yuru's eyes sparkled. Before the storm hit, someone uttered such words, and she could have easily scolded them into silence. But now, as long as there are provisions, what harm is there in submitting to another, provided she is not mistreated? Filled with excitement, Ouyang Yuru hurried toward the 11th floor, after Wang Zhen stated his requirements. No one else dared to interview, he remained unhurried, leaning against Lu Yin while munching on the sunflower seeds offered by the two women. Currently, his malevolence point stood at 142,000. Wang Zhen was far from satisfied. What was his intention in bringing Lu Yin and Zhang Jing out? To incite hatred, yet now, aside from one lewd man and two women, not a single ability user had approached. Ouyang Yuru arrived on the 11th floor and immediately spotted the trio of Wang Zhen. The man was strikingly handsome, and the women were beautiful. Then she noticed the array of food at Wang Zhen's stall. Sour and spicy noodles, snail noodles, self-heating pots, spicy strips, chips, yogurt, chocolate, beef jerky, dried plums, and apples. My goodness, it was all her favorites. Ouyang Yuru's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed hungrily at the food. Gulping down her saliva, she glanced at the recruitment requirements, pursed her lips, and walked straight toward Wang Zhen. Survivors near the corridor pointed and mocked her as she approached Wang Zhen. What on earth is that smell? So foul. Goodness, she doesn't plan to interview, does she? Just seeing her ruins my mood and makes me nauseous. I bet she is a goner. It's not her fault for being ugly. But scaring people just by showing up is her mistake. Wang Zhen observed Ouyang Yuro approaching, his brow furrowing slightly. Ouyang Yuro noticed Wang Zhen was about to speak. She hurriedly interjected, "I've come for an interview. May I first remove my makeup?" Everyone was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Ouyang Yuro. She had applied makeup? It was hardly discernible. Even if she removed it, she would likely still appear quite unattractive. Wang Zhen scrutinized Ouyang Yuro, his eyes narrowing. The sign beside him clearly outlined the criteria for the women he sought. Did the other party dare to come here deliberately disguised as unattractive? Some individuals possess remarkable makeup skills, capable of transforming a beauty into a plain Jane. Wang Zhen smiled faintly. "Let us begin." With no further hesitation, Ouyang Yuro commenced the process of removing her makeup. She swiftly peeled away the 2 patches on her face, then retrieved a bottle of water she always carried to wash away the freckles that adorned her visage. When she lifted her head, a delicately beautiful face emerged. Next, she tore away the cyst on her neck, revealing skin as pale as jade beneath. The sight of Ouyang Yuro devoid of her makeup was nothing short of breathtaking, captivating all onlookers in an instant. Everyone around was rendered speechless. Goodness, it was like witnessing a miraculous transformation. Just moments ago, Ouyang Yuro had been an eyesore, a rather peculiar kind of unattractive, and now stripped of her disguise. She was stunningly beautiful, but that was not all. When Ouyang Yuro shed her oversized coat, Wang Zhen was equally stunned. What a concealed gem of a beauty! Ouyang Yuro's looks rivaled those of Lu Yin and Zhang Jing. Yet she possessed one superior trait. Her figure was far more alluring. The corners of Wang Zhen's mouth quirked upward. Rising to his feet, he approached Ouyang Yuro directly. Wang Zhen, as customary, employed his skill, psychic intimidation. "What is your name? And how many boyfriends have you had? Speak the truth." Ouyang Yuro, having been single her entire life, had never even held hand with anyone. Wang Zhen nodded, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "What is that scent on you?" It was a unique perfume, the fragrance predominantly lingering on her coat. Wang Zhen nodded, stating coolly, "Congratulations, you've passed the interview. You understand what I mean by recruiting beautiful women, correct?" Ouyang Yuro nodded. "I understand. Very well. Are you willing to follow me? Is it truly all-inclusive for meals and lodging? I am quite the foodie." Ouyang Yuro playfully remarked, "As long as you're with me, you may eat whatever you wish." and I shall ensure your safety. However, there is one stipulation. Should you defy or betray me, your fate will be dire. With so many people present, the recruitment had to continue. Wang Zhen could not resort to force. Or else who would dare to interview? Ouyang Euro had already contemplated this before approaching. Upon seeing the array of food laid out on the waterproof cloth, she hesitated not at all. For a foodie, nothing held greater significance than food. Ouyang Euro nodded earnestly. I am willing. Let us clean up a bit first. Wang Zhen retrieved 3 bottles of purified water from a sack. Lu Yin and Zhang Jing stood up, draping the rain cover over Ouyang Euro. Moments later, Ouyang Euro appeared before Wang Zhen, pristine and gazing eagerly at the food stall. Can I eat those now? Of course. Suddenly, a painful cramp from constipation struck, causing Ouyang Euro to double over. Nevertheless, she struggled to utter excitedly, Hurry, hurry, hurry. Wang Zhen's expression shifted oddly. Here, is she truly perfect? Ouyang Euro nodded eagerly. Yes, yes, yes. Give me the prunes. All right, I'm misunderstood. Wang Zhen raised his hand, opening a packet of prunes, pinching one and bringing it to Ouyang Euro's lips. She immediately opened her mouth, devouring the prune whole, even including her fingers. Wang Zhen felt a peculiar sensation on his fingers as he offered her another prune. Ouyang Euro's eyes sparkled. She had finally applied the knowledge she frequently studied. In a daze, Wang Zhen felt as though Ouyang Euro were consuming not prunes, but some miraculous elixir capable of resurrecting the dead. After consuming 3 prunes, the pain in her stomach subsided, and Ouyang Euro looked at Wang Zhen with burning eyes. Now I want potato chips. Wang Zhen, leaving no room for refusal, lifted Ouyang Euro and seated her on a small stool, tearing open a packet of chips to continue feeding her. Ouyang Euro shivered with delight, then focused intently on the chips. Seemingly dissatisfied with Wang Zhen's feeding pace, she snatched the bag of chips. Shoving a handful into her mouth, she promptly stuffed her cheeks full, resembling an adorable little hamster. Wang Zhen, feeling a twinge of temptation, reached into the bag and ate a chip himself. Seeing this, Ouyang Euro exclaimed anxiously, No stealing. They're all mine. After saying this, she hugged the bag to her chest, her eyes filled with wariness as she stared at Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen regarded Ouyang Euro with a smile. You are mine, so what is wrong with me having a chip? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Euro abruptly realized she was wholly Wang Zhen's, eating his food and drinking his drinks. She needed to distinguish between a full meal and a mere snack. One must not take liberties, or Wang Zhen, in his nature, would not hesitate to eliminate her without a second thought. Having raised dogs, she understood that her previous behavior was possessive over food, a bit excessive. She also knew that dogs deserved reward for good behavior and punishment for misdeeds, that a dog that bites its master faces a grim fate, either sold or killed for its meat. Ouyang Euro withdrew the chips from her embrace and offered them to Wang Zhen. Then you eat. Wang Zhen smiled, taking a chip and bringing it to Ouyang Euro's lips. She opened her mouth, eagerly consuming the chip, her face lighting up with pleasure. Naturally, her fingers found their way back in her mouth. Lu Yin watched Ouyang Euro with a hint of envy, turning to Zhang Jing. Our master is so biased. He has never held us while eating. Zhang Jing's expression shifted, glancing furtively at Wang Zhen, quickly asserting, Our master can do as he pleases. We have no right to interfere, so know your place. Having witnessed the world's cruelty, Zhang Jing had long since devoted herself to Wang Zhen. She added, You should study more materials on how to please the master. Wang Zhen paid no mind to the whispers of the 2 women and continued to tease Ouyang Euro. Ouyang Euro eagerly played along. She was a clever woman, not foolish. What difference did it make to act a step ahead or a step behind? She had no desire to find herself in a position of begging for dog food or grappling with a dog for scraps. Suffering from constipation, since she had already become Wang Zhen's woman, she resolved to fulfill her role and keep him pleased. Master, I want you to feed me too. Lu Yin sidled up from the left, biting her lip, her expression alluring. Master, I want some too. Zhang Jing chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. The 3 women resembled fledglings awaiting nourishment. Observing the 3 women in their pitiful state, devoid of dignity, one woman, standing at a distance, remarked sarcastically, What are you getting upset about? Don't you find it strange With a heavy rain, how could he possibly have so much food that hasn't been soaked? A plump woman nearby chimed in. Those supplies must have been soaked. They definitely must have, a woman who had failed the interview added. It has to be. He is a fraud. The water has flooded 10 levels. How could he have unsoaked food? Perhaps, another suggested, he is luring beautiful women with supplies only to sell them off afterward. I say, those 3 women will undoubtedly end up in a bad situation. They might even be treated worse than a dog. Laughter erupted as the women who had failed the interview spoke as if they were stating undeniable truths. Sour grapes. Indeed. Song Yuding felt a surge of delight. Ever since Wang Zhen had rejected her, she had harbored resentment. The rumor that Wang Zhen had foreseen the torrential rain and stockpiled food had initially been spread by her. Now, seizing the opportunity, she whispered, as far as I know, those supplies have not been soaked at all. For his 3-bedroom apartment is filled to the brim with food you know why he hoarded so much. That is because he was already aware of the impending torrential downpour and had stockpiled supplies in advance. As soon as these words were uttered, they immediately drew the attention of several women nearby. How could he be so malicious? If he had known that a storm was coming, why did he not inform us? What ulterior motives does he possess? How can one be so selfish, hoarding such an abundance of food without sharing it with us? Instead, he uses food to entice women. Such behavior is utterly shameless. A group of us will confront him, demanding that he surrender his supplies. Otherwise, we shall spread the word about his stockpiles. Indeed, let's go together. I refuse to believe that he would dare to eliminate us all. Song Yuding shook her head with a cold smirk. A bunch of fools. The more of you there are, the more he will dare to kill. She had not forgotten that Wang Zhen had coldly executed 27 individuals just a few days prior. The survivors who witnessed that scene would also not forget it. Song Yuding continued, "Are you all foolish? If we relay this information to the Xiaoyao gang, with their numbers and rumored superpowers, they could easily eliminate Wang Zhen. When that happens, they will acquire a vast amount of food. Will we not lose our share?" Instantly, some agreed. Yes, we are merely a handful of women. If he refuses to comply, we have no means to compel him. Let the Xiaoyao gang deal with him. When the time comes, just a little food for us would suffice. 2 bags of rice each will do. But what if the Xiaoyao gang refuses to honor the agreement? We shall confront them together. They wouldn't dare to back out. Yes, together we must unite. 6 women banded together to seek out Zhang Long. Noticing that Song Yuding remained unmoved, they said, "If you do not go, you will have no share of the food. Well, you all go ahead. I still have plenty of food at home, and your share will be reduced if you go to their surprise." They remarked, "Though you are not good-looking, your character is rather charming." Song Yuding gritted her teeth and forced a smile. "I appreciate your compliment." Watching the 6 approach Zhang Long, Song Yuding understood that Wang Zhen was doomed this time. Even those 6 fools might perish. Without strength, how could they negotiate with others? Fools, daring to insult her. May they all perish. Song Yuding believed her plan to be flawless. Little did she know, her conversation with the women was overheard by Wang Zhen, who heard everything clearly. His physical prowess was 14 times that of an ordinary person, and so too was his hearing. How could he not be aware of their discussions? A smirk crept onto Wang Zhen's lips. The bait was almost set. Regaining his focus, he continued to amuse the 3 women that on the top floor of Building 25, Kong, an ice-type superpower user and the leader of the Xiaoyao gang, sensed something amiss as the relentless rain continued. Before the apocalypse, he was a yacht owner in a park. He instructed his subordinates to retrieve the small boats and vessels from the park amidst the downpour. Relying on these small crafts, he organized the men of Building 25 to venture out in search of supplies. Upon their return, he sold some of the goods to the residents of Building 25. As the storm persisted, official rescue efforts were nowhere in sight. Kong's prices for supplies began to soar, leading to discontent among a group of elderly residents who accused him of selfishness and price gouging during a national crisis. Enraged, Kong ceased sales altogether. This only fueled further outrage among the residents, who collectively stormed his premises, berating and demanding he surrender his supplies. As his anger escalated, he impulsively killed the ringleader of the protest. After tasting blood, he used the supplies at hand to stabilize the majority of the able-bodied residents in Building 25. He then led his subordinates in eliminating all the men who had protested against him, sparing only the women. Days prior, Kong and several of his subordinates had awakened their superpowers and systematically silenced those who opposed him, thus solidifying his control over Building 25, with his territory stabilizing. He planned to recruit superpower users and expand outward. His first step was to dominate the community, establishing himself as the undisputed ruler of the Guang'an community. "Boss, are you truly considering allying with Wang Zhen?" inquired the vice leader of the Xiaoyao gang, frowning. Kong took a hearty swig of liquor, responding, "The Xiaoyao gang is at a crucial juncture of growth and expansion. We desperately need superpower users. Wang Zhen is decisive in his actions and would make a valuable addition to our ranks." Knock, knock, knock. Enter a woman clad in a high-slit Chong Sam, her figure alluring, stepped inside. "Boss, I have uncovered Wang Zhen's background. He resides in Building 11 and, just days ago, used a rubber boat to venture out, shooting down the leaders and subordinates of 5 apartment units outside Building 7, totaling 27 individuals. Rumors suggest he was aware of the impending rain and has hoarded an excess of supplies and weapons." Upon hearing this, Kong's brow furrowed tightly. "He has guns and bullets. Could he potentially join my ranks as a subordinate?" The woman in the Chong Sam continued, "Boss, I have dispatched someone to investigate Building 11. We shall receive more precise information upon their return." Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Long knocked at the door. "Boss." He recounted the information relayed to him by the 6 women. Among the tidings was that one claimed to be related to Wang Zhen, asserting to have seen an abundance of supplies in his home. They sought these supplies and resorted to familial betrayal when refused. TSK. Truly, the tales grow more outrageous with each retelling. Clang, clang, clang. Kong tapped his fingers on the table, finally resolving, send the 3rd and 4th to pay him a visit, not granting the chance to retaliate. "Eliminate him on sight. Bring back the 2 women unharmed. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Zhang Long inquired softly, "Boss, shall we reward those 6 women with supplies?" Kong casually replied, "A bag of instant rice each. If they want it, they may take it. If not, then they need not receive anything. Anyone who dares to cause trouble shall be captured and brought back to benefit the brothers, as the saying goes. 2 tigers cannot coexist on one mountain." Kong could not afford to leave Wang Zhen, a potential threat, by his side. Following Kong's orders, the 3rd and 4th emerged from 2 rooms on the 31st floor. The 3rd, towering at 6 feet, with a fierce appearance and a prominent scar on his face, was known as Scarface, specializing in defensive powers. The 4th, at 5 feet tall, bore a cherubic face and was nicknamed Biaozi, with the ability to control and produce toxins. Among the 2, Biaozi was the more brutal. Having taken lives, he developed the habit of needing to kill daily to sleep soundly. Not only did he kill, but he also relished in consuming the corpses in various ways, justifying that the human body harbored many toxins that could be refined. Upon receiving the command, Biaozi was exhilarated, moving with great speed. "The boss is truly something. Why leave those 2 women alive? We could have killed them all together for a greater thrill." Biaozi flicked his tongue like a lizard, displaying dissatisfaction on his cherubic face. Scarface chuckled, "You will never understand the allure of women, especially beautiful ones. That sensation, TSK, is truly intoxicating." Biaozi scratched his head, unable to comprehend the joy Scarface described, just as Scarface could not fathom Biaozi's penchant for killing. Scarface shook his head. Communication with such a person was futile. The 2 reached the 26th floor, gathering 15 others as they made their way to the 11th floor. "Master, I am satisfied," Lu Yin exclaimed, patting her belly with a look of contentment. Wang Zhen turned to Zhang Jing and Ouyang Euro. "Are you still eating?" Feeding the 3 women proved quite entertaining. "Master, I can still eat." Ouyang Euro bit off a large portion of the spicy strips in her hand. Realizing that Wang Zhen particularly enjoyed her demeanor, Zhang Jing cradled Wang Zhen's other hand. "Master, I want some too. Give me a piece." Wang Zhen raised an eyebrow. "How delightful." Bang, bang, bang. The sound of footsteps and murmurs echoed in the hallway. As the time to act approached, Scarface warned Biaozi, "When we get close, do not waste words. Poison him directly, but be cautious not to use too much, if you accidentally kill those 2 exquisite women. The boss will not spare you. You all wait in the hallway." Once Biaozi successfully poisons him, we shall swarm in and chop Wang Zhen into pieces. Wang Zhen smiled. There are quite a few visitors. He chuckled. My wicked deeds are about to pay off. Biaozi casually strolled out of the hallway, like a child exploring, inching closer to Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen pushed Lu Yin, who was leaning against him, aside and lifted Ouyang Euro, placing her nearby, and said nonchalantly, I will go kill a few people first. You all wait here. Remember, anyone who comes near you, eliminate them all. After issuing the command, the figure vanished without a trace. Zhang Jing, who usually appeared gentle and serene, harbored a violent nature deep within, and at this moment, she felt an urge to unleash her fury, grasping the pig-slaughtering knife left by Wang Zhen. The combination of her chaotic abilities and the knife should make for a thrilling slaughter, Zhang Jing mused. Biaozi suddenly jolted. Where did they go? In the next moment, he was startled to hear. Are you looking for me? He turned around, astonished at how the person had vanished so abruptly and then silently appeared behind him. Yet none of that mattered anymore, for his head had already been severed from his body. As Wang Zhen spoke, the knife had already struck Biaozi's throat. The ground echoed with a thud as the head rolled away. Have friends come from afar? Is it not a joy? Wang Zhen chuckled. Reappearing in the corridor, where he thrust the pig-slaughtering knife into Lao Ba's body, blood gushing forth as he withdrew the blade, the onlookers in the corridor momentarily froze before rushing at Wang Zhen with weapons in hand. Crack! One fell with a severed head. Bang! A kick sent another flying. With his strength, no one could survive after such a blow. Swish! 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 The narrow corridor saw Wang Zhen wielding dual knives, slashing his way from the lower floor to the upper floor. And back down again. In the blink of an eye, all enemies lay lifeless. Song Yuding's mind buzzed. She had been waiting on the 11th floor to witness Wang Zhen's impressive display. But what she got instead was the sight of him effortlessly dispatching someone and vanishing once more. This is not good. I must leave immediately. Sensing danger, Song Yuding turned to flee. Where do you think you're going? Wang Zhen's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes on her. Song Yuding forced a smile that was more grotesque than a frown. Hi. Handsome, what a coincidence, we meet again. Wang Zhen had no time for pleasantries, coldly asking, do we have a grudge? Song Yuding was taken aback. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Wang Zhen barked, you fat hag. I'm giving you one last chance. Why do you want me dead? Perhaps the term fat hag struck a nerve, for Song Yuding, no longer afraid, roared back, why should I accept you while you insult me for being overweight? I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Since I cannot have you, then you shall die. Wang Zhen chuckled and shook his head. Is that so? It seemed that next time he encountered such a woman, it would be best to eliminate her immediately. With a swift flash of a knife, warm blood began to pool on the cold ground. Killing the poison-type ability, user Biaozi, evil points increased by 160. 000. Killing the strength-type ability, user Lao Ba, evil points increased by 100. 000. Killing a disciple of the Xiaoyao gang, evil points increased by 30. 000. Inducing extreme fear in Song Yuding, evil points increased by 300. The host's words broke through Song Yuding's defenses, evil points increased by 1. 000. Killing Song Yuding, evil points increased by 14. 000. Current evil points, 853. 000. Marvelous. The evil points could still rise. At this moment, the remaining 2 Xiaoyao gang members finally thought to flee, but were swiftly captured by Wang Zhen. Slammed to the ground and crushed by his colossal fists, silence enveloped the 11th floor. The survivors trading and setting up stalls were paralyzed by the sudden burst of violence, averting their gazes from Wang Zhen. Too terrified to look at him that he had actually killed the enforcers of the Xiaoyao gang. This was a catastrophe. The host's brutal actions aligned with the system's recognition of evil deeds, instilling terror in all. 102. Evil points increased by 51. 000. Current evil points, 964. 000. Lu Yin and Zhang Jing had grown accustomed to such scenes, their expressions calm. Ouyang Euro knew that while Wang Zhen killing was one thing, witnessing it with her own eyes was another. She stood dazed, staring blankly at the 4 corpses, her body chilled. Wang Zhen approached the 3 women and inquired, the Xiaoyao gang wants to kill me. What should we do? Eliminate them all. Zhang Jing replied coldly. Annihilate their entire clan, Lu Yin added, retrieving a handgun and disengaging the safety. Wang Zhen looked at Ouyang Yuro and smiled. You'll get used to it if you watch more. Ouyang Yuro was baffled, wondering why Wang Zhen appeared so nonchalant after taking lives. Was he a born, cold-blooded creature? Wang Zhen stuffed all the items into 2 burlap sacks and headed towards the stairs of 1 unit. With the 3 women closely following, the area they passed through formed a vacuum, as vendors and survivors instinctively recoiled from them. When it comes to tasks, one should either not do them or go all out. In Building 25, there were 2 routes to descend. Wang Zhen surveyed the mountain of corpses and retrieved a vehicle from the system space, channeling his strength to force it into the stairwell. Bang! With 2 powerful punches, he smashed the vehicle flat and continued to shove it in point 1 vehicle, 2 vehicles, 3. After wedging enough vehicles to fill the stairwell completely, Wang Zhen finally paused. Now the stairway from the 11th floor to the 12th floor of 1 unit had become a dead end. To descend, one would have to use the stairs of the other unit, which was also a trap. He would have the 3 women guard at this stage. Conventional weapons posed a lethal threat to most ability users. Wang Zhen produced 2 rifles and a handgun, distributing a dozen magazines to the 3 women, instructing, guard this path. Anyone who attempts to descend without my permission will die. If one escapes, I will settle the score with you. Zhang Jing declared loudly, Master, don't worry. Unless I die, no one will get past the staircase. Wang Zhen then produced 4 walkie-talkies, stating, if you encounter an ability user you can't handle, notify me immediately. I will arrive in an instant. Zhang Jing and Lu Yin had just been trained, and it would be a shame if they perished as for Ouyang Yuro. If she disobeyed his orders and died, then so be it. Women are easily replaceable. With his current resources, he lacked for nothing but time and energy. The enforcers of the Xiaoyao gang on the 12th floor, upon hearing the screams, rushed to the stairwell, frightened out of their wits. Scrambling to the top floor to alert their leader, the 3 women stood armed at the staircase. Wang Zhen alone ascended to the 12th floor, drawing his handgun as he walked. Bang, bang, 1 magazine emptied. The 12th floor erupted into chaos. Yet no one dared approach Wang Zhen. Point 3 attempted to escape via the stairs, but Wang Zhen paid them no mind. Stop, otherwise we will open fire. Ouyang Yuro warned loudly. The 3 men's pupils dilated as they met the 3 ominous gun barrels. There's a gun here, beautiful ladies. Let us pass. A shirtless man, seeing that the ones holding the guns were 3 stunning women, looked down on them, thinking they wouldn't dare shoot, even contemplating seizing the guns for themselves. Take another step closer, and you will die. If you wish to live, retreat. Zhang Jing replied coldly and mercilessly. Beautiful ladies, can we negotiate? We are good people, truly. The one inside is your ally, right? Let us pass, and I will give you all my supplies. A bespectacled man smiled broadly. The 3 were part of a group, having survived this long with blood on their hands. They exchanged silent glances, their intentions clear, as long as they could get close. They might seize the guns and kill the man inside, possibly even claim the 3 women for themselves. They had never dreamed of being so close to such beautiful women. This dangerous thought festered wildly in their minds. They had never considered that Zhang Jing and her companions would dare to shoot. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Taking a risk may yield great rewards. The bespectacled man noticed Ouyang Yuro's hesitation and took a step forward. If it were their first time killing, Zhang Jing and Lu Yin might hesitate. However, the 2 had already followed Wang Zhen in slaughtering dozens and clearing an entire building in the next instant. Bang, bang, 2 gunshots rang out simultaneously. The bespectacled man and the shirtless man looked down in disbelief at the blood oozing from their chests. You actually dared to shoot? Bang! Zhang Jing aimed her gun at the last man, knocking him to the ground. Lu Yin, gun in hand, chuckled. What a joke! Why wait for you to take our guns? Beautiful ladies, we were wrong. Please let's go. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Yin and Zhang Jing decisively escorted the 3 individuals on their way. Blood gushed forth as the trio's legs flailed helplessly, inching ever closer to death, filled with terror and struggle. The bespectacled man gazed at Zhang Jing, captivated by her striking figure, his mind swirling with regret. Observing this scene, both Zhang Jing and Lu Yin remained eerily calm. Had these three heeded their warnings and retreated to the 12th floor, they might have lived. Lu Yin, keep watch, Zhang Jing commanded, then swiftly delivered a slap to Ouyang Yuro. The sound echoed sharply, coldly. Zhang Jing inquired, "What did the master just say? Have you forgotten so soon? What were the guns meant for? To serve as mere firewood." Ouyang Yuro, taken aback, felt tears welling up in her eyes as she protested. "I thought they just wanted to go downstairs." Zhang Jing scoffed. "You thought? You nearly brought about our demise. Do you realize that? Did you not see the madness and desperation in their eyes? If they truly wished to survive, they would have listened to us and retreated, rather than foolishly approaching us." Zhang Jing pressed on, leaving Ouyang Yuro pale and shaken. Only then did she comprehend the peril they had faced if she truly hesitated to fire. Allowing the three to draw nearer, they might have taken advantage of the situation to seize their weapons. That would have spelled utter disaster. Zhang Jing's tone softened slightly. "Why did you disguise yourself so unattractively before? Was it not to avoid the unwanted attention of men? What? Are you no longer afraid? If you show even a hint of weakness, others may devour you whole, leaving nothing but bones. This is the apocalypse. A world where humanity devours humanity." Zhang Jing, "I understand. I won't let it happen again." Ouyang Yuro replied, devoid of any sense of grievance. She was an astute woman, fully aware of the stakes, yet a flicker of kindness and innocence lingered within her heart. As for Zhang Jing's thoughts on Ouyang Yuro's mindset, she remained indifferent. However, if Ouyang's compassion and misplaced kindness endangered her, she would not hesitate to eliminate her. She believed Wang Zhen would concur with her decision. Wang Zhen cast a satisfied glance towards the staircase, then turned to survey the crowd. With a few sharp claps, he commanded attention. "Ladies and gentlemen, I harbor no intentions of seeking wealth or taking lives. I am here solely for vengeance. If you comply, you shall survive. Now, everyone, behave yourselves and squat down without any tricks. Even if an ability user resists, I will eliminate them. You all understand." Although Wang Zhen's voice was not loud, every person listened intently. He shook slightly, then smiled warmly. "If there are any members of the Xiaoyao gang among us, step forward. I have a gift for you." One individual raised his hand, exclaiming, "I am—" Bang! A bullet struck him squarely in the forehead. Wang Zhen, still smiling, continued, "Who else?" After a 2-minute silence, no one dared to step forward. Wang Zhen announced, "Since no one wishes to reveal themselves, let me convey something to anyone who provides me with reliable information regarding the hiding places of Xiaoyao gang members. I will reward you with 30 pounds of rice or a pack of cigarettes. In this apocalypse, one must either act decisively or not at all. Since I intend to eradicate the Xiaoyao gang, I shall not let a single fish slip through the net. With ample rewards, brave souls shall emerge. With clear rewards and punishments, my plans are bound to succeed." Once this bounty was declared, the members of the Xiaoyao gang would have nowhere to hide. Host's bounty on the Xiaoyao gang issued. Evil deeds value 10,000. Rice that remains unsoaked is trivial. However, cigarettes are another matter entirely. Those with a craving know that suddenly being deprived of cigarettes is more torturous than death itself. In this apocalyptic landscape, anxiety, depression, and unease plague humanity, and combined with withdrawal symptoms, the situation becomes dire. Consequently, within the trading market, many seek to purchase cigarettes, while few offer them for sale. Wang Zhen's bounty was for a pack of cigarettes. Not just any pack, but a whole carton. Should one acquire this bounty, even without smoking, they could easily exchange it for any other resources. Cigarettes serve not only as a vice, but also as a remedy. For those addicted, this bounty holds greater allure than the charms of a beautiful woman. Upon hearing the bounty, both smokers and non-smokers alike felt a surge of excitement. Yes, it true? Foster father. When Wang Zhen retrieved a carton of cigarettes from a bag, the crowd withdrew their earlier grievances and curses, now filled with trepidation. Everyone strained to recall, scrutinizing each other as if they were all members of the Xiaoyao gang. Some, ignited by greed, observed the gun in Wang Zhen's hand and the 3 women guarding the staircase. And their eyes instantly cleared. A middle-aged man raised his hand, barely containing a smile, and excitedly pointed at another, exclaiming, I know. He's with the Xiaoyao gang. It's him." Wang Zhen followed the man's finger to a shifty-eyed individual. whose right hand was missing 2 fingers. Wang Zhen smiled faintly. "You are a member of the Xiaoyao gang. What is your name?" No, I'm not," Bai Yuanwu stammered, shaking his head vigorously. Wang Zhen fixed his gaze on him, raising his gun to aim. "Did your teacher not teach you that lying is unbecoming?" Thud! Bai Yuanwu raised his hands high and knelt. "I confess. Please, don't kill me. I just joined the Xiaoyao gang. I'm merely a locksmith. Just let me go." Wang Zhen shook his head. "Wei Pengfei, you bastard, you and I are brothers, and yet you betray me. Had I not stolen food, you would have starved to death long ago. May you find no peace in death. I will haunt you as a ghost." Bang! A gunshot rang out, piercing Bai Yuanwu's skull. Wei Pengfei smiled awkwardly, devoid of any guilt over betraying his friend, and remarked, "Bro, about that cigarette." Wang Zhen cared not for the process. Achieving his goal was all that mattered. Whether it was rice, cigarettes, or other resources, the system had rewarded him with an uncountable bounty. Should he desire, he could raise the bounty even higher, or launch a reward to eliminate the Xiaoyao gang entirely. However, such actions would forfeit the evil deed's value and resource rewards. Wang Zhen expressionlessly tossed a carton of Furong Wang cigarettes towards Wei Pengfei, who hurriedly caught it, bowing and thanking. "Thank you, big brother. Thank you. Elimination of the petty thief by Yuanwu in the Apocalypse. Evil deeds value 35,000. 3 minutes later, all members of the Xiaoyao gang hiding among the crowd were dispatched by Wang Zhen. He proceeded towards the 13th floor. In the meantime, Xiaoyao members fled from another staircase to the 12th floor, only to be apprehended by those on the 12th floor, awaiting Wang Zhen's arrival for their reward. Others descended from higher floors, eager to assess the situation, and upon learning of the bounty, hurriedly retreated upstairs to join forces in capturing the Xiaoyao gang members. 13th floor, 14th floor, 15th floor. Wang Zhen systematically swept through the building as he had on the 12th floor. As he advanced, the task became increasingly effortless. Wherever he went, Xiaoyao members had already been captured, and upon his confirmation, they were swiftly executed. This experience felt akin to playing a video game. So effortless. Indeed, money can make the world go round. Even in the Apocalypse, this moment, Wang Zhen had arrived at the 17th floor. As he passed through, gunfire erupted, lives extinguished. Sure, Kong Kong had gathered everyone in anticipation. He knew he would suffer significant losses today. With the power outage, he had no choice but to use the stairs, and being on the top floor only exacerbated his predicament. By the time news reached him, Wang Zhen had already slaughtered his way to the 15th floor. As he descended with his team, Wang Zhen eliminated everyone on the 16th floor. Had he foreseen such a day, he would not have boasted about living so high up. Wang Zhen's gaze lit up as he beheld the throngs of people on the 17th floor, his smile growing wider. The sporadic killing was far from satisfying. There was joy in numbers, and it warranted the use of spatial confinement. The vice leader, witnessing Wang Zhen's presence, revealed a grin, sneering. "So you're Wang Zhen? You were the one who killed Old Scar and Biaozi, boldly proclaiming you'd annihilate my Xiaoyao gang. That I must admit, you are quite brave. If you wish to avoid a messy death, put down your weapon and take your own life. We shall take care of your 2 women." Wang Zhen shot the vice leader a disdainful glance. "Trash. Curse you. Even at death's door, your bravado is unyielding." The vice leader sneered. "You are indeed arrogant, but let me clarify. In my eyes, everyone present here is trash." Wang Zhen, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Were it not for the evil deed's value, I would not waste my breath on such trivialities, provoking and insulting the Xiaoyao gang members. 63 in total. Evil deeds value 63,000. Upon hearing the alert, Wang Zhen's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Finish him off," the vice leader bellowed, his body crackling with energy as a bolt of lightning, as slender as a hair, shot forth from within him, reaching Wang Zhen in the blink of an eye. Yet, once the lightning reached Wang Zhen, it could advance no further. "I told you you're nothing but trash, and you refuse to believe it. Now, I'll demonstrate it on you." Human electric prod. Wang Zhen's laughter sent a chill down the vice leader's spine. Although his lightning abilities were rather weak, incapacitating a person with electricity was well within his grasp. In a flash, Wang Zhen appeared before the vice leader, his blade glinting ominously. With a swift motion, he cleaved from the left shoulder to the right rib, blood spraying onto Kong's face. Organs and bodily tissues fell to the ground in a gruesome display. Kong's mind went blank, overwhelmed by the swiftness of the attack. Too fast to retaliate. Suddenly, Wang Zhen placed a hand on Kong's right shoulder and remarked, "You see, I told you all are worthless trash. Since you wouldn't believe me, I had to kill someone to prove it." With his taunts reaching their peak, Kong's evil value soared by 4,000. The taunts continued, adding another 20,000 from the minions of the Xiaoyao gang. Kong forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. "Brother Wang, I initially wanted to invite you to become the leader of the Xiaoyao gang. Everything was done by the vice leader without my consent. It has nothing to do with me. If you wish, the Xiaoyao gang can be yours along with my life, my women, my daughter, and all my resources." Wang Zhen patted Kong's shoulder. "Relax, I'm not a monster." "Did you just say that your life, your women, and your daughter belong to me?" Kong nodded vigorously. Yes. "Do you have any pictures?" "Show me." Wang Zhen smiled like a gentle spring breeze. Yes, I have." Kong quickly retrieved a satellite-enabled phone. Opening it to display the images, Wang Zhen took the phone and found a woman who was quite attractive. He wrapped an arm around Kong's neck and asked, "How many engines has this one been through?" "I want the truth." 15 times, Kong stammered. "What do you take me for?" Wang Zhen's expression shifted from jovial to furious in an instant, and with a single stroke, he severed Kong's head from his body. The first, the second, the third, and the fourth leaders fell. Was he next? The fifth member of the Xiaoyao gang screamed frantically, "He's alone! Kill him! Avenge our leader!" In a moment of heated folly, the gang members rushed toward Wang Zhen. Yet, the loudest among them, the fifth member, chose to flee towards the corridor instead. Crack! One was bisected at the waist, intestines spilling forth amidst a pool of blood, the victim still alive, eyes rolling back in shock before fainting. Crack! Another was cleaved in half from above, perfectly symmetrical. Wang Zhen had activated spatial confinement upon entering, sealing the fate of all present. No one would escape. Even those with abilities attempted to attack him. But before his absolute defense, they were like children. Wang Zhen reveled in the carnage. The bodies piled up, blood flowing like rivers, cascading from the corridor. The fifth member, witnessing Wang Zhen's unyielding smile, cried out in terror, "You are not human. You're a demon. Stay away." The fifth member possessed a binding ability, his hands sprouting vines to ensnare foes. Yet paralyzed by fear, he lost all courage to fight back. In truth, resistance would have been futile. Detected the collapse of the Xiaoyao gang's Wen-Yun spirit. Evil value increased by 2,000. Detected a soul-deep fear from Wen-Yun towards you. Evil value increased by 3,000. Current evil value, 4032000. In gratitude for your compliments, I've decided to spare you the torment and send you on your way. Wang Zhen approached the fifth member, his blade flashing, and the head rolled to the ground. Eliminated ability, user Wen-Yun. Evil value increased by 112000. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obliterating a gang. Evil value reward, 500000. System grants one of the mental abilities, the Eye of Breaking Illusions. The Eye of Breaking Illusions. Function 1. The host can activate or deactivate it at will. When activated, it can dispel illusions. Function 2. When actively engaged, it can detect all information and secrets of non-ability users. The Eye of Breaking Illusions is an S-class ability, requiring 600,000 evil values for an upgrade. Wang Zhen's eyes gleamed with excitement. This mental skill was simply remarkable. It meant that when facing illusion users, he need not worry. He could simply use the Eye of Breaking Illusions to shatter them. Moreover, and most importantly, all non-ability users would have no secrets before him. This would undoubtedly be a divine skill in the pursuit of women. Upgrade, he must upgrade this skill. System, expend 600,000 evil values to upgrade the Eye of Breaking Illusions. Considering the host already possesses a mental ability, mental intimidation, it will merge with the Eye of Breaking Illusions in the next instant. Wang Zhen felt a warmth enveloping his eyes, akin to a soothing compress. Eye of Breaking Illusions. Level 2. Mental intimidation no longer requires the host to shout. A mere glare will suffice to intimidate enemies. After intimidating foes, there is a 10% chance of triggering a stun effect. The Eye of Breaking Illusions functionality has evolved. When activated, the host can retrieve all information and secrets beneath Level 1 ability users. Level 2 illusions will be ineffective against you, and actively dispelling illusions will inflict irreversible damage on the illusion user. Gazing at the carnage strewn across the ground, Wang Zhen raised an eyebrow. Thank you for the evil values you've so generously provided. As Wang Zhen contemplated which skill to upgrade next, a figure descended from the 18th floor. Why, you killed them all? The moment the words left his mouth, he couldn't suppress his nausea. The Xiaoyao gang had unified 25 buildings and boasted 8 ability users, yet a seemingly sunny-faced boy had slain them all. One person had killed 63. In the past, he would never have believed it. The sheer horror of seeing the aftermath of the slaughter, the ground littered with dismembered bodies and blood, while Wang Zhen smiled joyfully, made him question his own sanity. He believed he was quite deranged, but compared to the individual before him, he was utterly dwarfed. He must be a demon. In that moment, an absurd thought arose within him. With this realization, his gaze towards Wang Zhen grew more fearful. Wang Zhen activated the Eye of Breaking Illusions. The identity information of the man before him was clearly displayed. Name, Feng Sheng. Age, 35. Occupation, security guard. Hostility level, -100. Secret 1. Feng Sheng had led bullying efforts against classmates for 3 long years during middle school, and still relished the bullying videos he recorded. Secret 2. Before the apocalypse. Feng Sheng was addicted to gambling, losing all his family's wealth and racking up over $1 million in high-interest loans, ultimately causing his parents' demise. Secret 3. In the apocalypse, Feng Sheng forced his wife into prostitution to acquire resources, recording the ordeal while remaining indifferent to her suffering. Secret 4. Feng Sheng. Secret 5. 2 days ago, Feng Sheng can yield an evil value of 35,000. Seeing Wang Zhen's gaze upon him, Feng Sheng mistakenly thought he had piqued Wang Zhen's interest and smiled ingratiatingly. Big brother, would you like me to be your dog? Ha! Did I give you permission to speak? Wang Zhen suddenly swung his hand. Crack! Feng Sheng's head spun 720 degrees, twisted into a grotesque shape before collapsing to the ground. Be my dog? A backstabber? Wang Zhen chuckled lightly and stepped out, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, on the 33rd floor, Wang Zhen appeared in the room where Shi Kong resided. Inside were 3 women, entirely naked, chained by their necks. Though they appeared relatively clean, Wang Zhen's expression remained impassive as he activated the Eye of Breaking Illusions. Name, Lily. Age, 33. Occupation, freelance employee at a private bank. Secret 1. Lily promotes high deposit accounts to clients, which are actually insurance policies. Once deposited, the money can never be withdrawn until death, deceiving countless individuals. Secret 2. Lily leads a chaotic personal life, having relations with multiple men, unaware that she's infected with the HIV virus. Secret 3. Lily instigated trouble under Shi Kong's orders, forcing him to commit murder, after which she was captured and tortured day and night. Secret 4. Lily has severe tendencies. Upon seeing Wang Zhen, Lily glared at him for a moment before indignantly exclaiming, I heard gunshots. Are you a law enforcement officer? Why did you take so long to arrive? I'm an employee of a certain bank. Are you done looking? Aren't you coming to rescue me? Indeed. Yes, I'm injured. Didn't you see? I implore you to swiftly free me from this accursed chain. Why do you merely stand there? Have you never encountered a woman before? In an instant, Wang Zhen teleported before Lily, thrusting a butcher's knife into her mouth, the blade emerging from the back of her head. With a resounding crack, Lily's skull split open like a watermelon. The other 2 women screamed in terror, their cries barely escaping. Wang Zhen flung 2 more butcher's knives, piercing through the heads of the 2 women. Even in death, their eyes remained wide open, bewildered, as they could not comprehend why Wang Zhen had taken their lives. Observing the lifeless bodies of the 3 women, Wang Zhen spread his arms and lamented, I had hoped to save you, but your incessant noise was intolerable, and daring to dictate my actions has sealed your fate. On the 33rd floor, Shi Kong occupied 3 rooms, 1 for living, while the other 2 stored supplies. 3 additional rooms housed Shi Kong's daughter, an unremarkable-looking woman. Upon Wang Zhen's arrival in the room, Shi Miao Miao was busy tormenting a man. TSK, 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 what a sight for sore eyes. Quite handsome indeed. Shi Miao Miao glanced at Wang Zhen and nodded with satisfaction. You exude masculinity, far superior to these pathetic weaklings. I have taken a liking to you. Wang Zhen was momentarily speechless. Had Shi Miao Miao's mind been consumed by a dog? Shouldn't she have first inquired as to his identity and presence here? Wang Zhen activated his eye of truth. Name, Shi Miao Miao. Age, 27. Occupation, none. Secret 1. Shi Miao Miao is precocious. Secret 2. During her university years, she secretly gave birth in a restroom and discarded the child in a trash bin. Secret 3. After the apocalypse, Shi Miao Miao embraced her true nature and entangled herself with numerous members of the Carefree Gang. Secret 4. Shi Miao Miao has captured 20 men, 6 of whom have perished. She delights in carving knives across the faces of handsome men, destroying their good looks, and after sufficient amusement, she tortures them to death. Cough, cough. This woman is truly deranged. One would be astounded by such revelations. With such a character, Shi Kong still dared to offer his daughter to me. It would have been a mercy to end his life with a single strike. Subsequently, Wang Zhen teleported before Shi Miao Miao and kicked her into the wall, causing her to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Huh. Shi Miao Miao stared vacantly at Wang Zhen, incredulous, and through gritted teeth declared, You foul man, how dare you kick me? You are finished. I shall torment you day and night until you wish for death, ultimately handing you over to men who prefer your kind. I'm certain you will be grateful then. At this moment, Shi Miao Miao continued to threaten Wang Zhen without a hint of logic. Wang Zhen turned his gaze to the handsome young man. Name, Zhou Chen. Age, 23. Occupation, deliver man. Secret 1. Zhou Chen is a person of cold exterior but warm heart, often assisting those with limited mobility in carrying their belongings, though he never boasts about it. Secret 2. During a delivery, Zhou Chen once saved a drowning child and quietly left after the rescue. Secret 3. Zhou Chen harbored a crush on his beautiful neighbor, who was tortured to death by Shi Kong during the apocalypse. His heart seethed with hatred for the Carefree Gang. Secret 4. Upon reviewing Zhou Chen's information, Wang Zhen discerned that he was merely an ordinary individual. What is your name? Wang Zhen approached and untied Zhou Chen, inquiring. Zhou Chen smiled gratefully. Zhou Chen, thank you for saving me. His eyes brimmed with gratitude as he looked at Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen replied cheerfully, The Carefree Gang has been vanquished. Shi Miao Miao has no backing now. Do you understand my meaning? With Shi Kong deceased, he can no longer torment you. It is only fair that his daughter pays the price for her father's sins. Zhou Chen's eyes widened in surprise before bursting into laughter, which soon turned to tears. After a moment of laughter, Zhou Chen's eyes blazed with fury as he lunged at Shi Miao Miao, tearing into her flesh like a wild beast. Listening to Shi Miao Miao's anguished screams and the blood that flowed, Zhou Chen's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. As Wang Zhen collected supplies into his space, he remarked, Do take your time. It is far more enjoyable to savor the torment rather than to end it swiftly. After tormenting Shi Miao Miao for a while, Zhou Chen found himself weakening and pleaded with Wang Zhen. Brother, I beg of you, please leave some food for the 14 of us. He had endured 3 days of Shi Miao Miao's torment without a single drop of water. If he did not receive something to eat soon, he would not survive to see her demise. Yet, he witnessed Wang Zhen finish collecting supplies, open the door, and walk out, followed by a resounding slam of the heavy door. Zhou Chen lowered his head, the glimmer of hope fading away. You vile witch, before I starve to death, I will ensure you suffer first. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on Shi Miao Miao as he involuntarily licked his lips. With a loud crash, the door was kicked open. 14 bags of bread and 14 buckets of 8 treasure porridge flew in, landing perfectly at his feet. Bread, 8 treasure porridge. Big brother, is that you? Please wait. Zhou Chen weakly called out. Oh, what is it? Do you have more to say? Wang Zhen abruptly reappeared in the room, his eyes narrowing slightly. One good deed deserves another, but if Zhou Chen thinks he can take advantage of my kindness. Thank you, big brother, for saving my life, and for the bread and 8 treasure porridge. Zhou Chen fell to his knees with a thud. Bowing 3 times, he understood all too well that the world had changed. One should never rely on the goodwill of others. Everything must be achieved through one's own efforts. If one wishes to awaken their abilities, they must face the flood and be cleansed. The members of the Carefree Gang are all dead. Whether one lives or dies depends solely on oneself. With that, Wang Zhen vanished from sight. Zhou Chun was instantly overwhelmed with joy, bowing 3 more times in the direction where Wang Zhen had stood. Afterward, he opened the 8 treasure porridge, carefully pouring it into his mouth, not allowing a single drop to spill on the ground, and ultimately licking the container clean in the corridor between the 11th and 12th floors. Zhang Jing, Lu Yin, and Ouyang Euro, with guns firmly clutched, dared not relax their vigilance. Lu Yin and Zhang Jing were exceedingly confident in Wang Zhen's strength. After all, he was capable of stopping bullets and catching them barehanded. If he could not deal with the Carefree Gang, their efforts would be in vain. Occasionally, sporadic gunfire echoed, and the 3 women knew it was Wang Zhen eliminating members of the Carefree Gang. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream of terror rang out from upstairs, followed by a torrent of blood cascading down. Even Lu Yin and Zhang Jing found themselves swallowing hard to suppress their nausea. Ouyang Euro fared worse, expelling everything she had eaten, even bringing up bile. Time passed, and then, whoosh, a figure flashed, and Wang Zhen appeared before the 3 women, a broad smile on his face. The master has returned. Zhang Jing and Lu Yin lowered their guns and rushed forward. Especially Lu Yin, whose eyes sparkled with joy. Master, your power is unfathomable. You effortlessly annihilated the Carefree Gang. Come, let us continue our recruitment. Disregarding Ouyang Euro's pale complexion, Wang Zhen led the way downstairs. Lu Yumin, Lin Yuyo, Lin Yaozu, and Song Zuan arrived at the trading market. The 4 of them, on the 15th floor, watched as Wang Zhen dispatched members of the Carefree Gang without a flicker of an eyelash. Particularly Lu Yumin, upon seeing others capture members of the Carefree Gang in advance, her eyes turned red when they exchanged for a single cigarette. After Wang Zhen departed, Lu Yumin remarked sarcastically, "Some individuals boast of their prowess. Yet what are they? Utterly useless, unable to even capture a single member of the Carefree Gang, and they claim to be capable of extraordinary feats. If one lacks the ability, one should refrain from boasting." Song Zuan forced a smile, yet his heart seethed with resentment towards Wang Zhen. Had it not been for Wang Zhen, he would not have faced such humiliation. However, he could only curse inwardly, not daring to show a hint of it on his face. If others overheard and turned him in for a reward, he would be doomed. He glanced at Lin Yuyo and promised, "Auntie, do not worry. Even if I have to starve for the next few days, I will manage to get you some cigarettes." Lu Yumin snorted in response, remaining silent. Lin Yuyo chimed in disapprovingly, "Mom, missing a meal won't kill you, but going a day without smoking won't lead to death either. The world is turned upside down, and you haven't even married yet you're already taking sides against your own." Lu Yumin roared in frustration. "Mom, I am merely being fair. Your reasoning is incomprehensible." Lin Yuyo was at a loss for words. Song Zuan had always harbored feelings for her, fervently pursuing her, yet she maintained her lofty self-image, consistently regarding him with disdain. She adhered to her 5 principles: never rejecting, never initiating, never promising, never taking responsibility, and never changing. She fantasized about the day she would encounter her Prince Charming, transcending social classes through love. With the apocalypse looming, she found herself compelled to collaborate with Song Zuan, who had awakened extraordinary powers, feigning compliance. The thought of willingly becoming Song Zuan's woman was utterly unappealing to her. Just moments ago, his words were nothing more than a ploy to elicit her sympathy. She had repeatedly told him, "My expectations are not high. I have yet to accept you because your efforts fall short. You do not treat me well enough. I lack a sense of security." Song Zuan believed Lin Yuyo was speaking on his behalf and chuckled, "Don't worry, Annie, I will ensure you get to smoke today." He then turned to Lin Yuyo, flashing a smile. "Yuyo, it's find out if we run out of food. I'll go fetch more. Your happiness is what matters most." Lin Yuyo raised an eyebrow, her disdain for Song Zuan deepening. Lu Yumin and the others went to exchange soaked rice for cigarettes, only to be met with the vendor's scorn. "Old man, are you dreaming? You think you could trade 100 pounds of soaked rice for 2 packs of cigarettes? Do you even know how precious cigarettes are right now?" Song Zuan knew it was time for him to act. "Watch your mouth." Apologize to my aunt, or I'll make you regret it. The vendor paused, as if hearing a ludicrous joke. What did you say? Did he think he was a killer? Come and try it. Instantly, 5 men approached Lu Yumin and her companions, their expressions threatening. You're asking for trouble. Song Zhuan coldly smirked and swung his fist at the vendor as a power-type ability user. His punch was twice as strong as before. This blow would surely knock the vendor down. However, the unexpected occurred. Slap. The vendor struck him across the face, leaving a stinging pain. Though the physical harm was minimal, the humiliation was overwhelming, especially before the goddess. The other 4 began to swing their fists, raining blows upon him. One power-type user targeted his weak spots, causing Song Zhuan to double over in pain. All right, just teach him a lesson. Don't kill him. We can't afford to anger the killer. We'd all be in trouble. The vendor and his companions, unsure of Wang Zhen's intentions, refrained from finishing Song Zhuan off. Hiss! Song Zhuan gasped in pain, drenched in sweat, as one of them cruelly aimed low. After a while, he managed to rise, wiping the blood from his mouth, glaring hatefully at the direction the vendor had departed. Damn it, don't let me find an opportunity. Otherwise, I'll make you pay. And as for the killer, it was all your fault. If you hadn't offered them cigarettes, I wouldn't have been beaten. Lu Yumin cast a disdainful glance at Song Zhuan. Declaring useless, Lin Yo's contempt for Song Zhuan intensified. They were entirely oblivious to the reason behind his beating. Lin Yaozu sighed, saying, Mom, don't be upset. If we can't exchange for cigarettes, let us at least get some decent rice. Old ganma or mushroom sauce would suffice. Eating porridge every day is making my mouth bland. His clever son knew how to console his mother, unlike some who boast without any real ability. Lu Yumin launched a broad attack. The 4 of them haggled on the 15th floor, trading 100 pounds of soaked rice for a jar of old ganma and a jar of mushroom sauce. Song Zhuan exchanged 50 pounds of dry rice for 10 pounds of good rice. They're gone. The 3 women with guns have left. The lockdown is lifted, one person joyfully exclaimed as they rushed up from the 14th floor. Lu Yumin, her face brightening, shot a sidelong glance at Song Zhuan, inwardly cursing, what a useless thing. Let us head back, suggested Lin Yo. The 4 of them descended the stairs, feeling dejected. Many shared their sentiments, eager to leave this place of chaos now that the lockdown had ended. Others ascended, hoping to scavenge what Wang Zhen deemed worthless on the 11th floor. Where Wang Zhen and the 3 women were situated, a vacuum zone formed within a 2-meter radius. The recruitment sign for beautiful women attracted many onlookers. Yet none dared to step forward for an interview. After all, the other party was the killer, and the sign clearly stated the conditions. Who would risk an interview if they didn't meet the criteria? Inviting danger upon themselves? Lu Yumin's family and Song Zhuan descended in a similar dejected manner from the 12th floor that moment. Lu Yumin noticed the recruitment sign and Wang Zhen. His striking figure would forever remain etched in her memory. The man she had once cursed was indeed the killer. Lu Yumin, observing her daughter with her garish makeup, felt a surge of inspiration and approached Wang Zhen, lifting her chin defiantly. We're here for an interview. Lu Yumin was confident in Lin Yo, believing that once her daughter removed her makeup and revealed her true self, the interview would be a breeze. Lin Yo excelled at manipulating emotions and PUA techniques. Song Zhuan was a prime example. If Lin Yo spent time with Wang Zhen, she would undoubtedly ensnare him, leaving him utterly enchanted. Furthermore, she would incite her daughter to sow discord among the 3 women by pitting them against each other. Ensuring their departure, in that scenario, she would become the killer's mother-in-law. Lost in her fantasies, she envisioned a world where others struggled to survive in the apocalypse while she basked in leisure. Suddenly, Wang Zhen stood up and, with a swift motion, slapped Lu Yumin to the ground. Your attitude is quite displeasing, he declared. Let us correct that. Lu Yumin's eyes widened in fury, ready to lash out, but upon meeting Wang Zhen's murderous gaze, she instantly relented. Donning a beaming smile, she scrambled to her feet, bending slightly as she hastily pushed Lin Yo forward. This is my daughter. Don't be misled by her current appearance. She's only wearing makeup. She's still a pure maiden, having never been in a relationship. I guarantee you'll like her. Song Zhuan stood behind, bewildered. What did this mean? After having groveled for so long, with the apocalypse approaching and his powers awakening, He believed that after enduring a few more trials together, Lin Yuyo would eventually fall for him. But now, Lu Yumin intended to offer Lin Yuyo to Wang Zhen. What about him? With the goddess slipping away. He couldn't hold back any longer. He grabbed Lu Yumin's arm, demanding, "Auntie, you promised me you would marry Yuyo to me." Lu Yumin forcefully shook off Song On's grip, scoffing, "To be frank, I've been deceiving you from the very beginning. I never intended to marry Yuyo to you. Have you even looked in the mirror to see what you are?" Song On's face contorted in disbelief as he muttered, No, Yuyo is mine. Yuyo is mine. I've treated your family so well. Why would you deceive me?" His gaze turned to Lin Yuyo, filled with a desperate yearning. "Yuyo, he already has 3 women. Would you still want to be with him? What do you think? Just say something, anything. I beg you." Lin Yuyo turned and hid behind Lu Yumin, remaining silent. This silence was the most crushing of all. Suddenly, Song Zhen glared at Wang Zhen with resentment, exclaiming, "It's all your fault. It's all your fault. If you hadn't shown up, how could things have turned out this way?" Wang Zhen resumed his seat, casually pulling out sunflower seeds to watch the drama unfold. Unprepared for the conflict to spill over onto him, that if he wanted to die, he could just say so. Boom. Wang Zhen's fist crashed down on Song Zhen's head, forcing it into his neck. Song Zhen crumpled to the ground like a headless corpse, lifeless that a single punch had killed Song Zhen, adding 21,000 points to his evil deeds. Lin Yaozu gazed at Song Zhen's lifeless body, a chill running down his spine. What kind of power could crush a person's head into their body with a single blow? Noticing Wang Zhen's gaze upon him, he urged, "Sister, why are you dawdling? Hurry up and remove your makeup." Wang Zhen activated the Eye of Delusion towards the 3 individuals, uncovering the intricate details and secrets of Lu Yumin. His lips parted slightly, and his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. What an eccentric character she was. Name: Lu Yumin. Age: 51. Occupation: maid. Hostility level: 0. Secret 1. During her tenure as a maid, Lu Yumin seduced her first master, only to be discovered by the mistress and subsequently expelled from the household. Secret 2. Lu Yumin is not the biological mother of Lin Yuyin. Shortly after giving birth, she secretly swapped her with her own daughter at the hospital, motivated by the fact that Lin Yuyin's biological parents were affluent, and the mistress could no longer bear children, wishing for her daughter to inherit the family fortune. Secret 3. Lu Yumin, seeing Lin Yuyin's beauty, desires a union between her and Lin Yaozu, which explains her prohibition against Lin Yuyin dating. Secret 4. Before the apocalypse, Lu Yumin had covertly arranged a marriage for Lin Yuyin, intending to pocket the bride price while fabricating excuses to call off the engagement, ultimately embezzling the dowry for Lin Yaozu's wedding. The revelations regarding Lu Yumin left Wang Zhen utterly flabbergasted. Truly, one could be devoid of shame and still remain unrivaled. She was willing to trade away her own biological daughter, hoping to deceive others for monetary gain through a sham engagement. And now, she sought to exploit him for resources? Lin Yuyin had been oblivious to the fact that Lu Yumin was not her true mother. Contemplating this, Wang Zhen turned his gaze towards Lin Yuyin. Name: Lin Yuyin. Age: 22. Occupation: recent university graduate. Secret 1. Lin Yuyin harbors a lofty self-image, aspiring to transcend social classes through romantic endeavors. Secret 2. Lin Yuyin is a white fox. Secret 3. The visage she currently presents is a product of makeup. In reality, she is extraordinarily beautiful with a commendable figure. Secret 4. Leveraging her stunning looks and form, along with her adept PUA skills, she has attracted 3 devoted admirers, none of whom have even held her hand. Wang Zhen's lips curled into a slight smile. Lin Yuyin, quite impressive. However, should you dare to employ your PUA tactics on me, it would be nothing short of courting disaster. Women like you could easily gather a table for mahjong tea that moment. Lin Yuyin had just completed removing her makeup, revealing her alluringly aloof visage. Upon noticing Wang Zhen's gaze, she shyly smiled and removed her oversized outer garment, showcasing her exquisite figure. Those beautiful legs, clad in black stockings, were nothing short of breathtaking. Wang Zhen extended his hand, clasping Lin Yuyin's. "Congratulations on passing the interview." Lin Yaozu, beaming at Wang Zhen, remarked, "Brother-in-law, from now on, we shall be family." That instant, He envisioned himself wielding Wang Zhen's influence to reign supreme within the community, commanding resources and women alike, all of whom would willingly present themselves to him. Wang Zhen shook his head with a chuckle. No, no, no. Your sister is merely my maid, an employee. Thus, there shall be no familial ties between us. Maid? Employee? Lin Yaozu and Lu Yumin appeared skeptical. They glanced at the three women behind Wang Zhen and inquired, Are you also his maids? Lu Yin and Zhang Jing proudly responded, Indeed, we are the master's maidservants. Lin Yaozu and Lu Yumin's expressions shifted dramatically. After a brief pause, Lu Yumin forced a smile. Even if she is a maid, she should still have a selling price. My daughter is exceptionally beautiful. For her to serve as a maid, you ought to at least provide me with 5 packs of cigarettes and 5 bags of uncooked rice. Lin Yuan is not your biological daughter, is she? Wang Zhen raised an eyebrow. You swapped your own daughter for the child of a wealthy family, allowing your biological daughter to enjoy a life of luxury while subjecting Lin Yuan to hardship. TSK, what a calculated scheme. And you wish for Lin Yuan to marry Lin Yaozu. Even if they aren't biological siblings, such intentions are reprehensible. Wang Zhen directed his attention to Lin Yuan. If you doubt my words, ask her. Upon hearing Wang Zhen's unwavering tone, Lin Yuan's face darkened. She had always believed Lu Yumin to be merely favoring her son over her daughter, providing Lin Yaozu with everything while leaving her with scant living expenses during her university years. While she struggled to afford meals in the school cafeteria, Lin Yaozu received generous financial support. To make ends meet, Lin Yuan resorted to odd jobs, constantly wary of others coveting her body. Lu Yumin. Is what he said true? Lin Yuan's voice was frigid. Wang Zhen's gaze bore down on Lu Yumin, activating the eye of delusion. Lu Yumin stammered. What he said is true. You are not my biological daughter. Then who is my real mother? Why are you so cruel? Why ruin my life? Seeing Lin Yuan's accusatory demeanor, Lu Yumin's expression soured dramatically. None of this had been part of her plan. She had brought Lin Yuan to the interview, hoping her daughter would charm Wang Zhen, thus positioning herself as the future mother and law to that point. Wang Zhen would be compelled to heed her wishes. When she revealed that Lin Yuan was merely a maid, she felt no concern. She had faith in Lin Yuan's abilities, never anticipating that Wang Zhen would unearth her innermost secrets. Now, with Lin Yuan disavowing her as a mother, her aspirations of becoming Wang Zhen's mother-in-law were dashed. Everything had unraveled. All her efforts were in vain. You ungrateful wretch. After all these years, I raised you for 22 years. The debt of nurturing outweighs the debt of birth, and you dare to speak to me like this. How audacious! Lu Yumin shouted, pointing her finger at Lin Yuan's forehead, a gesture she had employed for the past 22 years. Yet this time, she was thwarted. Crack! Wang Zhen pulled Lin Yuan behind him, swiftly snapping Lu Yumin's finger with a cold voice. She is now under my protection. No one, except me, is permitted to lay a hand on her. Lu Yumin shrieked in agony, her cries resembling that of a slaughtered pig. Lin Yaozu hurriedly restrained his mother, fearing her words would further provoke Wang Zhen. Lin Yaozu, in a subservient tone, pleaded, Brother Wang, my mother has cared for my sister for 22 years. Could you perhaps spare some resources? Wang Zhen scrutinized Lin Yaozu and Lu Yumin for a prolonged moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. You are correct. I was inconsiderate earlier. However, how could I offer such a meager amount? It does not befit my status. How about this? 20 packs of cigarettes, 10 bags of rice, and a box of mushroom sauce. Does that sound satisfactory to you? If it's insufficient, I can certainly add more. Lu Yumin was left speechless. The pain in her hand faded. 20 packs of cigarettes. This was no trivial amount. Lin Yaozu, equally elated, nodded vigorously. That's more than enough. With these resources, I can attract women just like Wang Zhen does, choosing whomever I desire. Suddenly, Wang Zhen declared, From this moment forth, Lin Yuan shall sever all ties with you. You are to remain strangers, with no further connection. Your well-being is no longer her concern. As Lu Yumin and Lin Yaozu attempted to speak, they were silenced by Wang Zhen's piercing gaze. Wang Zhen continued, I reside in Building 11. You may come to collect the resources at your convenience. You decide the time. After conferring briefly, Lin Yaozu suggested, Let's do it today. However, we lack a boat. Not to worry. That small boat is now yours. Wang Zhen pointed to a small vessel belonging to the Xiaoyao gang. The boat was just large enough to accommodate 10 bags of 50-pound rice and 2 individuals. Transporting such a substantial load would prove impossible with mere human effort. Sealing the fate of the two, Lu Yumin's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had long desired a small boat for ease of travel amidst the floods. To her surprise, Wang Zhen was so generous as to offer one. Had she known, she would have asked for more. Eagerly, Lu Yumin and Lin Yaozu boarded the small boat, paddling towards Building 11. Lin Yuan regarded Wang Zhen with utmost seriousness and bowed deeply. "Thank you." Wang Zhen grasped Lin Yuan's chin, smiling warmly. "If you wish to express gratitude, let it be something tangible. That I prefer sincerity over empty words." Lin Yuan, blushing, replied softly, "But I have never been in a relationship." "I'm unsure what you mean." Wang Zhen scoffed. "Yes, adults. Why pretend otherwise?" Had she never encountered such matters before? His hand slid down, gripping Lin Yuan's neck and lifting her effortlessly. "Remember, refrain from referring to others in my presence. And certainly do not feign innocence with me." Lin Yuan struggled against Wang Zhen's grip, yet found herself utterly powerless. Her face flushed deeper, and her breathing grew increasingly rapid, as she was on the verge of losing consciousness. Wang Zhen finally released his grip on her hand. Lu Yin and Zhang Jing, witnessing Wang Zhen's near-fatal assault on Lin Yuyao, maintained their impassive expressions. Ouyang Euro swallowed hard, relieved that she had the sense to recognize her own position. Otherwise, she might have ended up like Lin Yuyao. Lin Yuyao gazed at Wang Zhen with trepidation, having narrowly escaped death moments ago. "Let us return," Wang Zhen addressed Lu Yin and the other 2 women. "Yes, master." Lu Yin and Ouyang Euro quickly began to gather their belongings, while Zhang Jing took charge of transporting the items packed in sacks onto the yacht. They had arrived in a rubber dinghy, but were now returning aboard the yacht belonging to the Xiaoyao gang. Once aboard, Wang Zhen, in front of Ouyang Euro and Lin Yuyao, stored all the supplies into his spatial realm. After receiving Wang Zhen's approval, Lu Yin cheerfully explained, "To become the master's maidservants is indeed a blessing for you. The master has awakened spatial abilities, granting him an immense realm filled with inexhaustible food and various weapons. As long as you obey and keep the master happy, he will ensure that you live more comfortably and safely than before the apocalypse. Thus, be obedient and discerning. Do not provoke the master's ire." Ouyang Euro's eyes sparkled with realization. So it is, she had suspected something when Wang Zhen had conjured an AK and a handgun from thin air. However, she dared not ask him about it. Lin Yuyao's eyes shone with admiration. Only a man like him, endowed with formidable power and abundant resources, was worthy of her. He was decisive in combat, ruthless towards enemies, unlike Song Zhuan, who could only boast. Lu Yin, meanwhile, observed as Wang Zhen began to replace the yacht's battery. The survival supplies rewarded by the system included rechargeable batteries. Once the appropriate model was installed, the yacht would function normally, eliminating the need for manual rowing. At the rear of the yacht, 5 small boats and a speedboat were being towed. They soon arrived at building number 11. Meanwhile, Lu Yumin and her son were still rowing toward them. 10 minutes later, Lu Yumin and Lin Yaozu successfully reached the exterior of building number 11. Wang Zhen smiled and pointed at 10 bags of rice, half a box of cigarettes, and an entire box of mushroom sauce on the 10th floor corridor. "All of this is yours. Take it away." Lu Yumin and Lin Yaozu were ecstatic. They hurriedly climbed from their boat onto the 10th floor corridor, caressing the untouched bags of rice and rows of cigarettes. These items, once commonplace before the torrential rain, had now become more precious than anything else. With rice, they could survive. In this post-apocalyptic world, they merely needed to outlast others. The cigarettes and mushroom sauce would enhance their quality of life as the rainfall diminished. Many ventured out to seek supplies. Once people were well fed, they began to pursue spiritual fulfillment. Lu Yumin was no exception, as were countless others heading to the trading market. In comparison, many remained in a state of hunger. For them, cigarettes held no greater value than food. After expressing their gratitude to Wang Zhen, Lu Yumin and Lin Yaozu left, elated. Wang Zhen watched as their small boat departed, shaking his head with a cold smile. In this apocalypse, Lacking commensurate strength while hoarding excessive survival resources is not a boon. Lu Yumin and Lin Yaozu were destined to perish today. It remained to be seen whether the system would attribute their deaths to him. Awarding him points for malevolence, with fewer than 40,000 malevolence points, he deemed it a worthy trial. Let us return. No sooner had he spoken than Wang Zhen vanished from his spot, teleporting back to 2006. Upon his arrival, Lu Yin and Ouyang Yuro were busy cooking in the kitchen, while Zhang Jing was preening in front of a mirror, dressed in a stylish knitted sweater and a plaid miniskirt, complemented by nude stockings and Valentino-studded shoes. Lin Yuyao was in the bathroom, enjoying a shower as she admired her reflection. Lin Yuyao smirked, "I am so beautiful. Only a man like him is worthy of me." She was astonished that, despite the lack of water and electricity, she could still enjoy a hot shower. With ample food and a safe, comfortable room, Lin Yuyao was thoroughly pleased with her surroundings. She had finally escaped from Lu Yumin and Lin Yaozu, and her spirits soared. Wang Zhen observed from outside the bathroom, believing that good things come to those who wait. Once Wang Zhen left the 25th floor, the vendors on the 11th floor breathed a sigh of relief. The ruthless man had finally departed. While he was present, they had refrained from speaking loudly. "Phew! Let us hurry home. Why the rush? Did you not hear that the ruthless man intends to give that mother and son 20 cigarettes, 10 bags of rice, and a box of mushroom sauce?" A man named Shi Haifeng remarked. Chun Jinhui dismissed him. "So what if he did? Those supplies have nothing to do with us." Shi Haifeng was nearly jumping with urgency. "If we rob them, then it certainly concerns us." Chun Jinhui recoiled, alarmed, "But they're the ruthless man's mother-in-law and brother-in-law. Do you want to die?" Shi Haifeng shot Chun Jinhui a disdainful look, scoffing. The ruthless man himself declared that their fates have nothing to do with Lin Yuyao anymore. It implies that their survival or demise is of no consequence to him. Even if we rob them and kill them, he wouldn't care. Chun Jinhui's eyes lit up, grinning. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us go rob that mother and son. Count me in." Another person chimed in, "Me too. Do you even know where the ruthless man lives, and where that mother and son reside?" One inquired. "The ruthless man lives on the 11th floor, while that mother and son are in building number 33. Wang Zhen had been conversing with Lu Yumin from a short distance away, overhearing everything clearly. Shi Haifeng, a carpenter, had constructed a small boat using bedboards and various tools after the rain subsided. Accompanied by his buddies, he was manning a stall while the two friends guarded the boat. This was their lifeline for survival. Suddenly, 3 people volunteered. Upon hearing Shi Haifeng's words, vendors descending from the building approached. "What about us? Can we join?" A look of concern crossed Shi Haifeng's face. "It's not that I don't want to share the spoils, but my small boat can only accommodate 6 people." The vendors replied, "We have a boat. What do you say?" Shi Haifeng nodded vigorously. "All right, let us work together then. We'll split the goods equally later." "And no problem." Smiles spread across the vendors' faces. "Let us set off." Shi Haifeng waved his hand, and the assembled group boarded the boat in succession. 11 men, in 2 small boats, shot forth like arrows. They quickly arrived outside building number 10, all of them men, moving faster than Lu Yumin and her son. "Chun Jinhui, you and old Wang go to the 15th floor. When you see the mother and son, throw a stone down. If you see them loading supplies and leaving, throw 2 stones. Shi Haifeng instructed Chun Jinhui. He then turned to the others. "We need to find a place to hide." He was keenly observing the water-s surface for a suitable hiding spot. Lu Yumin's boat was approaching from the 25th floor. They merely needed to steer their boat to the other side of building number 10 to avoid detection. Time dragged on as they waited. Suddenly, a stone was hurled down from the 15th floor, prompting Chun Jinhui to peek out and point towards building number 11. "Get ready." Shi Haifeng felt a surge of energy. All the men perked up, rolling up their sleeves and gripping the paddles made of wood tightly. 10 minutes passed. Thud! Thud! 2 stones fell from the 15th floor, and Chun Jinhui leaned out, gesturing towards the direction Lu Yumin and her son were headed. "Let us go," Shi Haifeng bellowed with excitement. The 2 small boats swiftly pursued the direction in which Lu Yumin and her son had departed. On Lu Yumin and Lin Yaozu's boat, Lu Yumin rowed wearily, musing delightfully. "Son, once we return, let us have a hearty meal, and then I'll find you a couple of beautiful women to serve us. If they misbehave, we'll discipline them harshly." Did you not see how that little beast operates? Mother has come to the realization too. One must be ruthless to stand firm. Lin Yaozu nodded in agreement. Mother, you are absolutely right. 2 women are insufficient. I want 5, 1 to massage my feet, 1 for my back, 1 for cooking, and the other 2 to attend to you, that I believe that the little creature still harbors some affection for the bond shared with us and my sister. Otherwise, why would he provide both a boat and such an abundance of food? Lu Yumin nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Once we finish our provisions, we can return to ask the little creature for more. Does he dare refuse us? Suddenly, a voice emanated from behind the boat. Stop the boat. Wait for us. We are here to escort you home. Shi Haifeng bellowed from the vessel. Lin Yaozu turned to look. And to his astonishment, 2 small boats were rushing towards them. He shivered, nearly toppling into the water, and hurriedly exclaimed, Mom, paddle quickly. Paddle fast. They intend to seize our belongings. Lu Yumin cast a dismissive glance at the boats trailing behind. With just these few insignificant pests, they're hardly a match for your brother-in-law alone, though we're not far from Building 11. There is no need to be afraid. If your brother-in-law discovers that someone dares to rob us, these little pests will meet their demise. Truly, it is in times of need that one appreciates Wang Zhen, yet in his absence, he is merely referred to as a little creature. Lu Yumin, eyeing the boats behind her, shouted defiantly, What do you intend to do? Do you know who my son-in-law is, daring to rob us? You must be tired of living. The 2 small boats surrounded Lu Yumin's vessel, while Shi Haifeng ignored her words, fixating instead on the supplies on board to prevent anything from falling overboard. He lowered his head and forced a smile. Yes, yes, you are absolutely right. How could we dare to rob you? We are here to assist you. Brothers, tie Andy's boat to ours. Let us escort her home. Lu Yumin, growing ever more smug, lifted her chin and huffed. Now that sounds more like it. The 2 boats were quickly tethered together, and Shi Haifeng and his companions rowed vigorously towards the nearest Building 17. At that moment, Lu Yumin began to panic, asking, Where are you taking us? What do you want? Shi Haifeng turned back, revealing a sinister smile. We're taking you home. Without further ado, Shi Haifeng and his men forcibly brought the mother and son, along with their boat, to Building 17 and began unloading the supplies. Lu Yumin rushed forward to intervene, loudly rebuking, My son-in-law is Wang Zhen. If you steal from us, you will find yourselves in grave danger. The vendor, growing impatient, retorted, Old Shi, enough with the chatter. Bind them first. Lu Yumin was taken aback, repeating, My son-in-law is the formidable Wang Zhen. Shi Haifeng sneered. Old hag, your daughter, doesn't he even recognize you? Do you think your son-in-law will? Bind them. Lin Yaozu had no chance to resist, being struck down to the ground, while 3 men rushed in to beat him mercilessly. Lu Yumin charged forward, only to be seized by Shi Haifeng, who yanked her hair and forcefully threw her to the ground, leaving her bloodied. In that moment, she awakened from the web of lies she had woven. If Wang Zhen truly acknowledged her, why had he not allowed her to stay in Building 11? Why had he not sent her home? Lu Yumin raised her blood-soaked face and pleaded, Brothers, can we come to an agreement? Please leave us half the supplies. Crack. Shi Haifeng kicked her in the face. Grinning wickedly, How bold of you to negotiate with us. The others erupted in laughter, shouting, Shi Ge is impressive. Dealing with this old hag requires nothing less than Shi Ge. Lu Yumin struggled desperately. But this only incited Shi Haifeng and the vendor to inflict even more brutal punishment. Lin Yaozu curled up in agony, inching closer to his mother, his eyes filled with despair and helplessness, hoarsely pleading, Stop hitting us. We don't want anything. Take it all. Shi Haifeng plunged a knife into Lin Yaozu's abdomen, twisting it savagely before pulling it out, his face contorted in malice. You think you can just say you don't want it? Are you mocking me? Lin Yaozu's face twisted in anguish, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes widening involuntarily. He opened his mouth to protest, yet no words came forth. Only shock and regret filled his gaze. This group truly dared to kill him, that he and his mother should never have sought Wang Zhen's supplies. Lu Yumin witnessed her beloved son being murdered before her eyes, but she was powerless to move. Releasing a desperate howl, Shi Haifeng brandished his knife, grinning at Lu Yumin. Don't worry. Your turn is coming soon. Thud. Liu Yuman met her demise. Time shifted slightly forward. I end Building 25, after Zhang Jing and her companions ceased to block the stairwell. Some vendors and survivors did not leave, but instead ascended the floors. Each wave of newcomers to the 17th floor was greeted by a mountain of dismembered corpses and rivers of blood, their stomachs churning in revulsion. Meanwhile, on the 18th, 19th, and 20th floors, upon seeing others ascend, they realized the slaughterer had departed that moment. Feng Sheng had gone down to gather information and had not returned. The occupants of these 3 floors dared not move. Hearing that the lockdown had been lifted, some hastily departed, while others joined the ranks of those scavenging for supplies from the Xiaoyao gang. Building 25 had been the first to search for supplies, amassing the most resources and forming a unified force among the units. When the Xiaoyao gang was wiped out, Wang Zhen departed with only 2 burlap sacks. Thus, the remaining supplies were up for grabs that a throng of people rushed to the 21st floor, beginning their systematic search for resources, during which disputes over the spoils erupted into violent confrontations. Some individuals did not linger on the 21st floor, but headed straight for the 33rd, where Shi Kong resided, undoubtedly the location of the most abundant supplies. When a dozen individuals hurried to the 33rd floor, they found Zhou Chun subjecting Shi Miao to extreme torment, trying various forms of torture. They glanced around briefly before hurriedly searching for supplies, only to find nothing at all. That a buzzcut man turned to Zhou Chun and asked with a grin, "Brother, where have all the supplies gone?" Zhou Chun pondered for a moment and replied, "Are there even any supplies here? I have no idea." The buzzcut man frowned, glaring at Zhou Chun, coldly stating, "When we arrived, there were only 14 of you." "How could you not know?" Zhou Chun protested. "Big brother, my 13 brothers and I've been tied up and caged the whole time. Someone released me and told me the Xiaoyao gang was finished. He would incapacitate Shi Miao and then leave. When I emerged from the cage, it was indeed as he said, so I freed the others and we began to retaliate against Shi Miao when you arrived. As for the supplies you mentioned, I truly did not see any. When I came out of the cage, everything was already like this. I thought it had always been this way." The buzzcut man queried further, "What did that person look like?" Zhou Chun answered, "Bald, not very tall, about 1.60 m, with a scar across his face." The buzzcut man became even more perplexed. He could not possibly be Wang Zhen. Could it be some spatial ability user? How did he manage to come up here? Was it akin to the novels where one traverses through spatial wormholes, teleportation, spatial jumps, or instantaneous movements? The buzzcut man found this highly plausible, if he could capture the spatial ability user. Wouldn't he possess a mobile warehouse? The novels all claim that those who could awaken spatial abilities were powerful figures. If he truly found the person, it might be his own demise. "Damn it, we came here for nothing. Brothers, let us hurry downstairs to seize the supplies." The buzzcut man cursed and dashed down the stairs. On the 32nd floor, there were still no supplies. The buzzcut man caught hold of an unconscious woman. On the 31st floor, still nothing. He found 3 unconscious women. On the 30th floor, they discovered nothing at all. However, on the 29th floor, the buzzcut man's group stumbled upon a wealth of water damage supplies, as well as a dozen women locked in cages. Seeing the vast amount of supplies, the hastily assembled team quickly fell into disarray, engaging in fierce fights over the distribution of resources. Additionally, disputes arose over the allocation of women, leading to deadly confrontations. As no one wanted the unattractive ones, Shi Miao, having already sustained injuries from Wang Zhen's kick, could hardly endure the relentless torment from 14 individuals. Just minutes after the buzzcut man left, she rolled her eyes back and succumbed to death. Having avenged his grievances, Zhou Chun descended with 13 companions. Upon reaching the 29th floor, they encountered a group led by a crew-cut man, engaged in a fierce struggle over scarce supplies as they traversed from the 29th to the 22nd floor. Each level bore witness to disputes and bloodshed over resources. Zhou Chun and his group, devoid of possessions, attracted no trouble that he couldn't help but feel relieved, had his benefactor left behind an abundance of food. Not only would they have struggled to defend it, but it might have cost them their lives. The 14 loaves of bread and 8 cans of kanji were consumed after rescuing the remaining 13. At that time, he had deemed his benefactor cold-hearted and unfeeling. How misguided he had been! As the whale falls, all things flourish. With the fall of the Xiaoyao gang, all participants in the trading fair turned their eyes toward this ripe prize, each eager to take a bite, and no one was willing to yield, and the violence escalated. Those who secured supplies sought to acquire even more. Some, caught up in the frenzy, directed their gaze towards those attending the trading fair, stranded without a means to depart. These individuals, numerous in number, banded together to confront the frenzied assailants. As night descended, the slaughter gradually ceased. The host cunningly orchestrated the demise of Lu Yuman, accruing 13,000 points of malevolence. The host then plotted the demise of Lin Yaozu, garnering an additional 23,000 points, current malevolence points, for 148,000. Wang Zhen, holding a satellite phone while lounging with Zhang Jing, felt a slight smile tug at his lips upon hearing the system's notification. The system had not disappointed him. The malevolence for those he orchestrated the deaths of would indeed count towards him. As the bathroom door swung open, Wang Zhen turned to behold Lin Yuyao, who appeared even more beautiful and graceful post-bath. Go change into those clothes. Zhang Jing gestured toward the garments draped over the sofa. With her head bowed, Lin Yuyao retreated to change, her mind wandering into daydreams. She had fantasized more than once about marrying a wealthy man who would indulge her like a child. In this apocalyptic world, Wang Zhen's identity and prowess were precisely whom she desired to marry. However, that did not imply she wished to share him with other women. Humans inherently possess a sense of possessiveness. Wang Zhen, crossing his legs, urged, "Lu Yin, is dinner ready? I'm starving. Just a moment, master, it will be ready shortly." Lu Yin chirped, peeking from the kitchen with a radiant smile. Lu Yin, cheerful as a songbird, and Ouyang Yuo busily delivered dishes from the kitchen to the living room, despite there being only 5 people. The spread consisted of 20 dishes for soups, akin to a feast. After serving the dishes, they brought forth 5 rice cookers filled with rice, seated at the table. Ouyang Yuo had envisioned a delightful meal. Yet she never anticipated it would be this splendid. Yes, she gazed upon the table laden with various stir-fried dishes. Tears of joy streamed down her cheeks. If every meal could be enjoyed thus, it would not be unreasonable to call Wang Zhen master, even if it meant serving as a maid. Moreover, Wang Zhen was undeniably handsome. Although there were many maids, was that not a hallmark of the strong? By aligning herself with Wang Zhen, she could proudly embrace her femininity while relishing delicious meals, free from safety concerns. This, indeed, could be deemed a win-win situation. Ouyang Yuo was a glutton. Gluttons dread not having access to delectable food. When there is something delicious, they are willing to do anything. It should be noted that 10 days after the torrential rain began, her household's food supply had been depleted, leading her to scavenge dog food daily. Did I forget something? Oh no, Wang Kai, I'm sorry. After spotting the scrumptious food, I completely forgot about you. After apologizing to Wang Kai in her heart, Ouyang Yuo gazed longingly at the abundant feast in this household. They could only begin eating once Wang Zhen moved his chopsticks. Such was the ruled tea that moment. She pushed Wang Kai from her mind, consumed only by the desire to eat. Lin Yuyao was equally astonished. In this apocalyptic month, her family had only managed to enjoy vegetables at the outset. 5 days later, the 3 of them could only consume half-cooked vegetable porridge. Yet here, Wang Zhen offered not 1 or 2 dishes, but 20. The stark contrast was difficult for Lin Yuyao to comprehend. "Master, do you eat like this every meal?" Lin Yuyao realized she had misspoken and quickly corrected herself. "Yes, every meal is generally of this standard," Lu Yin replied. Lin Yuyao inquired further, "But with so much food, can we finish it all? Wouldn't it be wasteful if we can't?" Zhang Jing, awakening from her slumber, answered, "Most of the food is for the master. Lu Yin and I can only have a little." Ouyang Yuo, gazing at the grand table of dishes, suppressed her saliva and shot a glare at Lin Yuyao. "Why do you have so many questions?" She turned to Wang Zhen with a flattering expression. "Master, when shall we begin our meal?" Wang Zhen glanced at Ouyang Yuo's information and discovered that she was surprisingly an experienced individual. Name: Ouyang Yuo. Age: 24. Occupation: cosplay blogger. Hostility level: 0. Secret 1. Ouyang Yuo is inherently innocent, akin to a child, with a penchant for collecting toys, self-sufficient and well provided for. Secret 2. Ouyang Yuruo is quite experienced and enjoys studying. Secret 3. Ouyang Yuruo is a seasoned foodie, yet after consuming dog food for several months, she suffers from severe constipation. Secret 4. As a foodie, Ouyang Yuruo occasionally harbors thoughts of devouring her own dog. Unbeknownst to the canine, Ouyang Yuruo is quite intriguing, truly a woman of many layers. Once more, Ouyang Yuruo implored, "Master, please let us eat. I'm about to starve." Wang Zhen picked up his chopsticks, took a mouthful of food, and chuckled, "Everyone's hungry. Let us eat." Ouyang Yuruo cheered, diving into the feast with reckless abandon, devouring the food without a hint of ladle-like decorum. With each bite of spicy rabbit head, she displayed a theatrical flair reminiscent of a pig devouring its meal. As she opened her mouth again, Ouyang Yuruo expelled all the bones, exclaiming, "Delicious! So delicious! Absolutely delightful!" She felt that the most correct decision of her life was to rush towards Wang Zhen when he called for women. "Master, do you have any beer?" Ouyang inquired, stuffing her mouth with a generous portion of goose meat. Wang Zhen waved his hand, producing 5 cases of beer. "Drink up, there's plenty." Lin Yuyao kept her chopsticks moving, eventually reaching her limit. "I'm so full." The sensation of fullness was blissful. Ouyang Yuruo's cheeks flushed with delight as she exclaimed loudly, "Huh, did I forget something? Never mind, I'm tired, I want to sleep." At that moment, Wang Kai thought, "You ate my dog food and forgot about me when there was something delicious? Fine, just wait, you won't be having any more dog food." After the meal, Wang Zhen opened the panel of the Apocalyptic malevolence system. Current malevolence points for 148,000. A whopping 4 million malevolence points. How exhilarating. Unifying the strength of a building's gang was thrilling. The sense of fortune was even more gratifying. Amidst his excitement, he pondered how best to utilize these 148,000 malevolence points. Strengthening his comprehensive physical attributes was a certainty, and he would undoubtedly require additional skills. Continuing to enhance his comprehensive physical attributes, he reasoned, once he could not take me down in one blow, his demise would be inevitable. Comprehensive physical attributes, holy grail breathing technique. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Zhen resolved to allocate points to his physical attributes. Without a second thought, he invested 2,100,000 malevolence points into his comprehensive physical attributes. As a result, the 140 points of comprehensive attributes surged to 200 points. The system then displayed a notification. This attribute has reached the limit of Stage 1. To advance to Stage 2, an expenditure of 600,000 malevolence points is required for every 10 points of enhancement. Currently, 300,000 malevolence points have been consumed. Would you like to expend another 300,000 malevolence points to elevate your comprehensive physical attributes? Yes, consume 300,000 malevolence points. System, enhance me. The comprehensive physical attributes have gradually risen from 200 points to 210 points. Wang Zhen's astonishment. His energy attribute has surged from 320 points to 400 points alongside this increase in overall physical attributes. A delightful surprise indeed. With a comprehensive physical score of 200 points, his bodily strength, defense, cellular vitality, and the robustness of his flesh, bones, and blood have all been significantly enhanced. Now, even when standing before a poison-based ability user, he can withstand their toxic assaults without suffering any harm, as the adversary exhausts their energy in vain. Simultaneously, his recovery abilities have undergone a transformation. Previously, he needed 2 hours to recover from complete energy depletion, but now it requires only about half an hour. During combat, he can simultaneously engage in battle while utilizing his breathing techniques to recover. At this moment, his attributes stand at comprehensive physical attributes 210, agility 100, energy 400. He resolved to further enhance his agility system, expend 1 million points of malevolence to boost agility attributes in an instant. Wang Zhen's agility attribute escalated from 100 points to 200 points. With 200 points of agility, he can achieve a speed of 720 kilometers per hour, a velocity unmatched by any creature from the world before the apocalypse. This level of agility signifies a corresponding reaction speed of 200 points. The moment this enhancement took effect, Everything around him appeared to move as slowly as a snail. In summary, Wang Zhen has transcended the definition of an ordinary being. After augmenting his foundational attributes, he still possesses 748,000 points of malevolence, which he intends to invest entirely into his skills. His skills panel includes teleportation, level 1, upgrade, absolute defense, level 1, upgrade, space lockdown, level 1, upgrade, time acceleration, level 1, upgrade, time deceleration, level 1, upgrade, and Eye of Illusions, level 2. Except for Eye of Illusions, which cannot be upgraded, all other skills are eligible for enhancement. TO elevate Eye of Illusions to level 3. 1.2 million points of malevolence are required. Wang Zhen decided to continue bolstering his combat and survival capabilities. System: expend 200,000 points of malevolence to upgrade teleportation. Expend 200,000 points of malevolence to upgrade absolute defense. Expend 200,000 points of malevolence to upgrade space lockdown to AS. 600,000 points of malevolence vanished. The corresponding attributes of these three skills immediately transformed. Teleportation, level 2, allows him to move instantaneously to any location within 600 meters of the mere thought. Usable as long as his energy is not exhausted, with energy consumption reduced by 20. Level 1 space lockdown becomes ineffective against him. Absolute defense, level 2, enables the construction of an impenetrable spatial barrier around him, reducing energy consumption by 20, enhancing defensive strength, and capable of withstanding 2 attacks from level 3 ability users when fully deployed. Space Lockdown, level 2, permits the caster to enclose a designated area in space. The smaller the area, the greater the strength of the lockdown, with energy consumption reduced by 20 energy, 1200. Previously, each use of teleportation consumed 25 points of energy, allowing for 12 uninterrupted uses, equating to a total of 600 meters. With the skill upgrade, each use now consumes 20 points of energy, allowing for 60 uses with 1200 energy, equating to 36,000 meters. Incredible. This is teleportation, and it even disregards level 1 space lockdown. If he desires, he could instantly relocate to a distance of 36,000 meters. The true brilliance of this skill lies in his ability to control the casting distance, thereby effectively increasing the number of uses, making him elusive and a formidable assassin, leaving enemies in utter despair. Moreover, continuous teleportation without interruption equates to a form of alternative flight, even supersonic flight. In less than a second, he can find himself 36,000 meters away. Who in this world could possibly match his speed? With reduced energy consumption and enhanced defense, he can withstand 2 attacks from level 3 ability users. At this stage, Wang Zhen confidently asserts that no one possesses a higher ability level than he does. The system refers to ability users. Does this imply that there exist formidable awakened creatures in the water? At this moment, Wang Zhen's mind recalls the official warning about dangerous creatures lurking in the water. If humans can awaken abilities after being immersed in the mysterious substances from the flood, then it is inevitable that aquatic creatures, having lived in water, also possess the potential to awaken abilities, likely awakening long before most humans. With the enhancement of space lockdown, Wang Zhen's capabilities in group combat have significantly improved. He now feels overwhelmingly powerful. Should he consider eliminating all survivors in the vicinity to acquire more malevolence points? A wicked thought suddenly crossed his mind. However, he dismissed it, realizing that a desolate community, with only himself and 4 beautiful women, would lack excitement. Wang Zhen suppressed this malevolent notion. Swiftly enhance his strength. He must venture out more often. Yet, before embarking on his escapades, he intends to enhance his shelter once more. With the flood raging outside, as a person of malevolence, he naturally seeks comfort, as the number of maidens increases. His quarters have begun to feel somewhat cramped, necessitating an expansion. System: the 11th building currently belongs solely to me. Can it be reinforced? The Doomsday Malevolence system is currently assessing. Upon evaluation, it has been confirmed that the 11th building belongs to the host and is eligible for reinforcement. A smile brightened Wang Zhen's face. The Doomsday Malevolence system is indeed commendable. You wish to expend 1 instance of primary reinforcement to enhance the 11th building. Wang Zhen affirmed, reinforce. This reinforcement will fortify the foundation. Load-bearing walls, general structure, flooring, and expand the living area and windows of the 11-story building. Once again, a series of figures materialized before Wang Zhen. 30 days, 30 days, 20 days, 12 days, 15 days, 3 days, 5 days. The time required to transform a 33-story building into a doomsday stronghold has indeed increased. Shall I proceed with the reinforcement? Yes, he replied emphatically in his mind. In the next moment, the entire building began to undergo subtle changes. Should the four maidens inquire, Wang Zhen would choose to ignore them the first time. He trusts they would not be so insensitive as to press further. Should they persist in their inquiries, he would not hesitate to make an example of them, as their master. They will be informed of what they need to know. Matters beyond their purview should not be questioned. What purpose does a maid have in prying into her master's affairs? To betray him? To divulge secrets to others? Such insatiable curiosity deserves a fitting punishment. Curiosity killed the cat, as the saying goes. As long as he possesses formidable strength, Wang Zhen fears no betrayal. Betrayers can simply be eliminated. Enough of this. It's time to sleep. Tomorrow, he will roam the outside world, hoping to encounter those who dare to cross his path. As he mused, he made his way to the secondary bedroom. Meanwhile, on the 11th floor of Building 25, Zhou Chun was too exhilarated to sleep. Reflecting on the day's experiences, he tossed and turned before finally rising from the ground and approaching the corridor, gazing longingly in the direction of Building 11, rendered speechless. Following Wang Zhen's guidance, Zhou Chun underwent the baptism of the floodwaters and awakened the ability to enhance the sharpness of metal. When utilizing this power, any weapon in his hands gains substantial increases in sharpness and resilience, and a mundane metal fork can transform into a lethal instrument, while a knife can slice through iron as if it were clay. Zhou Chun is a pure and emotionally driven individual, harboring feelings for his female neighbor. Yet he never dared to express his affections until it was too late, during his days of imprisonment and torment. He harbored deep-seated resentment towards the Xiaoyao gang and his own powerlessness, yearning for revenge. Ultimately, the Xiaoyao gang was annihilated by Wang Zhen, who also allowed him to take vengeance upon Shi Miao Miao, venting his pent-up frustrations. Furthermore, he left Zhou Chun with 14 packs of bread and 8 bowls of congee, ensuring he would not starve that day. Additionally, he imparted the method for awakening abilities, transforming Zhou Chun into an ability user. In essence, Wang Zhen has done him a great favor. Zhou Chun, keenly aware of the debts of gratitude and vengeance, has settled the score with his enemies, and now it is time to repay his benefactor. With the apocalypse upon them, the law of the jungle prevails. Without sufficient strength, how can one discuss gratitude? Should he allow a repeat of the past, where Ali perished before his eyes, helpless to intervene? Had he possessed formidable power back then, he could have prevented such a tragedy. Thus, the only path forward is to grow stronger, enabling him to protect those he holds dear. Zhou Chun gazed up at the night sky, his expression gradually transforming. Strength, protection, and gratitude. He resolved to repay Wang Zhen in his own way. With determination, Zhou Chun decided to establish his own faction from the 25th floor as a stronghold. Tomorrow, he would have all his brothers try their luck and see how many could awaken their extraordinary abilities. After Wang Zhen returned to his room, he did not fall into a deep slumber until dawn broke. He slept soundly until noon. Ouyang Yuru rubbed her sleepy eyes open and, accustomed to her routine, called out, Wang Kai, I'm hungry. Bring me your dog food bag so I can eat a bit more. Only then did Lin Yuyao realize the extent of Ouyang Yuru's previous hardships. It turned out she had been living on dog food every day. Yuru, wake up. Do you still have a dog? Lin Yuyao inquired, shaking her awake. Ouyang Yuru instantly came to her senses, finally recalling what she had forgotten the previous day. Wang Kai had been left unattended. As she dressed, she stated, I need to speak with my master and ask him to bring my Wang Kai back, that I know you're anxious. But please don't rush. Lin Yao halted Ouyang Yuru, saying, Are we really going to meet the master looking this disheveled? It would be surprising to receive any affection like this. We should bathe and present ourselves beautifully before meeting him. All right, the two women entered the bathroom together. Yuru, your figure is truly remarkable, far surpassing mine, and your legs are stunning, straight, rounded, and elongated, like a character out of a comic. They chatted merrily while showering, but by the time they finished their bath and made themselves up, Zhang Jing had already prepared a meal with Lu Yan. Wang Zhen sat at the head of the table, engrossed in the messages on his satellite phone. As the apocalypse dragged on, the information from satellites dwindled. After searching for quite some time, he found no records regarding aquatic supernatural beings. Master, the two women approached Wang Zhen to greet him. He nodded and began serving food, saying, "You two will prepare tomorrow's meal. Sit down and eat." Lu Yin chimed in, "We were just waiting for you." Lin Yuyao, detecting the implications in her words, felt her cheeks flush. Ouyang Yuru, eating heartily, stammered, "Master, may I bring my dog home?" Lu Yin, intrigued, asked, "Oh, you have a dog? Why didn't you mention it yesterday?" Ouyang Yuru replied, "Yes, a wolf dog. I was so focused on eating yesterday that I completely forgot about it." "Master, can I bring it back?" Wang Zhen took a large bite of beef and asked with a smile, "Sure. I've heard dog meat is quite tasty. I've never had the chance to try it. It would be perfect for a taste test." Ouyang Yuru hurriedly served him vegetables, her face filled with a flattering smile. "Master, I've only been feeding Wang Kai dog food. Its meat wouldn't be delicious at all. I swear, as long as you don't eat Wang Kai, I will behave exceptionally well and ensure your satisfaction, even if the merchant girl remains oblivious to the hatred of a fallen nation." Wang Zhen chuckled lightly, replying earnestly, "All right, I want to eat your dog, that I'll fetch it later, but don't forget what you just promised me. Master, I have a good friend who also studies dance and is exceptionally beautiful. Can we go rescue her?" Lin Yuyao proposed. She had given up. Wang Zhen was not someone she could manipulate. Since this avenue was blocked, she decided to take a different path, becoming the mistress ruling over the other women by Wang Zhen's side. She thought of her friend. Bringing her in could help curry favor with Wang Zhen, that if she got along well with Ouyang Yuru, she would have two supporters. "Have you had a boyfriend?" Wang Zhen casually inquired. If she hadn't, he would agree to help her rescue her friend, simultaneously boosting his notoriety that if she had too many past relationships, he would let her fend for herself. "Master, she is just like me, hoping to marry a wealthy man and has never been in a relationship. Is it far? Are you sure she is alive?" Wang Zhen asked, intrigued. Being cooped up in the community was becoming dull. Going out would allow him to gain notoriety, while finding another beauty was a win-win situation. However, he wouldn't travel thousands of kilometers to rescue a woman. He wasn't a saint, sacrificing himself for others. "Not far, just 5 kilometers, that I believe she is absolutely alive. She is a doomsday enthusiast, stockpiling boxes of compressed biscuits and bottled water. I often visited her home during school." "Give me the exact location." "Building 8, 27th floor, Haitan Community." Ouyang Yuru suddenly exclaimed, "Master, I just remembered I have a twin friend who also lives in this community. Let us collect her as well." "Twin?" Wang Zhen smiled, reassured. "Don't worry, they're lesbians and not interested in men." Ouyang Yuru thought for a moment. "They once pursued me, but I decisively rejected them. They have what I have. There is no point in that." What a delightful surprise! A pair of twins and a beautiful dance major. Wang Zhen smiled broadly. It was decided. Their next destination would be there. Haitan Community was a high-end residential area, home to the affluent. He wondered how it would differ from Guanlin Community in this apocalyptic world. He felt a tinge of excitement. However, he needed to rapidly enhance the combat capabilities of Ouyang Yuru and Lin Yuyao. Currently, the quickest way to boost their fighting prowess was through firearms training. Good marksmanship was honed through the expenditure of countless bullets, and Wang Zhen happened to have an abundance of ammunition. First, he would retrieve Wang Kai and test the survival supplies, the speedboat, provided by the system. It was time to showcase these supplies. Then, he would have the two women enter the water for a baptism, to see if they could awaken their extraordinary abilities. Those with the potential for extraordinary powers would awaken after being immersed in the mysterious substances of the flood, while those without such potential would remain unaffected, even after a day in the water. How exhausting! I don't want to move. I'm feeling sleepy again. Having eaten her fill, Ouyang Yuru leaned back in her chair, feeling drowsy once more. Zhang Jing called her to help clean the dishes. Wang Zhen entered the living room, sipping the exquisite jasmine tea prepared by Lu Yan while watching Lin Yuyao dance. The quality of the tea was evident. Its fragrant aroma was enchanting, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Wang Zhen made it a point to enjoy a cup every day after meals. Half an hour later, Wang Zhen stood up. Let us go. Lu Yin, Zhang Jing, Ouyang Yuru, and Lin Yao donned bulletproof vests and stab-proof clothing. The four women secure their handguns in holsters attached to their thighs, exuding an air of spirited confidence. However, their beautiful and pristine faces would undoubtedly attract attention, making them the most noticeable presence wherever they went. Deep within Zhang Jing lay a violent gene. She requested a butcher's knife from Wang Zhen to carry with her. It was Lin Yao's first time handling a gun, and she was incredibly curious about the live ammunition. She alternated between aiming at the air and returning the gun to its holster. Feeling a sweet thrill at Wang Zhen's trust in her. Did he not fear her having ulterior motives? This dangerous thought flickered in her mind, but was quickly dismissed. Without Wang Zhen, she wouldn't survive even with a gun and supplies. The four women hurriedly followed Wang Zhen down the stairs. Upon reaching the 10th floor, Wang Zhen retrieved the speedboat with a canopy from his storage and placed it into the floodwaters. Most of the small boats he had brought back from the 25th floor had been stored away, leaving only a large cruise ship docked outside. It was a decoy. Whoever took the bait would meet their demise. Wang Zhen went to great lengths to earn notoriety. With a splash, the speedboat bobbed along the floodwaters. Ouyang Yuru gazed at the boat, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she looked at Wang Zhen. Master, you're so cool. You even have a speedboat. Lu Yin and the other two women were equally astonished. What else did their master possess? They felt fortunate to encounter Wang Zhen in this chaotic world and be by his side. Perhaps they had saved the galaxy in their past lives? Wang Zhen maneuvered the speedboat to the corridor, waiting for the four women to board before gracefully leaping aboard himself. He needed to master the force of his jump. For a single miscalculation could send him soaring briefly into the air. Wang Zhen guided the four women to the cockpit of the speedboat and retrieved the keys. Who among you knows how to drive? I do. Ouyang Yuru raised her hand enthusiastically. Then you shall take the helm. Hooray! Ouyang Yuru excitedly ignited the engine of the speedboat. As it gently departed from Building 11, the waves were parted, and they headed towards Building 6. The covered speedboat glided through the water, drawing numerous gazes. The survivors in the nearby building watched with expressions filled with astonishment and envy. With the flood reaching the 10th floor, anyone possessing a small boat could seek supplies across various locations, living more comfortably. Yet here was a speedboat yacht. Who could that be? How impressive! Who else but the formidable king of Building 11? I just saw the speedboat emerge from there. Alas, the disparity is staggering. Look at a speedboat and then at my flimsy raft. Wang Zhen and the four women cast their eyes upon the gaunt faces peering out from the neighboring buildings. Many appeared emaciated, some so thin they barely resembled humans. As the five rushed towards the four women, several frail individuals seated in the corridor of the opposite building wore expressions of malicious glee. Why should they suffer so wretchedly while these four women looked so radiant? The five acted swiftly, but Lu Yin and Zhang Jing were quicker, instantly pivoting and aiming their guns at the chests of the two leading figures. Bang, bang. Then, Ouyang Yuru and Lin Yao, having regained their composure, fired in succession. Having survived to this point, they were acutely aware that falling into the hands of such individuals would be worse than death. In this apocalyptic world, it was either you perish or I thrive. They chose to survive. The adversaries had already drawn their knives. Was there any need to inquire why? Engage them in reasoning. In an instant, the five were brought down to the ground, their eyes filled with shock and resentment, even hatred. Zhang Jing advanced with her knife, unleashing a momentary fury as she swung it towards the remaining survivor. The demise of the five sent a chilling wave through those with malintent. These four beautiful women dared to wield firearms that a middle-aged man and woman descending from the 21st floor reached the 15th when a cacophony of gunfire erupted, causing both to tumble to the ground in fright. The woman murmured, "They are not here to rescue us. They are here to kill, that we must return." The middle-aged couple, before descending further, scrambled back in panic. The individuals seated in the corridor on the 15th floor wore expressions of anger that a woman in her 30s emerged from room 1503, glaring at the four women with palpable resentment. They merely wished to intimidate you. To seize your boat. How could you kill? Zhang Jing scoffed, aiming her gun at the woman's forehead, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The bullet struck the woman's brow, blood and gray matter spraying from the back of her head. Thud! The woman collapsed, lifeless. Zhang Jing blew the smoke from her gun, surveying the crowd, her gaze capturing every expression, and coldly declared, "Do not preach to me. Anyone who dares to insult or threaten me, I will kill. 1 for 1, 2 for 2. If you cannot abide me, stifle your disdain." Observing Zhang Jing's fierce demeanor, none dared to utter a word. "Let us depart." Zhang Jing turned and strode away, the other 3 women following suit. At Ouyang Yuru's doorstep, she produced her keys and unlocked the door. The eager Wang Kai dashed out from the room, leaping onto Ouyang Yuru, whimpering incessantly in protest. It seemed Wang Kai was expressing. "Why did you take so long to return? I was worried sick." Ouyang Yuru embraced Wang Kai, soothing its head and belly until it calmed down. "Wang Kai, they are family," Ouyang Yuru explained, gesturing towards the 3 women. Wang Kai whined in acknowledgement. Lu Yin and the others surveyed Ouyang Yuru's home, filled with various cosplay costumes and necessary props. Zhang Jing remarked with a grin, "You should take these clothes. He loves them." Ouyang Yuru nodded, retrieving a suitcase, and the 3 women began to gather their belongings. Wang Kai, with its pure, expressive eyes, observed the 4 as they packed, seemingly sensing something, and remained close to Ouyang Yuru's feet. 15 minutes later, all usable items were packed into 2 large suitcases and several storage boxes. Zhang Jing utilized her abilities to drag the 2 suitcases downstairs, while the other 3 women carried the storage boxes behind her. "Wang Kai, come along. We are heading to our new home," Ouyang Yuru called. Wang Kai sprang up, grinning as it followed behind. Wang Zhen watched the 4 women emerge, laden with belongings, and inquired, "Why are you bringing so much?" Zhang Jing replied with a smile, "I sent it all to make you happy." As she spoke, Lu Yin opened a storage box, revealing clothes within. Wang Zhen chuckled, accepting the items and, in an instant, storing them within the space of the boat. "Let us go." Ouyang Yuru resumed her navigation. Wang Kai circled around Wang Zhen curiously, perplexed by the scent of its owner emanating from him. Sniffing and sniffing, Wang Kai stood on its hind legs, wrapping its front paws around Wang Zhen's legs, mimicking the behavior of a teddy bear, its expression one of haughty superiority. Wang Zhen glanced down, confirming it was indeed a female. Was it asserting its dominance over him? This was intolerable. Wang Zhen reached out, lifting Wang Kai effortlessly. Then, bang, he slammed it down onto the speedboat. Wang Kai let out a mournful cry as Wang Zhen pinned it down by the neck, rendering it unable to move. Wang Kai struggled, its legs thrashing in a desperate attempt to escape his grip, emitting a series of pained yelps. "Grr!" Wang Kai growled lowly, baring its teeth in a fierce demeanor. Observing this, Lu Yin quickly suggested, "Let me shoot it. We can have dog meat for dinner tonight." Zhang Jing brandished her cleaver, eyeing Wang Kai menacingly. With a single command from Wang Zhen, she would end Wang Kai's life. Ouyang Yuru's face turned pale as she halted the boat, sternly ordering, "Wang Kai, sit." Wang Kai showed no intention of obeying her command. Wang Zhen addressed the 4 women, "Do not concern yourselves. I have my own plans. You wish to bite me?" Wang Zhen chuckled coldly. Is this defiance? He released his grip on Wang Kai's neck, and it immediately sprang up, baring its teeth and lunging at his arm. Slap. Wang Zhen struck Wang Kai down once more, his voice icy. "You have one last chance. Submit to me, or perish." This time, he activated his Eye of the Void. Dogs possess a strong sense of hierarchy and status. When they perceive themselves as superior, they will not regard you. Yet, when they sense a threat to their life, they will expose their belly and tuck their tail, begging for mercy. Dogs are also adept at reading their owner's emotions and intentions. Under the influence of the Eye of the Void, Wang Kai felt the threat to its life that it was so frightened that it lost control. It rolled onto its back, exposing its vulnerable belly, its tail wagging like a fan, and its face adorned with a sycophantic expression. Whimper, Wang Kai swayed its body, signaling Wang Zhen to pet its belly and head. "Get up!" Upon hearing Wang Zhen's command, Wang Kai scrambled to its feet, head bowed, eyes bright, rubbing against his leg. Indeed, the internet had spoken the truth. With a single slap, clarity returned to its gaze. Wang Zhen turned to Ouyang Yuru, continue navigating, find a relatively clean body of water to stop for an hour. He then looked at Ouyang Yuru and Lin Yuyao. You two change into swimsuits and enjoy the water for an hour. And you, dog, come along to AS, he spoke. Wang Zhen gently nudged the dog, Wang Kai beside him. Ouyang Yuru and Lin Yuyao exchanged puzzled glances. Yet their bodies, betraying their hesitation, obeyed Wang Zhen's command. Lu Yin smiled and explained, undergoing a baptism in floodwaters may yield a certain probability of awakening supernatural abilities. Ouyang Yuru exclaimed in delight. Really? I can also awaken extraordinary powers. Wang Zhen replied nonchalantly. It merely facilitates the awakening. If there are no hidden innate talents within, even a day submerged would be of no consequence. Then I must surely awaken my abilities. Ouyang Yuru asserted with unwavering confidence. The two women donned their swimsuits and leaped into the water to bathe. Wang Kai also eagerly jumped in. 10 minutes later, Wang Kai began to undergo a transformation, emitting shrill cries as droplets of blood seeped from its pores, staining the water crimson. Thud! Thud! Wang Zhen could distinctly hear Wang Kai's heartbeat, growing louder and more powerful. Wang Kai had awakened its abilities. A small cloud formed in the sky, swirling ominously. Crack! Lightning struck Wang Kai. A black aura enveloped Wang Kai, shielding it from the onslaught. Crack! Crack! The flashes of lightning continued to rain down, as if intent on obliterating Wang Kai. Initially, Wang Zhen believed Wang Kai had awakened lightning abilities. But that was not the case. Wang Kai's pupils turned jet black, and its body gradually transformed into a shadow that surged towards the speedboat. Wang Zhen's eyes lit up in surprise. He had not anticipated that Wang Kai's ability would be shadow transformation. This peculiar power, if utilized effectively, could result in a deadly ambush. Indeed, quite impressive. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yuru's body began to exhibit changes as well. She felt a tingling sensation in her head, accompanied by discomfort, as if something were burrowing into her mind. Suddenly, 3 short, sharp earth spikes erupted from the water's surface, round and razor-sharp. Earth manipulation ability. Earth spikes. Witnessing Wang Kai and Ouyang Yuru awaken their powers, Lin Yuyao, who had always held herself in high esteem, found it difficult to accept this reality. Why could even a dog awaken abilities while she could not? Why? It was one thing to be unaware, but now that she knew the potential for awakening through the flood baptism, her sense of imbalance surged. Had Lu Yin and Zhang Jing also awakened their powers? Lin Yuyao's expression fluctuated, her intense jealousy and pride threatening to overwhelm her sanity, until she met Wang Zhen's gaze and lowered her head in shame. The prouder one is, the more vulnerable they become. Ouyang Yuru had already boarded the boat to begin disinfecting and bathing. Wang Kai, now infused with black light after awakening its abilities, felt invigorated and was about to challenge Wang Zhen. Slap, slap, slap. Wang Zhen delivered 3 swift slaps in an instant. Wang Kai's eyes cleared. One more time. And I'll end you. Wang Zhen's gaze was icy. Wang Kai trembled, completely surrendering. Come aboard. Wang Zhen called to Lin Yuyao, who was still soaking in the water. Master, let me try just a little longer, just half an hour more, please, Lin Yuyao pleaded. Wang Zhen raised an eyebrow. As you wish. Half an hour later, Lin Yuyao finally sensed something unusual within her body. A warmth began to radiate from her lower abdomen, gradually spreading throughout her being. Waves of intense pain coursed through her, yet she felt a surge of joy. Have I awakened my abilities too? 10 minutes later, Lin Yuyao felt an itch in her hands, as if something were trying to emerge. Suddenly, vines shot forth from her palms, twisting and swirling the air. Master, I've awakened my powers. I'm an extraordinary being now, she declared proudly. Suddenly, woof, woof, woof. Wang Kai barked furiously at Lin Yuyao. A multitude of bubbles appeared on the water's surface 50 meters away, indicating the swift approach of a massive creature. Just as Lin Yuyao was about to speak, she found herself on the boat in the next moment. Wang Zhen instantly activated absolute defense, enveloping the entire speedboat. Boom! The water erupted as if boiling, waves soaring over 10 meters high, as a 10-meter-long monstrous fish leapt from the depths. Its gaping maw aimed directly at the speedboat. Bang! After its initial attack failed, The giant fish plunged back into the water. "Oh, so you think you can hit me and just swim away?" Wang Zhen snorted, vanishing from his spot and reappearing beneath the monstrous fish. Space was sealed, time accelerated, and time was decelerated as the eye of breaking illusions activated simultaneously to Wang Zhen. The giant fish seemed to hover in midair, ensnared by the dizziness induced by the eye of breaking illusions at level 10. With a composite physique of 210 and agility of 200, Wang Zhen unleashed a flurry of punches upon the giant fish. Resembling a tempest, the fish's scales, as hard as iron, crumbled before Wang Zhen's might, pierced by his fist to reveal the tender flesh beneath. Boom! The massive creature, weighing several tons, was sent soaring into the sky. Splatter! Wang Zhen instantly teleported above the giant fish, delivering a punch that struck deep into its head. The enormous corpse, akin to a small mountain, plummeted into the water. Boom! The surface of the water exploded with a cacophony. Waves crashing skyward, splashes flying, and thunderous roars echoing as ripples radiated outward. That moment, Ouyang Yuru steered the speedboat to its maximum capacity, finally stabilizing it. The four women gazed in astonishment at the 10-meter-long giant fish floating on the surface. What kind of fish is this? Its massive form rivaled that of a great white shark that resembles a grass carp. Ouyang Yuru speculated uncertainly, standing at the edge of the speedboat. Lin Yuyao commanded her vines to extend and ensnare the giant fish, attempting to pull it, only to be left dumbfounded as she nearly found herself dragged into the water by the immense creature's strength. Ouyang Yuru eagerly directed her earth spikes to attack the giant fish, but they shattered upon impact with its scales. The four women felt a surge of dread as they observed the lifeless giant fish. Faced with such a creature, had Wang Zhen not been there, they would have been doomed without a doubt. Escape? How could one flee from a fish in the water? One could only imagine the extent of Wang Zhen's power. The giant fish, weighing several tons, posed no resistance against him. Its scales were as fragile as paper, easily dispatched. Wang Zhen is incredibly powerful. His strength surpassed their understanding. Lin Yao and Ouyang Yuru, having just experienced a fleeting sense of pride from their awakened abilities, found it shattered in an instant, and no matter how strong they might be. In Wang Zhen's eyes, they were nothing in absolute suppression of power. Ding! You have slain a level 3 mutated grass carp, earning 400,000 points in evil deeds. Wang Zhen stood triumphantly above the water, capturing the mutated grass carp into his spatial realm. Such a large fish should yield exquisite meat. Congratulations, Master, for displaying your might and vanquishing the mutated grass carp. The four women bowed in unison, expressing their admiration. Having witnessed Wang Zhen's strength, the four women understood all too well that the world had changed. Only by remaining close to such a powerful figure could they hope to survive. Let us continue sailing. Wang Zhen reclined casually on the couch. Master, allow me to massage your feet. Lin Yuyao quickly removed Wang Zhen's shoes and began to pamper him. Zhang Jing, sensing a palpable threat from Lin Yuyao, chimed in with a smile. Master, let me prepare some tea for you. Wang Zhen took a sip of jasmine tea and remarked casually, Yuru, tell me more about how you awakened your abilities. Lin Yuyao cradled Wang Zhen's feet. Her cheeks flushed. This might be related to you, Master. Wang Zhen raised an eyebrow and surprised me. Yes, Lin Yao affirmed, explaining, I soaked in the water for an hour and a half without any changes, just as I decided to give up. Warmth surged from my lower abdomen and spread throughout my body, leading to the subsequent transformation. Could it be related to last night's escapade? Wang Zhen mused, his expression enigmatic. Did he possess the ability to help others awaken their powers? He resolved to verify this at an opportune moment. If it truly were the case, my maiden shall indeed be endowed with extraordinary abilities. When confronted by foes, there shall be no need for my intervention. They will effortlessly resolve the matter. Thus, I shall require an increased number of maidens. Wang Zhen chuckled to himself, realizing that as his power surged, so too did his lascivious inclinations. Ever since he had welcomed Lu Yin and Zhang Jing into his fold, he had lost interest in ordinary women. The allure of free luxury vehicles delivered to his doorstep held no appeal, especially if they required excessive maintenance. To be candid, how many men truly desire second-hand possessions? Wang Zhen opened his mouth to savor a lychee offered by Zhang Jing. Lu Yin observed the two women vying for Wang Zhen's favor and, unwilling to be outdone, approached from behind the sofa. She placed her hands upon Wang Zhen's shoulders and began to massage. Master, having just vanquished the mutated giant fish, you must be weary. Allow me to ease your shoulders. A satisfied smile spread across Wang Zhen's face. Indeed. I find myself in need of more maidens. Those to massage my shoulders, my feet, to serve tea, and to present fruits and snacks that a few dancers would also be welcome. There is much work yet to be done. Master, we are approaching the High Tian community, Ouyang Euro remarked, turning her head. Put away the firearms. Wang Zhen commanded. Zhang Jing nodded and swiftly secured her handgun from her pant leg to her calf, ensuring that it was concealed beneath her trousers. Euro Yao, change back in your protective gear and bulletproof vests, lest those men outside bring forth bloodshed. The two women giggled. Master, you are not truly concerned for their bloodshed. Rather, it is your maiden's modesty you wish to protect. Enough banter, hurry and change. We are about to encounter others. Wang Zhen arched an eyebrow. If outsiders catch a glimpse of you, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you both. He was, after all, a man of traditional values. As for why he wished to conceal their firearms, it was simply a tactic of deception, with four exquisite beauties by his side and a covered speedboat at his command. It would be impossible for anyone to resist the temptation to seize his possessions. Such an act would only increase his infamy. Ouyang Euro stuck out her tongue, halted the boat, and hurriedly drew the curtains to change attire. Outside the High Tian community, four rafts laden with waterlogged supplies were making their way toward the community. The rafts were manned solely by men, each wielding an assortment of knives. Among them, a leader brandished a crudely crafted firearm. This leader, named Lin Feng, had been a sales manager before the apocalypse and possessed the ability to summon water beings, capable of swiftly locating resources. Lin Feng was of average height, with an unremarkable appearance. Clad in a tank top and shorts, his feet adorned with flip-flops, and his hands adorned with an array of gold rings beside him, Erhu lounged with his legs crossed, casually glancing around with restless eyes. As the speedboat revealed itself, Erhu mistook it for a water creature. Rubbing his eyes, he beheld the vessel emerge from around the corner, fully exposing its form, an actual covered speedboat. Brother Feng, look at that boat. It's a speedboat with a canopy. Damn, I don't even have one. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as he fixated on the speedboat, issuing a command. All hands, charge forth. I wish to ascertain the identity of those aboard this impressive vessel. Brothers, let us give it our all. Erhu cheered. Wang Zhen stood upon the speedboat, observing the four rafts approaching with a smile. The delivery has finally arrived. Euro, bring the boat to a halt. Yes, master. Wang Zhen scrutinized Lin Feng's group from a distance. Their garments were stained with blood, and they wielded various weapons. One man was missing an arm, hastily bandaged, blood seeping through the gauze. Another had lost a foot, the wound marked with teeth marks as if bitten off by some creature. Leading the group, Lin Feng clutched his makeshift gun. Soon, the four rafts came to a stop before the speedboat. My brother, you're quite impressive to have acquired such a speedboat in these times. Lin Feng called out to Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen flashed a radiant smile. Just luck, nothing more. What do they call you, brother? Lin Feng inquired, seeking to gauge the situation. Wang Zhen. Lin Feng. Lin Feng pressed further. You are an extraordinary being, are you not? Wang Zhen sighed. Merely a power-type ability. As he spoke, he activated his insight ability, piercing through Lin Feng's facade. Name. Lin Feng age. 29 occupation. Sales ability. Temporarily summon water beings from water. Ability level 1. Secret 1. Before the apocalypse, all the health supplements sold by Lin Feng were fraudulent, ineffective, and cost only 1 yuan. Secret 2. After the apocalypse, Lin Feng offered his wife to the leader of their building. Jun Wuxia. Secret 3. Lin Feng has been administering slow-acting poison to Jun Wuxia daily for 10 days. Secret 4. Lin Feng harbors resentment towards Jun Wuxia's rule and harbors intentions of betrayal. Surveying the group, Wang Zhen discerned that only Lin Feng possessed extraordinary abilities. The infamy would soon begin. Well then, let us have some fun, he called out, beckoning Lu Yin. Lu Yin emerged, clad in form-fitting yoga attire, showcasing her exquisite figure. Upon her arrival, she nestled close to Wang Zhen, sweetly declaring, "Master, how may I serve you?" "Goodness," Lin Feng mused, astonished by the presence of such a stunning woman in Wang Zhen's company. This woman's physique is truly remarkable. Any desire could be fulfilled, that my word. If I could just have a moment with her, I would gladly perish. The jealousy from Lin Feng added 1,000 points of infamy, while Erhu's jealousy added 800, and Yang Wei's jealousy also contributed 800, the infamy surged. Lin Feng squinted at Wang Zhen, shaking his head with a smirk. "Brother, should you hide such a woman from view? It may go unnoticed, but flaunting her like this? I cannot restrain my brothers." "Oh." Wang Zhen met Lin Feng's gaze with a challenging glint, playfully retorting, "What of it? I shall flaunt as I please. Come at me if you dare." Lin Feng's expression darkened, his voice icy. "Brother, do not mistake my kindness for weakness. Heed my advice. Sell your woman in that boat, along with 2 packs of instant noodles to me. If I am in a generous mood, I may allow you to live. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences." "Indeed," his underlings chimed in, "don't be so brazen." Lin Feng, armed with a firearm, taunted, "And what are you? A mere power-type ability user?" Wang Zhen remained silent, raising his hand once more. This time, Ouyang Yuro and Zhang Jing emerged from the cabin, stepping gracefully. Ouyang Yuro cradled Wang Zhen's head in her arms, massaging it, while Zhang Jing tended to his calves. "Ah, this is truly delightful." Wang Zhen reveled in the attention of the 3 women, eliciting a chorus of wolf howls from the onlookers. "This fellow is insufferable. I want him dead. Lin Feng, take him down. In him for us." The collective envy surged, adding 20,000 points of infamy from the crowd and 30,000 from the masses. Lin Feng slowly raised his firearm. "Do not presume that your awakening grants you invincibility. In the face of truth, you are but a shadow." Wang Zhen chuckled, producing a desert eagle and aiming it at Lin Feng. "What is a gun to me? I have one of my own." Lin Feng's pupils constricted as he forced a laugh. "Brother, is that gun real?" Wang Zhen raised an eyebrow. "What do you think?" Both men aimed their weapons at each other. Lin Feng hesitated to fire, fearing for his life, while Wang Zhen's intent was purely for amusement. Lin Feng's eyes flickered with cunning. "Brother, shall we have a contest? We'll count to 3 and fire simultaneously. Whoever shoots last deserves their fate." Wang Zhen, with a beaming smile, replied, "Agreed." Lin Feng smirked inwardly. "You're doomed. I'll shoot you as soon as I reach 2, then your woman, your boat. All will be mine. Point 1. Bang, a bullet sliced through the air, producing a deafening crack as it penetrated Lin Feng's skull, creating a gaping hole that left him lifeless, his eyes forever unblinking. "You lack martial virtue." Wang Zhen exhaled the smoke from the muzzle of his Desert Eagle, while his other hand retrieved a firearm from behind his waist, aiming both guns at the stunned gang members. "Only one of you can survive. Will you decide amongst yourselves, or shall I choose?" The 4 women, witnessing Wang Zhen draw his weapons, promptly took out their own guns. Zhang Jing playfully remarked, "Behave yourselves. Do not leap into the water. Whoever jumps in, I shall shoot." The group led by Erhu stood frozen in terror. They were taken aback by the number of guns their opponents possessed. No wonder they were unafraid and brazenly provocative. Such a blatant threat. How could they not comprehend the gravity of their situation? Yet, did they truly have a choice? Wang Zhen's side wielded 10 guns, and at such a close range, their speed and accuracy were undeniable. Point 1 individual, skeptical of fate, scoffed, "Do you think I'm easily intimidated?" With a swift motion, he tilted his body, attempting to escape into the water. Bang! A bullet met him instead. His body did indeed plunge into the water, but he was dead. Wang Zhen gazed at the corpse floating in the water, shaking his head and clicking his tongue. "Perhaps the one who survives will be you. Alas, you did not adhere to the rules." Time was running short. If no decision was made within 2 minutes regarding who would live, all would perish. As soon as his words fell, Erhu plunged a knife into the heart of one of his subordinates from behind. The young man turned in disbelief. "Brother Hu, I saved you. And you actually—" Hu, with a maniacal grin, replied, "Brother, my apologies. Could you save me one last time?" The young man's body staggered before collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth as he kicked his legs in a final struggle before succumbing. With a swift motion, Eru seized the moment while everyone was momentarily stunned, encircling one man's neck and slashing his throat, splattering blood across his face. Reacting quickly, the man swung his knife at Eru. Hearing the whoosh of the blade, Eru spun around, plunging his knife into the man's abdomen. Pain surged through the man as he instinctively clutched the wound, his face contorted in agony. Only Eru remained on the boat, as chaos erupted on the other 3 vessels. The camaraderie they once professed was now replaced by brutal violence. You stab me, I'll stab you back. The sparks flew from their blades, accompanied by screams of torment. Minutes later, only 4 individuals remained across the 4 boats, who, with a fierce and menacing expression, addressed the remaining 3. Brothers, I shall be the one who survives. You cannot defeat me. It would be wise to take your own lives to preserve the peace among us. Eru, you have betrayed your brothers. You shall not die a good death. Let us kill him first. Then we shall decide who lives, Yang Wei proposed. Good. I concur. The 3 exchanged wary glances as they boarded Eru's boat. Eru refrained from attacking while they boarded. He knew that doing so would invite retaliation. Once aboard, they exchanged a glance and charged at Eru. The 4 engaged in a fierce struggle. Eru, equally ruthless, exchanged wounds, driving a knife into one man's chest. Ha! You think you can outdo me in cruelty? You are still too green. Swoosh! Another man swung a knife at Eru's neck, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos. Yang Wei struck, slicing the man's face. Yang Wei, you are a man of no honor, Yang Wei retorted, raising an eyebrow. I have never been a man of my word. I've never repaid a borrowed debt. If you believe my words, you deserve your fate. Clap, clap. Wang Zhen applauded, exclaiming, splendid, truly splendid. Yang Wei, with a pleading gaze, addressed Wang Zhen. Sir, you promised that one among us would survive. Wang Zhen, with calm composure, replied, Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Congratulations, you may leave. Thank you, sir, for sparing my life. Yang Wei bowed repeatedly in gratitude, hastily rowing away upon realizing Wang Zhen had no intention of shooting him. Lu Yin, observing Yang Wei's boat receding into the distance, furrowed her brow and inquired, Master, why did you not kill him? Wang Zhen smiled. Why kill him? Let him return to inform his leader. This way, more will come to hunt me, and I shall have the pleasure of slaying them. Let us proceed directly to building number 8. Ouyang Yuru quickly set the boat in motion. Zhang Jing felt a thrill. Ever since Wang Zhen had awakened the demon within her, she had never returned to her former self. Lin Yueying regarded Wang Zhen as if he were a demon that, in terms of ruthlessness, they were leagued behind him, allowing them to turn on one another, then releasing one to deliver a message. Only to annihilate them all at a few hundred meters was but a fleeting moment for the speedboat. Upon reaching the waters outside building number 8, 6 exquisite boats were tethered outside the corridor, scattered across the water. Just 2 to 3 meters from building number 8 lay numerous dismembered corpses and debris, the blood staining the water and spreading outward. Wang Zhen turned to Lin Yueying, stating flatly, Your friend is likely in grave danger. Lin Yueying's expression darkened as she urgently implored, Yuru, can you speed up? Hold on tight. We will arrive shortly. Ouyang Yuru responded, suddenly accelerating and executing a sharp turn, bringing the speedboat to a stop outside the 10th floor of building No. 8. On the 27th floor of building number 8, Su Mengqi was resting in her bedroom when she heard the loud banging at her door. Frowning, she quickly donned some clothing and approached the door. Peering through the peephole, What do you want? This is our last food supply. If you take it, how will my daughter and I survive? Aren't you afraid of retribution once order is restored? A woman in her 40s clutched her food tightly, addressing the 6th man with a fierce glare. Restore order. The rain is this heavy. Has any rescue come? Those big men are probably hiding away, not caring whether we live or die. You're talking nonsense. The authorities want to abandon us. Once help arrives, you'll all be shot. The woman argued, her voice rising, though her confidence wavered. Do you really believe that? It's the apocalypse. Do you think I still fear them? See this? I have a gun, and I've awakened my abilities. Who lives and who dies is still uncertain. What of it? A beast, a villain, or a demon? Since you've labeled me so, I must show you something worthy of your contempt. What do you intend to do? The woman's expression shifted to one of panic as she instinctively backed away. Behave, or I shall eliminate your child first. If you obey, I might spare you from joining the gang. Just as Wang Zhen ascended the stairs, he overheard the conversation emanating from room 2702. It seemed he had not arrived too late. Old 5, you must be truly hungry to consider such a woman. Brother Ma, you don't understand. Women of this age are the most flavorful. Old 5 chuckled. Brother Ma, whose full name was Ma Rue, shook his head disapprovingly. You enjoy that. We're moving on to the next place. Ma Rue, accompanied by 2 subordinates, arrived outside Su Mengqi's door. Bang, bang, bang. Su Mengqi's expression shifted slightly as she hoarsely called out, coming, wait a moment. Damn, this woman's voice is truly unbearable. Ma Rue muttered under his breath upon hearing Su Mengqi's voice. The scarce provisions in Su Mengqi's home had long been consumed, while she had hidden supplies like compressed biscuits and dried vegetable packs in 3 locations. One in the flue, one in the kitchen ceiling, and one in the bathroom ceiling. She had only left a small portion in the kitchen as Su Mengqi opened the door, exuding warmth. Brothers, please come in. Please come in. Ma Rue and his companions, upon seeing her scarred face, frowned and cursed. Her voice is grating, and she is ugly. What bad luck! Nevertheless, she was still a woman, and the members of the Long Dragon gang always needed more women. Though she was unattractive, someone would surely take an interest. Rue grinned. Hand over your supplies obediently, or you will suffer the consequences. Without hesitation, Su Mengqi hurried to the kitchen to fetch instant noodles and wafers, her face beaming with enthusiasm. No problem. I will get them for you right away. I chuckled lightly. I never expected you to be so unattractive yet so astute. In the next moment, his gaze fell upon Su Mengqi, and a glint of mischief sparkled in his eyes. While her face may have been lacking in beauty, her figure was undeniably appealing. Observing her poise, he mused that she might still be a novice. If the other brothers caught sight of her, he might lose his chance that Rue's expression shifted instantly as he drew his gun from his waist and approached Su Mengqi. Upon hearing footsteps and seeing someone advance towards her, Su Mengqi's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Big brother, what are you doing? Doing you, of course. Ma Rue laughed heartily. You may be ugly, but your figure is quite impressive. With your face covered, you're far superior to those women down there. Come, let us have some fun, and I'll take care of you from now on. Su Mengqi's face turned pale in an instant. In her haste to get ready, she had only focused on her makeup and forgotten to change into loose-fitting clothing. She had initially intended to appease these men with supplies from the kitchen, but she never anticipated they would behave so brutishly. In a panic, she dashed towards the balcony, determined not to fall into their hands and become a mere plaything. Wang Zhen, upon catching sight of Su Mengqi, immediately saw through her disguised name. Su Mengqi, age, 21. Occupation, university student, secret 1. Su Mengqi has a boyfriend and fears her friend Lin Yuyao will steal him away, which is why she hasn't told her. Guarding against fire, theft, and best friends, secret 2. Her boyfriend is a con artist. He is not from a wealthy family, and all his possessions are rented. Su Mengqi remains oblivious, still dreaming of marrying into a rich family. Secret 3. Su Mengqi is a pure-hearted romantic. This is her first relationship, and they haven't even held hands yet. Secret 4. Su Mengqi's desire index is 300 times that of an ordinary person. Climbing onto the window, Su Mengqi declared resolutely, "Stop right there. If you come any closer, I'll jump. Haha, I've encountered her type many times. If you dare to jump, do it. Even if you do, we'll strip you bare and hang your clothes up." Ma Rue jeered, advancing towards her. Such a graceful woman was not one to escape his clutches, even in death. The nearby lackeys were eagerly preparing for their turn. Women like Su Mengqi were familiar to them, and if she truly dared to jump, she would have done so already. Su Mengqi warned again, "Don't come closer. I mean it. Jump. Do it." Ma Rue roared with laughter. "I will haunt you all if I die." Su Mengqi thought, determination flashing in her eyes as she leaped from the 27th floor. The water level was on the 10th floor. From such a height, a fall was equivalent to hitting concrete. There was no escaping death. Marue's expression changed as he reached out to grab her, but his hands closed around nothing but a wave of relief washed over Sumanchi. Had he caught her, she could hardly bear to contemplate her fate. With her eyes tightly shut, she plummeted downward. The wind rushed past her, constricting her clothing and making it hard to breathe. She expected to collide with the water at any moment, hoping for a swift death. Yet as time stretched on, the anticipated impact failed to arrive. Peeking through her eyelids, she realized hands were gripping the straps of her back, tossing her like a ball that, oh my God, I'm actually flying. Her eyes widened in surprise as she discerned the strikingly handsome man who had saved her. Yes, oh handsome, she thought. What was happening, being tossed about by him, somehow instilled a sense of safety. How could she feel this way, especially when she had promised to be Wang Zhen's girlfriend? Why did she still feel a flutter in her heart? The man exuding an indescribable charm made her want to draw closer. The one who saved Sumanchi was Wang Zhen. As she leaped, he had used his teleportation ability to appear above her, catching the fabric of her back and tossing her upward. Just before she reached the balcony of room 2703, he teleported again to catch her. This was why Sumanchi felt as though she was flying. As Wang Zhen tossed her about, the makeup on her face was blown away by the wind, revealing her delicate and beautiful features. Placing her down on the balcony, Wang Zhen addressed Marue and his companions. Will you take your own lives, or shall I do it for you? Without warning, Sumanchi kissed him, driven by an impulse she could not explain. Why? From the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt drawn to you. I have this overwhelming urge to bear your children. Wang Zhen thought, I was just kissed. With his reflexes, he could have easily evaded it. But when a woman initiates a kiss, is it necessary to pull away? He frowned. Let me deal with these pests first. Sumanchi shook her head. You're so strong. You can eliminate them any time. That I must confess something. I've had a boyfriend before. Will you despise me for it? But I swear, my first kiss is yours. Please don't hold it against me. Marue fumed. You dare flaunt your affection before me. Do you think I don't exist? Ma gueule, she was that ugly girl from before. I never expected her to be so beautiful. Ma gueule, it seems he flew in. He must be an ability user. Damn, Arue scoffed. So what if he has abilities? I have a gunpoint one shot, and I could take him down. Bang! Wang Zhen appeared before Marue in an instant, kicking him violently against the wall, shattering his bones, killing him without a doubt. The remaining lackeys were gripped by terror. Wang Zhen turned his gaze toward them. They instinctively recoiled. They had considered eliminating Wang Zhen. But after witnessing Marue, an awakened ability user with the strength of a bear, meet such a gruesome fate, they understood the futility of their intentions. Sir, please let us explain. It was Jun Wuxia who forced us into this. We were merely following orders. Please, don't come any closer. Feeding off the king's banquet while serving him. Wang Zhen sneered. Your good brother hasn't he gone far? He is waiting for you. Before his words could fade, the heads of the 5 lackeys burst like watermelons. The 5th lackey, who was busy with his own affairs on the 27th floor, shuddered at the sound of his brother's screams, just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses. His head separated from his body. Blood sprayed like a fountain, splattering a nearby 40-year-old woman, who fainted in shock, her eyes rolling back. Wang Zhen glanced at the woman, and the unconscious child frowned and left the room, closing the door behind him as he led Sumanchi downstairs. Questions swirled in Wang Zhen's mind. The crude firearms from the Crazy Dragon Gang seemed abundant. Lin Feng had them, as did the 5th lackey and Ma Rue. Could it be that the Crazy Dragon Gang possessed the capability to mass-produce firearms? The floors below the 26 had already been ransacked by Ma Rue and his cohorts. Those unwilling to join the Crazy Dragon Gang had been killed, their bodies discarded into the floodwaters. The men who chose to join were being watched by a lackey, guarding the captured women. Rather than displaying fear, the women expressed their anger, hurling accusations at their captors. You traitors make me sick. You, instead of using your awakened abilities to protect your neighbors, you choose to side with the Crazy Dragon Gang. Disgusting. And you all, a bunch of cowards, surrendering without a fight. I've had enough of you self-proclaimed goddesses. You all scream for gender equality, yet when it comes to scavenging supplies, where are you? I risk my life to bring back supplies, and I have to share with you. Why? Just because you're women. A bunch of double standards. When it comes to dividing supplies, why is it suddenly ladies first? I've waited too long for this day, all thanks to Joe. If his powers weren't stronger than mine and he didn't T-side with you, I would have dealt with you long ago. Men surged forward, tearing at the women's garments, unleashing their pent-up frustrations since the apocalypse. Some swung their arms vigorously, striking the woman who had just spoken. First on the left, and then on the right. Thud, thud, thud. Sounds echoed in the hallway. Brother Ma, your timing is impeccable. This lady is all yours, one man declared without looking back. What a stunning woman. If I capture her and present her Chief June, I could at least become a squad leader that in the future, when we catch women, I will be the first to choose, enjoying 3 meals a day, along with some Lao Gan Ma. The ability user Zhang Liang was facing the hallway, so he was the first to see the newcomers. Upon hearing the noise, the other men turned in unison. Astonishment, excitement, greed. Various expressions adorned their faces, many of whom had resided in Building 8, were stunned to discover such a beautiful woman within its walls. With a bobbed haircut, skin as delicate as a flower petal, and a pair of expressive eyes, it seemed as though a spring of water flowed within them. Her graceful figure, with alluring curves, made each step resemble a dance. Elegant and enchanting. Just a glance ignited a primal desire for domination among the MENAS for Wang Zhen, who stood beside Su Mingqi. He was completely disregarded. Zhang Liang grinned widely. Perfect, a gift for Chief June. Bang, Wang Zhen, standing next to Su Mingqi, brandished 2 guns, opening fire without uttering a word. Zhang Liang was blasted away, a gaping hole appearing in his head. Having dispatched the first victim, Wang Zhen leisurely explained. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. We want to be playing around. Bang, bang, bang. Each bullet struck the heads of all the men with deadly precision, splattering red and white matter across the women's faces. A group of women stood frozen in shock, while others laughed maniacally. Well done. Well done. Wang Zhen scanned the profiles of the women. Several T0 version fairies, a few middle-aged women in their 40s, and a handful of ordinary women with sound values. The most vocal moments came from the fairies and the middle-aged women. Let us eliminate them all. They are a menace, Wang Zhen smirked, raising his guns and firing simultaneously. Bang, 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 the magazines of both guns emptied. The few surviving women, witnessing such a sanguinary scene, rolled their eyes and fainted in terror. Perfect. Wang Zhen holstered his pistols. Mission accomplished. We're done to Su Mingqi. Let us go to Su Mingqi found it difficult to accept, but quickly composed herself. As a seasoned apocalypse enthusiast, she understood that the world had transformed into one where the strong preyed upon the weak. Shortly, Wang Zhen led Su Mingqi downstairs to reunite with Lu Yin and the other 3. Lin Yueying approached Su Mingqi with delight. Mingqi, it's wonderful to see you alive. Wang Zhen introduced Su Mingqi to the other 3 women. This is Su Mingqi. The 3 women scrutinized Su Mingqi from head to toe. Su Mingqi, equally joyous, looked at Lin Yueying and then at Lu Yin and her companions. She pointed at Lu Yin and her friends, then at Wang Zhen. Are you all his girlfriends? Can he manage that? Lin Yueying shook her head. No, we are merely his maids. You are also his maid. As for whether he can manage, we'll find out. One Tiwi. Su Mingqi's face flushed. You. Lin Yueying, thinking her friend couldn't handle the truth, advised, Mingqi, you are an apocalypse enthusiast. You should know how brutal it is, where the strong devour the weak. Our master is powerful. He can protect us, provide us with exquisite food and safe shelter. We should feel proud and fortunate to serve him. Su Mingqi believed her encounter with Wang Zhen was a serendipitous event, a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. She aspired to be Wang Zhen's woman, to bear his children. However, she soon realized that many other women had the same desire, and she would have to wait her turn. After all, whether in ancient empires or among modern-day tycoons, no capable man was ever without a bevy of beautiful women. In the apocalypse, it was entirely normal for a man like Wang Zhen to have a few maids by his side. Wang Zhen entered the boat cabin. Euro set sail to find the twin sisters. Building 17 of the Haitian community, Yang Wei, straining against the effort, finally returned to this place, shouting in despair upon seeing armed guards on the 10th floor. Brother Feng has been killed. Eru and a gang of brothers are dead. All dead. Take me to the chief. We must avenge our brothers. The guards, previously relaxed, instantly adopted a serious demeanor. Follow me. On the 20th floor, a man clad in a pristine suit reclined in the living room, eyes closed in a semblance of slumber. His impeccable suit and perfectly styled hair made him appear as if he belonged to the elite of the pre-apocalyptic world, utterly unreflective of life in the current chaos. He was Jun Wuxia, the leader of the Guanglong gang. Upon hearing a knock, Jun Wuxia calmly instructed, "Come in." Yang Wei hesitated before bursting into tears. "Chief, you must avenge our brothers." Jun Wuxia smiled faintly, asking gently, "Don't rush, speak slowly. What happened to Lin Feng?" Yang Wei, weeping uncontrollably, recounted, "On our way back to the community, we encountered a speedboat. The people on the boat were arrogant and ruthless. Upon spotting us, they opened fire without hesitation. Brother Feng was shot dead in the chaos, and the other brothers who attempted to dive for safety were also killed, but I'm the only one who returned alive. Chief, you must avenge Brother Feng. Lin Feng is dead. Only you survived out of 20? Jun Wuxia paused momentarily, then smiled. How many were there on the other side? How many ability users? How many guns? Lin Feng possessed water manipulation abilities and had 20 brothers with him. Under normal circumstances, they could easily sweep through any team. Yang Wei cautiously replied, 5 people, 1 man and 4 women, with 10 handguns. Jun Wuxia frowned, then chuckled. Indeed, talented individuals emerge in the apocalypse. Lin Feng was overconfident. He understood Lin Feng well. After offering his wife to him, Lin Feng had become obsessed, coveting beautiful women and inevitably falling prey to a powerful force. In the next moment, Jun Wuxia turned to Yang Wei. Where is that Wang Zhen now? Yang Wei stood up immediately. Chief, he has entered the Haitian community. I didn't dare to follow him to see which building he went to. Jun Wuxia's expression stiffened, his brow twitching. The man who killed his people dared to enter his territory. Wang Zhen was indeed audacious. Glancing at Yang Wei, Jun Wuxia commanded the guards, "Find that speedboat immediately." The guards nodded in acknowledgement. Jun Wuxia then turned to Yang Wei, asking, "By the way, Brother Yang, were those 4 women beautiful?" Yang Wei instinctively nodded, a look of infatuation crossing his face. Beautiful, each one a stunning beauty. He couldn't help but recall the appearances and figures of Lu Yan and her companions, cursing inwardly. Damn it, if it weren't for Lin Feng's foolishness in challenging Wang Zhen, our brothers Wu and Ti have ended up killing each other under the threat of 10 guns, leaving me as the sole survivor. Jun Wuxia scrutinized Yang Wei's flickering eyes, narrowing his own. Dare to lie before me. And you seek death. Without moving a muscle, Jun Wuxia unleashed a phantom fist that struck Yang Wei's body. Yang Wei was sent flying 5 meters, spitting a mouthful of blood as he collapsed to the ground. His face paled in terror. He hurriedly bowed and explained, "Chief, I. Jun Wuxia suddenly laughed. "Never mind. I'm in a good mood today, and 1T take a life. Just leave your hands behind, and you can go." The implication was to have Yang Wei's hands severed. Without them, he would surely perish in the apocalypse. Yang Wei's face turned ashen. The nearby guards gave him a cold, indifferent glance. "Come with me. Don T. Dirty the chief's home." After Yang Wei and the guards left, Jun Wuxia gazed at the spot where they had stood, frowning, and called out, "Xiaoli, come out and clean the room again." A beautiful girl in white emerged from within, cautiously beginning to tidy up the room, leaving no strand of hair unattended. Indeed, Jun Wuxia harbored a severe case of obsessive-compulsive disorder and psychological issues. Before long, several men rushed upstairs in a panic. "Chief, it's bad news. Ma Rue and Old Five are dead." These words caused Jun Wuxia, who had just relaxed, to frown instantly. The development of the Mad Dragon Gang had always been remarkably smooth. Yet today, the news of 4 consecutive deaths, 2 of whom were ability users, was enough to provoke anyone's ire. Dead? How did they die? Jun Wuxia inquired in a low voice that a Rue seemed as if he'd been struck down by a kick, while the others had their heads blown apart. The strong men and women captured in building number 8 were shot dead. Upon hearing this, Jun Wuxia's brow knitted into a shape. Powerful ability users. Armed? What a coincidence. Could it be the work of a single individual? Boss, we have questioned the survivors from building number 8. They mentioned having a speedboat and a remarkably beautiful woman with them. Jun Wuxia suddenly smiled. Interesting. Very interesting. Now, this is intriguing. Xiao Li, go bring Mo Li and Mo Qi over. Yes. Jun Wuxia glanced at the messenger. You may leave now, find the owner of the speedboat and report back. Understood, boss. The group withdrew. 10 minutes later, Xiao Li returned with a pair of exceptionally beautiful twins, knocking on Jun Wuxia's door. Jun Wuxia gave Xiao Li a glance and said expressionlessly, You can go out now. No one is allowed to enter without my permission. Xiao Li obediently nodded and stepped out, closing the door behind her. Once Xiao Li was gone, Jun Wuxia turned to Mo Li and Mo Qi. I will be stepping out for a moment. Continue as you did last time. Any mistakes, and it will be fatal. Jun Wuxia knew that the twin sisters would not dare defy her orders, but it was prudent to remind them nonetheless. Mo Li glanced towards the master bedroom and softly murmured in acknowledgement. I end the next moment. Inside the master bedroom, Jun Wuxia changed her attire, and then a wormhole appeared before her, from which she stepped inside. An ability user of the spatial type, Mo Li whispered, Sister, how long are we going to do this? Mo Li cried out in pain, her eyes brimming with tears. Sister, could you be gentler? The last time you were too rough, and it still hurts. Mo Qi's expression was impassive. If you don't want to die, shut up. You twist my arm, I twist yours. Hurry up. The next moment, the room was filled with the sounds of two women grappling in pain. Outside, the guards overheard and whispered, I really envy the boss's life. When will we possess such extraordinary strength and beautiful women? Do you want to die? If the boss hears you, she might think you're plotting against her. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you, another guard cautioned. Jun Wuxia descended from the 20th floor to a room on the 25th floor. Inside the room was a handsome young boy. Upon seeing Jun Wuxia, he trembled uncontrollably. Half an hour later, Jun Wuxia exited the room. When she returned to the 20th floor through the wormhole, Mo Li and Mo Qi were still engaged in their playful tussle. Jun Wuxia turned and entered her own bedroom, her path uninterrupted. She soon arrived at building number 10. The speedboat moved swiftly. It had been a month since the storm apocalypse, and ordinary people could only navigate with small rafts. Those with boats had no fuel, that if Wang Zhen wanted to flee, no vessel could catch him. Where are they? There in 1801, the Haitian community had a high occupancy rate. Despite the storm, the scarcity of survival resources had led to many deaths. Yet each building always seemed to harbor a few survivors. Upon entering the building, Wang Zhen and his group felt an icy chill rising from within. The ground was littered with corpses and dried bloodstains. Upon reaching 1801, they found the door wide open, yet no one was inside. There was no food to be found within the room, and the wardrobe had been rummaged through, presenting a scene of plunder. After surveying 1801, they found no bloodstains. The inhabitants should not have perished. Where could they have gone? Had they been captured by the Mad Dragon Gang? TSK, it seems my luck isn't particularly good. Master, should we head back now? Liu Yin inquired. Zhang Jing replied nonchalantly. What is the point of going back? Have you forgotten that the bait has already been set? Lin Yuyao chuckled. Master, Su Mingqi hasn't awakened her abilities yet. Wang Zhen, speechless, remarked. What's the rush? We can help her awaken her powers later. I was too hasty. Lin Yuyao, having spent much time with Wang Zhen, felt emboldened to act coy. Let us wait until the first wave of attacks is repelled. Lin Yuyao was puzzled by Wang Zhen's fervor for killing. Most would prefer to avoid unnecessary trouble, to leave quietly and conceal their achievements. Master, shouldn't we eat first? Ouyang Yuru suggested. All right. Wang Zhen, in front of the women, set up a dining table and laid out a feast that Su Mengqi stared at Wang Zhen in astonishment. You have a space? Indeed, the master space is filled with inexhaustible supplies, all organic and delicious. Ouyang Yuru bit into a large chicken leg, grease dripping from her mouth. Su Mengqi's eyes widened. Beastmen will never be enslaved unless their needs are met. The group feasted heartily. Suddenly, Wang Zhen chuckled. The fish have entered the net. Zhang Jing paused, then exclaimed with delight. Master, shall we reel them in now? Su Mingqi and Ouyang Yuru exchanged puzzled glances. What do you mean? We don't understand. Liu Yin calmly chewed on a piece of beef tripe. The master killed members of the Mad Dragon Gang. deliberately stayed behind to lure them out, and then wiped them out in one fell swoop. The master enjoys killing, and Zhang Jing, this lunatic, shares that passion. Zhang Jing retorted, "You all understand nothing. It is a form of ecstasy." Watching the blade sink into the flesh, the skin rupture, the muscles tear, and the expression of terror. What a delightful symphony that is. This sensation cannot be replicated by firearms. The women collectively spat. Pervert. The members of the Mad Dragon Gang, upon seeing the speedboat anchored beneath building number 10, ascended to building number 11 with binoculars to confirm Wang Zhen and the others were inside. They left one person to keep watch while another hurriedly departed. On the 20th floor of building number 17, it was not until the following day that the messenger finally knocked on Jun Wuxia's door. Embracing the twin sisters, Jun Wuxia stepped out of her room. Her tone indifferent. "Have you found them?" "Boss, we found them. They're in building number 10 and have not moved since." Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Passed down the order for Sang Biao to take 10 ability users and 30 guns over. Remember, I want them alive. If they are killed, I will personally flay you." Though Jun Wuxia spoke with a smile, the guards trembled in fear, not daring to utter a word. Jun Wuxia chuckled and turned to re-enter her room. Xiao Li then escorted Mo Li and Mo Qi to a room on the 21st floor. Jun Wuxia resided on the 20th floor, while Mo Li and Mo Qi occupied the 21st. The young boy lived even higher in the Mad Dragon Gang. Floors above 20 were off limits. After entering her room, Jun Wuxia's brow furrowed deeply as she hastened to the bathroom, washing her hands repeatedly. By 8 o'clock in the evening, Wang Zhen's big catch had yet to arrive, and he felt a tinge of disappointment. He had been eagerly awaiting his evil deeds to double. Current evil value, 3,010,000. The significant increase in evil value was a result of his relentless killing. Since awakening his system, Wang Zhen could no longer recall how many lives he had taken. The 5 women tidied up 2 relatively clean rooms for resting at night. After dinner, just as Wang Zhen was about to enter his own room, he noticed Su Mengqi behind him. Wang Zhen turned. "I have no time tonight." In reality, he wished to use Su Mengqi to test the ability of women to awaken their powers. Good things come to those who wait. Su Mengqi bit her lip, her eyes filled with pleading. "Master, I'm scared to sleep alone." Wang Zhen raised an eyebrow, pausing momentarily. "Then come in." Once in the room, Wang Zhen retrieved a wooden bathtub and water. "First, take a bath. You smell terrible." Su Mengqi's expression was one of bashfulness as she whispered her thanks, before taking the clothes and retreating into the bathroom. Wang Zhen, on the other hand, lounged lazily on the sofa. His malevolent value had soared to 3 million. Should he continue to enhance his overall attributes, he could gain an additional 50 points if he opted to purchase abilities. He could acquire 10 different powers. Wang Zhen summoned the interface and gazed at the plethora of abilities displayed in the system's store, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he tentatively entered, "Puppet, slave," the progress bar advanced. And in the next instant, a succinct message appeared. "Bloodline ability. Through genetic inheritance, infuse your strength into another's body, transforming them into your bloodline descendant. The bloodline will inherit 10% of your power, and as your strength grows, so too will the descendants. Upon your demise, the bloodline will lose its power." Reading the retrieved information from the system store, Wang Zhen's eyes brightened. "Notably, the bloodline will be 100% loyal to you and cannot defy any of your commands." This ability bore a resemblance to that of a vampire. Albeit more potent, he decided to purchase the bloodline ability first. With 300,000 malevolent points deducted, Wang Zhen felt subtle changes within his body. Current malevolent value, 2,710,000. What then is my ability to help others awaken their powers? Is it activating potential or hereditary talent? I shall use Su Mengqi as a test subject. With this thought, he glanced toward the bathroom. Moments later, the bathroom door swung open, and Su Mengqi emerged, clad in the shirt Wang Zhen had given her, her legs bare. Wang Zhen paused. "Are you done?" Su Mengqi looked at him shyly, biting her lip, and replied softly, "Yes, I have an injury on my leg. Do you have any medicine, master?" Wang Zhen beckoned. "Come here and let me see." As his words fell, Su Mengqi obediently sat down, turning to face Wang Zhen, tears glistening in her eyes. Master, my leg hurts. Could you please be gentle? At this moment, Wang Zhen was finally certain that Su Mengqi was indeed attempting to seduce him. Quite thrilling. Wang Zhen clicked his tongue, a smirk playing on his lips. All right. Yet he noticed that Su Mengqi's leg indeed bore an injury. A scrape, the skin bruised and swollen. Wang Zhen raised an eyebrow, hesitated for a moment, then retrieved a jar of ointment from his space. Applying it slowly, he took his time, while Su Mengqi winced in pain. Master, is it done? Wang Zhen withdrew his hand. This medicine is very effective. You'll recover by tomorrow. Now, get up. I have a question for you, and I need you to answer honestly. Please, ask away. Have you ever been submerged in floodwaters? I have. Although my family has plenty of supplies and could stay holed up, remaining hidden would raise suspicions. Making others think we hoard food, that I ventured into the floodwaters to witness the brutality of the apocalypse and the nature of humanity. After she finished speaking, without warning, she kissed him. Wang Zhen, exasperated, pushed her away and continued. You haven't awakened any powers. Have you? No. Did you know that by becoming my woman, you can awaken abilities? I know. Yu Yao has already informed me. The next morning, the 5 women accompanied Wang Zhen for breakfast. They gazed at him with expressions of admiration and gratitude. Were it not for Wang Zhen, they knew not how many among them would still be alive, let alone avoid inhumane torment. Su Mengqi chattered excitedly about her newly awakened light healing ability, boasting that she had also inherited Wang Zhen's teleportation skill, significantly enhancing her physical prowess. Light healing, utilizing the power of light to mend wounds, allowing for rapid recovery of injuries. IT can be applied to oneself or to allies. Don't you believe me? Seeing the skeptical glances from the others, Su Mengqi huffed, and in an instant, her body vanished from sight. What the? Had she truly acquired the ability to teleport? My goodness, how did she manage that? Could it be that we can genuinely inherit the master's powers? The shock in the hearts of the 4 women was no less than witnessing Wang Zhen conjure various supplies from thin air. I am back. Suddenly, Su Mengqi's voice resonated from behind the group. Lu Yin and the other 4 looked at Wang Zhen with longing eyes. Master, we want that too. Wang Zhen's expression turned serious. Inheriting abilities requires immense sacrifice on my part. I only mastered it last night, so do not rush. In truth, the act of passing on genetic traits posed no harm to Wang Zhen. He merely needed to upgrade the bloodline ability. The strength of the bloodline would escalate alongside his own power. Given his current might, even if Su Mengqi inherited merely 1/10 of it, she would still be formidable. Wise calculations. Su Mengqi's strength now rivaled that of a level 2 monster fish in the floodwaters. Zhang Jing, ever observant, exclaimed, Wow, Mengqi, your skin looks fantastic. Really? I hadn't noticed. Your physique has also improved tremendously. Combined with those beautiful legs, you are even more stunning. No woman could resist the allure of becoming more beautiful. And all 4 women turned their gazes toward Wang Zhen. Lu Yin, the first to follow Wang Zhen, had awakened an ability that merely enhanced her flexibility, with 0 combat effectiveness, seeing the 5th girl. Su Mengqi, awakened light abilities and inherent teleportation made her envious. She too desired it, and urgency filled her voice. Master, you should eat your vegetables. Master, have you forgotten my promise? Ouyang Yuro chimed in. Zhang Jing's eyes sparkled. Master, what Yuro can do, I can too. Lin Yue chimed in sweetly. Master, I've learned some new dances. I'll perform for you tonight. Even Wang Kai, the ever-loyal dog, lay prostrate on the ground, licking Wang Zhen's feet with fervor. Wang Zhen kicked Wang Kai aside. Get lost. Dogs cannot inherit such abilities. At that moment, Wang Kai, who had been wagging its tail 1 second, suddenly growled fiercely at the downstairs. Wang Zhen approached the window and exclaimed excitedly, The fish school has entered the nest. Sang Biao led 10 empowered individuals and 30 armed ordinary men to surround Building 10. Wang Zhen, accompanied by Lu Yin and the others, ascended to the corridor on the 18th floor, observing several small boats swiftly approaching for the floodwaters outside Building 10. Each boat was manned by an empowered individual, wielding heavy steel plates on the foremost. Slightly larger boat, Sang Biao stood with a cold smirk plastered across his face that he had not anticipated Wang Zhen to be so careless. failing to assign anyone to guard the speedboats or keep watch from the rooftop, allowing them to advance unhindered. Gazing at the few individuals in the corridor, Sang Biao's face twisted with malice. He yearned to eliminate Wang Zhen, avenging Ma Rue and Lao Wu. However, Jun Wushu's order to capture him alive irked him greatly. Zhang Jing, brimming with enthusiasm, asked, "Master, should we open fire now?" Wang Zhen chuckled. "Not yet. Let them enter the building first to prevent their escape. This time, unless absolutely necessary, I won't intervene." All 5 women had awakened their abilities, and with Su Mengqi mastering teleportation and light healing, inheriting a fraction of his strength, they were more than capable of handling most level 1 empowered individuals. Even if someone were injured, they could utilize light healing for treatment, that he was a villain, and his women were destined to be anything but mere ornaments. Liu Yan and the others quickly donned bulletproof vests and helmets, bracing themselves for action. Wang Zhen retrieved a rifle, a shotgun, and a substantial amount of ammunition, distributing them among the 5 women, before turning to Wang Kai. "You will also participate in the battle." "Woof, woof," Wang Kai barked in response, its voice resonant. The 5 women and the dog hurried toward the 11th floor, preparing to strike against Sang Biao and his cohorts. Time ticked away, and Sang Biao's group entered building 10-1 after another. Wang Zhen observed the 9 armed sentinels guarding the speedboats and small vessels, a smile curling his lips. In the face of absolute power, any plan is but an illusion. On the small boat, one of Sang Biao's men inquired, "Brother, how long do you think the people inside can hold out?" Sang Biao, whose awakened ability was speed, as swift as a leopard, noted that apart from the leader, no one in the gang could keep up. A younger member took a drag from a cigarette, glancing toward Wang Zhen's group. 15 minutes until the battle concludes, a voice from another ship confidently proclaimed. In the realm of martial prowess, speed is the ultimate weapon. The formidable Sang Biao can reach his adversary before they even comprehend the danger, swiftly incapacitating them with a gunshot. Opposing us is merely a strength-based ability user. Armed with 10 firearms, while Sang Biao commands 10 ability users and 21 guns in terms of both ability and firepower, we utterly dominate. To suggest that the battle would conclude in a mere quarter of an hour would be an overestimation of their capabilities. Is that so? As soon as the words left his lips, Wang Zhen, wielding a cleaver, struck with blinding speed, severing a head that spun and plummeted into the water. Before another could react, they too found themselves sinking, body and head alike. Meanwhile, the onlookers from the other vessels gaped in disbelief as the water turned crimson, their eyes darting towards the 2 ships in horror as they cried out, "Lu Jie, Lin Yi." Without witnessing a single silhouette, 2 brothers had perished. The remaining 7 were engulfed in panic, trembling so violently that they could barely hold their weapons steady. What manner of creature is this? "Old Huang, did you see anything?" "No, I saw nothing." One individual hastily retrieved a walkie-talkie, thumb poised over the talk button, only to collapse lifelessly. "Who are you? Show yourself. What kind of trickery is this?" Their nerves were taut, eyes scanning the surroundings with a cold reprimand. "Everyone be cautious. Our assailant must be an ability user capable of invisibility. Gather on this assault boat, and let's stand back to back. Even an invisible ability user can't touch us." "Is that so?" These words fell like a death knell, and before the listeners could react, their lives were severed. Wang Zhen executed 2 rapid teleportations, his movements too swift for the naked eye to perceive. In the fleeting moments between his teleports, he struck with the agility of 200, dispatching 1 foe after another. 4 lives were extinguished in succession, and the remaining 6 were consumed by terror. As fear spread, they braced themselves, though some, unable to withstand the dread, fired wildly into the air. A burly man barked, "Come out, you coward! What skill is there in ambushing? Face me in a real fight." "Very well." Suddenly, a cleaver materialized before the burly man, cleaving his firearm in 2. Just as he began to utter, "I see," his words were cut short as he was sliced in half, blood splattering onto those nearby. The detection of 5 individuals' mental collapse resulted in an increase of 15,000 malevolence points. 2 among them, driven to madness, raised their weapons and fired into the void. Once their ammunition was exhausted, they sank to their knees. Weeping for mercy, "We were wrong. We were wrong." Spare us. Please, grant us our lives. Truly wrong? Or simply terrified? Wang Zhen mused, aware that if he teleported before them, they would not hesitate to shoot, eager to turn him into a sieve. The remaining three focused all their attention on the empty space before them. Before the burly man fell, he had uttered the words, "I see three," indicating that their opponent could indeed be detected. With a swift motion, Wang Zhen flashed before them. "Found you!" The sound of gunfire erupted, yet nothing struck its mark. In an instant, another life was claimed. "Ah, don't kill me. I surrender." One more fell to his knees. Hands raised in surrender, tears streaming down his face. The last standing individual, once frantic, now muttered incoherently, "Stop hiding. I see you." The gunshot rang out. "You little rascal, this time you shall die." Another shot followed. The torment of awaiting death was unbearable. "You come out. Show yourself." As Wang Zhen appeared before the four, grinning, he inquired, "Have I emerged? What is it you desire?" The three kneeling men, momentarily stunned, raised their weapons and opened fire. "Die!" they screamed. All bullets struck Wang Zhen. Yet they proved futile. He clicked his tongue, murmuring, "I told you, it's not about acknowledging wrongs. It's about feared." In a flash, three blades danced, and three heads fell. The final individual, once frantic, now wore a bitter smile upon witnessing Wang Zhen's appearance. "I knew it. A life of crime always demands a price. May I have a smoke?" Wang Zhen nodded. "Thank you." The man cast aside his weapon, retrieving half a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lighting one with a flick of his lighter. Images of the past month flooded his mind. His family starving, his desperate attempts to protect them, the descent into thievery for survival, robbing others of their sustenance, even taking lives. After joining the Guanglong gang, he had learned that those who complied would thrive, while those who resisted would perish. He had always anticipated this day. As the final puff of smoke dissipated, a bullet found its mark in his forehead. Moments earlier, Sang Biao had divided the personnel into two groups. He led 5 ability users and 10 gunners up the stairwell of Unit 1, while the other group ascended from Unit 2 under Tian Su's command. Confident in their overwhelming advantage in both numbers and firepower, Sang Biao felt assured of victory, regardless of an ability user's strength. They remained human, and their opponent was merely a strength-based ability user. However, as he stepped onto the corner platform leading to the 11th floor, a hail of gunfire erupted. One individual, moving too hastily, was caught unprotected by the steel plate. Instantly riddled with bloodied wounds, fury ignited within Sang Biao as he bellowed, "They're on the 11th floor! Open fire!" A group crouched behind the steel plate, their guns protruding, firing without aiming. Lu Yin and Ouyang Yuru, having discharged their weapons, retreated to the corner of the 12th floor, while Wang Kai lurked nearby, waiting for an opportunity. Lu Yin frowned. The ambush was not going as planned. The opposing force's steel plate was remarkably thick, capable of withstanding rifle bullets. "I wonder if they can withstand a shotgun," Lu Yin mused, turning to Ouyang Yuru. "You attack with earth spikes. I shall try the shotgun." All right, the times had changed, and abilities must now be combined with firearms. Suddenly, 3 sharp earth spikes erupted from the ground. The Guanglong gang's intelligence had not foreseen that Ouyang Yuru possessed abilities, leaving them unprepared. The spikes pierced 1 ability user and 2 gunners, their agonized screams echoing as they were impaled. Their fates sealed. Sang Biao, furious and alarmed, shouted, "Everyone, be cautious. The enemy possesses earth spike abilities." Lacking professional training, his shout redirected the group's attention to the ground, their faces etched with vigilance. Lu Yin emerged from the corner with her shotgun. Boom, boom, boom. The bullets penetrated the steel plate held by 1 ability user, striking him squarely in the head. His skull exploded like a ripe watermelon, leaving the onlookers stunned. The reality starkly contrasted with their intelligence reports. The enemy not only wielded earth spikes, but also possessed a powerful shotgun, while they were armed with shoddy firearms prone to misfires. "Quickly, take cover," Sang Biao cried. "They have shotguns that can pierce our steel plates." "Avoid the earth spikes, all ability users. Retaliate with me." Ouyang Yuru unleashed her earth spikes once more, claiming 2 more lives. Lu Yin, unrestrained, continued firing her shotgun. Boom, boom, boom. As her ammunition ran dry, Sang Biao darted from behind the steel plate, a gust of wind trailing in his wake. Moving with devilish grace towards Lu Yan. Was she who had slain one of their own with a shotgun. As Lu Yan reloaded, she saw Sang Biao charging towards her, her expression laced with mockery, entirely unfazed. Ugly woman, die. Sang Biao found himself unable to enforce Jun Wuxia's orders any longer. Today he had resolved that Lu Yan must perish. The blade in his hand sliced through the air with a menacing whoosh as it descended towards Lu Yan's neck. Simultaneously, 3 ability users emerged from behind a steel panel, activating their powers with deadly intent, aimed squarely at Lu Yan. 1 conjured a fireball the size of a ping-pong ball, hurling it at her with a flick of his wrist. Another shot forth an ice arrow, while the last charged at Lu Yan, wielding a cleaver. That moment, Lu Yan appeared to be ensnared in a fatal predicament. Sang Biao smirked, convinced that victory was assured. Suddenly, a shadow materialized beneath Sang Biao's feet. Wang Kai emerged from behind him, cloaked in darkness as thick as ink, its head surrounded by a swirling aura of black mist, and it clamped its jaws on Sang Biao's neck. With a resounding crack, the awakened Wang Kai, whose biting force surpassed that of a tiger, severed Sang Biao's neck in one decisive bite, leaving only a thin strip of skin connecting his head to his body. In an instant, as the 3 ability users revealed themselves, Ouyang Euro unleashed a ground spike attack, resulting in their immediate demise. As the fireball, an ice arrow hurtled towards her, Lu Yan remained unperturbed, twisting her body with a fluidity akin to that of serpent, evading the incoming assaults effortlessly. After awakening her flexibility, Lu Yan's waist transformed into that of a water snake, limber and boneless, enabling her to adopt astonishing postures. The onlookers hiding behind the steel panel were struck with terror. Their ability users had perished, leaving them with no reason to remain. The intelligence had been flawed. The woman across from them was also an ability user, and even her dog possessed powers. Run. The 5, stripped of their courage, turned to flee. But could they escape? Lu Yan reloaded her weapon, descended the stairs, and took aim at one of them. Boom! One individual was instantly propelled backwards, crashing against the wall, a gaping hole left in his body. Ouyang Euro activated a ground spike attack once more, eliminating 2 more foes. Wang Kai transformed into a shadow and dashed out, swiftly dispatching 2 others with lethal bites on the other side. The battle progressed favorably as Zhang Jing, Lin Yuyao, and Su Mingqi executed a flawless collaboration. Tian Su led 4 ability users and gunmen upstairs. Lin Yuyao, alongside Zhang Jing, initiated an assault with rifles. Upon discovering that their rifles could not penetrate the adversary's steel panels, Su Mingqi directly grasped her gun and instantaneously teleported behind the opponents, unleashing a barrage of bullets, wiping out the gunmen in an instant. As Tian Su turned upon hearing gunfire, he witnessed 10 gunmen being gunned down by the sudden rifle assault from behind. These men were his subordinates. With sorrow pushed aside, Tian Su hurriedly joined the other 4 ability users to form a protective circle around the steel panel, evading Su Mingqi's gunfire. Zhang Jing, clutching her rifle, also commenced firing, establishing a suppressive fire. Yuyao, stow your weapons. Lin Yuyao unleashed her vines, with 8 tendrils sprouting from her hands, ensnaring every gun on the ground. Damn it, I've never felt so humiliated. Tian Su, hiding behind the steel panel, roared in frustration. If you have the guts, don't use guns. Dare to fight me with real weapons. Zhang Jing raised an eyebrow and laughed heartily. Yao. Mingqi, hold your fire for now. Since he wishes to engage us with his abilities, let it be as he desires, of course. Should the tide turn against us, both Lin Yuyao and Su Mingqi will not hesitate to shoot him down. While the playful banter continued, Lin Yuyao and Su Mingqi refrained from firing, but kept their weapons trained ominously on Tian Su and his companions. Zhang Jing inquired, "What is your ability?" "Strength," Tian Su replied. A smile broke across Zhang Jing's face. "Excellent, truly excellent." She had long desired to wield dual blades and wreak havoc like Wang Zhen. Deep within her, a yearning for battle and bloodshed simmered. Having previously relied solely on firearms, she felt deeply unsatisfied. Now, with this opportunity at hand, she would not let it slip away. Kill. Zhang Jing's voice thundered, unleashing her violent powers. Her physical attributes surged by 300%. Her reaction speed and defense augmented in tandem. Zhang Jing's hair stood on end as she felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through her. With a powerful leap, she charged at Tiansu. The cleaver sliced through the air with a piercing shriek as it descended towards his shoulder. Die. Tiansu was taken aback by Zhang Jing's ferocity and terrifying speed. Years of combat had dulled his reflexes. His body reacted before his mind could catch up. He raised his arm to block, underestimating her strength, believing that a single strike would send Zhang Jing's blade flying. The result? Clang. The cleaver collided heavily with his weapon, causing it to fly from his grasp and clatter to the ground. With a swift motion, the cleaver severed Tiansu's right arm, its momentum unrelenting as it struck his left shoulder. Tearing through muscle and shattering bone, a massive wound gaped in Tiansu's body, blood spurting forth. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Zhang Jing spun in midair, delivering a flurry of 3 successive strikes upon Tiansu. He failed to evade the first blow. How could he possibly escape the remaining 3? With a sickening squelch, 3 blades found their mark, leaving a long gash through his chest as he collapsed. Lifeless, Zhang Jing looked down disdainfully at the fallen Tiansu. I thought you were formidable. Turns out you're nothing special. The other 4 ability users snapped out of their stupor, their eyes narrowing with murderous intent as they prepared to unleash their abilities to capture Zhang Jing alive. Su Mengqi teleported in front of one, pressing the gun's muzzle to his mouth. Bang! His head exploded in an instant. Lin Yao swiftly ensnared the remaining 3 with her vines, just as Su Mengqi intended to execute the 3. Zhang Jing intervened. Leave one alive. It would be rude not to reciprocate. Su Mengqi nodded. All right, bang, bang, bang. Su Mengqi dispatched 2, sparing one, whose hands and feet lay in ruin, posing no threat whatsoever. The battle concluded. As the adrenaline within Su Mengqi gradually subsided, she surveyed the scene of carnage, blood trickling down the stairs. Unable to contain herself any longer, she leaned against the wall and began to heave violently. The majority of these lives have been extinguished by her own hand, a stark contrast to merely witnessing Wang Zhen's violent acts. Lin Yuyao comforted her from the side. Mengqi, do not carry any psychological burden. These individuals came armed to kill us, and their demise is well-deserved. Had we fallen into their clutches, our suffering would have been far worse than death. Consider what they intended to do to us. Our decision to eliminate them could even be seen as an act of mercy at this juncture. Lin Yuyao turned her gaze towards Zhang Jing, inquiring, Sister Jing, do you agree with my assessment? Zhang Jing approached the surviving captive, placing her foot upon his mangled leg, twisting it with glee and a radiant smile. Indeed, given our appearances, falling into the hands of these vile men would surely result in our torture. The captive, awakened by the pain, felt a twinge of injustice at the remark. 3 beautiful ladies, we had no intention to kill you. The boss ordered us to capture you alive. We merely sought to apprehend you, Zhang Jing scoffed. Falling into the hands of your boss would be far worse. The captive fell silent. Zhang Jing continued, pressing her foot down on the captive's mangled foot, her expression gleeful. I will ask questions, and you shall answer. Otherwise, your suffering will be beyond imagination. The captive quickly replied, I will speak. I will speak. The resilience of ability users was remarkable. Despite their hands and feet being reduced to pulp, they endured the pain to converse normally. How many ability users does the Crazed Dragon Gang have? How many ordinary members? How many firearms? The captive had no intention of withholding information. 36 ability users, over 200 ordinary members, and, as for firearms, I do not know that we receive them from the boss only when on missions. Wang Zhen approached Lu Yin and the others, and upon hearing the captive's revelations, his eyes sparkled with excitement. After a successful baiting, his malevolent value had soared to 4,820,000. Eradicating the Crazed Dragon Gang would undoubtedly push his malevolent value past the 10 million mark, perhaps even higher. Each ability user he eliminated would yield no less than 80,000 in malevolent points, with some exceeding 120,000, averaging it out. From From the 36 ability users, he could expect to gain 3,600,000 in malevolent points. The over 200 ordinary members could potentially contribute 5 million more. Just the thought sent a thrill coursing through him. With the anticipated influx of malevolent points, Wang Zhen's eyes gleamed with fervor. He scrutinized the captive's details. Name: Yang Yu. Age: 37. Ability: extraordinary vitality. Position: Hunley real estate sales manager. Secret 1. Yang Yu, during his tenure as a salesperson at a 4S dealership, was involved in fraud by selling substandard products, resulting in a severe beating. Secret 2. Yang Yu has a penchant for gambling. Prior to the apocalypse, he squandered all his wealth on bets, mortgaged his property in Haitian community, and accrued substantial online debt. Secret 3. While in sales, Yang Yu engaged in inappropriate relationships with numerous female sales representatives. Secret 4. As a real estate sales manager, he employed various deceptive tactics to artificially inflate property prices in order to sell homes. Secret 5. The real estate company where Yang Yu works has sold numerous properties without even laying the foundations, utilizing various means to deceive consumers, leaving them financially devastated. Secret 6. After the apocalypse, Yang Yu contracted a venereal disease. Utilizing the eye of delusion to uncover the secrets of these individuals can indeed be quite intriguing. In pursuit of more detailed information, Wang Zhen activated the eye of delusion and inquired, "What powers does your leader, Jun Wuxia, possess?" Upon hearing this name, Yang Yu involuntarily shuddered. The leader's abilities are quite peculiar. He can conjure an ethereal fist to strike without even moving, and its power is formidable. Is that all? Wang Zhen pressed. Yang Yu shook his head. "I am uncertain. Write down all the information you know about the ability users." Yang Yu attempted to negotiate. "If I tell you everything, will you let me go?" Wang Zhen narrowed his eyes, suddenly crushing Yang Yu's leg with a swift kick, shattering the bone into a pulp. "You have no right to bargain with me. Write it down honestly, and I shall grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I possess myriad methods and would not hesitate to test them on you." Wang Zhen turned to Su Mingqi. "First, treat his hand. If he does not cooperate, we shall break it again." Su Mingqi nodded, activating her healing powers from a distance to assist Yang Yu's right hand. Wang Zhen stepped onto the corridor and lit a cigarette. The Quanglong gang consists of over 200 members. It would be somewhat challenging to eliminate them all without leaving a single survivor. Humans are not inanimate objects. They can flee out. If I can compel the Quanglong gang to gather together, I could then execute a spatial lockdown, ensuring absolute success. Never mind. I shall first elevate the level of the spatial lockdown system, enhance the spatial lockdown with the expenditure of 400,000 points of malevolence. Wang Zhen's spatial lockdown level instantaneously ascended. Spatial lockdown, level 3 locks down an area with a maximum radius of 400 meters centered on the caster. Can be breached by numerous ability users' attacks, but energy consumption is reduced by 30. Special effect 1. Recovery speed of spatial power is increased by 30. The host can teleport within the locked space without expending energy. Having ample malevolence points, I shall proceed further, with a deduction of 800,000 malevolence points. The spatial lockdown level rose again. Spatial lockdown level for the maximum area of spatial lockdown extends to 800 meters, with significantly enhanced strength. Attacks from level 1 and level 2 ability users are ineffective against the lockdown. Current malevolence points, 3, 620, 000. If I leave malevolence points unspent, they merely become a collection of numbers. System, skill teleportation. Level up, system, skill absolute defense. Level up, system, time acceleration. Level up, system, time deceleration. Level up, system, ability bloodline. Level up, current malevolence points, 2, 220, 000. System, agility attribute increased by 20 points. Jun Wuxia stood on the balcony, gazing towards building 10. Hopefully, Sang Biao would manage to bring Wang Zhen back unharmed. With so many ability users and gumming around, Wang Zhen should be clever enough not to choose a violent confrontation. After all, the outcome of such a confrontation is invariably fatal for all involved. Who among us wishes for death if survival is an option? I hope Wang Zhen is a dashing young man. That way, my collection will have another exquisite addition. Although Jun Wuxia appeared calm on the surface, he was in fact quite anxious that he feared that Sang Biao might disobey his orders and eliminate Wang Zhen directly. Should Sang Biao fail to heed the command and kill Wang Zhen, he would not hesitate to eliminate Sang Biao. In Jun Wuxia's eyes, those who disobey can only meet one fate, death. If Sang Biao successfully brings Wang Zhen back unscathed, he would be deemed a worthy subordinate, and Jun Wuxia would reward him with Lu Yin and others as a token of appreciation. With the expenditure of 3 million malevolence points, Wang Zhen's 5 skills and agility attribute underwent immediate transformation. Current malevolence points: 620,000. Teleportation. Level 3, instantly move to any location within 1,200 meters. With a 20 reduction in energy consumption, Level 2 spatial lockdowns are ineffective against you. Energy increases by 30. Absolute defense. Level 3 constructs an indestructible spatial barrier around the body. Energy consumption is reduced by 20. Defensive strength is enhanced, rendering it immune to Level 2 ability user attacks, and capable of withstanding a single attack from Level 4 ability creatures. Energy increases by 30. Special effect can apply a Level 1 spatial barrier to bloodlines, lasting 3 minutes. Note: if the absolute defense on a bloodline is breached, it does not affect the caster. Time acceleration. Level 2 enhances the host's casting range, currently at 20 meters, with a 20 reduction in energy consumption. Energy increases by 20. Time deceleration. Level 2 increases casting range by 20 meters, with a 20 reduction in energy consumption. Energy increases by 20. Special effect. Upon hitting a target, there's a 2 chance of triggering a time stop effect, lasting 1 second. Note: the weaker the ability user, the greater the chance of triggering. The stronger the ability user, the lesser the chance. Bloodline. Level 2, the number of bloodlines increases to 2. Observing the changes in his 5 skills, Wang Zhen's expression shifted continuously. The most direct manifestation of ability upgrades is the enhancement in total energy. Upon elevating spatial lockdown to Level 3, his energy increased by 30, reaching 1,560 points. With spatial lockdown at Level 4, his energy increased by 40, culminating in 2,184 points. His current energy stands at 5,314 points. This implies that with each skill upgrade, his energy rises by an additional 20, 30, or even 40 points. Consequently, while his casting range and strength have increased, his casting frequency remains unchanged. In summary, he has become undeniably stronger. Invincibly so. After expending 400,000 malevolence points, Wang Zhen's agility attribute reached 220 points. Though the increase was merely 20 points, Wang Zhen felt a profound sense of physical transcendence. His body became lighter, so much so that he began to doubt whether he had transformed into a helium balloon. Suddenly, 4 air orbs erupted from beneath his feet. With the support of these orbs, his body astonishingly lifted off the ground. Although only a few decimeters high, this defiance of physical laws filled Wang Zhen with exuberance. Upon reaching an agility level of 220, he successfully attained the long-sought ability of flight. Feeling the buoyancy from the orbs beneath him, Wang Zhen let out a triumphant laugh and strode towards the sky. The 5 women witnessed Wang Zhen's aerial ascent, all of them astonished. "Our master can actually fly. I take pride in being the master's maid. Have you not noticed? The master has become even more handsome. I feel that in a past life, we must have saved the galaxy to be able to encounter and follow our master. Yumenchi, with a hint of pride, remarked, "I can sense that the master has grown stronger. As my inherited teleportation ability and physical prowess have also improved." Yes, she spoke. Su Mingqi struck the wall with her fist. Boom! A deep imprint appeared on the wall, yet her hand remained unscathed. Since becoming a bloodline, she and Wang Zhen share a symbiotic fate. Before long, Wang Zhen had ascended to the 33rd floor. He concluded his aerial stroll and transitioned into a sprint. With an agility of 220, he sprinted faster than most aircraft. Soon, his figure vanished into the horizon. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away, within a building, a woman with transparent wings on her shoulders sensed something and gazed out the window. The woman exclaimed in surprise, "I never expected there to be someone else who could fly like me. I wonder if he is a geomagnetic ability user or a psychic ability user." 10 minutes later, After soaring through the skies, Wang Zhen returned to the top of Building 10 in Haitian community. His face aglow with exhilaration. Before the apocalypse, he had never set foot on an airplane. Yet now he had acquired the ability to fly. Host, please prepare. We are now enhancing your comprehensive physical attributes. Originally possessing a comprehensive physical attribute of 210, it surged directly to 230. In an instant, Wang Zhen felt a tumultuous flow of energy coursing through his body as every muscle, bone, fascia, and drop of blood underwent a cataclysmic transformation. This metamorphosis was accompanied by a profound, soul-deep pain. Fortunately, with his enhanced attribute of 230, he managed to maintain his composure. The intense agony persisted for a full 5 minutes before gradually subsiding. He understood why the system had placed the enhancement of physical attributes at the end of the process, even prompting him for input prior to the increase. Had it been a direct enhancement, Wang Zhen could not guarantee that he wouldn't inadvertently plunge into the water while in flight. Wang Zhen attuned himself to the changes in his body. His skin and muscle strength had significantly intensified, and his cellular vitality had surged. With each breath, he absorbed a greater amount of mysterious energy. Was this truly all? It seemed implausible that such minimal changes could occur. Previously, enhancements to physical attributes had been direct and devoid of any suffering, and he meticulously examined every nuance of his transformation, leaving no detail overlooked. Upon reaching a comprehensive attribute of 230, he discovered the remarkable capabilities of his body, that he purposefully controlled his right hand, causing it to inflate to 5 times its original size. With conscious effort, he manipulated his legs, visibly lengthening and thickening them. Testing the limits of his body's expansion, he soon found himself rapidly ballooning to a towering height of 5 meters. The sight of his own transformation sparked a glimmer of joy on Wang Zhen's face. Once the comprehensive attributes surpassed a certain threshold, the limitations of human physique were shattered, allowing for unrestricted manipulation of muscle, bone, and skin. As his attributes continued to rise, he mused that his enlarged form could potentially grow even larger. However, he recognized that while his defensive capabilities remained strongest at a normal size, his power and attack intensity were significantly amplified in his enlarged state. Wang Zhen controlled his body, returning to a normal size, and leisurely descended the stairs. Suddenly, he felt an urgent need to relieve himself and casually entered an empty room, proceeding to the bathroom. Upon reaching level 2, the count of his bloodline had only increased by 1, while his malevolent point stood at 620,000, prompting him to consider advancing to level 3 to add more for me. He commanded, and in that instant, the system deducted 400,000 malevolent points, elevating the level of his bloodline abilities to 3 and increasing the number of bloodlines to 4. With 4 bloodlines and only 3 available slots, he decided to allow Lu Yin and the others to compete for the opportunity that a little healthy competition could enhance the quality of service. When he returned to the 11th floor, Lu Yin and the 4 women hurriedly came to pay their respects. Lu Yin knelt with a thud, her voice trembling as she proclaimed, "Welcome back, Master." Lin Yuyao felt a pang of jealousy. Why hadn't she thought of such a greeting? Allowing Lu Yin to steal the spotlight, she quickly knelt and approached Wang Zhen, saying, "Master, your servant has prepared a clean bed and fragrant bath, waiting for you to relax." Zhang Jing and Ouyang Yuru similarly refused to be outdone, kneeling before Wang Zhen and showering him with flattery. All of them were his women. Why should only Su Mingqi inherit Wang Zhen's powers and teleportation abilities when they had been with him longer? They had witnessed the harsh realities of the apocalypse and understood Wang Zhen's strength all too well. Only through abandonment did they learn to be obedient. They were human, and being astute, they recognized the necessity of pleasing Wang Zhen to become the women he desired. Lest they be discarded, Wang Zhen regarded the 5 women with satisfaction and gestured for them to rise. "Let us converse. This evening, I shall select 3 to inherit my powers, and your selection will depend on your performances." Upon hearing this, the 4 women instantly grew wary of one another, each contemplating how to win Wang Zhen's favor. As they awaited the return of Sang Biao and his team, Jun Wuxia dispatched his deputy, Lei Ting, to investigate the situation personally. Lei Ting, ever cautious, used binoculars from a distance to observe the scene at Building 10. The waters below were littered with corpses, as evolved fish swarmed to scavenge on Sang Biao and his crew. Stunned, Lei Ting's mind went blank. Sang Biao's entire group had been annihilated. That comprised 11 ability users and 30 gunmen, all killed without exception. Yet, given Wang Zhen's arrogance as per the intelligence reports, it was perplexing that he hadn't retaliated when attacked. Was he perhaps intimidated by the strength of the Dragon Gang? Or had his own men been injured or slain? Muttering to himself, Lei Ting hastened downstairs and took a small boat back to the Dragon Gang headquarters. Jun Wuxia remained expressionless as he gazed toward Building 10. For him, the weak little boy held no interest. Only those like Wang Zhen, endowed with abilities and a strong will to resist, piqued his curiosity. Just as Jun Wuxia was about to leave the balcony and return to the couch, a knock sounded at the door. Enter. With a grave expression, Lei Ting stepped inside. Boss, Sang Biao, and everyone else are dead. Jun Wuxia paused for a moment, his demeanor suddenly brimming with excitement. How intriguing, he thought, chuckling to himself. He relished thrilling and amusing challenges. Wang Zhen was indeed fascinating. There was no need to send anyone to their deaths just yet. Instead, he ordered surveillance on Building 10 to ascertain their capabilities first. But boss, Lei Ting hesitated. What about avenging our brothers? Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow. Will you go, or shall I? Do you truly understand their real strength? What if they are significantly stronger than us? How would we respond? They are merely ordinary ability users. Their deaths matter little. Remember, this world is replete with ordinary people, and the same goes for ordinary ability users. As long as we survive, the Dragon Gang will continue to thrive, truly worthy of being the boss. Lei Ting's eyes lit up, a sinister glint surfacing. So, the reason for sending someone to spy on Wang Zhen is to strike decisively? Jun Wuxia shook his head in denial, speaking nonchalantly. Those sent to monitor are mere bait. I aim to ascertain his true strength. Then, I shall subdue him and recruit him into the Dragon Gang. The rest of his thoughts remained unspoken. He intended to bend Wang Zhen to his will. That evening at Building 10, as Wang Zhen settled into the bath prepared by Lin Yuyao, the latter and Su Minqi, both clad in crimson dresses, performed a dance for him on the other side of the screen. A satisfied smile creased Wang Zhen's face. Before the apocalypse, such scenes could only be viewed through a screen. Now, having embraced the role of a villain, he was treated to songs, dances, and performances that he was even required to review and critique, a truly imperial lifestyle and enjoyment. The unprecedented storm had indeed benefited the world. Lin Yuyao, gracefully approaching in her flowing dress, inquired, Master, do I look beautiful? Absolutely stunning, he replied. The following day, 3 women underwent their transformations. Without exception, their physical attributes had greatly improved, and they had each acquired a portion of Wang Zhen's abilities. Lu Yin inherited the power of absolute defense. Lin Yuyao gained the ability of mental intimidation, and Zhang Jing acquired the power of time dilation. After inheriting Wang Zhen's abilities, the 3 women were exhilarated, while Ouyang Yuru, having been left behind, wore a face of discontent. If Meng Li and Meng Qi were present, how could she possibly lose? However, upon seeing a lavish spread of breakfast, Ouyang Yuru's momentary displeasure was swiftly dispelled. Once Wang Zhen moved his chopsticks, he began to feast heartily. After breakfast, Wang Zhen reclined on the sofa, perusing the intelligence on the Guanglong Gang provided by Yang Yu, true to his experience in sales. The records of various abilities were incredibly detailed. Strength, physique, bloodlust, speed, reaction, battle intent, water spheres, rockets, freezing, burning, seismic shock, mirroring, frost blades. The only dual ability user in the Guanglong Gang was the deputy leader, Lei Ting, wielding the powers of rockets and frost arrows. If the deputy leader possessed dual abilities, then the gang leader, Jun Wuxia, with only the Void Fist, would likely find it difficult to suppress him. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Regardless of Jun Wuxia's strength, he would intervene. No matter how formidable one might be, they would be but a younger sibling before the comprehensive physique of 230. Furthermore, the Guanglong Gang must have a facility for manufacturing firearms. Crafting firearms is not particularly challenging. As long as one possesses a lathe and seamless steel pipes, They could be fashioned manually to eradicate the Guanglong gang entirely. It is essential to dismantle their arms manufacturing capabilities. Wang Zhen's strategy was straightforward. He would strike while alarming the snake. Every day, members of the Guanglong gang ventured out in search of supplies, so he would lie in wait near the Haitian community, ready to strike down anyone who emerged. His aim was for the Guanglong gang to realize the need to consolidate all their forces against him, and then he would annihilate the Guanglong gang in one fell swoop. Among the 5 women, for were his direct blood relatives, their strength vastly superior to that of ordinary ability users, capable of standing alone. Wang Zhen rose, addressing the 5 women, Zhang Jing, Lin Yuang, Wang Kai. You 3 form one team to hunt down members of the Guanglong gang. Lu Yin, Su Mengqi, Ouyang Euro, you form another team to do the same. Yes, master, proceed. With that, Wang Zhen stepped outside, instantly sensing the gaze from the adjacent building. A chilling smile crossing his lips. They dared to send someone to spy. Seeking death. Wang Zhen's body vanished from his position, reappearing in an instant. All the watchers were swiftly dispatched. The group ascended to the 10th floor, where Wang Zhen retrieved a speedboat. 2 teams, each with a boat, commenced the hunt. The sky darkened ominously, heralding the approach of storm. Outside the Haitian community, the Hung Fu shopping mall loomed. Above the mall, several large fish swam leisurely. Based on their rapidly acquired experience in searching for supplies, they knew that once they entered the territory of the large fish, they would inevitably face an attack. Numerous smaller fish and shrimp attacked humans. With survival rates perilously low, the attacking power of large fish in the water far exceeded that of adult males. Even a few pounds of small fish or shrimp could pose a significant danger. Yet when resources ran low, many undaunted individuals ventured here in search of supplies, driven solely by the will to survive. Plop! 2 children, equipped with scuba gear, jumped from a small boat into the water, clutching a bundle of rope as they approached the mall. Half an hour later, their heads broke the surface for air. Hurry, the big fish is coming. On the boat, a 15-year-old boy whispered anxiously, glancing nervously at the distant water surface. Wengu, don't worry. We will be there soon. The 2 children swam towards the boat, each trailing a 10-pound bag of rice. I could see that moment. Their seemingly cautious movements drew the attention of a large fish. Not good. Xiao Yi, you go first. One boy hurriedly shoved his bag of rice into Xiao Ye's hands, fearlessly swimming towards the fish. Come on, bite me. The big fish revealed its dorsal fin, breaking the surface as it rushed towards the small boat. Fei Gu, Xiao Yi cried, dragging both bags of rice toward the boat. Without food, the smaller children in their home would soon starve. Xiao Wen desperately paddled the boat towards Xiao Yi. Sizzle. Unfortunately, a small fish collided with Xiao Yi, biting him fiercely. Xiao Yi did not cry out in pain, but clutched the soaked bags of rice tightly. Xiao Wen maneuvered the boat in front of Xiao Yi, took the soaked rice, and pulled Xiao Yi aboard, hastily going to rescue Fei. Whoosh! A wooden plank sped across the water, as if propelled by a motor. Xiao Wen turned at the sound and first saw the plank, then a stout man. Despair washed over Xiao Wen's face. Those still alive knew to steer clear of anyone stronger than themselves. For strangers could harbor malice. Food, for you. Xiao Wen raised his hands, his voice pleading. But could you leave me a little? The man seemed to disregard Xiao Wen's words entirely, the plank gliding past the small boat as he laughed heartily. I. Qi Yongming, never covet others' delights. As he spoke, Qi Yongming approached the large fish on the plank. Whoosh! An energy arrow shot from his hand, piercing the big fish's head and creating a bloody hole. With a swift motion, Qi Yongming grabbed Fei from the water, lifting him onto the plank, that he seized Fei and leaped across 10 meters to land on the small boat. May I borrow your rope? Qi Yongming said, tossing the rope from his hand. The rope obeyed him, flying to the belly-up big fish, binding it for retrieval. Other large fish began to swim over, including a colossal specimen measuring 3 meters in length. Let us go, Qi Yongming declared, and with that, a jet of gas propelled from the back of the small boat, causing it to speed away as if it were equipped with a motor. Only when they reached the vicinity of a tall building did Qi Yongming cease using his abilities. Let us enter. The group disembarked on the 10th floor of the building, climbing through a window into an office. Uncle, thank you for saving me, Ah Fei said with a sincere smile, his eyes glancing at the bags of rice on the boat. Feeling a twinge of regret, Qi Yongming sighed, accustomed to such gratitude. I'm only 22 this year. Call me brother, not uncle, understand? Also, I have no need for your rice, and you need not thank me. Ah Fei paused, then retrieved a lollipop from his pocket, offering it. Brother, would you like some candy? Qi Yongming was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, unwrapping the lollipop that had been disdainfully cast aside a month ago, still soggy from the flood, biting into it. Sweet, truly sweet. Zhang Jing, Lu Yin, and the others split into two teams, methodically sweeping through the floors, ensuring that any member of the Guanglong gang would meet a swift demise. Meanwhile, Wang Zhen's infamy surged rapidly. Bored, Wang Zhen lingered outside Building 17 until he spotted a group emerging. Leading them was an exceptionally beautiful woman. A woman. Wang Zhen activated his broken illusion eye to scrutinize her. Name. Fang Yihan age. 38 occupation. Gym instructor ability. Mirror swap. Level 1. Secret 1. Fang Yihan is a typical gold digger, requiring a fee for adding friends, demanding red envelopes, transfers, and takeout. She often laments about her home lacking electricity and water, having no money for phone bills, reluctant to turn on the air conditioning, and lacking clothing, all while claiming her work is unprofitable. Secret 2. Despite having her utilities cut off, she still demanded an 80,000 yuan betrothal gift during a matchmaking session before the apocalypse. Secret 3. Fang Yihan has undergone extensive cosmetic surgery. Her nose is sculpted, her face altered, her chest augmented, and her waist has had the bones removed. Her entire appearance is fabricated. Secret 4. Fang Yihan is a trusted confidant of Jun Wuxia, aware of his preference for men, often scouting for handsome young boys for him. Secret 5. Wang Zhen was astounded by Fang Yihan's revelations, and no wonder she was so stunning. It all stemmed from surgery. And who gave her the audacity to demand 80,000 yuan at 38? As for Secret 4, it left Wang Zhen speechless. Jun Wuxia actually prefers men. Does that mean he set his sights on me with ulterior motives? Damn! A sudden chill ran down Wang Zhen's spine. Jun Wuxia must die. In a manner befitting a dismemberment, his ashes should be scattered. As for Fang Yihan, it is prudent to observe the performance of the play before enacting any lethal measures, should one be slain outside Building 17. The display of overwhelming strength may well frighten off the members of the Guanglong gang. At that juncture, they would retreat into hiding, making it a cumbersome task to hunt them down one by one. Wang Zhen floated in the air, leisurely trailing behind. Fang Yihan and her entourage made a beeline for the skyscraper where Qi Yongming and others resided. This location often attracted handsome young men in search of supplies, and Fang Yihan had already captured 7 young boys here. Upon entering the building, she soon spotted Qi Yongming and Xiao Wen among others. Her eyes sparkled as she fixated on Xiao Wen and Ah Fei, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth as she gestured. These 2 shall remain. The other 2 are too unsightly. Eliminate them. Understood. With a swift motion, Qi Yongming unleashed an air arrow that pierced through one man's chest, bellowing to Xiao Wen and the others. I'll hold them off. You all flee at once. He glared furiously at Fang Yihan, cursing. Where did this foul woman come from, thinking herself a goddess, declaring life and death at her whim? Am I some wretched beggar, feasting on your rice? A woman like you, even if you offered yourself, I wouldn't want. Die then. Qi Yongming shouted, unleashing an invisible air arrow towards Fang Yihan. You seek death. Fang Yihan loathed being called old more than anything, her fury igniting as she activated her mirror teleportation ability, using a reflection to evade the blow. Subsequently, she drew a finely crafted handgun from her pocket, aiming it at Qi Yongming. Perish. This firearm, a gift from Jun Wuxia, was far more exquisite than those wielded by others. Bang! 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 Qi Yongming expelled a gust of air from his hands, maneuvering sideways while executing a series of rolls, dodging bullets while retaliating with air arrows. A bullet struck Qi Yongming's leg, causing him to collapse to the ground, roaring in anger. Old hag, what skill is there in using a gun? Meanwhile, gasps of shock erupted from Xiao Wen and the others. Qi Yongming's face paled. You all? Fang Yihan sneered. The outcome is already sealed. Is it? Wang Zhen chuckled lightly, appearing behind Fang Yihan and delivering a resounding slap to her head. Fang Yan's head spun thrice before she fell lifelessly to the ground. The others, sensing the shift in circumstances, attempted to leverage Xiao Wen and the others to coerce Wang Zhen, only to have their heads crushed into their chests in a fleeting moment. That Qi Yongming stared blankly at Wang Zhen. A spatial ability user, capable of teleportation? Too formidable. Too formidable. Qi Yongming's lips twitched as he hastily rose, exclaiming, "Brother, thank you for saving me." Wang Zhen regarded Qi Yongming with a smile before vanishing in an instant. Truth be told, after perusing Qi Yongming's dossier, Wang Zhen held a deep admiration for him. In this apocalypse, individuals as kind-hearted and pure as Qi Yongming were scarce. Rescuing him was merely a desire to prevent such a person from perishing. As for recruiting Qi Yongming as a subordinate, Wang Zhen had no such intentions. Their paths diverged, and thus they would not conspire together. 2 days swiftly passed. The headquarters of the Quanlong gang, as communications were severed between the personnel within the units of the Haitians community and those scavenging outside. An unsettling awareness began to spread among everyone. Someone was hunting the members of the Quanlong gang. As for who? Naturally, it was Wang Zhen, the one who led 10 ability users and 30 gunmen into battle. Only to suffer complete annihilation, he was enacting vengeance. Strangely, the leader Jun Wuxia had taken no action. In no time, anxiety swept through the ranks of the Quanlong gang. As rumors proliferated, some, gripped by fear, sought to flee. Yet those who attempted to leave the Haitians community found themselves brutally dispatched before they could escape. However, those heading towards Building 17 remained unscathed. Panic spread like wildfire among the Quanlong gang. Intensifying day by day, Wang Zhen's notoriety escalated. "You have enraged me. You have enraged me." Jun Wuxia gazed solemnly at the rising tide of chaos. He had never anticipated that Wang Zhen could bring the Quanlong gang to such a dire state. To this day, he remained oblivious to the true extent of Wang Zhen's abilities, which was precisely why he had refrained from intervening. Additionally, he could not locate Wang Zhen. Lei Ting stood on a balcony, staring out at the perimeter of Building 17, an indescribable chill creeping into his heart. Just days prior, the members of the Quanlong gang roamed the Haitians community and its vicinity with impunity. Even a mere foot soldier, venturing out alone, could instill fear into the surviving residents of the upper floors. Yet now, the situation was starkly reversed. It was as if a ferocious beast prowled outside Building 17, hunting them down. Only by remaining close to Jun Wuxia could one feel a semblance of safety. Ever since witnessing the demise of Sang Biao and his crew, Lei Ting had refrained from venturing outside. As time passed and supplies dwindled, his anxiety and fear grew exponentially. "Deputy Leader, if this continues, we will be out of food within a week. What shall we do?" A member of the Quanlong gang approached Lei Ting, whispering urgently. "How can that be?" Lei Ting initially dismissed the notion, for they were the Quanlong gang, a formidable entity that had unified the Haitians community. Yet upon reflection, his complexion paled. Ability users possessed voracious appetites, consuming several times what an ordinary person would. Ever since Wang Zhen arrived at the Haitians community, no one had returned to Building 17 with supplies. Naturally, food supplies had dwindled alarmingly. Lei Ting's expression grew increasingly sinister. "I will personally lead a team to search every room, and any women we have captured shall be eliminated, starting with this leader, which will save us a significant portion of rations." Yes, the member of the Quanlong gang hesitated, unsure of what else to say, especially since the deputy leader had already taken the lead in executing their captured women. Lei Ting glanced at the members and stated coldly, "Once the women are gone, we can simply seize more. As long as the Quanlong gang remains intact, we can take as much as we desire." The most pressing matter at hand was to eradicate Wang Zhen first. After Lei Ting had slain the women they had previously captured, he grew increasingly agitated, muttering to himself, "No, the leader must take action. If this continues, the Quanlong gang will meet its end." Lei Ting knocked on Jun Wuxia's door. "Leader, come in." Jun Wuxia maintained a calm demeanor, smiling warmly at Lei Ting. "You have done well. Women are merely external possessions. If lost, we can seize more." This afternoon, I will lead all ability users to scour for supplies, and all must disguise themselves as ordinary people. Should Wang Zhen dare to reveal himself, he shall be met with inevitable doom. After much contemplation, Jun Wuxia ultimately made a choice between Wang Zhen and the Guanglong gang. Wang Zhen's combat prowess was exceedingly uncanny, and he felt incapable of subduing him. Since he could not obtain him, he could only annihilate him. And no matter how strong an individual might be, could 30 ability users not contend with one? Lei Ting felt a pang of regret, wishing he had never harmed the women. What had he truly gained? Ouyang Yuru steered the speedboat to the vicinity of Building 17. Master Lu Yin and the other women bowed respectfully behind Wang Zhen. Gazing at Building 17, with the members of the Guanglong gang now retreating within, should we besiege them or charge indirectly? It was simple. You all watch from the outside to prevent any escapees, while I will single-handedly storm in. That will suffice. Wang Zhen possessed such power now. With a radiant smile, Wang Zhen stepped out of the speedboat, hovering in mid-air, laughing heartily as he made his way towards Building 17. This building served as the headquarters of the Guanglong gang. From the 10th to the 20th floor, every level was guarded by armed sentinels. Upon noticing Wang Zhen approaching, one guard immediately raised his weapon. Barking, "Who goes there? Halt! This is the headquarters of the Guanglong gang. Take another step, and I shall fire." As members of the Guanglong gang, they had grown accustomed to their domineering ways. It was only in the past few days, after suffering heavy losses at the hands of Wang Zhen's group, that they had retreated to Building 17 for protection. Seeing Wang Zhen's sunny demeanor, they subconsciously perceived him not as a harbinger of death. To this day, the members of the Guanglong gang remained unaware of Wang Zhen's appearance, for all who had encountered him had met their demise. "Oh, you think you can match my resolve?" Wang Zhen glared at the guard, coolly stating, "You dared to step out with your left foot this morning." "What?" The guard had yet to register the words when suddenly a fist loomed large in his vision. How could he be so fast? This was his final thought. "Ah," the guard beside him screamed. "Do you know I have an early class at 8? Never had the guard witnessed such a deranged individual as Wang Zhen, whose fist was already upon him. "Spare my life." With a resounding thud, the battle came to a swift end. "Ah." The members of the crazy dragon gang residing on the 10th floor rushed out of their rooms, shrieking at the sight. Wang Zhen glanced at the screaming individual and asked with a smirk, "Which leg did you step out with first? Your left or your right?" "My right," the terrified man stammered. Wang Zhen clicked his tongue and replied nonchalantly, "Unfortunately, that is the wrong answer." "What? Impossible!" Yet, Wang Zhen did not pause for a moment due to his words. He had already appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch. Who dares rampage through the crazy dragon gang? Hearing the commotion from the 10th floor, 10 individuals descended from the stairwell. "It is I." Crack. Wang Zhen cocked his weapon. He raised his hand and unleashed a barrage upon the group. "You don't even recognize me? You are already on the path to death." In an instant, the 10 were sprawled on the ground. The area around Building 17 was sealed off. Today, not even an ant would escape alive. Those who had crossed the crazy dragon gang would face annihilation to prevent future troubles. Moreover, the primary motive behind this obliteration was the potential to gain millions in malice points. The crazy dragon gang had been a scourge in this apocalyptic world, and his actions could be seen as a service to the people. With a resounding crash, Wang Zhen kicked open the door to room 1002, only to find a person brandishing a gun, ready to shoot. Tat tat tat. Another volley of bullets echoed, painting the room in crimson. "You truly are brave." A speed-based ability user emerged from the stairwell, accompanied by 2 other ability users and 10 armed gunmen. They gazed at Wang Zhen, asking, "Are you Wang Zhen?" Wang Zhen, holding 2 AKs, turned with a grin, revealing his gleaming white teeth. "Oh, you know me." The speed user shook his head. "I do not. Nor was there any need to know." "Oh," Wang Zhen exclaimed, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, there is no need to know the dead." "Ah!" The speed user laughed maniacally. "You're so fat that you're out of breath. Do you realize how pretentious you appear?" Wang Zhen shook his head seriously. "I never pretend." Swish, Wang Zhen's eyes narrowed. And in an instant, he was before the speed user, his AK transformed into a butcher's knife, slicing downwards. Die. A chilling voice echoed beside him as a figure emerged from behind. Jun Wuxia. Spatial wormholes, teleportation, illusions, soul enchantments. Jun Wuxia sneered, waving his hands as the space before Wang Zhen shimmered, attempting to redirect his blade elsewhere. Simultaneously, a burst of camouflaged light erupted from him, aiming for Wang Zhen's eyes. Alas, the space was sealed by Wang Zhen, rendering the spatial wormhole ineffective. Furthermore, the illusion was no match for the eye of void breaking. The enchantment not only failed, but also inflicted irreversible damage upon Jun Wuxia as he distracted Wang Zhen. The butcher's knife descended upon the speed user's head, cleaving him in two. How is this possible? Jun Wuxia, pale-faced, exclaimed in disbelief, "Why did the spatial wormhole fail? How are you unscathed?" Wang Zhen turned, looking at Jun Wuxia with pity, and replied, "Perhaps it's because you are too weak." Jun Wuxia shook his head vigorously. No, that cannot be. How could you possibly be stronger than me? He had awakened 3 abilities: spatial wormholes, illusion enchantments, and void-breaking fist. His confident sneak attack had failed to even graze Wang Zhen's clothing, and his illusion not only missed but also backfired. Die! Jun Wuxia shouted angrily, his hands making a grasping motion. 2 void fists shot from his hands, piercing the air straight towards Wang Zhen's chest. Boom! Wang Zhen shook his head with a smile, his right hand striking twice with lightning speed. The void fist collided with his fists, shattering like eggs against rock. Jun Wuxia's confidence shattered, and he lost 6,000 malice points. Realizing the dire situation, he frantically gestured in the air, attempting to escape through a spatial wormhole. Yet, the space, usually as fragile as paper, had transformed into an impenetrable wall of iron, refusing to yield to his energy. "Who exactly are you?" Jun Wuxia asked, bewildered, as he retreated, his body instinctively moving back. Those beside him quickly made way that moment. Thunder, leading 28 ability users, appeared on the 10th floor, surrounding Wang Zhen. Outside, a multitude of armed men stood ready. Wang Zhen grinned and inquired, "Your reinforcements should be arriving shortly, yes?" Thunder, standing alongside his 28 ability users and 50 armed men, had never felt such courage before. That he laughed heartily. "Now you know fear. I'll tell you, it's too late. No matter how strong you are, you will die here today. Attack! Kill him!" Bang! Wang Zhen appeared behind Thunder. Delivering a punch that pierced through his chest, extracting his heart, he surveyed the crowd, declaring with authority, "All of you, come at me together, or you'll miss your chance." With those words, Wang Zhen unleashed his full power, drawing out 2 butcher's knives from his waist, charging into the throng. In an instant, the surrounding ability users gasped as Thunder was obliterated, his heart ripped out. This is sheer brutality. Is this even humanly possible? He beckoned for us to attack together, intending to wipe us all out. It's over. He's coming. The members of the Crazy Dragon Gang, not foolish, witnessed Wang Zhen's explosive punch that obliterated Thunder, and their will to fight evaporated, replaced by sheer terror and the instinct to flee. Ding! The fear-induced malice points from the 28 ability users of the Crazy Dragon Gang surged by 112,000, the gunman behind the ability users. Having not witnessed Thunder's demise, heard Wang Zhen's domineering words, and began to wail, "This is too insane. I can't take it anymore. I want to turn him into a sieve. Who does he think he is?" Shouting at 28 ability users, it's like lighting a lantern in a toilet, asking for trouble. Each of them possessed unique skills that could easily reduce him to nothing. I can't wait to see his downfall. But in the next moment, the gunman witnessed the ability users fleeing like sheep from a tiger. "Brother who? Why are you running?" One gunman grasped a fleeing ability user, puzzled. "Get lost, die." Brother who roared, flames erupting from his hands, striking the gunman. "Blocking my escape? Seeking death." In an instant, the gunman's body was pierced with 2 gaping holes. Brother who, a fireball-type ability user, had the power to kill an ordinary person with ease. Yet, he now wore a face devoid of his usual arrogance. Only panic remaining in the eyes of the ability users. Wang Zhen at this moment was far more terrifying than any flood or beast. To them, a powerful ability user was no different from an ant. 1 slice for each ability user. Who wouldn't he fear death? Wang Zhen, amidst the encirclement of ability users, had slaughtered his way through. Yet feeling unsatisfied, sheathed his butcher's knives and drew a broad blade instead. With a single strike, judgment, with a composite attribute of 230 in physique, 220 in agility, absolute defense, infinite teleportation within spatial confinement, time acceleration, time deceleration, the eye of void breaking. This move resembled a tornado of death. An O ability user could inflict harm upon him. As the ability users sought to escape, the gunmen squeezed their way in, fearing they might miss the opportunity for glory. With the limited space within the building, the trapped ability users vented their frustrations on the gunmen, leading to more gunmen dying at their hands than at Wang Zhen's. Buffed, just after the ruthless tiger had slain the gunman, he was cleaved in two by the mighty blade of Wang Zhen. This method of execution resembled an advanced player in an online game effortlessly dispatching a lowly creature. Wang Zhen swung his broadsword, slicing from east to west, then back from west to east, as the corpses accumulated on the ground, creating a scene of sheer horror. 5 superhumans and 3 gunmen resolutely chose to leap into the water in a desperate bid to escape, striving to distance themselves from Building 17. That, however, an invisible spatial barrier obstructed their path. Some, unwilling to accept defeat, swam deeper into the waters, only to be thwarted again after descending a mere 5 meters. The despairing actions of the members of the Mad Dragon Gang garnered Wang Zhen an astonishing increase of 100,000 in malevolent deeds. At the moment Wang Zhen executed thunder, Jun Wuxia turned and fled. His soul enchantment was shattered by the Eye of Broken Illusions, leaving his spirit wounded and unable to continue the fight, despite being a triad superhuman with the aid of 28 others. He felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity. Yet before he could reach the 13th floor, he suddenly sensed a disturbance in the space before him. With a swish, a glimmer of cold light appeared, transforming into a blood-soaked broadsword that descended upon his shoulder. Ah! Jun Wuxia let out a dreadful scream as his body collided heavily with the wall, his right arm severed and rolling down the stairs. "Who are you?" His eyes brimmed with despair, struggling to comprehend why Wang Zhen was so formidable. Despite both being in the apocalypse and having awakened supernatural abilities, Wang Zhen glanced at Jun Wuxia through the Eye of Broken Illusions. Name: Jun Wuxia. Age: 28. Profession: electrical technician. Abilities: spatial wormhole. Soul enchantment: Void Fist. Level: 1. Secret 1. Jun Wuxia, while working as an electrician, would always carry a backpack filled with copper wires after work, which constituted his most significant side income. Secret 2. Jun Wuxia is homosexual, with a strong aversion to women. Secret 3. To maintain the facade of his master, Jun Wuxia accepted Lin Feng's wife, Zhang Li, but has yet to lay a hand on her. Secret 4. To uphold this facade, he also collected a pair of twin sisters, summoning them every other day to act with him while he sought his male lover. Secret 5. Jun Wuxia captured over 10 technicians, most of whom manufactured the firearms, and they resided on the top floor of Building 17. Secret 6. Initially, Jun Wuxia intended to keep his host as a forbidden entity, but, realizing he could not control him, developed murderous intent. Secret 7. A chill ran down Wang Zhen's spine. Jun Wuxia truly intended to bend him to his will. This is intolerable. Wang Zhen's eyes turned crimson as he brought down his sword in a downward strike, then left and right. Moments later, Jun Wuxia was reduced to a disarray of dismembered pieces. Yet, Wang Zhen was still not satisfied. He retrieved a barrel of gasoline from the void and drenched the corpses before igniting them with a single spark. When he declared dismemberment, he meant it. When he promised to scatter the ashes, he would do just that. A man must always keep his word. Subsequently, Wang Zhen methodically broke down doors, eliminating all potential threats. His mantra remained: to eat the king's grain is to serve the king's cause. Having enjoyed the benefits provided by the Mad Dragon Gang, the families of these gang members would perish without grievance. On that day, Building 17 transformed into a blood-soaked edifice, replete with cries of anguish and bloodshed. Sisters Mo Li and Mo Chi, on the 21st floor, could hear the anguished wails and screams from the outside world with stark clarity. What transpired out there? Was it Jun Wuxia and the Mad Dragon Gang committing atrocities? Mo Li peered out the window, gasping at the crimson waters below. Sister, Come quickly. Chi gazed down for a while, then suddenly said, Sister, I have a bad feeling. The Mad Dragon Gang seems to be meeting its end. What shall we do? Li replied, her heart heavy with worry. Although Jun Wuxia had captured them, he had treated them fairly well, providing ample food and comfort. Their current living conditions were vastly superior to what they had at home. If Jun Wuxia were to die, without his protection, the two of them, given their appearances, would undoubtedly meet a grim fate in the hands of other ruthless individuals. Sister, shall we consider suicide? Chi proposed. Yes, death is preferable to falling into the hands of those brutes. Li agreed, nodding solemnly. With that, Li retrieved a kitchen knife and a fruit knife from the kitchen. She handed the kitchen knife to Chi, gritting her teeth. Sister, you cut me, and I'll stab you. So neither of us has to bear the burden. Chi took the kitchen knife, raising it, then lowering it again. She lifted it once more, only to let it fall again. Sister, I can't do it, Chi admitted. Then let's do it ourselves, Li suggested once more. In truth, she too struggled to muster the resolve. How could she bring herself to harm her own sister? The sisters found themselves in a tumultuous state of indecision, lacking the courage to end their lives. Wang Zhen cleared out everyone below the 20th floor, raising his malevolent deeds to an astounding 10,890,000. His wickedness reached new heights. Bang! Wang Zhen kicked the security door off its hinges. Glancing at the stunned twins with a grin, aren't you two planning to end your lives? Go ahead. As Wang Zhen brazenly strode in, Li and Chi exchanged a glance at the door that had crumpled against the wall. Gasping in shock, Chi swallowed hard, cautiously inquiring, Who are you? Are you here to save us? Wang Zhen stood with his broadsword, allowing the blood to drip onto the floor, smiling. Allow me to introduce myself. Wang Zhen, don't get the wrong idea. I'm here to eradicate the Mad Dragon Gang, not to rescue you. You can either follow me or die. Choose one. Upon hearing that Wang Zhen was there to eradicate the Mad Dragon Gang, and connecting it with the screams resonating from below, the sisters felt a surge of hope. They were on the verge of escaping the torment of the Mad Dragon Gang. Yet, in the next instant, Wang Zhen's uncompromising words plunged them into despair. Although the Mad Dragon Gang was annihilated, a more terrifying figure had emerged. Stupid man, all men are swine. If you wish to bed me, I curse you with a circle. Chi muttered under her breath, and the next moment, Wang Zhen appeared before Chi, gripping her neck with one hand and lifting her high, his voice icy. What did you say? Speak louder. I didn't hear you. Chi's face flushed from lack of oxygen, her veins bulging as she desperately struck at Wang Zhen's hand, only to inflict pain upon herself. Gradually, Chi's hands flailed and her legs kicked wildly. Her eyes bulged, and it seemed she was on the brink of death. Li hesitated for a moment before lunging forward, attempting to pry Wang Zhen's hand from around her sister's neck. Seeing her sister's breath grow increasingly faint, Li fell to her knees, pleading, Please let my sister go. If you spare her, I will do anything you ask. Wang Zhen expressionlessly released his grip. Gasping for air, Chi collapsed to the ground, inhaling deeply. Just moments ago, she had been on the verge of death. This man had indeed intended to kill her. She looked at Wang Zhen with fear, shivering uncontrollably. Wang Zhen glanced at Li, who was still kneeling, and coldly remarked, Weren't you two just planning to end your lives? I was merely assisting you. Why the change of heart? Upon hearing this, Li completely broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. We don't want to die. We truly don't want to die. We fear being tormented, fearing a fate worse than death. We're genuinely terrified. The sisters had witnessed the brutality of the Mad Dragon Gang, where women were treated as mere objects. Some women were tortured to death, while others, unable to endure the torment, committed suicide by crashing into walls. They had seen too much and were genuinely afraid. Without Jun Wuxia's protection, they would not survive a single day in this chaotic world. Desperate, they considered suicide as a means of escape. Isn't it what you desire, for us to be your women? I am willing, but can you spare my sister? Li pleaded with Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen shook his head. You lack the standing to negotiate terms with me. If you wish to be by my side and receive my protection, you must become my maid. I want both of you, or neither shall live. To be frank, 5 exquisite beauties have already become my maids. I am not desperate for you. Everything in life is governed by fairness and justice. To attain something, one must be willing to pay the price. There exists no kindness without reason, nor malevolence without cause. The twin sisters are both extraordinarily beautiful. Although Wang Zhen already possesses 5 exceptional maidservants, he has yet to acquire any twins. He is also curious to discern the differences between the sisters, to see if he can distinguish the elder from the younger. O Li and Mo Qi fell silent. Wang Zhen spoke aptly. While they accompanied Jun Wuxia, they had demonstrated exceptional acting skills to conceal his eccentricities, in exchange for his protection. Now that the one offering protection is Wang Zhen, the 2 women find it acceptable. However, both harbor a deep-seated aversion to men and have never truly embraced their femininity, leading to their internal conflict. Wang Zhen's calm voice broke the silence. 3 seconds to consider. 3, 2. We are willing to be your maidservants. Faced with the prospect of death, Mo Li and Mo Qi capitulated. Wang Zhen instructed, "Address me as master, master." Mo Li replied softly. Meeting Wang Zhen's unyielding gaze, he turned to Mo Qi. "Master, excellent." Wang Zhen then inquired, "Do you both enjoy bananas?" He produced a banana rewarded by the system. Mo Li shook her head. "I do not care for bananas." Mo Qi nearly expressed her disgust, but stifled the words, recalling the suffocating feeling from earlier, when she saw the yellow banana in Wang Zhen's hand. She froze momentarily, her mind short-circuiting. "Master, you are offering us bananas. What did you think it was?" Wang Zhen asked earnestly. "Oh, nothing, nothing." Mo Li wished to vanish into a crevice, having just tied up her hair. As they gazed at the ripe bananas, inhaling their fragrant aroma, saliva pooled in their mouths uncontrollably. Ochi's favorite fruits were bananas, jackfruits, and durians. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had not tasted any. She inhaled deeply. "Ah, how delightful! Master, may I eat now?" Gulp, gulp. Mochi swallowed hard. "Go ahead." Wang Zhen handed each of them a banana. Mochi took a banana, bringing it to her nose to savor its sweetness. She carefully peeled the banana and eagerly took a bite, relishing its smooth, sweet flavor. The supplies from the system were entirely organic, free from pesticides and hormonal residues. The taste of the banana was exquisitely sweet and delightful. Wang Zhen observed Mo Qi devouring the banana and decided to join her with one of his OWI in contrast to Mo Qi's ravenous consumption. Mo Li ate with much more grace. Mo Qi finished her banana in a few bites, then gazed longingly at Wang Zhen. "Master, is there more?" Like Ouyang Yuru, she was a true foodie. As long as there was food, she would accept anything. The previously unappealing Wang Zhen now appeared tall and majestic in Mo Qi's eyes. Wang Zhen smiled slightly and produced a durian. "Try this." "Wow, master, you have durian? Why did you not say so earlier?" Mo Qi's eyes sparkled, her gaze towards Wang Zhen shifting dramatically. This was no longer just a master. He was akin to a benefactor. Had she known he possessed her favorite fruit, she would have knelt in reverence without hesitation. In these times, who could enjoy bananas and durians? Mo Li sighed, feeling somewhat speechless. Her sister was like this. Before the apocalypse, she would queue for 3 hours just to savor a delicious meal. It was easier before the apocalypse, when money could buy anything one desired. Now, every morsel of food from pre-apocalypse times was exceedingly precious. Even a leader like Jun Wuxia had no access to fruits, as they were simply non-existent. Curiosity piqued, and Mo Li observed Wang Zhen, wondering where his fruits originated. Suddenly, she recalled that Jun Wuxia possessed the ability to manipulate spatial wormholes, and Wang Zhen had just appeared before Mo Qi. In an instant, a realization dawned upon her. Wang Zhen must be a formidable spatial ability user, with ample food stashed away in his space. Otherwise, he would not be so generous with bananas and durians. It seemed that after escaping their dire circumstances, they had not fallen into a deeper abyss, but rather found unexpected fortune. Mo Li's mindset began to shift. Unlike Mo Qi, she had longed to be a true woman. Wang Zhen, with his immense strength, decisive nature, and striking appearance, was indeed an appealing option. Mo Li sighed as she observed her sister. Mo Qi, who had already opened the durian and was delicately holding the golden flesh, sparkling with delight as if she had discovered a mountain of gold and silver. Ochi savored each bite, her expression one of pure bliss that, in no time, she finished the entire durian and even licked her fingers, gnawing on the shell. Only those who had endured the apocalypse, faced hunger, and consumed soaked rice could truly comprehend the value of food. Ochi was living that reality. "Are you not eating?" Wang Zhen asked as Ochi finished the durian, offering some Li before stopping himself. "That I shall save it," Ochi replied, swallowing hard. "As long as the durian flesh remains inside the shell, it can last for a few days. That I wish to savor it slowly." Wang Zhen flipped his hands and produced 2 more durians, placing them on the ground, then retrieved another 2. In an instant, the floor was piled high with durians. "Follow me. Feel free to eat whatever you desire, and there will be plenty." Ochi's eyes widened in astonishment as she murmured, "Master, even if you were to chase me away with a whip now, I would not leave." She eagerly opened the previously peeled durians, indulging herself. Ochi occasionally glanced at Wang Zhen, her heart racing inexplicably. He seemed incredibly handsome, and he exuded a delightful scent, entirely devoid of the foul odor typical of other men. Delicious, exquisitely delicious. The sisters soon devoured the remaining 4 durians completely. Wang Zhen chuckled and asked, "Would you like more?" Both women shook their heads in unison. "Then shall we proceed?" Wang Zhen waved his hand, collecting all the durians back into his space. Building 17 has a total of 33 floors. He had only cleared up to the 21st, with 12 more floors left to explore. Oli frowned. "Master, have all the members of the Crazy Dragon Gang perished?" "Where are we headed?" Wang Zhen retrieved 2 Desert Eagles from his space and loaded them with full magazines. Bang! The ability users and Jun Mo's underlings have all been eliminated. There are still some stragglers on the upper floors that need to be dealt with. Wang Zhen strode forward, with Li and Chi trailing behind. Bang! With a kick, he shattered the door, surveying the room. It was filled with various cigarettes, alcohol, tea, cured meats, and unsoaked rice. One was inside. Next house. The other 3 households were similarly stocked with supplies. It wasn't until the 25th floor that the situation changed. Faint breathing emanated from 4 rooms. Click! Wang Zhen chambered around. He kicked open the door and raised his weapon toward the occupants inside. Bang! "Ah!" Emoli screamed. "He is Jun Wuxie's lover. It cannot be spared." The sisters stood frozen in shock as Wang Zhen strode confidently towards the next unit. "Master, wait for us." Li and Chi quickly followed. Bang! Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Wang Zhen completed a swift sweep of the room and scoffed. "Jun Mo'Xie, that perverse fiend, has gathered so many male concubines." "Master, how do you know they're Jun Mo'Xie's male concubines?" Li and Chi were on the verge of tears from fright. Yet, Wang Zhen did not pause, moving on to the next unit. Bang! Before Wang Zhen could fire, a handsome man charged out of the room with a knife. "Freeze!" Wang Zhen invoked time dilation. The handsome man froze in place, as if under a spell. Finally, it triggered. Bang! The man's head exploded, his body flung backward. Behind the door, Zhongli held a knife, trembling violently. Wang Zhen glanced at Zhongli's profile. Lin Feng's wife. That it seemed Zhongli had been involved with the handsome man even before the apocalypse. The handsome man was also one of Jun Mo'Xie's male concubines. What a tangled web. It turned out Lin Feng had long been wearing a crown of green grass. Bang! He has not yet departed. You should accompany him. A single shot to the head. Ascending to the 28th floor, a path of carnage follows, with rivers of blood flowing in his wake, leaving not a single survivor. Current malevolence value, 12 million. Bang! He forcefully kicks the door open once more. Whoosh! Inside the room stand 7 men and 5 women, all armed with guns, the dark barrels aimed at Wang Zhen and his companions. Wang Zhen pays no mind to the firearms in the hands of the 12. Striding directly into the chamber, where 3 machines lie, the guns wielded by the members of the Mad Dragon Gang were forged by these very individuals. Wang Zhen gazes at the 12 and smirks. "I wager that there are no bullets in your guns." For a fleeting moment, a look of panic crosses their faces. "You can test it if you don't believe." One man's hand trembles, pulling the trigger, yet the gun does not fire. Wang Zhen draws his twin pistols, aiming at the group. Care to guess if my guns are loaded? Bang! Bang! With each trigger pull, another life is extinguished. Wang Zhen regards the corpses of the 12. His voice icy. To dare fire upon me is already a path to death. Even if your guns are devoid of ammunition. The separation of bullets and guns means that Jun Moxie would never allow the manufacturer of firearms to possess any bullets. Having located the creators of the guns, it follows that those above must be the ones producing the ammunition. Wang Zhen arrives at the stairwell, only to find the door securely locked. Jun Moxie's mind is indeed meticulous, demonstrating a strong sense of vigilance, yet he ultimately falls victim to his own machinations. The 33rd floor. This level houses 20 individuals, both men and women, segregated into 4 rooms. Unlike the 28th floor, here the windows are all sealed shut. And even the hallway is boarded up. After Wang Zhen summons them, one person inquires, "Who are you? What has become of the gang leader Jun?" "I have slain him." "Slain him?" Instantly, the 20 engage in fervent discussion. "He has killed gang leader Jun. What shall we do now? Working for gang leader Jun ensured us a meager sustenance. Without him, how shall we survive? If he could dispatch gang leader Jun, he must be even more formidable than him. Thus, working for him should yield better treatment." A bold individual steps forward and asks, "May we work for you?" Wang Zhen replies bluntly, "No." The crowd is left dumbfounded, with the Mad Dragon Gang vanquished. This person shows no intention of taking them in. Is this not tantamount to driving them to their doom? A woman, seeing that Wang Zhen does not resort to violence like Jun Wuxia, believes he might be more accommodating and defiantly states, "You have killed Jun Wuxia. You must take responsibility for our future. Otherwise, this matter shall remain unresolved." Indeed, unresolved, a group of others echoes in agreement. Wang Zhen squints slightly, replying coolly, "I have stated that I shall not take anyone in. Do not compel me to repeat myself." The woman, witnessing the crowd's emotions stirred by her words, conveniently forgets Wang Zhen's act of killing Jun Moxie. She glances at the others, receiving encouraging glances, places her hands on her hips, and passionately declares, "You must agree today, whether you want to or not. I warn you, we will cling to you. If you have the capability, then kill us all." A smirk plays on Wang Zhen's lips. This request is indeed hard to refuse, and AK materializes in his hand. Click! The weapon is cocked. The expressions of the crowd shift dramatically. "We no longer want your help. We no longer want your help. Let us speak calmly." Bang, 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 bang. A merciless barrage ensues. Do not kill me. It is your fault for wanting to draw attention and expecting him to care for us. It is all your fault, you wretched woman. Had you not provoked him, we would not be in this situation. As death looms, the crowd shifts the blame onto the woman. Moments later, all lie in pools of blood. Wang Zhen steps forward, aiming at one corpse's head. Bang! A finishing blow is indeed necessary. During this, a man does manage to tackle the ground, still alive, clutching a knife, desperate to fight back, only to be swiftly dispatched by Wang Zhen. Oli and Mo Chi, the 2 sisters, have vomited their way from the 21st to the 33rd floor. The joy they once felt while eating has now turned to discomfort. Throughout their journey, Wang Zhen's ruthlessness has terrified the sisters. Wang Zhen stows his weapon and turns to the sisters. "Let us depart." Mo Li, feeling a pang of distress, stands still and asks, "They merely wish to survive. You could have refused them. Why kill them?" Wang Zhen chuckles. He looks at Mo Chi and inquires, "You tell me. Why did I kill them?" Mo Chi pauses briefly before responding. "The master has already declined twice. They grew bolder, wishing to cling to the master, even threatening him if the master had only killed one. While it may have deterred the rest from pursuing, they would harbor resentment. Should they be spared today, they might pose a future threat. The best course of action, now that we have offended them, is to eliminate them all, thus ensuring peace." Wang Zhen turns to Mo Li. "Do you understand now? I do not oppose your compassion, but remember not to exhibit it indiscriminately. We are in an apocalyptic era, and a moment of mercy could plunge you into irretrievable despair. It is acceptable for you to perish, but do not implicate your companions." Mo Li's face pales, rendered speechless. Wang Zhen continues. Do you comprehend how many lives their creations have claimed? The toll far exceeds the number I have taken. You dare to feel pity for them when the members of the Mad Dragon Gang aimed their guns at your head. Where was your compassion? Mo Li's complexion grows increasingly ashen, tears streaming down her cheeks. She realizes Wang Zhen speaks the truth. Her lips tremble as she bows and says, I am sorry. Wang Zhen pays her no heed. Turning to descend the stairs, Mo Li takes a deep breath. Following in his footsteps, Mo Chi closely trails behind. The trio arrives at the 13th floor. Jun Moxie has been reduced to a pile of ashes. Wang Zhen directly scatters the remains. After obliterating the Mad Dragon Gang, Wang Zhen decides to return home and reflect. He refrains from seeking trouble with other factions. Currently, he possesses 12.85 million in malevolence value. The system has already informed him that spatial abilities can be acquired through the expenditure of malevolence points, without the need for comprehension. Skills related to spatial manipulation, such as spatial travel, spatial exile, spatial cutting, spatial wormholes, and spatial shattering can be purchased. Likewise, mental abilities can also be enhanced through the consumption of malevolence points, including mental attacks, illusionary attacks, soul attacks, and telekinesis. Additionally, he intends to augment his own powers. Abilities such as darkness, light, thunder, fire, magnetism, metal, and water are among those he seeks to acquire. Be wise this calculation. It seems his malevolence points may fall short, as he and the Mo sisters exit the headquarters of the Mad Dragon Gang. Lu Yan and the other women gaze at them with awe. Lu Yan's expression is fervent. Truly, our great master has single-handedly vanquished the Mad Dragon Gang, reigning supreme over the High Tian community. Zhang Jing quickly concurs. Indeed, the Master's strength is unfathomable. We owe our salvation from the apocalypse to his presence. Without the Master, we would not have our present circumstances. Lin Yueying scoffs, such a sycophant. Then, she feels a pang of jealousy. Why hadn't she thought of this? What man does not enjoy sweet words? Alas, Lu Yan has outdone her once again. In the next moment, Lin Yueying kneels, proclaiming loudly, We welcome our master back from victory. Ouyang Yuru and Su Mengqi quickly kneel in greeting, one after another performing their homage. Survivors from Buildings 16 and 15 have been observing the battle within Building 17 from their balconies for quite some time. They huddle like frightened lambs, trembling as they watch the fierce conflict unfold. He has emerged, remarkably unscathed. Alone, he stands against numerous members of the Mad Dragon Gang, both empowered individuals and armed shooters, annihilating them all. His strength is undoubtedly 100 times greater than Jun Moxie's. This man is truly formidable. Goodness, only now do I realize he is flying. How incredibly cool. How does he manage to walk upon air? The multitude of survivors, initially stunned, now found it hard to dismiss the reality before them. This was not a mere performance nor a rehearsed act. It was the genuine apocalypse. Moreover, Wang Zhen traversed the air with an effortless grace, as though he were strolling upon solid ground. The onlookers silently elevated their perception of Wang Zhen's prowess to an entirely new echelon. This man was undeniably formidable. No wonder he commanded a speedboat and was accompanied by 7 stunningly beautiful women. He was a figure they could only revere from afar. Fortunately, they had no ties to the Mad Dragon Gang. Otherwise, their fates would have been sealed. The Mad Dragon Gang had been vanquished. The oppressive weight that had loomed over them was finally lifted. It was only at this moment that the survivors grasped the reality, erupting into joyous laughter. Ha! Splendidly done. They've been eradicated. Ha! No longer will we be oppressed. Some wept tears of joy. The Mad Dragon Gang had been ruthlessly tyrannical, with 2 armed lackeys ruling over a single apartment block as if they were its overlords, demanding tribute every few days. Failure to comply meant death. Fathers, for the sake of their families, were forced to form groups with other men to scavenge for supplies. To prevent any escape attempts, the gang would hold their families hostage, ensuring obedience in the High Tian community. Encountering a landlord who merely demanded tribute was considered fortunate. For those less fortunate, the landlords behaved like local tyrants, seizing any attractive woman they encountered, subjecting them to unspeakable torment until death. Some landlords were even more heinous, eliminating every living soul within an entire building. Now, the oppressive mountain above them had finally been removed. The crowd was filled with genuine elation, even developing a sense of gratitude towards Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen descended slowly from the sky, accompanied by the two sisters, Mo Li and Mo Qi. They welcomed their master's return with reverence. Lu Yin and the other women knelt once more, their faces aglow with joy. "Rise. These are your new sisters." Lu Yin and Zhang Jing then stood, taking in the sight of Mo Li and Mo Qi. Ouyang Yuru, in disbelief, exclaimed, Mo Qi, is it truly you?" The sisters mirrored her astonishment. Yuru, you're also the master's maid?" Ouyang Yuru replied with a hint of pride, "Of course. In fact, I was the one who begged the master to come to Haitian community to rescue you. But when we reached your home, you were absent, by the way. You haven't been. Compromise, have you? Deceiving the master leads to death." Ouyang Yuru relayed Wang Zhen's stipulations to them. It was then that Mo Li realized such a condition existed and silently breathed a sigh of relief. However, how did Wang Zhen know that she and her sister were untainted? Could it be that he possessed other abilities beyond his spatial powers? Wang Zhen grew increasingly enigmatic in Mo Li's eyes. After a brief pause, she said to Ouyang Yuru, "We were fortunate as well. We were captured by the Mad Dragon Gang and delivered to Jun Wuxia, who, like us, is one of our kind." Ouyang Yuru gasped in astonishment. Jun Wuxia actually prefers men. The luck of Mo Li and Mo Qi was nothing short of miraculous. Had they fallen into the hands of other men, their fates would have been nothing short of tragic. Lu Yin whispered to Zhang Jing, "We have competition now. This pair of sisters possesses an inherent advantage. If we don't step up our game, there won't be a place for us beside the master." Lin Yuyao and Su Mengqi also sensed the threat and sought to ally with Lu Yin and Zhang Jing. Wang Zhen surveyed the 7 women and proclaimed, "I have an important announcement. Should any of you distinguish yourselves, I will consider promoting one of you to the position of steward." Upon hearing this, the eyes of 5 women sparkled with excitement. Mo Li and Mo Qi, still new, remained oblivious to the implications of this statement. Observing the fervor of the others, Wang Zhen smiled slightly. The allocation of rewards is the essence of competitive spirit. It enhances the quality of service. Now, let us return home. Ouyang Yuru hastily went to start the boat. Lu Yin diligently arranged a recliner. Wang Zhen reclined, while Lu Yin and Zhang Jing promptly began to massage him, easing his tension. Lin Yuyao and Su Mengqi entertained him with a dance that Mo Li and Mo Qi, their heads bowed, were uncertain of how to contribute. After Wang Zhen departed, survivors from various buildings within the Haitian community rushed to their balconies. He has gone. Did he take those small boats from the Mad Dragon Gang with him? It seems not. The survivors' eyes lit up. "Let us hurry and seize the boats." A man, an avid fisherman, sat gleefully on his balcony. Fishing. Since the onset of the storm, he had abandoned his title of Air Force guy and now caught fish weighing over 5 pounds nearly every day. His wife had stopped quarreling with him, greeting him with smiles and treating him like royalty. Why? Because they had fish to eat. Compared to most, his family was living in relative comfort. Suddenly, a tremendous tug on his fishing line sent him into a frenzy of excitement. This fish is enormous. It will feed the family for several days. He strained to reel it in, only to find himself yanked into the water. Moments later, the surface was stained crimson. Hearing the commotion, his wife rushed out of the house, only to see the bloodied water and her heart shattered. "Husband!" She climbed onto the balcony, ready to leap into the water to confront the monstrous fish, seeking vengeance for her husband. Meanwhile, the cries of their child echoed from within. And overwhelmed with emotion, the woman crumpled to the ground, looking skyward and wailing, "Husband!" Buzzing, a speedboat sped across the surface of the water. The creature beneath the waves, alerted by the noise, extended a tentacle toward the boat. Wang Zhen squinted. The number of formidable evolved creatures in the water was increasing. In an instant, he vanished from the speedboat, plunging into the depths. Above the surface, those aboard the speedboat could distinctly feel the once tranquil waters transform into a tempestuous whirlpool. As if the Dragon King had unleashed his fury, the calm surface erupting into towering waves, below the water. A tentacle, thick as a pillar, surged forth like an arrow aimed at the swiftly moving speedboat. Such a robust tentacle, adorned with suckers. Was it an octopus? Wang Zhen teleported in front of the tentacle and delivered a powerful punch. Boom! The water erupted as if a great explosion had occurred. The tentacle was obliterated by Wang Zhen's immense strength in a single blow. Buzz! The octopus monster was enraged. The remaining 7 tentacles shot toward Wang Zhen like arrows, seeking death. Wang Zhen drew 2 broad blades and teleported in front of the octopus monster's body. With blinding speed, he struck the remaining 7 tentacles with deadly accuracy. Puffed! The blades, crafted by the system, were of the highest quality, exceedingly sharp. The octopus monster's tentacles offered only the slightest resistance before being severed. Blue blood gushing forth. Hiss! With all 8 tentacles incapacitated, the octopus monster emitted a strange frequency sound wave targeting Wang Zhen. Puffed! The creature convulsed violently, expelling a torrent of black ink that turned the surrounding water pitch black. The octopus monster thrashed wildly, making a desperate bid for escape. As long as it evaded Wang Zhen, its tentacles could regenerate. It had memorized the scent of this man and would return for revenge. Attempting to flee, too late, Wang Zhen sneered, enacting spatial confinement and slowing time. The octopus monster's speed diminished drastically as Wang Zhen teleported before it, unleashing a flurry of slashes with his blades. Die! Swish, swish, swish! The octopus monster's body was cleaved into 10 pieces. Ding! Defeated a level 3 mutated giant octopus, earning 400,000 evil points. Though he had vanquished the mutated giant octopus, Wang Zhen felt dissatisfied with his combat prowess. He preferred overwhelming, crushing victories. Acquiring offensive skills was now imperative. If he possessed a space-cutting technique, a single strike would have annihilated the mutated giant octopus. Alternatively, mastering spatial shattering would allow him to obliterate the octopus monster with a single punch, or perhaps lightning skills. Shattering darkness with thunder, transforming the mutated giant octopus into a barbecue. Through this encounter, Wang Zhen had made up his mind. Casually, he stored the corpses of the mutated giant octopuses into his system's space and vanished in an instant. He reappeared above the water's surface. The assault boat was no longer in its original position. It had been swept away by the monstrous waves to a distance of over 100 meters. On the deck of the boat, Lu Yin and Zhang Jing, along with 5 other stunning beauties, gazed anxiously at the gradually calming water. Upon seeing Wang Zhen, the women erupted in joy as long as Wang Zhen was present. They felt a sense of security. Without him, an emptiness settled in their hearts. His existence was the anchor in their tempestuous lives. Ouyang Yuru hurriedly steered the boat towards him. Bubbling sounds erupted from the water's surface as a fish weighing around 50 pounds. Along with the corpse of a fisherman, floated up. The fish and the fisherman's body had been crushed by the octopus's tentacles. Wang Zhen glanced at the corpse in the water before shifting his gaze and stepping onto the assault boat to continue his journey back. At that moment, he caught sight of 7 or 8 survivors on the rooftops on either side. Each one appeared pale and emaciated, their eye sockets deeply sunken, resembling flickering candles in the wind, as if they could perish at any moment. When their eyes met Wang Zhen's, they averted their gaze, unable to bear his scrutiny. However, upon seeing the fisherman's corpse and the large fish, a brief spark of hope ignited in their eyes, only to be extinguished almost immediately. The women, having followed Wang Zhen for so long, had grown numb and indifferent. Everything they possessed was bestowed upon them by Wang Zhen. Without him, they might be in a far worse plight than the survivors before them. "Let's go," Wang Zhen commanded, and Ouyang Yuru piloted the boat towards the residential complex. Just a few minutes after the assault boat had departed, the survivors on the rooftop gazed in delight at the corpse of the large fish. They then descended the building in a frenzy, scrambling to reach the fish's body. Before long, the survivors on the rooftops were embroiled in a fierce brawl over the ownership of the fish's carcass. The fisherman's wife stood on the balcony, staring blankly at her husband's corpse, silently sobbing. She dared not plunge into the water to retrieve her husband's body, allowing it to drift away with the current. In this apocalyptic world, Wang Zhen and the 7 women successfully returned to Building 11 of the Guanlong community. To his surprise, the large sightseeing boat that he had deliberately left outside had not been stolen. Could it be that his notorious reputation was such that even in his absence, no one dared to steal his belongings? Wang Zhen was skeptical, circling the large boat in mid-air and observing for a while. He displayed a contemplative expression. "Master, have you discovered something?" Su Mingqi teleported on a sightseeing boat and whispered, "I believe the boat hasn't been taken because those who were nearby feared your wrath. Even if you were absent for an extended period, no one would dare touch your possessions." "You are mistaken." Wang Zhen gently shook his head and replied with a smile, "The boat is currently the only means of transportation. In the quest for supplies, many have fashioned makeshift boats from their furniture, but these are poorly constructed and can only accommodate a limited number of passengers that a single wave could capsize them. And the fish in the water have undergone complete evolution, exhibiting extreme aggression. Encountering even small fish could lead to their demise, while facing larger fish will be a certain death sentence. In essence, venturing out in a makeshift boat offers no sense of security. The sightseeing boat, on the other hand, is spacious and provides a sense of safety. Most importantly, the batteries on the sightseeing boat are fully charged. Even without a key, it can be started by short-circuiting the switch. With the sightseeing boat, one can traverse Tianhai City without the constraints of the 5th District. Humans are always prone to wishful thinking. Perhaps no one would dare steal the boat during my brief absence. However, if I were gone for over 10 days, someone would undoubtedly harbor intentions of theft. Su Mingqi looked up and asked, "Then why hasn't the sightseeing boat been taken?" "It hasn't been stolen. Rather, someone has been guarding it for me." The 7 exquisite beauties followed Wang Zhen into the boat's cockpit. Indeed, someone had attempted to steal the boat. Wang Zhen's gaze swept over the keyhole, which had been broken, exposing the wires inside. The cockpit was littered with traces of the struggle and blood, with several areas showing damage from fire-type abilities. Numerous individuals have tried to steal the sightseeing boat. Wang Zhen's eyes narrowed with a smile. "It seems my evil deeds have yielded results. But who is the one guarding my boat?" Wang Zhen felt a sense of confusion. His social circle was quite limited, and he had no friends in the Guanlong community. He truly could not recall who might have stayed behind to protect the boat during his absence. Even engaging in life-and-death battles with others, in modern society, human relationships are often shallow, valuing profit over gratitude. Even if some of his actions had inadvertently saved others, Wang Zhen did not believe anyone would come to repay him in this apocalyptic world. The person guarding his boat must be someone from the community who also possessed abilities. Wang Zhen gazed at buildings 10 and 12 and said solemnly, "To steal my boat, one cannot evade the survivors in these 2 buildings. Zhang Jing, Lu Yin, you 2 take some people and inquire thoroughly to discover who has been guarding my boat during this time and who attempted to steal it." Zhang Jing and Lu Yin nodded in agreement, coldly stating, "Master, we will ensure to uncover the truth." And Wang Zhen's voice turned icy, "Kill anyone who tried to steal the boat, leaving no one behind." After issuing his orders, Wang Zhen ascended with Meng Li and Meng Qi to the 11th floor. Lu Yin, Su Mingqi, and Ouyang Yuru took their orders and piloted the assault boat to Building 12. Zhang Jing, Lin Yueying, and Wang Kai took the sightseeing boat to Building 10. After more than 10 days of renovations and upgrades by the system, Building 11 had undergone a remarkable transformation. Firstly, the layout of the entire building had changed, with the 2 units of 6 households now converted into a vast open space. Secondly, the floodwaters in the rooms below the 11th floor had completely vanished, leaving no trace of mud or filth, with the layout also transformed into an expansive area. The top floor was equipped with both a diesel generator and a solar power system. The elevator had been restored to operation. The fire doors between the floors had been reinforced into heavy vault doors. Once the reinforcements were complete, this apocalyptic fortress would also be equipped with an intelligent system and smart home features, allowing robots to handle tasks such as cleaning windows and mopping floors. In this sanctuary, people could simply enjoy life. Upon entering the apocalyptic fortress, Mo Li and Mo Qi were instantly enamored with the place. No one enjoys being confined to a room like a prisoner, whether willingly or reluctantly. Remaining in a cramped space for an extended period can drive a person to madness. The Apocalyptic fortress perfectly resolved this issue. From the 1st to the 33rd floor, the vast space required a significant amount of time to explore. The three first took a shower, after which Mo Li and Mo Chi headed to the kitchen, while Wang Zhen accessed the system mall on the top floor. Currently, his evil value stood at 13.25 million. System, expend 1 million evil value to purchase skills related to space. Spatial wormhole, space travel, spatial cutting, spatial banishment, spatial annihilation, spatial exchange, gravity distortion, spatial folding, spatial scanning. Please select 3 skills from the options. Among the 9 space skills, only 3 can be chosen. Spatial wormhole. Initial level, level 1. Currently capable of opening 2 spatial wormholes, 1 entrance and 1 exit. Attacks can be launched through the wormhole entrance from the exit. With a casting range of 100 meters, space travel, the host can open a door to another dimension, allowing personnel to traverse the void and reach their destination in an instant. Requiring the use of spatial markers, spatial cutting. All of the host attacks are imbued with the power of spatial cutting, which can evolve into dimensional blades, dealing ranged damage. Note: dimensional blades cannot be used through spatial wormholes. Spatial annihilation. Shatter a section of space. Everything within that shattered space will vanish from this world, leaving no trace behind. The damage dealt to enemies by spatial annihilation depends on the level of spatial destruction and the strength of the enemy's defenses. Spatial banishment. Open a mysterious space and banish enemies into the chaotic void. Note: the host's current composite physique is insufficient to perform this. Spatial exchange. Instantly swap 2 different spatial coordinates of people or objects. Useful for attack, defense, or escape. Gravity distortion. Distort the gravity within a section of space, with no effect on oneself. Spatial folding. Fold space, making distant distances feel like mere steps away. Space scanning. It scans all objects within 100 meters of the user and can merge with the Eye of Illusion to determine whether they are hostile and to glean information about their power levels. After reading the descriptions of the 9 skills, Wang Zhen felt utterly speechless. Space traversal, space displacement, and space folding all serve similar functions, namely instant teleportation, but he believed that with his mastery of teleportation, he could easily comprehend these 3 skills on his own. Hence, he decided to pass on them. Space cutting and space shattering also share commonalities. Selecting just one suffices. Distorting gravity and space scanning. Wang Zhen resolved to choose space scanning, for knowing oneself and one's adversary guarantees victory in every battle. Finally, he opted for space wormhole. This skill, if wielded adeptly, could be deemed a divine art. Close-range attacks could be transformed into long-range, and long-range attacks could materialize behind enemies, leaving them defenseless. System: I have made my selections. Space wormhole, space cutting, and space scanning. The malevolent value has been successfully deducted, and the space skills have been granted. An invigorating current surged into Wang Zhen's mind instantaneously. He gained a tripartite understanding of space. Wang Zhen snapped his fingers, and an entrance to a space wormhole appeared before him. But where would the exit of this wormhole be? Wang Zhen activated space scanning. The 3-dimensional layout of the Doomsday Fortress materialized before him in real time. "It's you, sister. Did you just slap my butt?" Mo Chi, who was washing vegetables, suddenly felt a mysterious slap, turning around to inquire. "What?" Emoli stood by the gas stove, stirring a dish. Mo Chi muttered, "This is downright spooky." After searching for a while and finding nothing, she returned to washing the vegetables. With a mere thought, Wang Zhen opened the exit of the space wormhole right in front of Mo Chi. He extended his hand. Simultaneously, an arm materialized out of thin air before Mo Chi. "Ah! A ghost!" Mo Chi screamed in sheer terror, dropping the vegetables and leaping into Mo Li's embrace. A chilling thought struck Wang Zhen's mind. What would happen if he activated teleportation at this moment? Would his arm be severed by the force of space? Wang Zhen shivered at the thought and decided he would wait until he could regenerate lost limbs before attempting it. Instead, he would explore other applications. As the space wormhole opened, he aimed a pistol at it and fired. Bang! Instantly, the bullet traveled 100 meters away. If he were to replace the pistol with a sniper rifle, the bullet shot through the space wormhole would retain its kinetic energy, resulting in a devastating impact. A single shot could obliterate a head. The applications of the space wormhole were far from limited. Wang Zhen swung a broad knife, and in an instant, it appeared 100 meters away. Inflicting tremendous damage, thunder-based and fire-based powers could also be unleashed through the space wormhole. Next, he decided to try space cutting. A swift hand chop struck the pistol, causing it to split eerily into two halves. The cut surfaces as smooth as if polished. The power was quite satisfactory. With space cutting as arsenal, his striking capabilities received a significant boost. Each punch and kick now bore the force of space cutting. Rendering his attacks unparalleled, it was time to upgrade his mental skills system. Spend 500,000 malevolent points to purchase mental skills. Will attack, illusion attack, soul attack, mental telekinesis. The host may choose 3. There was no hesitation here. Wang Zhen directly selected will attack, illusion attack, and mental telekinesis. As for why he did not choose soul attack, it required utilizing one S own soul to assault another S, which posed a risk to his own essence. A misstep could be catastrophic. Wang Zhen eagerly commenced his experimentation. With a thought, his will transformed into a small blade that flew from his mind, swirling around him in an exhilarating dance. The space wormhole opened. Wang Zhen unleashed an illusion attack on Mo Chi. 3 seconds later, she began to remove her clothing. "Sister, what are you doing?" Emoli exclaimed, restraining Mo Chi's hand. Mo Chi's eyes were devoid of any spark. Sporting a foolish grin, laughing eerily. The effect was rather impressive. After obtaining the results of his experiment, Wang Zhen interrupted the illusion he had cast upon Mo Chi. Next up was mental telekinesis. A desert eagle materialized in Wang Zhen's hand. Click! Bang! The bullet soared towards his forehead. Wang Zhen refrained from activating absolute defense. Instead, channeling mental telekinesis, it formed layer upon layer of nets, applying force to the bullet. Bang! The bullet's momentum was neutralized. And under Wang Zhen's control, it sped away with even greater velocity. Was his mental telekinesis not strong enough? Perhaps he should upgrade the skill level and try again. Wang Zhen manipulated the bullet with his mental telekinesis, occasionally combining it with the space wormhole, relishing the experience. After experimenting with 6 new skills, a contemplative expression adorned his face. What should he purchase next? The thunder element was a must, and the light element was also highly useful. He desired both. He could buy no more than 2 additional elemental abilities. It wouldn't he do to squander all his malevolent points on acquiring powers. A multitude of abilities paled in comparison to mastering one. Enhancing his own strength was the true path. System. Purchase thunder element ability, light element ability, water element ability, fire element ability. S-grade thunder element ability granted. Intermediate light element ability granted. Intermediate water element ability granted. Intermediate fire element ability granted. All the abilities purchased from the system shop turn out to be S-grade. The Doomsday Malevolent system is rather formidable. Wang Zhen's overall physique soared to 230, sparing him the agony he had endured during his initial awakening of spatial powers. While accepting the abilities, he expanded his space scanning to observe Liu Yin and others' movements. Constantly being reported made daily reviews a challenge. Room 1706. Building 12. Fei Ge, the assault boat from Building 11 has arrived. In the main bedroom. Fei Ge, who was busy, trembled at the mention of Building 11, collapsing to the ground in fright. His name is Qiao Pengfei. Standing at 1.87 meters tall, with a shiny bald head and a thick gold chain around his neck, he bore a cute chick tattoo on his chest. His face was filled with excess flesh, and his gaze was fierce, indicating he was not to be trifled with. Yet upon hearing the mention of Building 11, he appeared utterly terrified. It's over. That devil Wang Zhen has returned. We are doomed. Qiao Pengfei was a loss. Fei Ge, it's not Wang Zhen coming. It's the 3 women by his side. His little brother grinned lewdly. Damn, that woman has legs longer than my life. If I could just have one night with her, I'd die a happy man. Hey, can you speak clearly? You almost scared me to death just now. Qiao Pengfei cursed as he stormed toward his younger brother. Swinging his arm wildly, Qiao Pengfei adjusted his pants and approached the window, peering down. What does Wang Zhen mean? Allowing 3 beautiful women to roam freely. Doesn't he fear they want to return? Fei Ge, Do you think they're here to settle the score with us? The younger brother covered his face and inquired, while Xiao Pengfei fell silent. As a neighbor of Building 11, he had endured 2 days of watching the sightseeing boat sway before him, and he could no longer contain himself. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. If he could seize the sightseeing boat, not only could he procure supplies, but also women that if necessary. He would leave the Guanlan community and seek survival on the other side of Tianhai City. However, when he attempted to steal the sightseeing boat, he encountered the occupants of Building 10, who had their eyes set on the same prize. The two buildings engaged in a fierce confrontation over the ownership of the boat. Both factions gained nothing substantial and were forced to temporarily cease hostilities as the time passed since Wang Zhen's disappearance. Others from different units also began to covet the sightseeing boat. The number of participants in the scramble grew, leading to an all-out brawl. Among them, the loyal courage gang from Building 25 acted like rabid dogs, attacking and killing indiscriminately. Ultimately, they issued a brazen threat. No one was to touch the sightseeing boat. Those who dared would meet their demise. Naturally, this resulted in the loyal courage gang becoming the target of everyone's ire, only retreating when their leader, Zhou Chun, was gravely injured and near death. It was widely believed that Wang Zhen had perished. Otherwise, how could he have been absent for nearly half a month? The factions from over a dozen units conspired with a mindset that if they could not have it, neither should anyone else. They ordered their subordinates to remain compliant. Should any of them leak even a word, they would face dire consequences. Xiao Pengfei's expression darkened. He had no desire to become enemies with Wang Zhen, nor did he wish to attract his attention. Although he had awakened his extraordinary abilities, he was acutely aware that he was no match for Wang Zhen. Yet, should it come to that, he would have no choice but to fight to the death. Old Ba, you will gather people and do this and that. Old Ba smirked, revealing a cruel smile. Lu Yin navigated the assault boat to the foot of Building 12, observing the survivors peering from the windows. Lu Yin murmured, "You would do well to be sensible and not make things difficult for me." After securing the boat, Su Mengqi teleported upstairs, inheriting a fraction of Wang Zhen's power. Lu Yan's physical prowess had also significantly enhanced, enabling her to leap effortlessly to the 11th floor corridor. Ouyang Euro ground her teeth in frustration. She had followed Wang Zhen earlier than Lin Yuyao and Su Mengqi, yet both had inherited powers while she had not. With the assistance of Mo Li and Mo Qi, I shall soon inherit the master's strength as well. Standing atop a mound of earth, Ouyang Euro continuously urged the energy within her. The earth pushed her higher, resembling a rising ladder. Once Ouyang Euro joined her, Lu Yin urged, "We must hurry. We cannot let Zhang Jing and the others get ahead of us. I have inherited the master's absolute defense, so you all stay behind me while we move." Su Mengqi and Ouyang Euro nodded in agreement. Life is a singular gift. Cherish it and do not squander it. Let us go. Lu Yin activated her absolute defense and charged ahead in mere seconds. The three reached the 12th floor. To their surprise, they found no living souls on the 12th floor. Only 5 male corpses. After examining the bodies, Su Mengqi noted that none bore wounds, only bruises caused by blunt objects. "Sister Yin, these deaths are peculiar." Upon hearing her words, Lu Yin furrowed her brow slightly. Before she could respond, Ouyang Euro crouched down and remarked, "Look at this needle mark. These individuals must have been pierced through the heart by ice needles or ice spikes. There must be an ice-type ability user within Building 12. The 3 women exchanged wary glances and continued their search for survivors. Each floor revealed corpses, some already decaying and reeking, while others were missing limbs. Swarming with cockroaches and flies, the trio pressed on, reaching the 15th floor, where they finally encountered the living. All 6 apartment doors were tightly shut. Lu Yin activated her absolute defense and knocked on the door of room 1501. "Who is it? I have a few questions. I don't know anything, and I won't open the door. Just go away." A gaunt woman replied tremulously from within. Beside her stood a man with a sinister expression, brandishing a knife. Lu Yin frowned and knocked on the doors of 1502 and 1503, receiving the same results. She continued knocking until she reached room 1703. Her patience was wearing thin. Did she truly have to drag everyone out one by one for questioning? At that moment, the door to 1704 opened, and a woman stepped out. Dressed neatly, with a plump physique and an unusually rosy complexion, the woman glanced at Lu Yin and inquired, "What do you wish to ask?" "I might know." Lu Yin frowned and straightforwardly asked, "I am from Building 11. Do you know who's been attempting to steal the sightseeing boat during this time?" "Yes, Buildings 17, 22, 19, and 25, the woman recited. Omitting mention of Building 12. Thank you. Lu Yin expressed her gratitude. "We will send you a box of instant noodles as a reward shortly." "Honey, who is it?" A man's voice called from inside. "Nothing, just a neighbor from Building 11 asking a few questions." After saying this, the woman closed the door. Lu Yin approached the door of room 1705 and knocked once more. This time, a man answered. The man gazed at Lu Yin's fair neck and shapely figure, his saliva pooling uncontrollably. Upon seeing her face, his eyes glazed over, unabashedly fixated on her, as if he wished to devour her whole. Crack. Lu Yin pressed the gun to the man's forehead, her voice icy. "Look any longer, and I shall gouge out your eyes. Answer my questions." The man raised his hands, awkwardly chuckling. "You ask, and I shall answer. Which individuals have attempted to steal the sightseeing boat during this time? If you know, speak now, and you shall receive a box of instant noodles." The man pondered briefly before listing a series of unit names, which matched precisely with those provided by the woman from 1704. Suddenly, a naked woman, emaciated and covered in bruises, crawled out from the room, frantically gesturing towards Lu Yin and shaking her head. Lu Yin narrowed her brows. The man was brawny while the woman was gaunt. Something was amiss. "You are putting me in a difficult position. Do you know that?" Bang! A bullet struck the man's knee. He screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. Ouyang Euro, witnessing Lu Yin's decisive action, joined in. Summoning earth spikes that impaled the man's thigh and shoulders, Lu Yin aimed her gun at the man's forehead, addressing the bruised woman. "Now you may speak." The woman opened her mouth but emitted no sound. Upon closer inspection, Lu Yin realized the woman had no teeth, and her tongue had been severed. "Speak. Who are you? Why are you deceiving us?" Lu Yin fired a shot at the man's weapon. "Ah!" The man doubled over in pain, a sheen of sweat breaking out on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. "I am Fei Ge's subordinate. He instructed me to do this." "Did Fei Gu attempt to steal the sightseeing boat?" "Yes." "Is the woman from 1704 part of your group?" The man nodded. "Very well. You may die now." Bang! Lu Yin fired a shot, ending the man suffering. "To 1704. Boom! She kicked down the door of 1704. Lu Yin and Su Mengqi charged inside. The man within barely had time to reach for a knife before Su Mengqi shot him in the head. Lu Yin yanked the woman by her hair, dragging her out as she demanded, "You were quite convincing just now. Now, continue acting." With that, Lu Yin drew her gun and shot the woman in the leg. The woman cried out in pain, "If you dare shoot me, Fei Gu will not let you go." Su Mengqi stepped on the woman's face, emptying her magazine into the woman's chest. "I would like to see how he intends to stop me." At that moment, the doors to rooms 1701 and 1702 creaked open. Xiao Pengfei and Old Ba cautiously peered out. Crack! Su Mengqi and Ouyang Euro instantly turned, aiming their guns at Xiao Pengfei and Old Ba's heads. "Now, anyone could be an enemy. Don't move." Ouyang Euro issued a routine warning. Xiao Pengfei's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He never anticipated that the woman accompanying Wang Zhen would possess such formidable prowess. This could present quite a dilemma. Xiao Pengfei and Lao Ba raised their hands, forcing a sheepish grin as they declared, "Don't shoot. We are on the same side. We share an irreconcilable enmity with Fij, and our goals align with yours. That I know where Fij is. I will lead you to him. Right now, die." With a swift motion, dozens of icy needles shot from Xiao Pengfei's hands, hurtling towards the three women. Yet to his astonishment, he detected no trace of fear in Lu Yin and her companions. They appeared utterly unfazed by his attack. Bang, bang, bang. The ice needles collided with an impenetrable barrier, bursting into a flurry of shards. Boom! Lu Yin retaliated with gunfire. As Ouyang Euro returned fire, she activated her earth spike ability. With a swift motion, 3 earthen spikes pierced through the bodies of Xiao Pengfei and Lao Bi. In an instant, Su Mengqi teleported behind the two men and opened fire. Xiao Pengfei and Lao Ba's bodies were reduced to a mass of holes. Resembling a beehive, Lu Yin stepped into room 1701, where three women stood, completely unclothed, trembling at the sight of Lu Yin brandishing her weapon. Lu Yin frowned and inquired, "Can you speak?" One woman, visibly anxious, replied, "I can." "Where is Fij?" Lu Yin pressed. "That was the person who spoke to you, just now." Lu Yin responded with a chilling realization. "He is already dead. Where are Fij's remaining subordinates?" The woman's previously expressionless face flickered with emotion, her eyes welling with murky tears before erupting into maniacal laughter. "Huh! Well done! Well done!" Bang! Lu Yin fired a shot out the window, her brow furrowed as she demanded, "Where are Fij's remaining subordinates? Tell me at once." "They're scattered across various rooms." "We're leaving," Lu Yin declared, stepping out of the room first. Wang Zhen had made it clear that none involved in the theft of the boat would be spared. The three women launched an assault on Fij's remaining subordinates, who were unprepared for Xiao Pengfei's plan to unravel. Some knelt in surrender, others attempted to fight back desperately, while a few threatened the women with the lives of the survivors. However, just as the threats were uttered, Su Mengqi's figure vanished from sight. At that very moment, a shadow appeared behind the subordinates. With a swift, slicing sound, a weapon cleaved through flesh, and a subordinate's head was severed. The various tactics of the subordinates proved utterly futile against the three women. They were outmatched and unable to escape. Before long, the battle in Building 12 came to an end. The group led by Fij was entirely annihilated. Those who had been under Fij's control were left in a state of shock. Xiao Pengfei and his gang had been obliterated by three stunningly beautiful women. If the damage inflicted by Xiao Pengfei's group was rated at 200, then the impact of Lu Yan's trio was a staggering 500. Were all those emerging from Building 11 this formidable? "Mengqi, did you obtain any information?" Lu Yin inquired. "I did. The ones who thwarted their attempt to steal the sightseeing boat were the loyal and brave gang. Their leader, Zhou Chun, sustained severe injuries, and his status is unknown. We should return to report to the master. The others in the adjoining buildings will await the master's orders," Ouyang Euro replied. Lu Yin and Su Mengqi nodded in agreement. Before long, the three women made their way downstairs and boarded a speedboat back to Building 11 in stark contrast to Lu Yan's more measured approach. Zhang Jing, Lin Yuyao, and Wang Kai were decidedly more brutal and direct in their methods. As the trio ascended the building, countless eyes scrutinized them, and Wang Kai sensed the palpable malice emanating from the crowd. Faced with such hostility, Zhang Jing launched a lethal assault, eliminating those who harbored ill intentions before interrogating the remaining sheep, which proved to be far more efficient. Unlike Lu Yin and her companions, Zhang Jing and her group, after dispatching the participants from Building 10, swiftly turned their attention to other adjoining buildings, executing Wang Zhen's orders flawlessly. Upon their return to Building 11, Lu Yin found that Wang Zhen had completed the acquisition of all abilities. "Master, I have uncovered the truth. The ones who assisted us in guarding the boat were from the loyal and brave gang. Their leader, Zhou Chun, was gravely injured while defending the sightseeing boat, and his fate remains uncertain." Upon entering Building 11, Lu Yin noticed no immediate changes. She promptly reported the situation to Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen raised an eyebrow. "So it was him? A man who knows gratitude." On that day, he had casually saved Zhou Chun, shared with him the method to awaken his abilities, and even left behind 14 loaves of bread. Little did he expect Zhou Chun to establish the loyal and brave gang and valiantly protect the bait he had set after departing the community. Such individuals are rare. It would be a pity if he were to perish, Wang Zhen murmured, setting down his teacup as he prepared to teleport away. Lu Yin hastily inquired, "Master, what shall be done with the supplies and the boat in Building 12? Should we transfer them to Building 11? What use do I have for water damage supplies and a makeshift boat pieced together from splintered wood? Let them remain for those people. Their survival or demise shall depend on their own fates." "Alas, I am indeed too benevolent." With that, Wang Zhen vanished in an instant. The frenzied actions of the loyal and brave gang, following Zhou Chen's injury, had drawn the enmity and attacks of other factions within the Tsulan community. This conflict raged on, and the entire loyal and brave gang, comprising over 60 individuals, including 10 ability users, was mobilized in a fierce struggle. Zhou Chun, despite his grave injuries, seemed oblivious to pain and fatigue. Consumed by a wild frenzy. In Building 20, nearly the entire floor strength was deployed, exceeding 50 individuals, armed with 5 ability users and makeshift crossbows, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides during this intense battle for the building. Concurrently, Buildings 30, 31, and 33 joined the assault on Building 25. The loyal and brave gang also had skilled artisans among them, crafting catapults and slingshots to launch any object capable of inflicting harm. The ordinary members of the loyal and brave gang, driven by their families, their own survival, and loyalty to their gang, hurled anything throwable from above. Furthermore, Deputy Leader Hian Xia, whose awakened ability was Earth Armor, could don his teammates with Earth-based armor, combining forces with Zhou Qin's metal abilities to inflict significant damage and pose a threat to the attacking ability users. Blood flowed, staining a vast expanse of water crimson. As countless fish, weighing 1 to 10 pounds, converged in the area. One after another, members of the loyal and brave gang fell, suffering grievous losses. The conflict between the loyal and brave gang and the 4 adjoining buildings had reached a fever pitch. Both sides, enmeshed in bloodlust, engaged in close-quarters combat as their energies waned. As time progressed, the situation grew increasingly perilous for the loyal and brave gang. They were forced to retreat to the rooftop, where 2 staircases were manned by 10 ability users each, accompanied by a throng of ordinary individuals wielding various weapons. The loyal and brave gang found themselves at the brink of survival, each member drenched in blood and utterly exhausted. Yet none expressed regret. Zhou Qin, pale and gripping a battered machete, stood at the forefront of his comrades. In that moment, he exhibited no fear of death, his face a mask of madness, driven by an indomitable determination. Even in the face of death, he remained resolute in his commitment to protect the gang he had painstakingly built. Hian Xia, bloodied and hoarse, with several wounds marring his body, still bore an expression of fervor. The leader of Building 20, Guohuai, coldly regarded the defiant Zhou Qin and his followers, raising his right hand and casually gesturing. A blade of wind sliced through the air, piercing the body of a loyal and brave gang member. Lan Feng, Zheng Hong, Miao Fei, let all ability users join forces, slay all the men and spare the women. We shall divide them later. Lan Feng from Building 30, Zheng Hong from Building 31, and Miao Fei from Building 33 coldly surveyed Zhou Qin and his group, voicing no objections to Guo Huai's proposal. After today, there would be no more loyal and brave gang. With the leaders issuing commands, the ability users summoned their waning powers, launching a relentless assault against Zhou Qin and his group. Fireballs, arrows of flame, water bolts, wind blades, wooden spikes, earth spikes, and metal blades flew through the air, converging upon Zhou Qin and his comrades. Those without elemental abilities were primarily speed and strength types, wielding their weapons with enhanced physical prowess as they charged into melee combat. Hian Xia, consumed by rage, threw his head back and let out a furious roar, his fists pounding against his chest. A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips, and the veins on his forehead bulged ominously. He gazed deeply at Zhou Qin and bellowed, "Brother, I owe you nothing this time." The energy within him began to surge explosively. To Zhou Qin's astonishment, he witnessed a formidable power radiating from Hian Xia. "This is the last time I help you." With that declaration, a circular earthen wall sprang up, encasing everyone within its protective embrace. With a resounding thud, Hian Xia collapsed to the ground, lifeless, like a fallen piece of gold paper. Old he! Zhou Qin stood in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. In that moment, Hian Xia unleashed a desperate skill, channeling his life force to awaken his final abilities, but upon completing the technique, he lay gravely wounded, on the brink of death. While Zhou Qin was momentarily frozen in place, Zhao Qian seized him and exclaimed, "Chief, I will throw you out. You must go alone." Zhao Qian's body tensed, his veins bulging as he declared, "This is all the strength I have left. Go." They could assist Zhou Qin no further. The remaining path was one he must traverse alone. As Zhou Qin was hurled into the air, tears welled in his eyes. He watched as Hian Xia's protective wall crumbled, His heart heavy with sorrow, he witnessed a throng of armed individuals charging toward the loyal brothers and sisters of the Zhongyong gang. The anguish was unbearable. Why? Why must it be this way again? I have fought tooth and nail to bolster my strength, to protect those I cherish. Why does it still come to this? Zhou Chun screamed, his eyes ablaze. Yearning to return, to die alongside his brothers, he refused to live on alone. In that moment, a familiar figure appeared before him, catching his falling body with ease. Almost instantaneously, blades aimed at Hian Xia, Zhao Qian, and the others were drawn towards Guo Huai, Lan Feng, and Zheng Hong's necks. In an instant, Guo Huai, Lan Feng, Zheng Hong, and Miao Fei felt a chilling dread as they narrowly evaded the lethal strikes. Subsequently, 20 ability users and a crowd of ordinary people looked up to see the figure standing beside Zhou Chen. Upon recognizing Wang Zhen, they collectively gasped in astonishment. Buzzing sounds filled the air as weapons flew uncontrollably into the sky. What kind of ability is this? Guo Huai and the others stared in disbelief, their eyes wide. Lan Feng blinked repeatedly, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. All the weapons hovered in midair, whoosh, in an instant. All the weapons transformed into streaks of phantoms. With a swift motion, a cleaver soared through the air, piercing its owner and spilling forth a cascade of blood. In that moment, a symphony of blades unleashed its fury. Blood spattered everywhere, claiming life after life. Zhou Chun, Zhao Qian, and the other loyal members of the Zhongyong gang stood frozen in shock. They knew Wang Zhen was powerful, but they never anticipated such a monstrous display of strength. Wang Zhen had saved Zhou Chun, which also meant salvation for the Zhongyong gang. The gazes directed at Wang Zhen were filled with reverence, akin to that reserved for a deity. They mused, surely, this is what the legends spoke of. Wang Zhen descended step by step from the air, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Now this is what it means to slaughter with the efficiency of butchering dogs. Once the ordinary people had mostly perished. Guo Huai watched in horror as Wang Zhen dispatched his own underlings with the same ease as one would slay a chicken, their bodies collapsing beside him. Lifeless, the profound fear seeped into his soul. Blossoming into terror, a psychic ability user, and Zhou Chun has allied himself with Wang Zhen. No wonder he fought so fiercely to protect the sightseeing boat. Such a critical piece of information had gone unnoticed until now. In stark contrast to Guo Huai's mounting terror and trembling, the other 19 ability users gasped in unison, their eyes fixated on Wang Zhen, filled with palpable dread. It was as if they were staring into the face of death. Is this truly the extent of Wang Zhen's power? So overwhelming that it inspires awe, rendering any notion of resistance utterly futile. Why is it that, despite being ability users ourselves, he is so vastly superior? Guo Huai felt his confidence and arrogance crumbling into dust as he caught Wang Zhen's gaze. He could no longer maintain his stance. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, pale and pleading. "Mr. Wang, I surrender. Please spare my life." Thud, thud, thud. Guo Huai's kneeling and desperate pleas seemed to trigger a cascade point one by one. The 20 ability users hastily knelt, fearful of delaying and incurring a fatal fate. Surrender and live? How ridiculous! If someone slaps you, do you think a mere apology will suffice? Especially in a world like this, where it's kill or be killed. Wang Zhen shook his head. No, I do not accept your surrender. You are free to resist me as much as you wish. It will serve as a fine opportunity to test my reincarnation abilities. A glint of cold light flashed in Wang Zhen's eyes as he waved his right hand, instantly sealing the space around them. As the space was locked down, a surge of temporal power emerged from within Wang Zhen. This temporal force radiated outward, splitting into 20 temporal blades, each aimed directly at the 20 ability users trapped within the spatial confinement. Had it been before, Wang Zhen would never have dared to attempt such a feat after absorbing his abilities. He still possessed 9,950,000 malevolent points, and thus he boldly escalated both the time acceleration and deceleration from level 2 to level 4. Upon upgrading his temporal abilities, he also invested 420,000 malevolent points into enhancing his overall physical attributes. At this moment, his comprehensive physical attributes reached an astonishing 300 points, 30 times that of an ordinary person. This enhancement granted him exceptional recovery and energy replenishment capabilities that he could heal wounds, restore energy, strengthen his defenses, enhance combat prowess, and prolong his lifespan. That it was the most cost-effective method of enhancement. Had he possessed only 230 points in comprehensive physical attributes before, he would have lacked confidence in executing reincarnation against such a multitude. However, with 300 points in comprehensive physical attributes and an energy reserve of 218, he faced no such issue now. The level 4 spatial confinement, combined with level 4 time acceleration, produced an indescribable temporal power. It encompassed ceiling, time acceleration, and the fusion of two abilities, creating a formidable temporal pressure. The synergy of these two abilities far surpassed the simplistic addition of 1+1. As the temporal blades struck Guo Huai and the others, they felt a jolt through their bodies, as if something within them had been severed. In mere seconds, their expressions shifted dramatically in terror as they beheld their own transformations. Some aged into frail old men, others into middle-aged figures, and the weakest among them, a female ability user, became a dying elderly woman, her skin wrinkled and face devoid of vitality. This sight left Zhou Chun and the others outside the spatial confinement gasping in horror. Their eyes filled with profound fear. They instinctively recoiled, dreading the fate that awaited them should they share the same destiny as Guo Huai. What kind of ability is this? Time. It's time, a terrifying power capable of transforming a youth into an old man in the blink of an eye. Wang Zhen, in addition to his psychic abilities, also wielded the power of time. How formidable! No wonder he could effortlessly annihilate the Xiaoyao gang and emerge unscathed. Regret and resentment welled up within Guo Huai and the others. Why do we let greed take hold? Why do we attempt to seize the sightseeing boat? Why did we attack the Zhongyong gang? Although they had all awakened their abilities through the trials of storm. Starting from the same point, how is the disparity so vast? The anguish and fear experienced by the 20 ability users translated into a surge of 160,000 malevolent points for Wang Zhen. Guo Huai watched in horror as his hands transformed into those of an old man. His face becoming a tapestry of wrinkles, he observed his body aging rapidly, spotting deathly splotches on his cheeks. Weakness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. The sense of powerlessness was maddening. The last of his companions aged and crumbled into ash. Wang Zhen retracted the temporal blades. It was indeed a fleeting moment, as if masts and sails had turned to dust. The power of time was fearsome, and this was merely the 4th level of time acceleration. One could only imagine the strength of levels 5 or 10. However, should I encounter a creature as formidable as the ancient tortoise, even if I were to deplete all the energy within me, I fear that I would be incapable of severing its lifespan with the blade of time. The blade of time extinguishes the lifespans of adversaries. The weaker the foe, the mightier the blade's effect. Conversely, the stronger the enemy, the less potent the blade becomes. Nevertheless, as long as my extraordinary abilities remain vastly superior, this concern need not trouble me. Within the confines of spatial barriers, the waterproof layers and cement beneath Guo Huai and the others similarly succumbed to the ravages of time, deteriorating and shattering as though they had endured a century in mere seconds. This fleeting moment brought about an indelible shock and psychological scar for Zhou Chun and his companions, a burden they would carry for a lifetime. From this instant onward, the members of the loyal and brave gang present would never entertain thoughts of resisting Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen turned his gaze towards Zhou Chun and his group. Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives. We are at a loss for how to repay you, but we would gladly follow you, serving you loyally like horses and dogs. Zhou Chun, Zhao Qian, and the others spoke in unison. Wang Zhen remained silent. He had no intentions of establishing a faction. The troubles that would entail, managing this and that, seemed exceedingly bothersome. Was it not preferable to roam freely through the world, surrounded by beautiful women? However, if Zhou Chun and his companions were to kill, the resulting infamy would also fall upon him, thus making it possible for them to become a vassal force that it was worth a try. Wang Zhen turned away, indifferently stating, "Not everyone can follow me and serve my interests. Since you have sincerely pleaded, I will generously grant you an opportunity. Eradicate all forces involved in the theft of the sightseeing boat." leaving not a single one alive. Accomplish this, and you may have a chance. Fail, and do not mention this matter again. Zhou Qin suddenly recalled a melodramatic television series and exclaimed, "My lord, I shall not disappoint your expectations." Wang Zhen grunted in acknowledgement and approached He-Anxia. Furrowing his brow, to be honest, he held a degree of admiration for He-Anxia. For the sake of his brothers, he had inflicted wounds upon himself. Depleting his life force, in Wang Zhen's perception, He-Anxia still clung to life, with an exceedingly faint heartbeat within him. However, given his current state, without timely medical intervention, he would not survive for more than 15 minutes. Contemplating this, he addressed Zhou Qin and the others directly. "Does anyone among you possess medical knowledge? Or has anyone awakened healing abilities?" Upon hearing Wang Zhen's words, Zhou Qin and Zhao Qian's eyes turned red. Shaking their heads weakly, "Can anyone perform basic first aid?" he inquired again. The group continued to shake their heads. "Very well." Wang Zhen sighed, exasperated. If He-Anxia were a beautiful woman, he might have considered sacrificing a portion of himself to make her his bloodline. But alas, he was a man. Perhaps that was simply his fate. Upon reaching He-Anxia's side, Zhou Qin's fierce eyes overflowed with tears, recalling the scene of He-Anxia's desperate struggle, his heart aching to the point of suffocation. A grown man wept uncontrollably. Zhao Qian and the others were similarly distraught, wailing without restraint. While others cried, Wang Zhen laughed. "He-Anxia has saved you. If you do not weep, I shall strike you until you do, and then I will kill you." Wang Zhen had no intention of allowing Su Mingqi to intervene, but he merely admired He-Anxia. But that did not mean he would sacrifice Su Mingqi to save someone with whom he had no connection. He-Anxia's injuries were grievous, bordering on fatal. Save him. Even Su Mingqi's healing light would prove inadequate. The external injuries He-Anxia bore paled in comparison to the depletion of his life force. Wang Zhen was no saint. He could not bring himself to sacrifice for another. Even in his allegiance to the loyal and brave gang, he would offer no assistance. For every life taken by the gang, he would receive rewards and infamy points, which he would generously distribute. Conversely, he would grant them nothing but a great kindness is akin to a great enmity. A small favor is eternally remembered. I would rather betray the world than allow the world to betray me. Now, extracting a mere fraction of his resources, he retrieved a vial of adrenaline and several boxes of Yunnan Baiyao, a task that was still within his capacity. "Sigh, I'm still too kind-hearted," Wang Zhen mused. Handing the items to Zhou Qin, "Administer this. Whether he survives depends on his own fortune." Having given his instructions, Wang Zhen vanished in an instant. This wave of slaughter had yielded considerable infamy points. This trip was not in vain. Opening his system panel, notifications of infamy points gained appear before him. Eliminated Wind-type ability, user Guahuai. Infamy points 130,000. Eliminated ability, user Lu Tao. Infamy points 100,000. Eliminated ability, user Lan Feng. Infamy points 140,000. Current infamy points, 12.66 million. Just as I was feeling drowsy, a pillow was delivered. Observing his infamy points return to the 10 million mark, a flicker of excitement crossed Wang Zhen's otherwise calm visage. Liu Yan's team had eradicated Xiao Pengfei's faction, increasing his infamy points by 710,000. Zhang Jing and others had eliminated the individuals from building number 10, adding 690,000 to his total. The rooftop battle atop building No. 25 had contributed 9 million points. The remaining 300,000 were derived from Zhang Jing and others eliminating targets from other buildings. Although the infamy points required to enhance his abilities had grown increasingly demanding. The rate at which they accumulated also surged, with Liu Yan and others becoming his bloodline. Presently, he need not lift a finger. His infamy points steadily increased by thousands. Zhang Jing, Lin Yuyao, and Wang Kai, like execution machines, flawlessly executed Wang Zhen's commands. All those who had stolen the sightseeing boat were to perish. As Wang Zhen's overall attributes rose by 70 points, Zhang Jing, Liu Yan, and the others felt the change. Yuyao, just now I distinctly sensed my strength had surged significantly. This must be the reward bestowed upon us by our master. Indeed, I too felt a remarkable increase in both my strength and energy. My speed has quickened, and my endurance has strengthened. Receiving Wang Zhen's reward, the two women felt their efforts had not been in vain, for this was a gift from their master. What about me? What about me? I'm also working hard, Wang Kai exclaimed. Zhang Jing turned to Lin Yuyao, saying from now on, we must execute our master's commands at the earliest opportunity. Those things our master has not anticipated, stated, or witnessed, we must think of, articulate, and accomplish on his behalf. Lin Yao wholeheartedly agreed. In the midst of their banter, they swiftly eliminated another ability user. Ding eliminated a wood-type ability user. Infamy points 98,000. Lu Yin and Su Mengqi similarly felt their strength augmenting. After waiting in vain for Zhang Jing and the others to return, Lu Yin grew anxious. Mengqi, do you think Zhang Jing and the others have gone to eliminate targets in other buildings? Su Mengqi replied, that is certainly the case. Our master clearly stated that it was everyone, not just those from building number 10 and building number 12 that know. I must prove my worth. Both Lu Yin and Su Mengqi thought simultaneously. In the next moment, they seized their firearms, raced downstairs, boarded a speedboat, and set off to kill. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yuru, who was enjoying her meal, looked at them in confusion. Were they all so worked up about? Yet, upon reflection, as they were so eager, what would happen to me if I did nothing? How long would it take for me to inherit my master's power? This is terrible. They're all vying for the position of steward. If I prove to be too useless, will they incite our master to cast me aside? I cannot remain idle. Perhaps, rather than going out to complete tasks, it would be better to find ways to please my master. I shall seek out Mo Li and Mo Chi to discuss makeup. What would be the perfect cosplay? Ideally, I could captivate my master, making him dote exclusively on me. I almost forgot about those outfits and accessories. Perfect! This time, I shall undoubtedly inherit my master's power. With that, Ouyang Yuru approached the Mo sisters to share her private thoughts. Meanwhile, Wang Zhen surveyed his system panel. Name. Wang Zhen basic attributes. Comprehensive Constitution 300. Agility 220. Infamy points can be used to enhance attributes. Energy 18, 218. Spatial abilities. Teleportation, level 3. Distance 1200, combined with absolute defense, level 3. Spatial lockdown, level 4. Maximum lock range 400 meters. Spatial wormhole, level 3. 4 exits, spatial cutting, level 1, and spatial scanning, level 1. Temporal abilities. Time acceleration, level 4, distance 80 meters, and time deceleration, level 4. Casting accompanied by stasis effect of 4. Mental abilities. Eye of the Void, level 2. Mental telekinesis, level 4. Mental strength 1600. Will attack, level 1. And illusion attack, level 1. Bloodline ability, level 3. Number of bloodline descendants. For lightning abilities, Thunderbolt execution, level 1. Chain of Thunder, level 1. And Heavenly Lightning Sword Aura, level 1. Light abilities, Radiant Dispersion, level 1. Flash, level 1. And Blessing of Light, level 1. Fire abilities, Flame Blade, level 1. Fire Dance Tornado, level 1. And Destruction, level 1. Water abilities, Water Tornado, level 1. Water Prison, level 1. And Heavy Water Attack, level 1. Alas, despite my relentless efforts to eliminate foes, my malevolence value remains insufficient. The Eye of the Void is a fusion-type mental ability capable of unraveling illusions. Providing both passive defense and offense, that IT can also retrieve information, data, and secrets regarding level 1 ability users. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will win every battle. Level up. Let us first elevate the Eye of the Void. System, upgrade the Eye of the Void. Ding. Detection indicates the host possesses will attack and illusion attack skills. The Eye of the Void will merge with these two abilities. The required malevolence value for this upgrade, 2.4 million. Shall we proceed with the upgrade? Is that even a question? It must be done. Commence. Obliteration. Level 3. Effect 1. Mental dissuasion. When the host is before subordinates, they carry an aura of dominance, rendering them unable to defy or deceive the host. Effect 2. Mind interference. The host can forcibly manipulate the consciousness and thoughts of others through illusions, and, as the level increases, even the memories of enemies. Effect 3. Defense and attack are unified. Any attempts to assault the host with illusions will result in dire consequences for the attacker, and the host's offensive actions will be doubled in effect. Special Effect 1. Soul Enchantment. Expending 1/3 of total mental energy at once, causing enemies to instantly lose consciousness. Special Effect 2. Mental Barrier. Utilizing mental power to shield against enemy probing. Delightful. Let us directly elevate to level 4. With the deduction of 4.8 million malevolence points, the level of obliteration has risen to 4, greatly enhancing the power of all skills and special effects. Which shall we upgrade next? Bloodline, with a level 3 bloodline. There are only 4 descendants. Now, with 7 maidens in his possession, transforming them into bloodline descendants will aid in increasing the malevolence value. Current malevolence value. For 0.86 million, Wang Zhen gazed at the malevolence value displayed on the panel and resolved to elevate Thunderbolt Execution, Heavenly Lightning Sword Aura, and Destruction all to level 4. In the skill descriptions, all 3 abilities are range techniques with immense power. Thunderbolt Execution releases a colossal electric arc the width of an arm, inflicting tremendous damage, rendering it invincible at the same level. Heavenly Lightning Sword forms 3 lightning swords, incredibly hard, indestructible, and capable of breaking anything, a divine skill for group combat. Destruction, centered around the host, it creates a vortex of flames, drawing nearby enemies into the whirlpool, incinerating them to ashes. Moments later, Thunderbolt Execution, Heavenly Lightning Sword Aura, and Destruction have all ascended to level 4, the current malevolence value. 660,000. Wang Zhen initially held high hopes for light abilities, only to discover that all 3 skills were auxiliary in nature, providing minimal enhancement to his power. Spending the remaining 660,000 malevolence points on upgrading light abilities seems less practical than enhancing Water Prison. Water Prison, a skill for control and confinement. With the level of Water Prison rising to 3, Wang Zhen's malevolence points dwindled to a single digit. Current malevolence value. 60,000. Wang Zhen summoned a heavenly lightning sword. Gripping it in hand, standing mid-air, and thrusting it toward the heavens. Thunder strikes. With a command, the sky rumbled, torrents of lightning converging upon the heavenly lightning sword, bathing Wang Zhen in countless bolts without inflicting a single scratch. It resembled the celestial beings traversing through tribulations in videos. Dashing. Today marks a momentous breakthrough in skills, a perfect opportunity to slay some foes to ease the mind. Survivors from the adjacent unit gazed out the window, their eyes wide with astonishment. Divine, 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 one survivor scoffed. Have you lost your mind? Are there really deities in this world? If there were, I would have implored every deity and Buddha willing to sacrifice my life for my mother's health. Did it work? Absolutely not. Death still claims its due. Huh. Where did he go? He was just hovering in the air. The survivor rubbed his eyes, murmuring, could it be that I'm too hungry and seeing things? Wang Zhen activated spatial scanning, focusing on Building 19. The inhabitants of that building had stolen his sightseeing boat, and he had not forgotten. Zhang Jing and the others had yet to sweep that building. So he would take matters into his own hands. Avenging and killing would not only yield malevolence points, but also allow him to test his skills. He, dare to disturb my bait? I shall make you regret ever existing in this world. Building 19. The leader was unsure of the rationale behind not joining forces with Building 20 to annihilate the loyal and brave gang. A junior, slurping instant noodles, remarked to a companion, a bear is only as good as its leader. If the leader is incompetent and timid, how can he hope to improve our lives? Just as he was engrossed in his noodles, something flickered past. Who goes there? The junior hastily set down his bowl and ventured outside, only to find the place deserted. Could it be that the captive women had escaped? He muttered, preparing to return for his unfinished noodles and check on the holding area for the women. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound. Come out, the junior bellowed. Show yourself at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude. Lao Lu, come out. We're heading downstairs. No response. How rude can you be? A woman clad in a JK outfit emerged from the corner of the corridor, her snow-white legs dazzling, flashing him a sultry smile. You are courting disaster. The junior approached the JK girl, his eyes ablaze with fervor. His nervous hands and flushed face betrayed his anxiety. I want to see how the fire burns me. Can it really kill me? Damn it. Lao Wu, you're insane. That is a wall. Lao Lu heard the commotion and stepped out of his room to pull Lao Wu back. However, Lao Wu turned around, instantly causing Lao Lu to stumble and fall. Lao Wu's lower half was a gruesome sight, his eyes devoid of life, resembling a zombie. Lao Wu advanced step by step toward Lao Liu in the next moment. He lunged forward, sinking his teeth into Lao Lu's neck. A gaping wound appeared on Lao Lu's neck, blood pouring out, his body convulsing violently, meeting a gruesome end. After Lao Lu's demise, Lao Wu resumed his previous actions. Half an hour later, Lao Wu, having exhausted all vitality, flickered and perished. From the moment Lao Wu stepped out, he had entered Wang Zhen's illusion. In Building 19, many expressed discontent with Lu Ming's decisions. 6 ability users were summoned by Lu Ming to a room. Boss, morale is low, and the team is hard to manage. Shi Guoping lamented deeply. While appearing to show concern for the gang's unity, he was in fact subtly inciting discord. Liu Ming idly played with a pen, grinning as he gazed at Shi Guoping. Are you implying that I am in the wrong? Shi Guoping shook his head. Boss, that is not my meaning. It's the sentiment of everyone. Lu Ming, still smiling, stood up and approached Shi Guoping. I believe you are correct. Now, tell me, what should I do? Join forces with the other buildings, eradicate the loyal and brave gang, and reclaim the sightseeing boat. The first step is to dominate the community, and then, as he spoke, Shi Guoping found himself at a loss for words, as the pen had already hovered at his neck. Shi Guoping froze. Boss, that joke isn't funny. Consider the consequences of turning against me. I have saved your life. Who would still follow you after killing your savior? Humph. The pen swiftly pierced Shi Guoping's neck, emerging from the back. And Shi Guoping's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed to the ground. You really dare to speak so boldly, teaching me how to do things. You owe me your life? Lu Ming gazed upon the lifeless body of Shi Guoping, a derisive smile curling upon his lips. Foolish wretch, incessantly prattling on about that meager life-saving grace, I have long yearned to eliminate you. With that, Lu Ming turned his attention to the remaining 5 individuals. They hastily knelt before him, pleading, Boss, it was all Shi Guoping's idea. He went around claiming the leader was timid, fearful of death, lacking in ambition. Yet what awaited them was a swiftly flying steel pen, piercing directly through the heart. The other 4 were left paralyzed with shock, their heads bowed, trembling upon the ground. You submit to me? Lu Ming inquired, twirling the pen. Reclining on the sofa, his eyes narrowed. That we submit. The 4 responded in unison. After a prolonged silence without a reply, they dared to look up, only to be astounded by the sight of Lu Ming plunging the pen into his own skull. The 4 were left in utter disbelief. Their gazes fixated on the pen in Lu Ming's hand. Drip, drip, blood fell to the ground. Had Lu Ming truly perished? They could scarcely believe the reality before them, pinching themselves hard. Ow, it was no dream. But why would Lu Ming take his own life? Was he momentarily deranged? The possibilities were myriad. However, their concern did not extend to the reasons behind Lu Ming's suicide. What mattered was that he was dead. No longer would anyone wield authority over them, nor would they live in fear of inadvertently forfeiting their own lives. Lu Ming is dead. Brothers, he is dead. Henceforth, the Reverse Heaven Gang shall be ruled by the 4 of us. The supply shall be divided among us, and the 3 women shall be shared. The 4 engaged in a lively discussion, determining the distribution of items. Liu Ming had been a failed leader. With his demise, all that occupied their thoughts was the division of his resources and women. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. The 4 ability users furrowed their brows. Liu Ming had instructed them not to disturb the meeting under any circumstances. Ordinarily, no one would dare interrupt unless a calamity was at hand. Who is it? What is the matter? A buzzcut ability user scowled. Silence reigned outside. With a temper flaring, the buzzcut user strode to the door and flung it open. To his dismay, the hallway lay empty. Damn it, no one is here, he muttered, perplexed. Since no one's around, let us seize this opportunity. I've longed to experience the pleasure of the eldest sister. Fellow comrades, ha ha ha. Just as the four laughed with abandon, the knocking resumed. What now? You all stay put. I'll take a look. Old Chi, brimming with frustration, yanked the door open once more. Outside, the space remained devoid of any presence. Upon turning to close the door, the knocking persisted anew. The four halted, exchanging wary glances, their eyes drifting to Lu Ming's corpse on the sofa, an involuntary shiver creeping down their spines. Could it be that Lu Ming's ghost had come to seek them out? The mere mention of a ghost sent tremors through their hearts. Damn it, we have awakened our abilities. Why should we fear a ghost? As the knocking continued, Old Chi's fists ignited with flames, striking the security door. Boom! His fist tore through the door, yet to his horror he found no one outside. The knocking continued unabated. Beads of sweat formed on the brows of the four, their throats constricted, breaths growing shallow. Bang, 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 this time. A familiar voice resonated from outside. Chi Yun. Fu Exen, how dare you lay hands on my women while I am away? Was that Lu Ming's voice? The four exchanged glances, simultaneously staring at the lifeless Lu Ming on the sofa. He was right there. Who could be outside? Chi Yun cautiously crept toward the door, inching closer, his hand grasping the doorknob. Boom! He flung the door wide open, and a shudder coursed through him as he beheld the deceased Lu Ming standing outside. An expressionless gaze fixed upon them, a chill gripped the hearts of the four. The voice and appearance of the figure outside were identical to Lu Ming. With a swift motion, they turned to look at the sofa once more. Lu Ming remained frozen in the act of inserting the pen into his own head. When the world was happening, fear enveloped their minds, an indescribable terror rendering their throats tight and their bodies icy. I just checked. Lu Ming was beyond dead. So who exactly are you? Chi Yun's expression twisted in rage. Letting out a primal scream, he unleashed a fiery punch aimed at the figure of Lu Ming outside. Crash! Lu Ming's form disintegrated like foam, vanishing into thin is that all? You dare to frighten me? Chi Yun boasted, turning to face the other three, only to find them missing, his expression freezing in shock. A wave of indescribable cold surged from his feet to his head. He turned once more. The vanished Lu Ming reappeared outside. Boom! Chi Yun struck Lu Ming again. Once, twice, thrice, Chi Yun's energy and strength waned, and he slumped helplessly to the ground. Before him lay three corpses. Upon closer inspection, they were Fu Exen and the other two ability users. From the very beginning, he and the others had been ensnared within Wang Zhen's illusion. Ding! Detection of Chi Yun, Fu Exen, and others' fear levels exceeded the limit. Malevolence value increased by 12,000. Ding! Detection of the host using a weapon to kill 3 level 1 ability users. Malevolence value increased by 340,000. The power of the illusion was formidable, capable of dispatching all with weak mental fortitude and willpower without the host lifting a finger. The more he killed, the more he enjoyed experimenting with new skills. Indeed, he was merely playing. Whoosh! Wang Zhen materialized out of thin air, observing Chi Yun with a grin. Hey, do you wish to live or die? You are Wang Zhen. Chi Yun recognized him instantly from their encounter in Building 25. He then noticed the bodies of Fu Xin and the others, realizing they had perished by his own fiery fists. They had all been slain by him? Just moments ago, he had been confronting Lu Ming, and they had been reduced to nothingness. But now, it was Wang Zhen, the orchestrator behind it all, that a chill coursed through Chi Yun's being. He collapsed to his knees, murmuring, Lord Wang, spare me. I wish to live. I wish to live. Better to live in disgrace than die honorably. Wang Zhen smiled faintly. Gather everyone from the Reverse Heaven gang. Make it clear, everyone. If you miss even one, you shall join them in death. Alternatively, you can choose to flee. Chi Yun hastily waved his hands. I dare not. I wouldn't. 15 minutes later, Chi Yun assembled all members of the Reverse Heaven gang that a throng of underlings gathered, engaged in idle chatter. Old 2, I'm tired of that one. How about we swap? You must be dreaming. I have no interest in older women. Fine, if you don't want to swap, then next time I get something good, I won't share with you. Why do you think the boss summoned us? Is he planning something? He probably is. I don't think so. The people from Building 20 have gone to battle the loyal and brave gang, with our internal strife. Now is the perfect time to plunder. The boss is indeed wise. managing to seize resources and women without lifting a single weapon. Old too. Since you don't want to swap, I won't either. I always knew Shirguoping was no good. The boss is truly brilliant. How could he allow other forces to grow? Wang Zhen appeared, a broad smile upon his face as he approached the crowd. Are you all prepared? Prepared for what? Someone asked instinctively. Wang Zhen raised an eyebrow. Prepared to journey to the underworld. By the way, how would you like to die? Wang Zhen was a man of principles, allowing them to choose their own demise. The crowd regarded him with puzzled looks. Who are you, brother? Have you lost your mind? The sun isn't even down, and you're already dreaming. Should I get you a pillow for a nap? Wang Zhen regarded the underlings seriously, since he refused to choose. I shall decide for you. Alas, do you truly believe yourself to be akin to that fool, Wang Zhen? Wang Zhen summoned the heavenly thunder sword, which sliced down from above the head of the man speaking. With a single stroke, the man's body was neatly cleaved in two, the severed wound emitting a sizzling sound as it released plumes of steam alongside a waft of meaty aroma. At that moment, one individual finally recognized Wang Zhen, exclaiming in horror, "He is the dreaded Wang Zhen." The expressions of the surrounding minions shifted dramatically. My Lord Wang, it was my foolish tongue that spoke. Please grant me mercy and treat me as insignificant. My Lord Wang, we were blind to offend you today. My Lord Wang, you are the one I admire most. Annihilate, commence. A pillar of fire erupted from within Wang Zhen, swirling rapidly around him, instantly morphing into a fiery tornado. This infernal vortex exuded an overwhelming force, drawing the nearby minions toward its center. Ah, it hurts, it's scorching. You devil. I swear, even as a ghost, I will not spare you. We merely attempted to steal your sightseeing vessel. Was it truly necessary to eradicate us completely? My lord, I am willing to serve as your loyal dog. I beg for my life. Moments later, all those summoned by Qi Yun vanished. Indeed, they disappeared. Their garments, and even their corpses, seemed to evaporate as if they belonged to another realm. The magnitude of annihilation was evident. With his current energy level of 999, he could only unleash this power twice. Even if a horde of level 4 evolved beings were to confront him, they would be reduced to mere vapor by the force of annihilation. His energy peaked at 99,999 when enhancing the Heavenly Thunder Sword. Yet it showed no increase while augmenting annihilation, as if he had reached a certain threshold. Despite his composite physique continuously absorbing energy from the air, no additional power could be garnered. Wang Zhen mused that this might be related to his composite physique. Future enhancements should primarily focus on elevating this attribute. Where have you sent them? Qi Yun, lurking at a distance, observed the large crowd that had vanished from the corridor, his expression akin to that of a ghost. Timidly inquiring, nowhere, they are all dead, vanished. Wang Zhen indicated the surrounding air, using his mental energy to extract a cigarette, igniting it with his fire-based powers, his eyes narrowing in enjoyment. Would you like to smoke? Care for a stick? He flicked a cigarette toward Qi Yun, who gratefully accepted it, astonished. Thank you. Thank you. Qi Yun, flustered, did not dare to smoke before Wang Zhen. Why not smoke? Wang Zhen smiled slyly at Qi Yun. Startled, Qi Yun hurriedly placed the cigarette between his lips, igniting it with a flicker of flame from his index finger. You possess fire-based abilities as well? Qi Yun laughed nervously. Indeed. Wang Zhen remained silent, finishing his cigarette before his expression shifted. Your powers dare to parallel mine? Die. Qi Yun was momentarily bewildered, his body trembling. A bolt of electricity, as thick as an arm, struck him, searing his flesh and skin. With a sickening pop, the arc burned a hole the size of an arm into his chest. His eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend why he was being punished. Could it be that possessing powers like Wang Zhen's was considered crime? Qi Yun was momentarily dazed, his body quaking. The truth was that Wang Zhen had never intended to spare him. He merely sought an excuse. In this apocalyptic world, it was a matter of survival. One must eradicate all threats. After Wang Zhen teleported away, a thunderous crash resounded as Building 19 collapsed, reduced to a heap of rubble. The might of annihilation was so great that it could vaporize even humans, destroying the steel and concrete structure as if it were nothing. Mo Li and Mo Qi, under the encouragement of Ouyang Yuru, dressed as Ning Hongye and Gu Qinghan respectively, while Ouyang Yuru donned the guise of a healer from a game. The three women, after completing their makeup, sat together, engaged in conversation. Ouyang Yuru grasped the hands of the two sisters, saying, "After tonight, you will thank me." "Sister Yuru, can a woman become the masteress once and awaken abilities?" Mo Li inquired with curiosity. Indeed, that girl Lin Yao had no powers before but gained them after being with the master, and the same goes for Su Mingqi. Ouyang Yuru replied with assurance. She harbored her own ulterior motives, refraining from mentioning the inheritance of bloodline powers. If she revealed that, the two sisters might overshadow her, rendering her efforts futile. So, the master possesses an exceptionally mysterious essence that can awaken latent potential. Mo Chi pondered. Your reasoning holds merit. Mo Li whispered. Do you think the master is a deity? Otherwise, how could he possess such formidable power, allowing his women to awaken abilities? Ouyang Yuru nodded in agreement. You are quite right. In essence, the most crucial task for them was to please the master. If he was content, he would grant their desires. Should anyone provoke his ire, none would find solace, and all sisters would hold no mercy. As time passed with Wang Zhen, Ouyang Yuru became acutely aware of her comfortable life. Yet her sense of impending danger grew stronger. She feared that the two sisters might stubbornly irritate Wang Zhen, incurring his wrath and delaying her ascension to his bloodline. Enough chatter. The master has returned. Upon seeing Ouyang Yuru in the twins' attire, Wang Zhen could not help but grin widely. Splendid, truly splendid. Ouyang Yuru understands my intentions. As Ouyang Yuru noticed Wang Zhen's presence, she knelt with a thud, exclaiming, Welcome home. Master, master, the meal is prepared. Shall we dine now? Mo Li and Mo Chi hastily followed Ouyang Yuru's lead, bowing with utmost respect as they approached Wang Zhen, wiping his hands, removing his outer garment, and crouching to replace his shoes. Wang Zhen regarded Ouyang Yuru. Well done. Tonight you shall become my bloodline. Oh joy! Master, you are the most magnificent, most illustrious man in the world. Bar none, Ouyang Yuru fawned, internally smirking. What of your competition? As long as I keep the master pleased, that is sufficient. Wang Zhen took his place at the head of the dining table, calmly stating, No need to wait for them. Let us eat. The three women took their seats, refraining from touching their chopsticks. Wang Zhen sampled the dish before they dared to eat, during which Ouyang Yuru and the twins diligently shelled shrimp and cracked crab meat for him. Wang Zhen sighed. Now, this is what life should be. In the past, he could only call it mere survival, no different from that of cattle and horses that in the blink of an eye. 7 days passed. Today marked the second day since Wang Zhen returned to the Guanlan community. After a night of toil, he finally succumbed to a deep slumber at 5 in the morning. He had intended to sleep until the afternoon, but was abruptly awakened by the thunderous roar outside. Boom! The Apocalypse fortress resonated with the sounds of crashing thunder, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. Dark clouds churned ominously, plunging Tianhai City into darkness in an instant. Each raindrop fell like a miniature cannonball, striking the water's surface with a cacophony of sound. The torrential downpour was accompanied by howling winds, wreaking havoc. The survivor stood on the corridor, staring at the sudden tempest. Utterly paralyzed again, are we not allowed to live? You treacherous heavens, are you intent on driving me to my doom? In the next moment, a fierce gust of wind swept in. The survivor, having been reduced to skin and bones since the onset of the apocalypse, lost his grip on the railing and was whisked away into the sky. Ah, Heavenly Father, I was wrong. I was wrong. I still wish to live. Moments later, the survivor vanished without a trace, his fate unknown. Wang Zhen opened his phone. Attention all survivors. Blue Star will once again face a storm in the upcoming period. Refrain from going outside unless absolutely necessary. This message is to be repeated thrice. Experts predicted, this storm is expected to last for a month. It will cease entirely after 1 month, at which point the authorities will initiate a comprehensive rescue operation. We ask all citizens to remain patient. Those still possessing satellite phones and electricity began commenting beneath the announcement that I knew it. That's why we haven't seen the big boss intervene yet. There's an even fiercer storm approaching. Ha ha ha. As long as the rain ceases, It won't be long before the water level recedes to the standards of the pre-apocalyptic world. Disasters will inevitably pass, and hope will dawn like the morning light. The end of the apocalypse is nigh. The comments section is filled with tranquility. A month-long tempest? Suddenly, an epiphany struck Wang Zhen. Could it be that the opportunity for a second evolution had arrived? Humanity awakens its extraordinary abilities through the baptism of the flood that follows the storm. If the first storm catalyzed human awakening and evolution, the second tempest might even empower humanity or other beings further. As for the flood receding and the end of the apocalypse, that may very well be when the true disaster begins. During the flood, many found it inconvenient to venture outside, and confrontations were limited to within buildings. However, once the waters recede, the struggle for resources will intensify, leading to even more fierce bloodshed and conflict. The strong will consume the weak, and the weak will prey upon the vulnerable. The emergence of extraordinary beings has already altered the course of history. The wheel of time will continue to turn, and nothing will revert to its former state. Yet, all of this bears little significance to Wang Zhen. He resides in an apocalyptic fortress, warm and comfortable. In terms of power, most of his abilities have reached level 4. Who could possibly kill him? Who would dare? Emily glanced outside. Master, it's not yet dawn. Perhaps we could sleep a while longer? Wang Zhen retrieved several sets of clothing from the system space and placed them on the bed. Everyone wake up. It's already noon, and the storm has arrived. Ochi's eyes widened in astonishment. Disregarding her attire, she rushed to the window. Wow, the storm has truly come, even fiercer than a month ago. First, go wash up and hurry to prepare a meal. I'm famished upon hearing Wang Zhen's hunger. Ouyang Yuru seemed to be activated, springing from her bed while dressing. Master, I'll prepare the meal. Please wait a moment. Wang Zhen nodded and planned to seize this time to investigate the flood. If this truly was an opportunity for a second evolution, many of his auxiliary level 1 skills could be upgraded to level 2 saving some evil points would be beneficial. Currently, his evil point stood at 23. 420,000, acquired after the Loyal and Brave gang, including Zhang Jing and Lu Yan, eradicated all factions that had previously pilfered from the Guanlan community. Master, please don't go. Wang Zhen raised an eyebrow and chuckled. What is the matter? Is there something you wish to discuss? I'm afraid of thunder. Chi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Wang Zhen smirked, recalling how she was unfazed by the thunder earlier, but now feigned fear, merely desiring his company. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Zhen said, Put on a raincoat and come with me to have a look outside. Chi nodded and hurriedly donned a raincoat. It was only today that she realized how fortunate a true woman could be. Now, she simply wished to linger by Wang Zhen's side for a while longer. Moments later, Wang Zhen and Chi ascended to the rooftop, where he produced an oversized bath barrel, collecting rainwater cascading from above. Half an hour later, Wang Zhen, stripped bare, lay in the barrel, embracing the baptism of the rainwater. The mysterious substances within the rain were considerably purer than those in the flood. While it might not suffice to elevate his light ability to level 2, he could sense his skills enhancing. With a few more soaks, he should be able to achieve that upgrade. Wang Zhen felt a surge of delight as he sensed changes within his body. Amidst the torrential rain, his comprehension of spatial abilities deepened. Indeed, the second phase of the storm represented a second opportunity for evolution. Once this round of tempest concludes, many level 1 extraordinary beings would ascend to level 2, their skills becoming increasingly flamboyant. How exhilarating! Wang Zhen grinned. The stronger the adversaries, the more thrilling the battle, the greater the sense of accomplishment, and the more evil points he would accrue a few minutes later. Wang Zhen noticed the mysterious substance in the bath barrel had dissipated. He disposed of the water and refilled it. He retrieved a multitude of bath barrels, filling the rooftop of Building 11 with collected rainwater. Chi looked on, bewildered. Let us summon everyone. Soaking the rainwater can facilitate the evolution and upgrade of their abilities that Chi realized. So abilities can indeed be upgraded. I'll go right away. With a swift motion, Chi vanished into a wormhole. After becoming Wang Zhen's partner, Chi awakened her extraordinary wind ability. The gale, inheriting spatial wormhole powers from him, Oli awakened a power-based ability. The spatial cutting, also derived from Wang Zhen. Ouyang Yuru inherited willpower attacks, complementing the earth spikes, making her formidable. While waiting the barrels to fill with rainwater, Wang Zhen activated his absolute defense and checked the information on his satellite phone. For the safety of the public. During the storm, please refrain from venturing outside in search of resources to avoid attacks from mutated fish in the waters. Indeed, there were mutated fish in the water, preying upon humans as if they were bait. However, not entering the water meant that extraordinary abilities could not evolve, unless one, like Wang Zhen, utilized a large bath barrel to collect water for soaking. After moving into an apartment, few would keep a human-sized bath barrel at home. On one hand, space constraints, and, on the other, the busyness of daily life. Who has the time to relax in a bath? Those with free time often prefer to scroll through their phones or play games. Those with sufficient leisure would use large bathtubs or outdoor pools, but bath barrels were seldom found. Official rescue. Could you come and save me first? I can hardly endure. I've been subsisting on thin porridge that can't even hold chopsticks. Upstairs, can you at least act a bit more convincingly? You're starving to death, yet you still have time to scroll through your phone. You still have a place to charge. You can even have thin porridge. You're mistaken. Upstairs, charging isn't a problem. Those with exercise bikes at home can modify them to generate electricity and charge their phones without issue. Perhaps their family sells power banks. Do you know how long I've waited for this day? Ha ha ha. Those extraordinary beings stained with blood. The restoration of order will mark your demise. Wang Zhen. I feel you're speaking about me. Suddenly, a recruitment notice appeared before him. For the future of humanity. For a peaceful existence, for a beautiful homeland, the Tianhai City Shelter is issuing a call for talents, inviting extraordinary beings to join and form a super rescue team, with generous remuneration and comprehensive benefits. After browsing through his phone for a while, Wang Zhen noticed that those equipped with satellite phones were living better than most survivors. The thought sparked in his mind, if this method proves viable, he could simply sit back daily, doing nothing while reaping the evil points from the world as survivors. Lu Yen informed the others to dress beautifully. We'll take some photos shortly. Indeed, there lay a grand table laden with an abundance of dishes, as sumptuous as could be, and as likely to incite envy as possible. After Wang Zhen uttered these words, he resumed his practice to enhance his skills, aiming to improve his proficiency and reduce energy expenditure. 2 hours later, the 7 ladies finally completed their makeup and approached Wang Zhen, who was seated, resting his chin on his hand. To either side stood Lu Yin, Zhang Jing, Ouyang Yuru, Lin Yuyao, Su Mingqi, Mo Li, and Mo Qi, all perfectly poised. Click! The automatic shutter of the phone captured the moment flawlessly. With a swift gesture, the phone flew into his grasp, the image showcasing a dashing man and stunningly beautiful women, akin to celestial beings fallen to the mortal realm. Wang Zhen transmitted the photograph via satellite network. In the month since the apocalypse began, those capable of accessing the internet were either survivors of great cunning or possessed of some skill, for otherwise their phones would have long been seized. His intent in sharing the picture was to flaunt, to display his superiority, and to incite jealousy. The more they resented him, the greater his accumulation of malevolent points. Within a minute of posting, the comments below the thread surpassed 1,000 that you're quite the show-off, aren't you? Aren't you afraid of exhausting yourself? Send me your address, and let me help lighten your burden. After witnessing the women you've gathered, I find no interest in others. Listen, take my advice. These women are beyond your reach. Hurry and send your address. I can help you with your troubles. Where are you? I buy one of these women from you. The resources are yours for the taking. Let us strike a deal. Name your price, and I'll experience a day in your life. This can't be real. After more than a month, how can there still be such beautiful women? I don't believe you unless you let me stay at your place for a couple of days. From Zhang Pengpeng. A surge of 2,000 malevolent points from jealousy, from Xiao Chun. An addition of 2,200 malevolent points from envy, from Linda Hai. Another 2,000 points from jealousy. In no time, Wang Zhen amassed 2 million malevolent points. And the tally continued to rise exponentially. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Wang Kai, it's time for dinner. Let me capture a video of you. He placed 2 pounds of steak into Wang Sai's bowl. Wang Kai drooled in anticipation, awaiting Wang Zhen's command to feast. Once this video aired, his malevolent points doubled instantly. IT must be a video from before the apocalypse. Wang Zhen held up his phone, first capturing a close-up of the raging storm outside. Then focusing on Wang Kai, all without any edits or splicing. What a waste! Do you not realize how many people can scarcely afford a meal? Giving steak to a dog is absurd. Do you still need a dog? I don't even need 3 meals a day, just one will suffice. I have a lucrative deal. Send me your address, and we can discuss it in person. After awakening my powers, I thought my life was decent. But now I realize I live worse than a dog. Beasts! Wang Zhen recorded a panoramic video of the feast prepared by Zhang Jing and the others, sharing it widely. He then ascended to the 15th floor, using resources to pile a high, inscribing, "You'll never finish this, not in a lifetime." Sigh, every day I ponder what to eat. Who understands the frustration in my heart? Wang Zhen beckoned Mo Li and Mo Qi to his side. Posing for a photograph against the backdrop of resources, the other maidens, feeling envious, insisted on taking their own pictures with him for posting. Surrounded by 7 stunning beauties, sheltered in a secure abode, and with an endless supply of food. This existence resembled a divine life in the eyes of all survivors at this stage, who would not feel envy, jealousy, and hatred. Wang Zhen's malevolent points soared dramatically. He resolved to share daily snippets of his life with the 7 ladies. A mere 7 days passed, and during this time, Wang Zhen accumulated over 5 million malevolent points simply by posting videos that by the end of the week, his total reached an unprecedented height of 32 million. Wang Zhen began to enhance his overall attributes. Upon elevating his composite physique attribute to 300 points, he discovered that every subsequent increment of 10 points required an expenditure of 2 million malevolent points. Elevating it to 400 points consumed 12 million malevolent points in one go. With ample malevolent points at his disposal, he opted to expend 24 million points to boost his composite physique attribute to 500 in one fell swoop. Now, even amidst a throng of 2nd and 3rd level supernatural beings, Wang Zhen's defenses remained unbreached by their powers. With the remaining malevolent points, he advanced his teleportation and absolute defense abilities to level 6. For survival was paramount. As long as one lives, all can be restarted. He further enhanced abilities such as spatial confinement, spatial wormholes, spatial scanning, dimensional blades, time acceleration, time deceleration, mental telekinesis, thunderous annihilation, heavenly sword thunder, and total destruction, all upgraded to level 5, consuming a total of 22.4 million malevolent points. His current malevolent points stood at 720,000. As for other supernatural abilities, Wang Zhen tirelessly studied and comprehended them, elevating Fireblade, Light's Blessing, and Flash to level 3. While all other skills reached level 2, this was why he prioritized upgrading his life-saving skills to level 6. He intended to maintain an edge, to dominate others with an invincible stance, and to continue living on, drawing envy and amassing malevolent points. Today, he sought to introduce some novelty. Wang Zhen retrieved his phone. "Why, sorry?" The 7 ladies stood behind him, wearing sweet smiles. "Dinner is served." Wang Zhen positioned his phone, commencing to record the entire dining experience with the 7 ladies. Today's fare was Sichuan cuisine. The mapo tofu was absolutely delectable. Twice-cooked pork, dompa pork, spicy chicken, blood stew, spicy rabbit heads, and grilled fish. Slurp. It was utterly delicious. Wang Zhen showcased each dish to the camera, relishing every bite with immense satisfaction. The expansive table was laden with dishes, far more than they could consume. Once the video was shared, it incited an uproar at a water-type supernatural being boasted loudly about the instant noodles in his hands. So fragrant. So delicious. If I could have one of these every day, I'd be in heaven. The next moment, he stumbled upon Wang Zhen's dining video. Saliva pooled in his mouth, and looking back at the instant noodles in his grasp. They suddenly lost their appeal. Damn it, couldn't you wait until I finish my noodles before showing this? Come on, can you be a decent person? From Ation, another 2,000 malevolent points added from jealousy. Does anyone know the exact location of the poster? I'm going to confront him in person. Zhang Lin lay weakly on her bed, her eyes sunken and devoid of spirit as she gazed out at the tempest. During a trading market organized by the Xiaoyao gang, she had been captured by several supernatural beings and subsequently imprisoned in a cage. when the Zhongyong gang swept through the Guolan community. She was rescued from her cage by Zhou Chun and subsequently joined the Zhongyong gang. That morning, she received a bowl of thin porridge, which she consumed in just a few bites. She had assumed that by joining the Zhongyong gang, she would need to do nothing to fill her belly. To her surprise, the Zhongyong gang required her to participate in training. Claiming a stomach ache, she skipped the session and returned to her quarters. Since the onset of the apocalypse, far too many lives have been lost, with 9 out of 10 houses empty. There were plenty of houses, yet none felt like home. After lying there for a while, seeing no one come to seek her out, Zhang Lin rose and gently pushed aside her bed. Behind the headboard, she discovered a safe. Inside the safe were a collection of power banks and 2 satellite phones. Pressing the power button, she picked up the phone and began to scroll. The moment she opened it, the first thing she saw was Wang Zhen's dining video. How wonderful it would be if you were the one sitting there enjoying the meal. Her mouth watered uncontrollably, dripping onto the phone screen. And then, she realized her hunger had intensified. Gurgle, gurgle. Zhang Lin's stomach churned with discomfort. She struggled to divert her gaze from the mountain of food, only to encounter Wang Zhen's infuriatingly smug face. It was that demon. She recognized him. She had attended an interview hosted by Wang Zhen, but had not been selected. Subsequently, she stumbled upon other videos he had posted. Upon seeing the room overflowing with resources, her anger boiled over. This devil, where did his resources come from? Surely they were seized from those wretched beings. The brutes have seized our supplies, and thus, at the core of it all, the resources in the hands of that fiend are rightfully ours. He has slaughtered those beasts, yet he refuses to return our provisions. What difference is there between him and those savages? The food he consumes should have been mine. She trembled with rage. Why does a villain like Wang Zhen still exist in this world? Why has he not met his demise? Just wait. Once the rain subsides, the authorities will undoubtedly take action to eliminate this devil. Zhang Lin was consumed by fury, her gaze fixated on the video of Wang Zhen. Wishing she could devour his flesh and drink his blood, that a glimmer of malice flashed in Zhang Lin's eyes. No, this cannot stand. I must seek the help of the leader. The leader is also an extraordinary being, possessing immense power. He should be able to slay that demon and seize all of his resources. By then, I too shall feast to my heart's content. Zhang Lin immediately resolved to find Zhou Chun. In the loyal and brave gang, anyone can approach the leader. This is also the reason why the gang remains united during times of crisis. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Lin knocked on Zhou Chun's door. Zhou Chun opened it, a warm smile gracing his face as he inquired, Zhang Lin, what brings you here? Leader, are you not troubled by the lack of supplies? I know of a place where resources are piled high as mountains. Zhang Lin hesitated to disclose the location directly, hoping to negotiate some benefits. Where? Is it far? Zhou Chun, noticing Zhang Lin's pursed lips in silence, chuckled, Do not worry. If we truly find a large quantity of supplies, you shall receive 10%. Zhang Lin remained tight-lipped. Zhou Chun furrowed his brow, his eyes narrowing. 20%. Zhang Lin smirked, thinking to herself, Wang Zhen, this time you are doomed. She looked up at Zhou Chun and said, Leader, that place is Building 11. Wang Zhen has hoarded a mountain of supplies in his home. If we raid his house, no one in the gang will go hungry anymore. Slap. Zhou Chun struck Zhang Lin's face. Bellowing, silence. Do you even know who Wang Zhen is? He is but a ruthless killer. Zhang Lin was taken aback, dismissively replying. Zhou Chun was not one to indulge her. He would speak after delivering his blow. Slap. He is the savior of the loyal and brave gang. Without him, there would be no loyal and brave gang today, nor would we have rescued you from that cage. In truth, he is also your benefactor. If you continue to speak disrespectfully of him, I will kill you. The benefactor had promised us his allegiance just days prior. Zhou Chun's gaze turned icy, fixated on Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin's eyes flickered. Wiping the blood from her lips, she smiled. You are right, leader. I was unaware that he was my savior. Had I known, I would not have spoken so ill of him. I apologize. I was wrong. Zhou Chun waved his hand. You may go. As Zhang Lin turned, her expression darkened instantly. She hurriedly returned home. Crash! She shattered every glass object in her house, venting her pent-up rage. Ah! You all deserve to die. Wang Zhen, that devil, feasts while we starve. He treats Zhou Chun this way, yet you still protect him like a dog. Cowardly wretches, since you will not deal with him, I shall have others do so. Zhang Lin resolved to expose Wang Zhen's address and name online, inciting all extraordinary beings against him. With the aid of the authorities and other extraordinary beings, she would eliminate that devil. Only then would her heart find solace. Thus, Zhang Lin retrieved her satellite phone once more, broadcasting Wang Zhen's address and name, responding to every comment beneath. Zhang Lin. Hello, everyone. The instigator resides in Building 11 of the Guanlan community. His name is Wang Zhen. The supplies in his possession were seized from a bunch of brutes, who, in turn, robbed us. Throughout, he has shown no intention of returning our resources. You can all see the life he leads, while we can barely manage a full meal. Is this fair? The women in Wang Zhen's household were all forcibly taken. Whoever eliminates him will win their favor. Deep down, Zhang Lin believed that all the supplies in Wang Zhen's possession were ill-gotten. The loyal and brave gang followed Wang Zhen, and thus he should provide sustenance for everyone. She had never considered that if Zhou Chun had not led the rescue, she would still be in that cage, subsisting on 3 bowls of thin gruel daily, far better than her previous existence. In a fleeting moment, her inflammatory comment surged to the top. Consequently, all those wielding satellite phones began to denounce Wang Zhen. From Zhang Lin's envious actions, her malevolence score increased by 2,000 from the extraordinary being Zheng Guangliang. It rose by 3,000. Freshly fed and practicing his abilities, Wang Zhen heard the incessant alerts ringing in his mind and was taken aback upon opening the system panel, although the videos he posted were rather lowly and infuriating. Such a frenzied increase had only occurred on the first day. Current malevolence score, 4.81 million. It seems today holds the promise of surpassing 6 million. Wang Zhen chuckled at the relentless notifications echoing in his mind. This is far quicker than accumulating malevolence through violence. I can upgrade another skill to level 4. Wang Zhen continued his daily practice. The wormhole folds 2 points in space into 1. Teleportation envelopes the body with spatial energy, merging it with space for instantaneous movement. Space traversal opens a stable spatial passage, allowing for movement with others. If I merge the wormhole and teleportation, constructing a spatial passage with my energy within the wormhole, wouldn't that be space traversal? With a thought formed, Wang Zhen snapped his fingers. The entrance to the spatial wormhole appeared before him, while the exit was placed 200 meters away on the rooftop. Su Mingqi, come here. Wang Zhen beckoned Su Mingqi over, grasping her hand as he began to infuse energy into the spatial wormhole. Only those with spatial abilities could perceive the wormhole. However, as energy flowed in, Lu Yin and the others could also see it. Let's go. Wang Zhen pulled Su Mingqi into the spatial wormhole. Whoosh! The two emerged from the wormhole's exit. It worked. A smile illuminated Wang Zhen's face. Indeed, the second storm is the perfect moment for comprehending and enhancing one's abilities. Master, what is this? Su Mingqi inquired, her eyes brimming with curiosity. An alternative version of space traversal. Wang Zhen felt exceptionally pleased. Su Mingqi blinked at him. Master, do you think there are people in this building? Wang Zhen instantly understood. An hour later, Wang Zhen returned to the Doomsday Fortress and opened his phone. The surge of malevolence scores must have a reason. It turned out that people in the Guanlan community had uncovered his information. TSK, should I thank you or eliminate you? Wang Zhen's eyes narrowed, a smile creeping onto his lips. The others had dug up his information, likely intending to use him as a pawn. If only there were a network expert who could trace the satellite network to uncover their personal details and exact address. That way, he could properly express his gratitude. Tianhai City, Tianhai Building. Upon seeing Zhang Lin's reply, Ji Shiming of the Tianhai shelter's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, the person whom the entire internet despises is right here in Tianhai City. Wang Zhen, Building 11 of the Guanlan community. An extraordinary being with considerable strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to seize resources from other extraordinary beings. Point 2, entire floors piled with supplies. If Wang Zhen rejoined the shelter, those supplies would become the shelters. With resources, they could support more extraordinary beings. The shelter's power would grow exponentially. Ji Shiming contemplated silently. Extraordinary beings are the masters of the future world. As long as one controls extraordinary beings, dominating the world in the future is not out of reach. In the western city, Lu Guoping's troops began their rescue efforts after the rain subsided, striving to save as many people as possible. And the outcome was, the subordinates suffered severe casualties upon awakening their extraordinary abilities. Some individuals immediately set their sights on the rescuers. Seizing firearms and relief supplies, Ji Shiming wore a mocking expression that I end this world. Being a good person is immensely challenging. Ji Shiming had previously suggested to Lu Guoping to temporarily abandon the rescue efforts, to first gather more extraordinary individuals, and to launch a rescue operation armed only after the rain had completely ceased. Any who dared to resist would be met with ruthless retribution. This proposal was firmly rejected by Lu Guoping. When Ji Shiming requested soldiers and weapons from Lu Guoping, he was met with refusal once again. Lu Guoping retorted, "If you aren't going to rescue, what do you need soldiers and weapons for?" Ji Shiming shook his head. He had only 1,000 troops with limited firearms and ammunition. Lu Guoping, on the other hand, commanded tens of thousands of soldiers, with munitions stacked high, that he possessed such manpower and weaponry. Coupled with extraordinary individuals, he would undoubtedly dominate the world in the future. Ji Shiming took out his phone and sent an invitation to Wang Zhen. "I am Lieutenant Ji Shiming, and I sincerely invite you to join the Tianhai City Shelter Rescue Team." Meanwhile, Wang Zhen was scrolling through his phone, perusing amusing private messages and comments beneath the videos. "Wang Zhen, my home is right next to the Zhuangyuan mansion in the Guanlan community. Could you please bring me some food?" "Wang Zhen, if you could send me 100 jin of rice right now. Once the rain stops, I'll give you 5 million. No, 10 million. There were still those who fantasized about returning to their previous civilized lives after the torrential rain had ceased. "Wang Zhen, I live not far from you, and I'm nearly starving. Please send me some food. I beg you, good deeds are rewarded." "Wang Zhen, your address has been leaked. Once the storm diminishes, many will come looking for trouble. Aren't you afraid? Just give me a bit of food now, and I will come to assist you later." "Wang Zhen, are you able to handle so many women all by yourself? If not, we can help share the burden." "Wang Zhen, if you refuse to give me food, don't blame us for striking you when you're down." "Xiao Wang, we've been colleagues for 3 years, now that you've made it big. You can't just forget about me." "Wang Zhen, I am Jia Shizhen, a powerful spatial ability user, and I possess a personal space of 500 cubic meters where food remains eternally fresh. Thus, let us collaborate. I will safeguard your supplies while ensuring your safety, and my reward will be those twin sisters, requests for supplies, empty promises, relationship building, veiled threats, and offers to safeguard supplies flooded in dot. I am Lieutenant Ji Shiming, sincerely inviting you to join the Tianhai City Shelter Rescue Team." "Ah, there's another invitation for me to join a team." Wang Zhen smiled faintly. For the moment, he chose to ignore it. These individuals were merely high-quality currency, evil points, monsters. They needed to be farmed gradually. Wang Zhen ceased to focus on the private messages and comments and began watching videos. Soon, he discovered a troubling issue, following the arrival of the second wave of storms. The frequency of sightings of giant fish monsters and octopus monsters in the videos had increased. Researchers conducted tracking studies and found that certain fish, weighing 50 to 60 jin, had rapidly increased in size after the torrential rains. Some had reached lengths of approximately 10 meters in just 10 days. Other fish species were also undergoing evolution. That it was evident that aquatic life was rapidly evolving. The creatures in the water were entering a frenzy of evolution, becoming larger and stronger. He wondered how other creatures were evolving. If humanity fell behind in this evolution, the consequences would be dire. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the alarm installed by the system blared. Wang Zhen opened the alarm video and saw a pair of blood-red eyes, the size of basins, glaring at Lu Yan within the room from outside the 9th-floor window. After a comprehensive upgrade, the Doomsday Fortress had expelled the water from all 10 floors. Furthermore, the fortress was entirely waterproof. As long as the flood did not reach the top floor, water could not infiltrate the building. The 7 women preferred to rest, play, and exercise below the 10th floor, akin to a world beneath the sea. At that moment, Lu Yan was in her room practicing yoga, stretching her body. One moment she transformed into spider pose. the next into spider pose 2, then spider pose 3, and finally, with a flourish, she executed spider pose 4, instantly becoming a spider spirit. A massive two-headed fish approached, seemingly intent on devouring Lu Yan. The monstrous fish emitted muffled, ominous sounds that pierced through the fortress's defenses with a flick of its tail. The giant fish accelerated and lunged toward the ninth-floor porthole with its cavernous maw agape. "Come forth, and let me test you against my thunderous annihilation." With a swift motion, Wang Zhen conjured an entrance to a spatial wormhole before him. 7 exits of spatial wormholes appeared around the two-headed fish. Thunderous annihilation. Celestial sword thunder. Go! Upon witnessing the two-headed monster fish charging toward the porthole, Lu Yan instinctively gasped in terror, then immediately erected an absolute defense. Did this fish intend to consume her? There was no time to call for her master now. She had to fight back. Though she was a second-tier extraordinary user, inheriting merely 1/10 of Wang Zhen's power made her more than a match for an ordinary third-tier user. This was the confidence Wang Zhen had instilled in her. Moreover, she believed that Wang Zhen would surely come to her rescue upon hearing the commotion. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a thigh, appeared before the two-headed fish, emanating an overwhelming pressure. The two-headed fish trembled, as if struck by the very wrath of heaven, the specter of death looming. Subsequently, its body weakened, and it abruptly whipped its tail. Halting its massive form in mid-dash advanced, it thrashed wildly, as if caught by a fisherman, fear evident in its eyes. The scene before her was utterly astonishing. It appeared that lightning abilities had a natural suppression over the evolved fish monsters. What? Lu Yan was momentarily stunned, then elated. I knew it. I knew that my master cared for me. He has always been watching over me. Crackle! The thunderous annihilation pierced through the two-headed fish's body, cleaving it in two. Simultaneously, 6 streams of celestial sword chi surged from every direction, front, back, left, right, above, and below, attacking the two-headed monster fish in an instant. The creature was sliced into numerous pieces, its blood spraying forth like a fountain, staining the water's surface crimson. As smaller fish and shrimp caught the scent of blood, they surged toward the scene in a frenzy. Crackling electricity filled the air, turning the fish belly up. Wang Zhen teleported in, collecting the remains of the two-headed fish into his spatial realm. Ah, what is this? From the previous strike of thunderous annihilation, 2 diamond-shaped crystals, each roughly the size of a quail egg, had erupted from the two-headed fish's head, containing pure energy and emitting a delightful aroma reminiscent of popcorn. Let me store these for now. Wang Zhen secured the 2 crystals within his spatial realm and teleported back to the Doomsday Fortress. Lu Yan and the 6 women hurriedly approached, having seen Wang Zhen.